Chapter 551. I do. As soon as Luo Xiaoyan finished speaking, Su Chen nodded in agreement. His straightforwardness surprised both Luo Xiaoyan and Xiang Mingming. Ah. Luo Xiaoyan paused. Why, Commander Luo, you're not welcome? Su Chen asked with a smile. Welcome, of course. Luo Xiaoyan said immediately. He had witnessed Su Chen's strength. Xiao Yang, in a state of rampage, was hoisted and beaten by Su Chen. Luo Xiaoyan had considered that a fight between him and Su Chen would be a 50-50 match at best. After all, he wasn't equipped with a full set of exotic crystal armor like Su Chen. Chiefly is selfless, and cares deeply about the 100,000 people of Yucheng. I admire him greatly. Su Chen's words were sincere. Although he might resort to selfish means to survive, that didn't mean he didn't admire people like Li Kunlun. But Captain Luo, don't be too happy yet. I have my own conditions. No problem, Boss Su, just speak up. Luo Xiaoyan wasn't surprised. Be it before or after the apocalypse, asking for free help is nearly impossible. Let alone for such a dangerous operation as this one. I hope you can teach me those martial arts secrets you mentioned earlier, Su Chen said slowly. His purpose in coming to Yucheng this time was precisely to obtain the martial arts secrets Luo Xiaoyan mentioned. Of course, he wanted to take this opportunity to state his request. Luo Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, then nodded. No problem. I make the decision. Boss Su, you can choose between two options. But if you make that choice, you won't be able to choose your food supplies anymore. Okay, deal. Su Chen agreed. For someone with unlimited supplies, that little bit of food didn't really matter to him. That's good. Luo Xiaoyan felt relieved and shook Su Chen's hand. With Boss Su joining us, our operation will definitely go smoothly. I contact you later with the details. Luo Xiaoyan stood up and walked outside. I didn't expect I underestimated you. Xiang Mingming snorted softly. Are you praising me or scolding me? Su Chen Luo asked with a smile. Seeing that the time was almost up, he stood up and walked outside with Tong Fei. Seeing Xiang Mingming following him, Su Chen said with a puzzled look, What do you do all day? Why are you following us? Who's following you? I'm clearly following Fei Fei. Xiang Mingming retorted. Okay. Su Chen didn't bother arguing with her anymore. He grabbed Tong Fei's arm and walked towards the dormitory. Seeing this, Xiang Mingming wasn't about to be outdone. She quickly followed, grabbing Tong Fei's arm from the other side. For a moment, Tong Fei was caught between the two of them, feeling both amused and helpless. When Su Chen returned to the dormitory, Zheng Hui, Wang Yan, and the others were waiting at the door. Seeing the three of them like this, their expressions suddenly became a little strange. Okay, let's talk inside, Su Chen said, pushing open the dormitory door and walking in. As soon as he entered, he saw an orange figure lunging towards him. Thankfully, Su Chen was strong enough to avoid being crushed by Ming Qi. Okay, quiet down. Su Chen patted Ming Qi's head. Xiang Mingming, standing nearby, approached with familiarity and petted Ming Qi in return. Ming Qi didn't resent her touch, instead, she thoroughly enjoyed it. After everyone sat down, Su Chen explained the mission. Everyone, always obedient to Su Chen's orders, had no objections. By the way, Commander Xiang, could you arrange some equipment for us? Wang Xinyu asked with a smile. Although they were all transcendents, they would have loved more powerful weapons and equipment. Don't worry about that. The base will provide everything you need before you depart, Xiang Mingming replied. That's all right. Wang Xinyu smiled contentedly. Su Chen gave a few more instructions, asking everyone to stay home for the time being, and then sent Zheng Hui and the others away. Soon, only Su Chen, Xiang Mingming, Tong Fei, and Ming Qi remained in the room. Xiang Mingming and Tong Fei huddled together, petting Ming Qi and whispering to each other. It was unclear what they were discussing. Su Chen tapped the table lightly, pondering for a moment before saying calmly, Ming, what exactly is the strength of the Watchers Alliance? This is a secret of our base. I can't reveal it casually. Xiang Mingming said seriously. Su Chen smiled and continued. So, how many people are the Watchers planning to send for this food transport? No comment. Xiang Mingming remained tight-lipped. You're so secretive. I'm worried about this mission. Su Chen smiled. Don't worry. The Watcher's strength is definitely beyond your imagination. Xiang Mingming said seriously. Hearing her words, Su Chen stopped asking questions. It was soon noon. When Su Chen took Tong Fei to the restaurant, Xiang Mingming followed them like a dogskin plaster. But after lunch, Luo Xiaoyan came to visit again. This time, he had good news. Boss Su, after approval, you can select the martial arts manuals you want in advance. Really? Su Chen was a little surprised. Aren't you afraid I'd take the stuff and run away? Luo Xiaotian just smiled and said nothing. Su Chen thought about it carefully and understood. If the Watcher Alliance was as powerful as Xiang Mingming claimed, then there was no need to worry about Su Chen taking the stuff and running away. Furthermore, giving Su Chen the stuff in advance would be equivalent to indirectly strengthening the strength of all parties involved. This would also increase the success rate of the subsequent operation. Luo Xiaotian took out a list and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen read carefully. Taizu Chongquan. Shaolin Iron Shirt. Qigong. Isn't this a martial art from a novel? Su Chen was stunned for a moment, looking at Luo Xiaotian with some suspicion. Captain Luo, are you kidding? I'm not kidding, Luo Xiaotian said sincerely. Su Chen thought for a moment, then said, Captain Luo, please give me some advice. I want to increase my strength and be able to inflict damage from a distance like you. I see. This book on the qi condensation technique and the Lingqiu fist would be perfect for you, Luo Xiaotian suggested. Okay, I take both. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Luo Xiaotian then took out his communicator and gave a few instructions. A moment later, a soldier trotted over and handed Luo Xiaotian 2 booklets. Here, this is what you requested, Boss Su. Luo Xiaotian handed it over, warning, you must not pass these 2 manuals on without permission. Chapter 552. Got it. Su Chen put the 2 booklets away and nodded. He had paid a considerable price to acquire the 2 manuals, and he was so bored that he would casually pass them on. That's good. Luo Xiaotian gave Su Chen a few more instructions, saying he would notify him before departure, and then turned and left. After he left, Su Chen opened the door and returned to his room. Xiang Mingming, who was watching TV with Tong Fei, glanced at him and asked lazily, Boss Su, what did Xiaotian want to talk to you about? Didn't Chief Li say before that anyone willing to participate in this operation could make demands on your alliance? I already made those demands, and Commander Luo is here to fulfill them, Su Chen explained. I see. I forgot to ask, Boss Su, what were your demands? Xiang Mingming asked casually. Luo Xiaotian had just instructed Su Chen not to spread them casually. Su Chen hesitated, wondering whether to tell Xiang Mingming. But Xiang Mingming suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with suspicion. Hey you. You don't want those secret manuals, do you? How did you know? Su Chen looked at Xiang Mingming in surprise. No, you really want those things? That's hilarious. Ha ha ha. Xiang Mingming clutched her stomach and laughed unfemininely. There are actually people who believe in those secret manuals. You mean? Luo Xiaotian is lying to me. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of coldness in them. He hated being deceived the most. If Luo Xiaotian really was lying to him, he would never let him go. Under Su Chen's gaze, Xiang Mingming felt a heavy pressure envelope her, the air around her seeming to drop several degrees. Her heart trembled, and the hairs on her back seemed to stand on end. No, Boss Su, don't misunderstand. Xiang Mingming, who had initially dismissed Su Chen, suddenly grew nervous. Xiaotian isn't lying to you. What do you mean? Su Chen's tone softened, and he spoke calmly. It's not that this secret technique can't be practiced, it's just that there are so few people who have mastered it. Xiang Mingming explained. How few? Let's put it this way, there are almost dozens of so-called secret techniques. But out of the 30,000 members of the Watchers Alliance, less than 10 have successfully mastered it. Su Chen's face darkened. 30,000 members, less than 10 can master it. That means the chance is less than 1 in 3,000, and yet Luo Xiaotian had warned him not to spread it around. With such a low chance of cultivation, is there any need to spread it around? What exactly is going on? Please explain it in detail, Su Chen said softly. After seeing his anger earlier, Xiang Mingming was now somewhat afraid of him. She didn't hide anything, but instead explained it carefully to Su Chen. As Luo Xiaotian had told Su Chen earlier, the soldiers in the army all practiced hard Qigong. But in addition to hard Qigong, the military actually also collected a number of traditional martial arts. These martial arts were similar to hard Qigong, simply improving the soldiers' physical fitness and enhancing their fighting skills. Other than that, it had no significant effect. Some secret techniques were simply impossible to practice. For example, the Lingqiu fist that Luo Xiaotian had chosen for Su Chen, capable of inflicting damage from a distance. It was impossible to practice, let alone use it. To many soldiers, it was completely deceptive. It was likely fabricated by the ancients to deceive. However, after the apocalypse, the situation changed. For example, Luo Xiaotian. After becoming a transcendent, he suddenly mastered the Lingshu fist. He could deliver a single punch from dozens of meters away, knocking down an enemy. Other soldiers also mastered the chi condensation technique, being able to improve one's realm without absorbing energy crystals or cores. It's a shame that Luo Xiaotian and the other's situation is 1 in a million. Many more soldiers still can't learn it. This is why Xiang Mingming laughed when she learned about Su Qin's choice of cultivation manuals. These cultivation manuals are like useless rubbish. Boss Su, you could have chosen something better. Xiang Mingming shook her head, looking at Su Qin with some sympathy. Since Luo Xiaotian and the others can cultivate, I think I can too. Su Qin shrugged. Hearing this, Xiang Mingming said nothing, though she felt a little skeptical. Tens of thousands of transcendents and soldiers in the Watcher Alliance combined couldn't cultivate. Do you think you're a genius? Su Qin left Tong Fei and Xiang Mingming watching TV while he went into the bedroom and sat cross-legged, intending to study the chi condensation technique and the Lingshu fist. Both cultivation manuals were reprinted later, so it didn't affect their reading. After just a moment's study, Su Qin understood why so many people couldn't cultivate. The reason was simple. The contents of the secret manuals were written in classical Chinese. Many of the words and sentences were obscure and difficult to understand. Just glancing at them was overwhelming, let alone trying to comprehend their meaning in practice. Su Qin forced himself to study, but after just a moment, his head began to spin. Forget it. Let's just leave it alone and study it later. Su Qin shook his head and put the 2 booklets into his storage space. He pushed open the bedroom door and walked out. Seeing Su Qin's expressionless face, Xiang Mingming couldn't help but gloat, muttering softly, "You're so stubborn. This little girl really doesn't know what's best for her." If it weren't for his fear of the Watchers, Su Qin would have let Xiang Mingming know the power of the Su family overlord spear long ago. That's all. There's still time to go. With Tong Fei's cooperation, sooner or later, Xiang Mingming would be on her knees, singing Conquer. Su Qin remained impassive as he sat down next to Tong Fei. He chatted casually with Xiang Mingming. After 2 days of contact, Su Qin and Xiang Mingming had grown much closer. She no longer harbored such hostility or resistance towards him. Thus, during their conversation, Su Qin was able to extract a lot of useful information from her. For example, how the Overwatch League defines the combat power of extraordinary beings. Take the Evolvers for example. G-, G+, and G+ level Evolvers. From strength to speed, their physical abilities far surpass those of ordinary humans. But among ordinary humans, there are those with natural talent. For example, those like the King of Soldiers and Strongmen, through diligent and scientific training, still have the hope of reaching G+. And above that, the F-level Evolvers have completely transcended the realm of ordinary people. Their various physical indicators have reached terrifying levels. Chapter 553. Evolvers with F- combat power are unafraid of ordinary cold weapons. Those with higher F and F+ combat power can even ignore small caliber pistols and less powerful rifles. As for E-level Evolvers, the current standard set by the Overwatch League is that rifles cannot harm them. Rocket launchers and heavy machine guns can only cause minor damage. Powerful missiles can severely injure them. Su Qin listened to Xiang Mingming's story, silently memorizing her words. Based on this, he should be at the peak of F+ combat power, only 1 step away from E-level. As they chatted, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Who?" Su Qin asked. "Boss Su, it's me, Gao Fei." Gao Fei's voice came from outside. Su Qin stood up, opened the door, and saw Gao Fei standing there. Upon seeing Su Qin, Gao Fei immediately greeted him with a smile. "Excuse me, Boss Su, I have a small matter to discuss with you." "No problem. What is it?" The following is the story. "The leader of the god worship cult would like to invite us over for a chat," Gao Fei explained. In addition to the Tiger Gang and Gao Fei's Gaoshan Gang, the Watcher Alliance also invited 16 survivor organizations. The leader of one of these groups, the God Worship Cult, was the one who invited Gao Fei and Su Qin over. "Is that so? Then let's go over there." Su Qin thought for a moment. He had nothing else to do anyway. Why not follow Gao Fei and see what the leader of the Heavenly God Cult was planning? Su Qin and Tong Fei said hello to Ming Ming and then left with Gao Fei. A short while later, they arrived at a conference room. The conference room wasn't large, but it was quite crowded. Su Qin glanced around and noticed no one from the Watchers Alliance. Zhao Yang was prominently present. Seeing Su Qin, he gave an awkward yet polite smile. "Boss Su." Su Qin nodded slightly in response. After they were seated, a middle-aged man, wearing a white robe trimmed with gold and possessing a sage-like demeanor, spoke with a chuckle. "Hello everyone, I'm Ding Bin, the leader of the god-worshipping cult. The reason I invited you all here today is actually quite simple. If I'm not mistaken, you probably already negotiated terms with the Watchers Alliance, right? Be it the god-worshipping cult, the Tiger Gang, the high-flying Gaoshan Gang, or any other faction. They had come to Rain City through so much hardship, not just out of fear of the Watchers Alliance, but also to extract some benefits from it. So, when the Watchers Alliance issued an escort mission, they didn't outright refuse. After a day of negotiations, these survivor organizations and forces had essentially reached an agreement with the Watchers. No one said anything in response to Ding Bin's question, but no one refused either. Ding Bin continued to smile. But even though we reached an agreement, we can't let our guard down. I have a suggestion. We can form an alliance and stand together. Zhao Yang frowned upon hearing this and said unhappily, Master Ding, are you planning to form an alliance to fight the Watchers? No, no, no. Ding Bin held up a finger and gently shook it. General Zhao, you misunderstood me. My purpose in forming an alliance is simply to protect myself. What do you mean? Zhao Yang was puzzled. Ding Bin stood up with a smile, slowly walking around the crowd as he whispered, I believe many people, like me, didn't come here of their own free will. The reason is fear of the Watchers. Many people's faces showed deep agreement. They were kings and overlords in their own territory, living a carefree life, but the Watchers sent envoys to force them to obey their orders. Of course, they were reluctant, but fear of the Watchers' strength forced them to come here. What if, and I mean what if, we encounter an emergency during our mission? The Watchers intend to sacrifice us, or rather, they intend to use this operation to deplete our strength and achieve their goal of unifying Zhongji province. Then what should we do? Ding Bin said slowly. Bullshit, Ding Bin, be careful what you say. Zhao Yang slammed the table and cursed coldly. Ding Bin wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Zhao Yang and said, General Zhao, I know you come from the military. But we're different, so I naturally have to give it more consideration. As the saying goes, don't harbor any intentions to harm others, but be wary of them. To avoid any unforeseen consequences, I propose that we form an alliance and work together. Even if I may be selfish, the Watchers have no such intentions. But everyone, don't forget, this escort mission is incredibly dangerous. If we can form an alliance and cooperate, wouldn't that reduce casualties? After hearing his words, most of the people present had a thoughtful look on their faces. It had to be said that Ding Bin had a point. If they really wanted to form an alliance, they could compete with the Watchers and avoid being manipulated. If they wanted to, they could cooperate and jointly complete the protection mission. If anyone has any other opinions, feel free to share them. Ding Bin said with a smile. I have a question. If we form an alliance, there must be a leader, right? Who will be the leader? The only female leader present raised her hand and asked. My personal suggestion is that I be the leader. I can do my best to ensure fairness and impartiality. Ding Bin said seriously, if that doesn't work out, we can withdraw our votes and hold an election. The female leader thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't have any objections. Me neither. +1. The others echoed. That's good. A glint of pride flashed in Ding Bin's eyes. Since that's the case, let's vote. Those willing to form an alliance, please raise your hands. Swish, swish, swish. 7 or 8 people raised their hands one after another. Seeing this, several of the hesitant leaders also raised their hands hesitantly. Soon, of all the people present, only Su Chen, Gao Fei, and Zhao Yang remained without raising their hands. Ding Bin didn't look at Zhao Yang, but at Su Chen and Gao Fei. What do you two think? Sorry, I'm not interested in your alliance. Su Chen shrugged, then stood up and started to walk out. Little brother, you better think it over. Ding Bin's face flashed with displeasure, and he spoke threateningly. Who the hell are you? How dare you ask me to think clearly? Su Chen turned around and glared at Ding Bin fiercely. Ding Bin was, after all, the leader of a sect, proficient in light-based abilities. Being glared at by Su Chen, a deep chill ran through his heart. Chapter 554. Ding Bin couldn't afford to lose face in front of so many people. He took a deep breath, suppressed the chill in his heart, and feigned a forced smile. Little brother, let me give you a word of advice. Young people, don't be so impulsive. Can you still be called a young man if you're not impulsive? Su Chen responded bluntly. Ding Bin's face froze, and he was at a loss for words. Su Chen didn't bother to pay any more attention and simply headed out. Gao Fei didn't hesitate, quickly standing up and following Su Chen. As for Zhao Yang, who was standing nearby, after a moment's hesitation, he also stood up and left the meeting room. Watching them leave, Ding Bin's face darkened. Boss Su. Su Chen had just left the meeting room when he heard someone calling him from behind. He turned and saw it was Gao Fei. Brother Fei, why are you out too? Hey, you saved my life, so I'm definitely on your side. Gao Fei laughed. Unlike Ding Bin and the others, he had witnessed firsthand how Su Chen slew the Mantis King. Gao Fei was determined to cling to such a formidable figure. As for Ding Bin and the others' alliance, he wasn't quite so optimistic. Su Chen smiled but said nothing. They hadn't gone far when they saw Zhao Yang chasing them. Boss Su, Boss Gao. Old Zhao, what are you doing? Su Chen feigned confusion. Hey, Boss Su, our families are so close, we must stand together. Zhao Yang shared Gao Fei's thoughts. He also felt that siding with Su Chen was more reliable. Su Chen smiled and said nothing more. The group split up at a fork in the road. Boss, you're back. Seeing Su Chen push the door open, Tong Fei immediately rose from the sofa and came to greet him. Xiang Mingming simply glanced at Su Chen and continued to laze there. What did they ask you to come over for? Tong Fei offered her a glass of water, curiously asking. Of course it's not good. Su Chen glanced at Xiang Mingming, who was lying on the sofa. Without intending to hide anything, he explained Ding Bin's interest in forming an alliance. After hearing this, Xiang Mingming scoffed. Boss Su, logically speaking, this would benefit you too. Why would you refuse this kind of alliance? I'm not particularly interested in it, Su Chen said flatly. Just now in the meeting room, he noticed Ding Bin exchanging glances with several other leaders. This was enough to prove that they had communicated in advance. If Su Chen and Gao Fei really joined, they'd probably use them as pawns. Most importantly, Su Chen didn't think Ding Bin and the others could truly challenge the Overwatch Alliance if they joined forces. Even if Ding Bin was sincere, and they could form an alliance to protect themselves and fight the Overwatch Alliance, Su Chen had no intention of joining. His purpose here was simple: to help the Overwatch Alliance complete their mission and return safely. Besides that, he had no interest in anything else. You're quite far-sighted. Xiang Mingming praised him. Since you're so smart, I can give you a little glimpse. In our Watcher Alliance, there are nearly 100 Transcendents with F and F-level combat power combined. In addition, there are 2 Transcendents with F-level combat power. Although he himself was F-level combat power, Su Chen was still shocked after hearing Xiang Mingming's words. As expected of the Watcher Alliance that unified the provinces, it's truly powerful. You know, the Tiger Gang, New World, the Salvation Army, and the Iron Legion. After entering the secret realm, they went through untold hardships and paid a considerable price to cultivate Transcendents with F-level combat power. The 4 factions combined wouldn't have more than 40 people, and the Watcher Alliance has over 100 people, and 2 Transcendents with the same strength as Su Chen. No wonder Xiang Mingming said the Watcher's strength was definitely beyond her imagination. And why she was so dismissive of the alliance led by Ding Bin and others. The Watcher Alliance certainly had the resources. After some more small talk, it was almost dinner time. The 3 of them went to the restaurant together for lunch. On the way, they ran into Ding Bin and the others again. Ding Bin must have formed an alliance with those leaders. Upon seeing Su Chen, he glared at him fiercely, as if warning him. Su Chen simply smiled faintly. After dinner, the 3 of them returned to the dormitory. It was getting late, but Xiang Mingming still showed no sign of leaving. Su Chen said sternly, Mingming, it's getting late, aren't you going home? It's still early, why would you go back so early? Xiang Mingming waved at Su Chen and said nonchalantly, if it doesn't work out, I just stay here. There's only one bed here. Where do you want to sleep? Then Fei Fei, and I will sleep on the bed. Boss Su, please sleep on the sofa. Su Chen was immediately amused by this. How kind of you. If you really want to sleep here, it's not impossible. Let's squeeze in. I sleep in the middle, and you 2 can sleep on either side. What do you think? You wish. Xiang Mingming immediately rolled her eyes. Then I won't bother you. Su Chen shrugged and took off his shirt, revealing his muscular torso. It had to be said. Su Chen had the kind of figure that looked thin when dressed, but muscular when undressed. Originally, he looked a bit delicate. But after several strengthening sessions, his delicate demeanor vanished, replaced by a masculine, strong character. Looking at Su Chen, radiating a hormonal aura, Tong Fei instinctively closed her legs, anticipating what would happen next. Even Xiang Mingming, who always claimed to dislike men, couldn't help but gulp. Could it be that she wasn't a man-hater? She simply disliked those ugly, self-righteous, low-class men. After Su Chen entered the bathroom, Tong Fei and Xiang Mingming simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing Xiang Mingming's movements, Tong Fei smirked and whispered, "Mingming, how's it going? Is my boss okay?" "Not bad," Xiang Mingming said nonchalantly. "We're good sisters. If you don't mind, I can share my boss with you," Tong Fei said with a grin. "Even if I starve to death and live alone, I never be with another man." Xiang Mingming righteously rejected Tong Fei. "Besides, we're not just best friends. I'm determined to win you back." Tong Fei shook her head. "Mingming, I think I'd be happier with the boss. If you insist, then the only way is for the three of us to be together." Chapter 555. "That's absolutely impossible." Xiang Mingming snorted. "I can allow you to go with him, but you have to be my girlfriend." "Mingming, it's not about whether you allow me to be with the boss. It's about whether the boss allows you to be with me," Tong Fei explained. "I don't care. I was here first." Xiang Mingming was acting like a scoundrel. Tong Fei was a bit amused. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, she chuckled. "Why don't you stay tonight? I can rekindle our relationship. But only if you give the boss a try. Maybe after trying the boss, you'd be interested in men." After hearing Tong Fei's previous words, Xiang Mingming was indeed tempted. But the thought of being intimate with Su Chen instinctively clashed with her. Forget it. Fei, get some rest. I see you tomorrow." After saying this, Xiang Mingming stood up and fled Su Chen's dorm. When Su Chen finished washing up and came out, he saw only Tong Fei and Ming Qi. "Where's Mingming?" "She felt a little embarrassed to face you, the boss, so she slipped away early." Tong Fei smiled sweetly as she walked forward, throwing herself into Su Chen's generous embrace. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a little regretful. Although he was surrounded by beautiful women, he had never encountered a beauty as young and striking as Xiang Mingming. "Then go wash up." Su Chen gently patted Tong Fei's hips. "Hate," Tong Fei grumbled, twisting her slender waist as she entered the bathroom. When she emerged, the room was filled with spring again. After the fighting subsided, Tong Fei leaned into Su Chen's arms and said softly, "Boss, after these 2 days of interaction, I don't think Mingming particularly dislikes you. Does that mean there's hope of taking her down?" Su Chen asked. "That depends on your ability, boss." Tong Fei smiled. "Don't you know how good I am?" Su Chen smiled wickedly. "Yes, of course I do." Thinking of the fierce fight just now, Tong Fei's heart was agitated. "By the way, speaking of which, do you know why Mingming dislikes men?" Su Chen asked, remembering something. "Well, I asked her before, but she didn't tell me directly." Tong Fei shook her head. "But after spending so much time together, I can guess it's probably related to her parents' divorce when she was a child." As expected, the damage done to a child by their original family takes a lifetime to heal. Thinking of the tsundere Xiang Mingming, Su Chen wondered, perhaps she was using that attitude to protect herself. "In that case, I will, on behalf of your parents, cherish you dearly." Su Chen spent another day at the Watcher Alliance base. It wasn't until that evening that Luo Xiaotian came to inform Su Chen to attend a meeting. When Su Chen arrived at the conference room, Ding Bin, Gao Fei, Zhao Yang, and the others were already there. A short while later, Li Kunlun, accompanied by a group of Watcher Alliance executives, slowly entered the meeting room. After discussion, we decided to depart tomorrow to transport grain to the granary. This operation is called Cold War. I hope everyone and your men won't be late tomorrow," Li Kunlun said in a deep voice. "Don't worry, Chief, we won't be late." Zhao Yang smiled. The others nodded in agreement. "That's good." Li Kunlun smiled with satisfaction and waved to the burly man behind him, Zhao Man. "This is Zhao Man, the leader of Operation Cold War, and a squad leader of the Watcher Alliance." "Hello, Chiefs." Zhao Man greeted everyone. "Hello, Captain Zhao." The others responded. Zhao Man cast a sharp gaze at the chiefs and said in a deep voice, "Since I'm in charge of this operation, I hope everyone will follow my instructions. This way, we can reduce a lot of trouble and casualties, and everyone can return safely." Su Chen could sense a subtle aura from Zhao Man. If he was right, Zhao Man must be the two transcendents with a combat power of F+ that Xiang Mingming had mentioned. Chiefly, Captain Zhao, I need to speak." Just then, Ding Bin suddenly raised his hand. Zhao Man narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Li Kunlun, however, smiled and said, "Master Ding, please speak." Ding Bin said sincerely, "The thing is, we're not members of the Overwatch League, after all. If we rashly acted alongside the Overwatch League, there would probably be some confusion. So, we discussed it, and decided to form our own special operations team. While we follow Captain Zhao's command, we ensure a certain degree of autonomy. What do Chief Li and Captain Zhao think? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire meeting room fell into an unusual silence. Everyone's eyes turned to Li Kunlun. Li Kunlun wasn't angry, but chuckled as he looked at the other leaders around Dingbin. Do you all think the same? Yes, this is just to make things easier for us. I hope Chief Li doesn't mind. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Chief Li, I don't have such plans. Su Chen raised his hand and said calmly. Me too. And me. Gao Fei and Zhao Yan also raised their hands. Li Kunlun gave Su Chen a deep look, as if trying to remember him. Then he said with a smile, Don't worry, I don't mind. Since you already made your decision, then do as you wish. But I hope there won't be any disobedience. Rest assured, Chief, we absolutely won't. After Dingbin agreed, he added cheekily, But we have one unwelcome request. Li Kunlun frowned slightly, then relaxed and smiled. Master Ding, just be frank. We have many survivors under our command, and the supply shortage is truly severe. I hope Chief Li will be kind enough to increase the supply by 50% on top of what we originally agreed upon. Dingbin said with a mournful look. Beside him, Zhao Man's face darkened and he snorted, If you're truly short of supplies, why not just move here? The base will provide you with food and drink. It's such a long journey, it's really inconvenient to move here. Dingbin put on a pitiful look. You? Zhao Man was about to say something, but Li Kunlun interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Master Deng's request isn't excessive. I can promise you that. But only if Operation Cold War is successfully completed. If anyone disobeys orders or causes trouble during this period, don't blame me, Li Kunlun, for being ruthless. Despite Li Kunlun's age, these words sent shockwaves through everyone present. Chapter 556. Su Chen, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The operation hadn't even begun, and already a considerable conflict had arisen within the team. This operation. I'm afraid it's going to be even more troublesome. Don't worry, Chief. Hearing Li Kunlun's agreement, Dingbin quickly patted his chest and promised. That's good. If there's nothing else, Captain Zhao will explain the detailed plan to everyone. Li Kunlun nodded at Zhao Man. Zhao Man activated a nearby device and slowly explained the prearranged plan to the group. The Watcher Alliance deployed a total of 500 Transcendents and 1,000 ordinary soldiers. They mobilized nearly 400 vehicles, most of which were heavy trucks. The rest were small off-road vehicles and troop carriers. The food they could carry was enough to sustain 100,000 people for a year. According to their plan, the convoy wouldn't head directly to the granary, but would bypass Yuqing and head north to a large oil refinery. They needed to refuel there to reach the granary. After obtaining fuel, the convoy would head east, heading straight for the granary. Does anyone have any comments? Li Kunlun looked at everyone. When no one responded, he nodded gently. Then tomorrow morning, Operation Cold War will officially begin. Everyone, get a good night's rest. Everyone stood up and left the meeting room one after another. Su Chen had just returned to his dormitory when he heard a knock on his door. He pushed the door open and saw Xiang Mingming, her arms folded, staring at him intently. What's wrong, Mingming? Have you changed your mind and decided to stay here tonight? Bah, dream on. He rolled his eyes at Mingming and said, We're leaving tomorrow, and I've been ordered to deliver your equipment. Take these lists and go to the equipment department to collect your supplies. She handed him a note, said hello to Tong Fei in the room, and then walked away. Su Chen smiled and looked down at the list in his hand. The list was full of supplies, quite a lot. So he called Wang Yin, Zheng Hui, and the others to the equipment department. Although it was late, the equipment department was incredibly busy. 7 or 8 windows were packed with people coming to collect their equipment. Su Chen also noticed that Dingbin and the others were also queuing at another window. After all, they were going on a mission tomorrow, so they had to be well prepared. After Su Chen and the others arrived at the front of the line and collected their supplies, he noticed something was wrong. Compared to the supplies everyone else had, the supplies I had collected were clearly much more. Not only were the weapons for battle more sophisticated and powerful, but the daily necessities were also more plentiful. Su Chen immediately realized that Xiang Mingming had come to help him. Although this lesbian was a bit tsundere, she still had a good personality. Tomorrow we embark on an unknown and dangerous journey, so tonight is definitely a good night's rest. After everyone collected their supplies, they said good night to each other and returned to their respective dormitories. A silent night followed. The next morning, Su Chen and Tong Fei washed up and left the dorm with Tong Fei. After reuniting with Zheng Hui, Wang Yin, and the others, they headed to where their vehicles were parked. Getting in their own cars and following the instructions of the base staff, Su Chen and his group quickly reached the surface. The sun had already risen above the horizon, its rays bathing the earth. During the few days Su Chen had been in the underground base, the fog on the surface had largely dissipated. While some remained, it no longer obscured his vision. Su Chen could clearly see hundreds of trucks neatly arranged in the open fields. Dayun heavy-duty trucks, Shanxi heavy-duty trucks, military trucks. Trucks of all sizes were quietly parked there. In addition, there were also numerous smaller trucks. A grand occasion. The Watcher Alliance was truly extraordinary, managing to muster so many trucks. But having so many trucks on the road at once was simply too conspicuous. No wonder the Watcher Alliance had summoned all the various factions within the province for their combined protection. Boss Su. Just then, Luo Xiaoyan suddenly trotted over. Following him were Xiang Mingming, Gao Fei, Zhao Yang, and the others. Hello, Commander Luo. Su Chen greeted with a smile. Deng Bin and his men are planning to move together. Boss Su, are you going with them, or with us? Luo Xiaoyan asked softly. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Since Deng Bin and his men had formed an alliance, they must advance and retreat together. Since he had rejected them, there was no need for him to join them. I go with you. That's good. Luo Xiaoyan turned to Gao Fei and Zhao Yang, gave them a few instructions, and then hurried away. To ensure complete safety, Zhao Man dispatched several armored vehicles as the vanguard. Following them were several off-road vehicles, each filled with F-class transcendents. After the vanguard departed, a convoy of heavy trucks also set off in full force. Each truck drove 2 by 2, stretching for a kilometer or two. To the left and right of the truck sat the escort convoy for the operation. The Watchers Alliance was responsible for the left side, while the right side was assigned to Deng Bin and other survivor leaders. At the very end of the convoy, responsible for protecting the rear, the Watchers Alliance remained. Zhao Man and several other transcendents followed in cars. In addition to these, a dozen or so Watchers Alliance off-road vehicles were stationed a kilometer or two away from the convoy. In the event of any emergency, these vehicles would be able to detect it in advance and provide a warning. It must be said that the entire Operation Cold War plan wasn't foolproof, but it was quite well executed. Su Chen, Gao Fei, and Zhao Yang were assigned to the Watcher Alliance, tasked with protecting the left side of the convoy. Luo Xiaoyan also treated Su Chen with considerable care. He specifically arranged for Su Chen's car to follow behind his own. After leaving the Watcher Alliance base, the convoy quickly entered the highway. After experiencing a series of apocalyptic events, many national highways were in ruins. By comparison, highways are the most convenient and fastest. A row of 4 cars completely blocked the entire highway. Luckily, this is the apocalypse, otherwise, traffic on the highway would have been disrupted. Hey Boss Su, are you still a man? How dare you let Fei, a girl, drive? Xiang Mingming, sitting in the passenger seat, complained somewhat discontentedly. Whether I'm a man or not, you know after experiencing it. Su Chen leaned back on the modified sofa, stroking Ming Qi, and said lazily. Chapter 557. Xiang Mingming's pretty face flushed, and she couldn't help but glare at Su Chen fiercely. Then she whispered, Fei, you can't spoil him too much. Men can't be spoiled. The more you spoil them, the more they become assholes. But no matter how low her voice dropped, it was useless. After all, Su Chen was a transcendent. Hey, you were the one who insisted on getting in here. Now you're criticizing me in front of Fei. How dare you? Su Chen was a bit amused. Fei is my ex-girlfriend. As her ex-boyfriend, I have to care about her. Xiang Mingming said confidently. You know you're her ex? Haven't you heard that the best exes should be as good as dead? Besides, if you really cared about Fei, you could just drive for her. You? Xiang Mingming was choked and speechless. Okay, I drive. Fei, pull over. Okay, Mingming, stop messing around. Tong Fei stopped Xiang Mingming while driving. I'm the boss's secretary. Isn't it my job to drive? You're really leaning towards him now, Xiang Mingming said sourly. If not me, then you? Su Chen said with amusement. As they bickered, the convoy had already bypassed Yucheng and arrived north. Another advantage of taking the highway is that it's often farther away from urban areas, which can reduce a lot of trouble. Although they encountered quite a few monsters, they weren't very powerful. Plus, the Watcher Alliance had a thorough plan. Before those monsters even got close to the convoy, they were all killed by the outer guards, According to the original plan, the convoy would not make any stops after setting off. They would only stop for lunch. The team members took the opportunity to eat a quick snack and take care of their groceries. Once everything was ready, the convoy would continue on their journey. And so, after a relentless drive, they exited the highway around 3 p.m. According to Luo Xiaotian, the so-called refinery would only take another half hour. But looking at the surroundings, Su Chen's expression grew slightly solemn. Although refineries are generally located far from the city's suburbs, no matter how remote, they are often surrounded by residential areas and other supporting facilities. Su Chen could see that the sides of the road gradually transformed from wasteland and fields into buildings and streets. Even a few zombies, hearing the commotion, stumbled out. But before they could get close, they were shot dead by the soldiers on the vehicles. Alright, stop here. The tanker team will detach and head for the refinery. Eagle 3, escort them. Zhao Man's orders came over the communicator. The massive convoy slowly pulled over, and then dozens of tankers continued forward. Several vehicles were detached from the escort convoy on the left, following behind the tankers. During this operation, Zhao Man assigned different designations to the teams assigned different tasks. For example, the heavy trucks in the center of the convoy were called the Bird's Nest. The leading group, responsible for clearing the way, was named Eagle 1. The trailing group, where Zhao Man was stationed, was Eagle 2. The escorts for Luo Xiaotian, Su Chen, and the others were also divided into separate teams, arranged in the order of Eagle 3, Eagle 4, and so on. The teams stationed farther away from the convoy, on perimeter patrol, were named Little Bird 1 and Little Bird 2. As for Ding Bin and the others' team, Zhao Man named them Sparrows. It was hard to say if he wasn't secretly mocking Ding Bin and his men. Su Chen belonged to Luo Xiaotian's team, they were Eagle 4, and didn't have to escort the tanker truck. Fei Fei, take a break. Ming Ming will drive later, Su Chen lazily instructed. Are you crazy? Xiang Ming Ming asked in disbelief. If you don't want to drive, get off. Su Chen didn't bother to indulge Xiang Ming Ming's bad habits. If it really didn't work out, she'd just go back to her car and avoid Su Chen's wrath. But Xiang Ming Ming thought again, no way. She was going to win Tong Fei back, so of course she had to spend more time with her. Xiang Ming Ming's face was sullen, and she said angrily, okay, I drive. That's better. Su Chen waved at Tong Fei, motioning for her to come sit. Fei Fei, you must be tired after driving for so long. Go take a break. I leave this here. Xiang Ming Ming smiled at Tong Fei. Thank you for your hard work, Ming Ming. Tong Fei touched Xiang Ming Ming's little hand, then moved to the back seat, nestling comfortably in Su Chen's arms. Watching the two of them being so intimate, Xiang Ming Ming felt a surge of jealousy and anger, but she could only grit her teeth and swallow it. Su Chen, wow, in Fei Fei's hard back, I make sure you're in trouble. Looking through the rearview mirror, Su Chen noticed Xiang Ming Ming's expression, and could probably guess what she was thinking. If you want to take my woman, let's see if you have what it takes. When I capture you, I show you how powerful I am, and also see how big your thunder is. Time ticked by, and soon an hour had passed. Su Chen frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss. You know, time is precious. Every minute we stay here is a minute more dangerous. After all, it's almost evening, but the convoy still showed no sign of leaving. Just then, the communicator, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly chimed again. Zhao Man ordered in a deep voice, there's trouble at the refinery. Eagle 4, Eagle 5, go support. Roger that. With Zhao Man's command, more than a dozen vehicles broke away from the convoy and sped towards the refinery. Among them were the vehicles of Su Chen, Gao Fei, Zhao Yang, and others. It looks like the refinery is in danger. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, stay close to me. We retreat quickly. Su Chen instructed Zheng Hui, Wang Yin, and the others over the intercom. Eagle 3 had previously dispatched nearly 30 or 40 transcendents, and this time, Eagles 4 and 5 were also dispatched. This totaled over 100 transcendents. This proves that the refinery is in serious trouble, as expected. Eagle 4 and 5 encountered trouble before they even reached the refinery. Dense swarms of zombies swarmed in from all directions. After discovering Su Chen and his team's convoy, the zombies immediately pounced. Damn it! How could there be so many zombies? Wang Yin cursed as he slammed the accelerator. In his car, Jiang Yu and Ding Di were using their powers to kill the attacking zombies. Chapter 558. In Su Chen's car. Xiang Ming Ming, who was driving, slammed on the accelerator. The SUV, like a raging beast, followed closely behind Luo Xiaoyan's car. Su Chen and Tong Fei both held rifles, shooting at the attacking zombies. Although using superpowers could be more effective in killing zombies, the current situation was unclear, so Suchin decided to conserve his mental energy for possible danger. He, like Wang Yin, Ding Di, and the others, found it too strange. Zombies had been around for quite some time, since the apocalypse. In the beginning, the survivors had a difficult time dealing with the zombies. After all, zombies are much tougher than ordinary humans. But as more and more superhumans appeared, the zombies were somewhat overwhelmed. Take Shannon City, for example. Under Su Chen's leadership, the Tiger Gang launched wave after wave of raids on the Shannon area. The zombies in the city and surrounding towns were practically wiped out. Even though Rain City had a population of over 10 million and a large zombie population, the Watcher Alliance still had tens of thousands of well-equipped soldiers. Add to that Luo Xiaoyan, Xiang Mingming, and other transcendents. Logically, even if the zombies in Rain City hadn't been completely wiped out, there should have been very few left. There was no way such a large number could have gathered like today. Su Chen didn't have time to think. Ahead, Luo Xiaoyan's car had already reached the outside of the refinery. From a distance, Su Chen could see the towering oil tanks of the refinery. Duh. Machine gunfire emanated from the refinery's main gate. The Eagle No. 3 convoy, responsible for protecting the tankers, was at the gate, blocking the zombies. The members of the convoy were firing furiously with the heavy machine guns mounted on their vehicles. They didn't even need to aim, as the sheer number of zombies was so overwhelming that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe them as overwhelming. The psychics in the team were also using various powers to block the incoming zombies. Seeing Luo Xiaoyan and his companion's convoy, one of them appeared to be an F-level wind-type psychic. He took a deep breath, his mental power surging. A raging tornado appeared out of nowhere, carrying a fierce wind that swept countless zombies skyward. The previously impassable road was instantly cleared. Luo Xiaoyan, Su Chen, and their group drove into the refinery compound. Lao Du, what's going on? Luo Xiaoyan asked gravely, as he continued to shoot zombies with his rifle after getting out of the car. The man known as Lao Du was Du Cheng, the team leader of Eagle 3. He didn't rush to answer Luo Xiaoyan. Instead, he used his supernatural powers to summon 2 wind walls. These 2 wind walls blocked the refinery's perimeter, leaving only the main entrance. This way, Luo Xiaoyan and the others didn't have to worry about zombies scaling the walls. They could focus on dealing with the zombies entering through the main gate. I don't know what's going on. Du Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a wry smile, "We just entered the refinery and hadn't even had time to tank oil when a swarm of zombies appeared. Strange. Why are there so many zombies near the refinery?" Luo Xiaoyan frowned. Just as Su Chen had expected, Rain City has a large population, so naturally, there are a lot of zombies. But long before the Overwatch Alliance unified Rain City, the survivors had already been conducting a campaign against the zombies. After all, zombies pose a significant threat to survivors. And killing them also yields energy crystals. After the Watchers defeated the other survivor groups and dominated Rain City, they similarly organized forces to conduct numerous zombie raids. Luo Xiaoyan participated in many of these operations. He was absolutely certain that there weren't many zombies in Rain City. Even if there were, they couldn't possibly be on such a terrifying scale as the zombie swarm before him. I don't know either. Du Cheng shook his head helplessly. What's the situation with the tanker? Luo Xiaoyan asked. The situation here is too urgent. I haven't had time to check. Then I go check. If the tanker is fully loaded, let's get out of here. Although these zombies were merely ordinary ones, a few F-level psychics could easily take them out. But Luo Xiaoyan didn't plan to stay here for too long. Who knows if other high-level zombies might appear? Boss Su, come with me to take a look. Luo Xiaoyan looked at Su Chen. Okay. Su Chen nodded and called Tong Fei and Ming Qi. He had Wang Yin, Zheng Hui, and the others stand at the main gate, following Du Cheng to block the zombies. Looking at the enormous Ming Qi, Du Cheng was startled. Old Luo, who is this? He's Su Chen, the leader of the Tiger Gang, Luo Xiaoyan introduced. Du Cheng suddenly understood. Although he had never met Su Chen, he had heard that at a previous meeting, Ding Bin and more than a dozen other leaders had joined forces to bargain with Li Kunlun. Only Su Chen of the Tiger Gang, Xiao Yang of the Iron Legion, and Gao Shan of the High Mountain Gang had not joined. So, he still had a favorable impression of Su Chen. There was no time to lose. Luo Xiaoyan immediately rushed into the factory with Su Chen, Tong Fei, and Ming Qi. Not far away, they saw the dozen or so tanker trucks parked next to the massive oil depot. Several members of the Watchers Alliance were busy at work. What's the situation now? Luo Xiaotian asked gravely. Commander Luo. One of the members hurriedly saluted Luo Xiaotian. The machines here haven't been running for a long time. It'd take at least another half an hour to fill all the tanker trucks with fuel. Hearing this, Luo Xiaotian frowned slightly. Half an hour is enough time for a lot to happen, but he had no other choice but to order, hurry up. The zombies outside are getting more and more. Yes, Commander, we do our best. Then Luo Xiaotian took out his walkie-talkie and reported the situation to Zhao Man. Got it, Xiao Luo. Be careful. Get the tanker out as soon as possible. Zhao Man, on the other side, also had a serious expression. This Cold War operation involved hundreds of vehicles, consuming a huge amount of fuel. If they didn't get a supply, they wouldn't be able to return to Yuqing. But there was a problem. For the safety of the entire fleet, Zhao Man couldn't send any more personnel to support Luo Xiaotian and Du Cheng. Yes, Captain. After hanging up the phone, Luo Xiaotian looked at Su Chen. Boss Su, let's go to the gate and help hold off the zombies. Okay, no problem. Su Chen agreed. Without delay, the group immediately returned to the main entrance of the factory. The battle was intense, and the number of zombies was increasing. Su Chen, Luo Xiaotian, Du Cheng, and the others worked together to hold off the zombie horde. Chapter 559. Don't be fooled by the sheer number of zombies, covering the entire sky and stretching as far as the eye can see. But most of them are ordinary zombies. Add to that the formidable firepower of the Overwatch Alliance, and the support of dozens of psychics. The fierce battle wasn't too difficult. As time ticked by, the voice of the tanker truck manager finally came over the intercom. Captain Du, we finished loading. Du Cheng and Luo Xiaotian exchanged a glance, both beaming with joy. Okay, hurry to the gate and meet us. Yes, we are. Before the manager could finish his words, a scream rang out from the intercom. No matter how Du Cheng called out, there was no response. Old Luo, there's a problem with the tanker truck. Du Cheng looked at Luo Xiaotian, his expression growing serious. Luo Xiaotian glanced at the zombies still charging forward and said in a deep voice, I leave this here to you. I take some people and take a look. Okay. Du Cheng agreed. Boss Su. Before Luo Xiaotian could finish his words, Su Chen nodded. Okay, I go with you. Luo Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Boss Su. You're welcome. This is the right thing to do. Su Chen turned to Jianyu, Ding Di, and the other psychics and said, You stay here to help Captain Du, Lao Zheng, Sinyu, and the rest of you follow me. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Su Chen, Luo Xiaotian, and the others left their position and hurried back toward the tanker. When they arrived at the oil depot, they were startled. The tanker truck's doors were wide open, revealing the convoy's members sprawled on the ground. Dozens of zombies surrounded their bodies, gnawing at them. At the sound of footsteps, the zombies all raised their heads and looked over. Luo Xiaotian's expression suddenly changed. He could sense that these zombies before him were no ordinary zombies. They were at least G-class or higher. Before he could say anything, a flurry of footsteps echoed from behind. Everyone turned to see dozens more zombies emerging from behind them. Not only Luo Xiaotian, but even Su Chen was moved, because the newly emerged zombies, both in size and in their aura, far surpassed those near the tanker truck. These zombies were probably F-class. It was unclear whether they were F- or F-class. No one dared to neglect their guard. People like Zheng Hui, Wang Yan, and Wang Xinyu all drew their exotic crystal weapons. Ouch! One of the zombies roared, like a charge. All the zombies rushed in unison, charging directly toward Su Chen, Luo Xiaotian, and the others. Just as a fierce battle was about to break out, another shrill cry suddenly rang out. At this sound, the zombies that were about to rush toward Su Chen and the others froze in place, as if they had been paused. They stirred restlessly, but dared not move forward a single step. This sudden change left the survivors somewhat bewildered. Su Chen and Luo Xiaotian exchanged glances, but remained vigilant. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed in the distance. As the footsteps grew closer, Su Chen could see a zombie appear not far away. Compared to the other zombies, this one was even larger, almost 3 meters tall. Its skin was equally pale, but not as severely decayed. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even be able to tell it was a zombie. But what caught his eye were its eyes, a sinister green. Additionally, it exuded a powerful aura, proving it to be at least F+ combat power. Roar! A low roar echoed from the new zombie. The other zombies, seemingly terrified of it, quickly made way for it. The massive zombie slowly approached the crowd. Its gaze remained fixed on Suchen. This puzzled Suchen. Do you remember me? A scene that shocked everyone occurred. The zombie's mouth opened and closed, and a single word uttered. Although the words were incomplete, they proved it possessed language and could communicate. This was simply beyond human comprehension. Understand that zombies in the past were driven solely by instinct. Higher-level zombies might possess a rudimentary level of intelligence, but they couldn't communicate verbally. The fact that the zombie before them could speak stunned Suchen and the others speechless. After a moment of daze, Suchen regained consciousness and frowned. I don't remember. Dong Jing. 2 words squeaked out of the zombie's mouth. Dong Jing? Dong Jing base? Looking at the enormous zombie, its green eyes, Suchen's mind flashed, and he muttered, You're the green-eyed zombie? Seeing Suchen recognize it, it grinned. No. That's my father. So that's it. Suchen suddenly understood. On his way to Dongjing base, Suchen had encountered the leader of the zombie horde, the green-eyed zombie, the father of this giant zombie. Han Jioi, the vice-chairman of Dongjing base, and his son, Han Bing, had, for fun, captured the green-eyed zombie's son and brought him inside the base. This caused the green-eyed zombie to become enraged, rallying a large number of zombies to attack Dongjing base. Thankfully, Suchen rescued the little zombie in time and returned it to the green-eyed zombie, thus averting a catastrophe. So much time had passed. Although Suchen hadn't forgotten the incident, he hadn't expected the little zombie to become what it was now. Despite having the same green eyes as its father, Suchen hadn't thought it was the little zombie. Seeing Suchen recognize it, the little green-eyed zombie twitched its lips again. You save me, you can leave. What about them? Suchen gestured toward the crowd behind him. The little green-eyed zombie didn't answer, simply shook his head. The implication was clear. Suchen had to leave alone. Suchen frowned slightly and asked tentatively, Where's your father? He's dead, killed by humans. Hearing Suchen mention his father, the little green-eyed zombie's eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity, glaring fiercely at Luo Xiaoyan and the others. Sensing its anger, the zombies around it also began to stir. Calm down. Suchen soothed the little green-eyed zombie. How did it die? And how did you get here? The little green-eyed zombie spoke hoarsely and sporadically. Although its language skills were a little limited, it was still understandable. Soon Suchen understood the whole story from its mouth. Chapter 560. When monsters appeared, not only humans were threatened, but the zombies were also. Zombies have an instinctive desire for flesh and blood, and will attack any living creature they see, but the monster's defenses are surprisingly strong. The zombies' offensive methods are extremely simple, relying solely on teeth and nails. This is no way to break the monster's defenses. On the other hand, the monster's strength is rarely below G+, so they take on the zombies with ease. Although most zombies lack intelligence and fear no death, their leader, the green-eyed zombie, realized something was amiss. Shortly after the survivors of the Dongjing base fled Dongjing City, the green-eyed zombie was forced to lead his horde out of Dongjing City. However, during this process, the zombie horde was not only attacked by monsters, but also ambushed by the human survivors. The green-eyed zombie was ambushed by several human transcendents and was seriously injured. Before dying, it took out its energy crystal and gave it to its son. This was the little green-eyed zombie in front of Suchen. After devouring his father's energy crystal, the little green-eyed zombie not only surpassed his father in strength, but also gained a certain level of intelligence, capable of simple communication. However, his father's tragic death at the hands of the human survivors instilled in the little green-eyed zombie an intense hatred for humans. It led the remaining group and continued its migration eastward. Along the way, the little green-eyed zombie recruited every zombie it encountered. As for humans, it either ruthlessly killed them or transformed itself into a zombie. By the time the little green-eyed zombie arrived in the Rain City area, it had gathered tens of thousands of zombies. Possessing a certain level of intelligence, it understood the immense allure of the refinery to humans. So, the little green-eyed zombie and its horde occupied the refinery, making it its home base. Any humans who came to scavenge fuel were slaughtered by the horde. After understanding the full story, Suchen couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't expected the green-eyed zombie, who had once put him under so much pressure, to ultimately die tragically. Even more unexpectedly, that little green-eyed zombie would inherit its power and its pack, becoming what it is today. We weren't the ones who killed your father. Suchen tried to communicate with the little green-eyed zombie. We have no ill will towards you. Let us go, and we be safe. You save me, I let you go. But they won't leave. The little green-eyed zombie continued to shake his head, his attitude resolute. What if you insist on taking them away? Suchin asked softly. Then don't blame me for being rude. My people have been starving for a long time. The little green-eyed zombie suddenly leaped out, speaking a complete sentence. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Suchin stopped arguing with the green-eyed zombie and drew his long crystal sword. Don't blame me for being merciless. The little green-eyed zombie twitched his lips, revealing a sinister smile. It jerked its head back and let out a shrill cry. This cry was like the clarion call of war. The surrounding group of high-level zombies, like chicken blood, immediately rushed toward Suchin and his companions. At the same time, a large number of ordinary zombies surged in from all directions. Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, Zheng Hui, and the others stood back to back, forming a circle to deal with the incoming zombie horde. According to the little green-eyed zombie, during its escape, it had organized a zombie horde and hunted those monsters. After obtaining the energy crystal core, it and its minions absorbed it. Because of this, the strength of these dozens of high-level zombies was no less than that of G+. What kind of world is this? Zombies, like human transcendence, can devour energy crystal cores to evolve. Suchin cursed inwardly, his long sword flying up and down. The zombies that attacked him were beheaded one after another. On the other side, Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, and the others were in a tough fight. Although their average strength was stronger than those of the high-level zombies, the high-level zombies had the advantage in numbers. They attacked from all sides, forcing Luo Xiaotian and the others to passively defend. At the same time, the ordinary zombies surged in like a tide, completely surrounding the humans. Luckily, Ming Qi came to their aid. With a single swipe of its claws, several ordinary zombies were reduced to pulp. Followed by a swipe of its tail, it shattered several more zombies to pieces. But even so, the situation was quite passive. After all, they were mostly evolvers, and the psychics were stationed at the main entrance. No matter how powerful the evolvers were, they could only rely on their fists and feet, but psychics were different. A single psychic power could take down dozens, even hundreds of zombies. Hey! Luo Xiaotian roared, and threw a powerful punch. The punch landed squarely on an ordinary zombie. But surprisingly, along with a dozen or so zombies behind it, they were instantly reduced to a pulp. Is this the power of the Lingshu fist? Suchin sighed inwardly, as he dealt with the zombies that rushed towards him. Boss Su, this can't go on. Luo Xiaotian shouted, we can't stay here any longer. Ants can kill elephants with their numbers. The zombie swarm seemed endless, as if it were inexhaustible. Even though Suchin, Luo Xiaotian, and the others were transcendents, there was a point when their strength would be exhausted. If that happened, they would probably be killed here. Besides, their goal was to transport fuel, not to engage in a battle with the zombies. You guys drive the tanker truck. I leave this here. Suchin decided not to hide his strength anymore. Okay. Having seen Suchin's strength, Luo Xiaotian felt extremely reassured. He immediately called Gao Fei, Zhao Yang, and the others, and charged toward the tanker. Fei Fei, aren't you staying to help your boss? Xiang Mingming, following behind Luo Xiaotian, asked in surprise when she saw Tong Fei also running toward the tanker. I believe in my boss's ability. Tong Fei smiled brightly. Hearing her words, Xiang Mingming felt a flicker of curiosity and subconsciously glanced toward Suchin. Suchin, now in the center of the zombie apocalypse, suddenly waved his hands. Instantly, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. 2 silver lightning bolts plummeted from the clouds. After hitting the ground, the 2 lightning bolts didn't vanish, but continued to roll across the ground. Wherever they went, let alone the ordinary zombies, they vanished. Even the weaker high-level zombies were instantly reduced to charcoal. His. Xiang Mingming gasped. Only then did she understand why Tong Fei trusted Suchin so much. Such strength was truly terrifying. Chapter 561. Compared to Suchin, the psychic Xiang Mingming had encountered before was like the difference between an ordinary pistol and an RPG. Under Suchin's conscious control, 2 bolts of lightning swept across the zombies in Luo Xiaotian and the others' path. They successfully reached the tanker trucks. 2 people in each truck quickly boarded and started the trucks. Seeing this, the small green-eyed zombie, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, roared in anger. It thrust out a hand and plunged its palm deep into the ground. Then it lifted up a large piece of concrete and slammed it hard into one of the tanker trucks. Bang! The tanker truck flipped over, its hull shattered and gushed out oil. The two psychics in the truck happened to be Gao Fei's men. They were so dazed from the impact that before they could even get out of the cab, they were trapped by the oncoming zombies. Roar! The small green-eyed zombie let out an excited cry. It then repeated the trick, lifting another block of cement and hurling it at another tanker truck, but this time, it didn't succeed. The block flew into the air when a bolt of lightning struck, shattering it into smithereens. The green-eyed zombie's smile vanished, its gaze fixed on Su Chen. You must go against me? You're the one who insists on going against us. Su Chen shrugged. You, stop them. The green-eyed zombie roared, commanding the zombies to stop the tanker truck. It stared at Su Chen with a cruel grin, then, I play with you. Su Chen took a deep breath, and with a thought, the armor of the alien crystals enveloped his entire body. Then a scan was initiated. Ding! Target type, super mutated zombie. Combat power rating, E-. Su Chen was startled. This little green-eyed zombie had actually reached the E stage. Feeling the scan, the little green-eyed zombie froze for a moment, then seemed enraged. Roar! It roared, charging forward like a rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex. Su Chen dodged sideways, trying to avoid it. However, he had underestimated the little green-eyed zombie's strength. The little green-eyed zombie braked suddenly, changed direction, and charged at Su Chen. Its massive fist came barreling straight at Su Chen's head. The whistling sound of the wind made Su Chen realize that even with the alien crystal helmet, he wouldn't be able to resist. He tilted his head, dodging the punch. But the little green-eyed zombie persisted. Before he could retract his punch, another one had already been delivered, striking Su Chen squarely in the chest. Although protected by the xenomorphic armor, absorbing most of the force, Su Chen still felt as if he had been struck by a powerful bull. His chest felt tight, and he couldn't even steady himself, stepping back several steps with a thump. The little green-eyed zombie was relentless, charging forward again, punching Su Chen with both fists. Giving you face. Huh? Su Chen, slightly furious, swung his xenomorphic blade, striking the little green-eyed zombie squarely in the chest. Feeling the stinging pain of the xenomorphic blade tearing through the air, the little green-eyed zombie dodged. After dodging the blow, it continued its attack on Su Chen. It must be said, the little green-eyed zombie's physical functions were a notch above Su Chen's. But thankfully, Su Chen wasn't just an evolver, he was also a psychic. A protective lightning shield. Su Chen focused his mind, and 3 shields composed of lightning appeared around him, spinning in midair. The little green-eyed zombie punched one of the shields, though it shattered the shield. The reflected arc of electricity sent its scalp tingling and its entire body blackening. It couldn't help but take a few steps back. I underestimated you. The little green-eyed zombie sneered, then, go all out. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, its flesh suddenly cracked. From the cracks, black liquid flowed out, covering its entire body. When the liquid stopped flowing, it transformed into crystals gleaming with a dark glow, appearing incredibly hard at the same time. There was movement in its palms, pale bones poked out from beneath its skin. It looked like Wolverine from Marvel. Without further ado, the little green-eyed zombie swung its bony claws and charged at Su Chen again. Dang! Su Chen slashed fiercely with his sword. The little green-eyed zombie extended its bony claws and blocked the blow. The once indestructible alien crystal sword was unable to break the opponent's bony claws. Hey! The little green-eyed zombie used the bony claw of one hand to block Su Chen's alien crystal sword. The bony claw of the other hand stabbed Su Chen from the other direction. Thankfully, Su Chen still had 2 lightning shields protecting his body. The bony claw struck one of the lightning shields, and it responded with a loud bang, transforming into lightning and attacking the little green-eyed zombie. But unlike before, the golden and silver lightning, after striking the little green-eyed zombie, was absorbed by the black crystal. The little green-eyed zombie twitched its lips in a mocking smile. While continuing to suppress Su Chen's alien crystal blade, it swung its bone claws and stabbed at Su Chen again. When the last lightning shield shattered, the little green-eyed zombie swung its palm vigorously, its speed increasing by another 3 times. In this critical moment, Su Chen did not panic. Absolute zero. The temperature around him and the little green-eyed zombie plummeted, and even snowflakes appeared in the air. Despite the protection of the black crystal, the little green-eyed zombie's speed was still at least 30% slower. Su Chen seized this opportunity, dodging the bone claws, while withdrawing his alien crystal blade and slashing at the little green-eyed zombie. The little green-eyed zombie was already stronger than Su Chen. Although slowed by absolute zero, dodging attacks wasn't difficult for it. It twisted its body, avoiding its vital parts. Clang! The alien crystal blade struck the black crystal, making a resounding sound like metal clashing. Using the blade's force, the little green-eyed zombie retreated rapidly, temporarily escaping the range of absolute zero. After the previous exchange, the man and the zombie had already determined each other's strengths. The little green-eyed zombie's physical skills were a notch above Su Chen's. The bone claws on its hands and the black crystals on its body were as sharp and hard as the alien crystals. If it were just a physical battle, Su Chen would be completely dominated, but fortunately, he still possessed supernatural powers, allowing him to contend with the little green-eyed zombie. Su Chen glanced at something not far away. As he and the little green-eyed zombie engaged, Luo Xiaotian and the others had already started the tanker truck. The heavy tanker truck rushed forward and crushed the ordinary zombies that were blocking the road. Chapter 562. At this point, Luo Xiaotian and the others had already driven the tanker truck away from the oil depot. Dense swarms of zombies, like locusts, followed closely behind the tanker truck. Seeing this, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Since his mission had been accomplished, there was no need to continue battling the little green-eyed zombie. As if sensing Su Chen's thoughts, the little green-eyed zombie grinned. You want to escape, but you can't. They leave. You stay. Originally, it simply wanted to kill those humans. First, to avenge its father. Second, to satisfy its appetite. And third, to absorb their energy crystals to continue evolving. But after this battle with Su Chen, the little green-eyed zombie changed its mind. Su Chen's combat power was terrifying. If he could kill him and absorb his energy crystals, his own strength would be further enhanced. Feeling the little green-eyed zombie's murderous intent, Su Chen simply sneered. I might not be able to kill it, but if I tried to escape, how could it possibly hold me back? At this moment, some of the high-level zombies under the little green-eyed zombie's command went after the tanker truck. The rest followed the little green-eyed zombie, surrounding Su Chen. You scumbags think you can attack me? Do you think you can handle such a high-level game? Su Chen's eyes narrowed, his fighting spirit blazing. He wasn't going to hold back anymore. He was going to unleash all his might and carve a bloody path. Thunder curse. Su Chen activated his supernatural power once more. 2 violent bolts of lightning rained down from the sky again. Boom! The roar was so deafening that even the small green-eyed zombies were startled and retreated involuntarily. As for the higher-level zombies, they also fled in panic. Su Chen didn't hesitate, immediately leaping out from among them and chasing the tanker. As he fled, Ben Lei instantly vanished from the sky and earth. The small green-eyed zombie, having regained his composure, let out an angry cry. Roar, roar, roar. The higher-level zombies, receiving the order, hurriedly followed Su Chen and pursued him. The small green-eyed zombie also refused to give up, and with a few leaps, he closed the distance between them and Su Chen. Swish. 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 Su Chen swung his long sword with abandon, slaying every ordinary zombie that stood in his way, but this inevitably affected his running speed. Just as he struck out with another slash, slaying 2 ordinary zombies, a whistling sound of wind echoed from behind him. Su Chen had no time to dodge, and could only try to avoid vital areas. Then a small green-eyed zombie descended from the sky, its bony claws piercing the alien crystal armor fiercely. The two collided with a teeth-grinding sound. Su Chen also felt the heavy force, and was knocked to the ground. He didn't dare to be careless. As soon as he fell, he quickly jumped up, turned around, and faced the small green-eyed zombie. You can't escape. You're forcing me to use my ultimate move, right? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Just then, he suddenly heard a tiger's roar in the distance. Although the zombies were numerous, the roar was like a tsunami. But Su Chen still heard Ming Chi heading their way. He immediately had an idea. Take my electric eye. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes with unparalleled force. Because the two were so close, the little green-eyed zombie had no time to react, and was struck in the chest by the beams. Zizizizi. Despite its incredibly hard black crystals, capable of resisting the alien crystals, the fierce and overbearing scorching electric beam struck the black crystals, seemingly scorching them through. Not only could the little green-eyed zombie withstand the damage, but it couldn't even withstand the force. It was forced backwards by the electric eye. Su Chen could feel his mental energy rapidly draining. He took a deep breath and immediately began to mobilize the mental power stored in the rune. The 2 bolts of lightning expanded even further. This time, the little green-eyed zombie could no longer resist and was sent flying. Su Chen didn't retract the lightning bolt, but instead swept it toward the pursuing high-level zombies. They weren't protected by black crystals like the little green-eyed zombies. Before the terrifying electric eyes, they were instantly vaporized into ash. Whoosh! After continuously using so many powerful superpowers, Su Chen's mental strength had been nearly depleted. Fortunately, at this moment, accompanied by a tiger's roar, Ming-Chi leaped from the zombie swarm and landed in front of Su Chen. Although it, like Su Chen, was an F-class fighter with a formidable physique, it lacked the protection of the exotic crystal armor. Swishing back and forth among the dense swarm of zombies, it still sustained several scratches on its body. Fortunately, Ming-Chi was originally a zombie beast, so there was no need to worry about infection. Su Chen didn't hesitate and immediately jumped onto its back. Ming-Chi immediately carried Su Chen away. The zombies blocking their way were easily dispatched by Su Chen with chain lightning. Boom! Hearing the roar of engines behind him, Du Cheng froze for a moment. He turned and saw a convoy of tanker trucks approaching from the distance. At the same time, he also noticed the large number of zombies following behind them. Old Du, get ready to go. Luo Xiaoqian's roar came over the intercom. Roger. Du Cheng responded and shouted to the crowd, full fire. Clear the zombies on the road. Prepare to retreat. After receiving the order, the psychics no longer held back. Powerful superpowers of various kinds began to bombard the hordes of zombies outside the refinery. In just a moment, a path was cleared. Just as they were about to retreat, Tong Fei's voice suddenly rang out over the intercom. If we just leave like this, what will happen to Boss Su? Du Cheng, confused as to the reason, was slightly stunned. Luo Xiaotian couldn't help but frown. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have worried about Su Chen. But the small green-eyed zombie besieging Su Chen looked incredibly powerful. And it was accompanied by numerous high-level zombies. Could Su Chen withstand their siege? If he just left like this, he would be a complete wretch. After all, Su Chen had stayed behind to cover their retreat for them. Thinking of this, Luo Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said, Old Du, leave me some psychics. You take the tanker convoy and leave first. Okay. Since the situation was urgent, Du Cheng didn't bother arguing with Luo Xiaotian and immediately agreed. Just as they were about to part ways, another voice rang over the intercom. No need to stay. Let's go together. Chapter 563. Upon hearing this familiar voice, both Luo Xiaotian and Tong Fei were startled at first, then their faces lit up with joy. Boss Su! Boss! Looking through the tanker's rearview mirror, they could clearly see Su Chen riding on Ming-Chi's back, speeding towards them. Since Su Chen had escaped, there was no need for them to stay any longer. Du Cheng immediately ordered the team members to restart the vehicles. Then, a group of psychics unleashed their powerful powers to clear the way. The tanker convoy followed closely behind Du Cheng and the others. At the rear were Su Chen and Ming-Chi. Roar, roar, roar. Another angry roar echoed in the distance. Su Chen recognized it as the voice of the little green-eyed zombie. As its roar raged, the zombies, as if energized by a shot of chicken blood, went completely wild. They advanced one after another, trying to prevent Su Chen and the others from leaving. However, the convoy surged forward, moving at a breakneck speed, and with the protection of the psychics, Su Chen and the others quickly left the zombie horde far behind. How much time has passed? Zhao Man glanced at his subordinate. The subordinate checked his wristwatch and whispered, Captain Zhao, it's been almost an hour since Eagles 4 and 5 left for support. Zhao Man nodded, understanding. Although his expression was sullen and unmoved, a hint of anxiety lingered in his eyes. Ever since Du Cheng, from Eagle 3, requested support via the radio, he realized something was amiss. After all, Zhao Man and his team had repeatedly swept through the zombies near Yuqing. How could so many zombies just appear out of nowhere? Even after realizing something was amiss, Zhao Man didn't dare send a large force. Monsters are intelligent, after all. What if this was a trap? For Zhao Man, the most important task was to obtain food. To do this, he wouldn't hesitate, even at the cost of a few lives. Not to mention Luo Xiaotian and Du Cheng. Luckily, Zhao Man's intercom rang a moment later. Captain Zhao, Eagles 3, 4, and 5 have returned, but we need you to greet them. Zhao Man breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, Got it. The rest of the convoys will depart as normal. Eagle 2, 6, and 7, come with me to support them. Eagle 6, I got it. Eagle 7, I got it. As Zhao Man's orders were relayed, the entire convoy began its slow advance again. Eagle 2, 6, and 7's convoys separated and headed towards the refinery. Less than 5 minutes after they drove out, they ran into Du Cheng, Luo Xiaotian, and the others. Zhao Man was slightly startled when he saw the claw marks and blood all over Du Cheng, Luo Xiaotian, and their car. He rolled down the window and asked gravely, What's going on? Captain Zhao, we've been ambushed by zombies. Luo Xiaotian took a breath and briefly recounted what had happened. Zhao Man and Du Cheng were both deeply moved. They hadn't expected so many zombies to lurk near the refinery. Among them was a powerful and perverted zombie like the little green-eyed one. "Where's that boss Su?" Zhao Man suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked. "Huh?" Luo Xiaotian was slightly startled, realizing that Su Chen hadn't caught up. Just then, Du Cheng suddenly shouted, "Look, Boss Su is here." Everyone looked toward the refinery and saw Su Chen, riding Ming Qi, appearing not far away. Behind him, a number of zombies were straggling around. Without Zhao Man's command, the other members of the escort team opened fire, eliminating the zombies following Su Chen. After Su Chen jumped off Ming Qi's back, Zhao Man opened the car door and stepped out. "Boss Su, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, getting the fuel wouldn't have been so easy." Zhao Man shook Su Chen's hand and said earnestly. He meant what he said. After this trip, the tanker convoy was completely full. Not to mention the fuel needed for the round trip, it was enough to power the Watcher base for a long time. Although dozens of lives were lost, relatively speaking, it was already quite good. If it weren't for Su Chen, they would have paid a huge price to escape today. "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Su Chen smiled faintly. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's retreat quickly before the zombies catch up." "Yes, we talk later." Zhao Man nodded and immediately had his men take control of the tanker convoy. Su Chen, Tong Fei, Xiang Mingming, and Ming Qi returned to their cars. Without hesitation, they restarted their cars and chased after the convoy. Not long after, they reunited with the convoy and resumed their previous escort vehicle. But Zhao Man didn't dare let his guard down. If that little green-eyed zombie went crazy and continued to follow them, that would be trouble. Thankfully, no zombies appeared until they were a long way from the refinery, and the team finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss Su, I underestimated you." Xiang Mingming glanced at Su Chen through the rearview mirror as she drove. A strange hue lingered in her eyes. When they first met, she hadn't taken Su Chen seriously, even harboring strong hostility. After all, Su Chen had stolen Tong Fei. But after so much time together, Xiang Mingming discovered that Su Chen wasn't actually a bad person. He wasn't colluding with Dingbin and the others to counter the Watcher Alliance. Today, he had helped the Watcher Alliance secure sufficient fuel. Most importantly, the sheer strength Su Chen displayed truly astounded her. Even the two F+ fighters in the Watcher base couldn't compare to Su Chen. He single-handedly held off the little green-eyed zombie, and so many high-level zombies, and even escaped unscathed. No wonder Tong Fei took a liking to him, and Luo Xiaotian respected him so much. If he weren't so man-hating, he might have been even more attracted to him. "What's up, Mingming? Have you changed your mind and decided to serve me with Fei Fei?" Su Chen asked with a smile. Despite his considerable strength, he was still a little exhausted after the battle. He leaned against Tong Fei's arms, who was massaging his head. "Bah! A dog can't spit out ivory." He cursed at Mingming. But her voice was so pleasant that even when she was scolding, it sounded more like a coquettish act. Su Chen smiled and ignored her, closing his eyes and beginning to rest. What a pity. In the previous battle, Su Chen had killed so many zombies. There's no way to capture the energy crystals that exploded. Also, not being able to kill the little green-eyed zombie is a real shame. Chapter 564. Given the combat power displayed by the little green-eyed zombie, its energy crystal must contain a wealth of energy. However, with its current strength, Su Chen would still have a difficult time defeating it. Not to mention the numerous high-level and ordinary zombies surrounding it. But there's no need to rush. Su Chen can wait until his strength improves before defeating it. Although its father was killed by humans, there's a natural conflict between humans and zombies. Zombies crave human flesh and blood, and humans also hope to obtain zombie energy crystals to enhance their own strength. No one can blame anyone, Su Chen thought as he leaned into Tong Fei's arms. Exhausted, he slowly fell into a deep sleep. When Su Chen opened his eyes, the car had stopped. Through the car window, he could see that the sky outside had also turned pitch black. "Boss, are you awake?" Tong Fei said softly. Su Chen then realized that Tong Fei had maintained her previous position, as if afraid of waking him. "Thank you for your hard work." Su Chen sat up, stretched, and smiled. "No problem, that's what a secretary should do." Tong Fei rubbed her stiff wrist, and smiled sweetly. "You're sensible. I reward you later." Su Chen caressed Tong Fei's cheek. Tong Fei slapped her forehead. "By the way, boss, Captain Zhao and Commander Luo came looking for you just now, but since you were asleep, they didn't disturb you. They said they'd wait until you woke up before preparing dinner. Suchin nodded. Then let's go out. After a long day of travel, the members of Operation Cold War were already somewhat exhausted. Continuing the journey at night would only cause unnecessary trouble. After careful selection, Zhao Man chose a tunnel as his campsite. The vehicles lined up in a long line outside the tunnel. The team members set up simple tents inside. With the tunnel shelter, they didn't have to worry about being discovered by the monsters outside. So the team members lit a bonfire and prepared a fairly tasty meal. However, even though the food was ready, Zhao Man hadn't yet ordered its distribution. This made Ding Bin and the others impatient. Captain Zhao, what time is it? Everyone's starving. Why haven't we had dinner yet? Ding Bin demanded, somewhat annoyed. Zhao Man simply glanced at him and said calmly, it's not time yet. Hearing this, Ding Bin frowned. He didn't speak, but his men beside him exchanged a glance. The men immediately understood and began shouting. What are we waiting for? We're starving. Why doesn't the Emperor send out hungry soldiers? Zhao Man's face darkened, his sharp eyes glaring directly at the instigators. As a player with F+ combat power, a single glance from him intimidated those people. They all shut up, daring not to yell again. Utter rubbish. Ding Bin was furious, but he dared not say anything, so he just sat there, swallowing his anger. Luckily, at this moment, soft footsteps could be heard. Everyone looked up and saw Su Qin and Tong Fei walking in from outside. Seeing his arrival, Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, and others who had been sitting there all stood up and stepped forward to greet him. This scene truly surprised Ding Bin and the others. Isn't this guy just an ordinary leader of a survivor group? Why was Zhao Man so polite to him? Not only had he waited for him to eat, but he even went to greet him personally. Boss Su, how was your rest? Zhao Man asked with a chuckle. In the apocalyptic world, the strong are respected. For a master like Su Qin, especially one who had helped the team get fuel today, Zhao Man was naturally quite polite to him. You rested well. Su Qin smiled and nodded. You rested well. We all been waiting for you. Xiang Mingming snorted coldly. Mingming! Zhao Man glared at her, then said kindly, don't take it to heart, Boss Su. She's just talking nonsense. I just think that since you worked so hard to help the team today, I deserve to wait for you to eat with me. Flattery, however flawless, never wears out. Although Su Qin knew Zhao Man's words were deliberate, he was still deeply touched. Captain Zhao, you don't have to be so polite. You should be. Zhao Man chuckled, took Su Qin's arm, and walked over to the crowd. Everyone, please be quiet. Everyone looked at Su Qin, their eyes filled with confusion. Most people didn't know who Su Qin was, nor what he had done to make Zhao Man wait so long. The tanker convoy we sent out today encountered a massive zombie swarm. Among them were countless high-level zombies, and a powerful zombie leader. If it weren't for the help of Boss Su from the Shannon Tiger gang, the tanker convoy and the escort convoy wouldn't have made it back safely. That's why I kept you all waiting until now. Now, let's thank Boss Su for his efforts. As soon as Zhao Man finished speaking, most of the people present burst into applause. Among them, Wang Yan, Ding Di, Zheng Hui, Gao Fei, Zhao Yang, and others were the most enthusiastic. Of course, there were also those who didn't fit in. For example, Ding Bin and the others sat there with their hands clasped together. I thought we were doing something big. Wasn't it just a bunch of zombies? That's right. Someone who didn't know would think we killed some awesome monster. Su Qin had already been resented by Ding Bin and the others for refusing to form an alliance. Seeing him so prominent and then leaving them hungry, they were naturally filled with resentment towards him. Okay, dinner's ready now, Zhao Man said with a smile, pressing his hands down. After Su Qin, Tong Fei, Xiang Mingming, and the others took their seats, the logistics staff immediately distributed the prepared food to everyone. Everyone was starving and immediately began to devour it. By the time they finished their meal, it was still early. Most people didn't rush back to their beds to rest, but instead sat in groups of 3 or 4, chatting. Zhao Man also didn't rest, but instead engaged in a small conversation with Su Qin. His attitude was very polite, implying that he wanted Su Qin to join the Watchers Alliance, and that his salary and benefits were negotiable. Su Qin politely declined Zhao Man's offer. He was free and easy at the microcosmic base, so why would he join the Watchers Alliance? When Su Qin didn't agree, Zhao Man's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he said nothing. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. As they chatted, Ding Bin and others not far away were also whispering. Who the hell is that kid? Zhao Man wasn't even this polite to Master Ding. A leader of the survivors organization remarked in dissatisfaction. Chapter 565. Who says it's not? That brat didn't give us face before, damn it. The others echoed. Dingbin narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, then said to the person who spoke first, Alliance Leader Han, why don't you go teach this bra a lesson? Me? Han Lei pointed at himself, slightly taken aback. The expression on his face was extremely strange. It was like Ben Boer by hearing Hydra tell him to eliminate Tang Sanzang and his disciples. Although he had been bullying Su Chen privately, he was still a little intimidated by the prospect of actually provoking him. Su Chen's strength, having become a regional leader, must not be underestimated. He had made another remarkable contribution today, earning Zhao Man's favor. Yes, you're not an F-rank fighter, and you're proficient in various physical techniques. That guy is definitely no match for you. Dingbin sneered, you could say you're going to spar with him, and make a fool of yourself in front of so many people. Seeing Han Lei's hesitation, Dingbin consoled him, I can grant you the spiritual light body blessing in advance. It will stimulate your physical abilities, and increase your strength and endurance by approximately 30%. Han Lei's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. He was already an F-rank evolver. If this were to increase by another 30%, wouldn't that put him one step closer to F+ combat power? Except for being unable to defeat Zhao Man, I'm afraid none of the evolvers present would be his match. Alright. I go right away. Spiritual light body blessing. Dingbin shouted softly, his palm radiating a soft glow. He aimed his palm at Han Lei, and a white light enveloped him. Han Lei could feel that after being illuminated by the white light, his body became warm, and his strength and endurance were significantly enhanced. Han Lei now felt incredibly confident. Then, Master Ding, I'd be there. Okay, we throw you a celebration banquet when you get back. Dingbin nodded and smiled. Behave. Don't lose face. Well done. Under the encouraging gazes of Dingbin and the others, Han Lei swaggered toward Zhao Man and Su Chen. Zhao Man and Su Chen were located in the center of the camp. Han Lei's gesture instantly attracted a large crowd. Captain Zhao, Boss Su. Han Lei greeted the two with a forced smile. Master Han, what can I do for you? Zhao Man and Su Chen were chatting happily when Han Lei suddenly appeared, a slight annoyance. Su Chen nodded at Han Lei in response, but a frown lingered inwardly. He had some impression of Han Lei. Han Lei was from Chuncheng, and the organization he led was called the Mountain and River Alliance. Luo Xiaoyan mentioned that the power of the Mountain and River Alliance is not to be underestimated. When Dingbin invited him to the meeting, Han Lei was the most active, acting like Dingbin's bootlicker. His sudden appearance probably means he has no good intentions. It's nothing serious. Han Lei smiled and looked at Su Chen. I just heard Captain Zhao talk about what happened today. I know Boss Su has made such a great contribution, and I have great respect for him. Young heroes like Boss Su are quite rare. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he listened to Han Lei's flattery. He didn't think Han Lei came to him simply to flatter him. Sure enough. Han Lei then changed the subject, saying with a grin, I don't have any other hobbies. I just enjoy sparring with others. Boss Su, if you don't mind, let's have a few moves. Su Chen immediately realized that Han Lei was looking for trouble. Before he could say anything, Zhao Man's face darkened, and he said unhappily, Alliance Leader Han, are you going too far? Captain Zhao, that's wrong. How have I gone too far? Han Lei said innocently, I'm just sparring with Boss Su. It doesn't affect the mission. Zhao Man was speechless. As Han Lei had said, if it was just a simple sparring match, it would be difficult for him to show up. After all, Dingbin, Han Lei, and the others weren't members of the Overwatch League. They'd been invited here to help with Operation Cold War. Boss Su, what do you think? Han Lei looked at Su Chen again, his eyes provocative. Of course, if you're tired today, or not interested, or just feel you're no match for me, you can refuse. After Dingbin's spiritual light, Han Lei's confidence had swelled to an alarming degree. Su Chen didn't respond, but stared intently at Han Lei. Han Lei felt a little uneasy at being stared at, and forced himself to remain calm, saying, Boss Su, why are you staring at me? I'm not interested. You can leave. Su Chen turned his head away, ignoring Han Lei. Just kidding. What kind of people want to challenge him? Although they hadn't formally fought, Su Chen felt that defeating Han Lei would be a matter of minutes. After being rejected by Su Chen, Han Lei was stunned. He hadn't expected that Su Chen, a young man full of vigor and vitality, would refuse such a provocation? Alright then. Boss Su is truly disappointing. Han Lei shrugged, said nothing more, and walked towards Dingbin. What's going on? Dingbin asked, puzzled, as Han Lei walked back without saying a word. That kid's a coward. Han Lei scoffed and told Ding Bin about Su Qian's rejection. Ding Bin was also somewhat surprised. Logically, given Su Qian's personality, he should have agreed to Han Lei's provocation. Seeing his plan fail, Ding Bin rolled his eyes and whispered, "Listen carefully." Everyone nodded as they listened. When Ding Bin finished his instructions, they nodded in understanding. "Hey, what young hero? I think he's a bear." "That's right, he just killed a few zombies today, and he's so proud of himself." "What a coward. He didn't even dare to spar." "As for me, he's just lucky." Ding Bin, Han Lei, and the others were talking loudly, afraid those nearby wouldn't hear. Su Qian and Zhao Man, who were chatting, naturally heard their voices. Su Qian simply sneered and said nothing. Zhao Man, seeing this, couldn't help but admire him. He's so patient, he's sure to accomplish great things. Even then, those members of Operation Cold War who hadn't been aware of the truth quickly figured out what had happened from Ding Bin and the others' words. Many of them also looked at Su Qian with suspicion. After all, only a few people like Luo Xiaotian and Xiang Mingming had witnessed Su Qian's fierce battle with the little green-eyed zombie. Most others were unaware of Su Qian's true strength. And now, even with Ding Bin and Han Lei humiliating and provoking Su Qian, he remained completely unmoved. This is truly suspicious. Chapter 566. Ding Bin, keep your mouth shut. Believe it or not, I kill you. Hearing the mockery of Ding Bin and the others, Wang Yan, Zheng Hui, and the others were instantly enraged. Su Qian was the leader of the Tiger Gang. To humiliate him was to humiliate Wang Yan, Zheng Hui, and the others. What? You're not convinced? Haha, if you're not convinced, let your boss come and challenge us. Ding Bin and Han Lei's men weren't afraid either, sneering back. Just as the atmosphere was tense, Zhao Man stood up, his face gloomy. Shut up. His stern roar, like thunder, stunned everyone present. The people on both sides finally stopped arguing and shut up. I'm the one in charge of this operation. Anyone who dares to disrupt me will be the first to be punished. Zhao Man's cold eyes swept across the crowd, finally landing on Ding Bin and his group. Captain Zhao has spoken, why don't you just hold back? Although not as strong as Zhao Man, Ding Bin wasn't overly afraid and lazily gave the order. Han Lei and the others retreated, still mumbling. Even though they couldn't make out what they were saying, it was obvious they weren't good. With Zhao Man's intervention, the two groups separated. Su Qian also concluded his conversation with Zhao Man and returned to the camps of the Tiger Gang, the Mountain Gang, and the others. Boss Su, why are we tolerating him? Gao Fei asked, puzzled. Xiao Yang, Jiang Hao, and the others standing nearby also had puzzled looks in their eyes. With Su Qian's strength, dealing with a clown like Han Lei is just a piece of cake. A dog bit you, and you're going to bite it back? Su Qian smiled faintly. With Zhao Man present, there was no way they could get into a fight. If Su Qian killed Han Lei, he'd be at odds with Ding Bin and the others. The escort team might fall apart before they even reached the granary. That being said, those guys are too arrogant. Wang Yan's face was filled with indignation. Our mission this time is to escort the convoy to the granary and return safely. Don't worry about anything else. It's getting late. Go to bed, Su Qian ordered. Wang Yan, Zheng Hui, and the others, though reluctant, would not disobey Su Qian's orders. Against them, Gao Fei, Zhao Yang, and the others nodded, implicitly following Su Qian's lead. Su Qian stretched and beckoned Tong Fei to join him in the car to rest. But before he could even set off, Zhao Man suddenly approached with a serious expression. Boss Su, something's wrong. What's going on with Ding Bin again? Su Qian instinctively thought it was Ding Bin causing trouble again. No, not Ding Bin, but some monsters have appeared out in the surrounding area. What's going on? The convoy's chosen campsite for tonight is a tunnel nestled in the mountains. The surrounding area is mostly barren and uninhabited, with only 1 or 2 abandoned villages nearby. The tunnel should be relatively safe. However, just in case, Zhao Man stationed over a dozen sentries around the tunnel. If anything is discovered, we be notified immediately. Just now, a message came from one of the sentries. A large number of monsters are approaching the tunnel. Zhao Man not only called Su Qian, but also Gao Fei, Zhao Yang, Ding Bin, Han Lei, and others. They arrived at the tunnel entrance, where an equipment vehicle was parked. It was equipped with radar, capable of detecting nearby activity. This number must be at least 100, right? Looking at the bright spot on the radar moving towards them, Gao Fei couldn't help but gasp. Strange, why are there so many monsters around here? Zhao Yang asked, puzzled. The most urgent task is to stop these monsters, Zhao Man said in a deep voice. They're not too numerous. Dispatch your F-stage Transcendents and help me stop them. According to the radar, there were approximately 100 monsters heading this way. Without knowing their strength, it was best to deploy F-stage Transcendents, so they could be defeated in one fell swoop. Although the Watcher Alliance deployed 500 Transcendents for Operation Cold War, the majority of them were G-stage Transcendents. There were only about 50 people in Phase F. After all, the base also needed defenses, so, to deal with the sudden appearance of monsters, Zhao Man naturally needed the help of these leaders. Okay. No problem. Faced with a formidable enemy, everyone immediately agreed. In less than 5 minutes, everyone had assembled. Led by Zhao Man, they left the tunnel and headed towards the monsters. After a while, the monster group was less than a kilometer away from the tunnel. Zhao Man chose the empty highway as his ambush location. The night sky tonight was cloudless. A bright moon hung in the sky. The luminous moonlight bathed the earth. With the moonlight shining, even without night vision goggles, one could still roughly see the surroundings. The psychic among the extraordinary people was in the center of the group. The other evolvers formed a U-shape, surrounding the psychic. No one spoke a word. Everyone held their breath, lurking in the shadows, waiting quietly. After just a minute or two, a rustling sound was heard from the front. Everyone's nerves tensed. The next second, a huge figure suddenly appeared in the woods across the road. Is this a monkey? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, the figure that suddenly appeared was a monkey. Its appearance was extremely similar to the monkeys of Mauname. But the difference was that its body was even more sturdy, and its hair stood up like steel needles. Its long arms were so thick that even the top bodybuilders couldn't match them. Besides, the most eye-catching thing were its red eyes. Before anyone could react, dozens more pairs of crimson eyes quietly emerged from the darkness. These sturdy monkeys swung freely through the trees. Facing the highway blocking their way, they stopped in a tree and squeaked. Strange. What were these monkeys doing? Just as everyone was puzzled, another, even larger, dark figure swung out of the trees. Everyone took a closer look and gasped. How could this be a monkey? It was clearly a powerful chimpanzee. It was at least 2 meters tall as a small mountain. The branches under its feet groaned under the weight. Chapter 567. This chimpanzee seemed to be the leader of the monkey group. After seeing it, the ordinary monkeys retreated in a respectful manner. Everyone found the scene incredibly funny. Although monkeys and chimpanzees both belong to the order primates, they are ultimately not the same primate species. How could a chimpanzee like this become the leader of a monkey group? The chimpanzee landed on the ground and slowly walked to the side of the highway. Its eyes, like red lanterns, glared toward the road. Seeing this, most people instinctively ducked down again, fearing the chimpanzee would see them. After looking around and finding nothing, the chimpanzee turned its head away. Hurrah! At its cry, the monkeys that had been retreating finally jumped down from the trees and began crossing the highway. The majority of the monkey group had already reached the empty road. Even the chimpanzee swaggered into the middle of the road. At that moment, Zhao Man raised his RPG, aimed at the chimpanzee, and decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A shell, trailing a trail of white flame, flew from the human's hiding place straight towards the chimpanzee. Thankfully, there was still some distance between the two sides, and the chimpanzee reacted quickly. Faced with the sudden appearance of the shell, it slapped it away. Boom! The RPG shell instantly exploded among the monkeys. Several monkeys, who were closer, were instantly blown away. The chimpanzee caught in the blast was unharmed, save for some scorched fur. Sudden surprise, it roared angrily at the spot where the RPG had appeared. Zhao Man's attack also sounded the clarion call for the attack. Without hesitation, the humans launched their assault on the monsters. Boom! First, several wind and earth-type psychics summoned walls of wind and earth to encircle the monkeys, followed by fire and lightning-type psychics used their powerful powers to attack the monkeys. This overwhelming attack instantly inflicted heavy casualties on the monkeys. Bang, bang, bang. The enraged chimpanzee pounded his chest, casually picking up blocks of cement from the ground and launching them at Su Chen and the others. The fire dragon smashed into their hiding place. Thankfully, Du Cheng reacted first, unleashing a silver-white crescent wind blade that smashed the concrete block to pieces. Seeing it strike miss, the chimpanzee's eyes grew even redder, as if about to spit fire. And then, it did. The chimpanzee opened its bloody maw, and a long dragon of crimson flames erupted from it. There was nearly 20 meters between the two sides. But the fire dragon unexpectedly leaped across the open space and landed directly in the woods where Su Chen and the others were hiding. The fire dragon was incredibly hot, even from a distance, Su Chen could feel the scorching heat on his face. It also seemed to have a sticky nature. Any contact would instantly ignite it, making it impossible to extinguish. In an instant, the forest was ablaze with the fire dragon. The humans who had been hiding behind the trees were forced to jump out. At the same time, the chimpanzee let out another series of angry cries. The ordinary monkeys in the group immediately squeaked and rushed towards the humans. Without further ado, the humans immediately engaged the monkeys in a fight. Dingdong clasped his hands together, then suddenly opened them. A thick beam of light burst forth from his hands. The monkeys struck by the beam were instantly reduced to charcoal. He turned to Han Lei and said, "Alliance Leader Han, this is your chance to shine. Take a few men and kill that chimpanzee." Dingdong then bestowed spiritual light upon Han Lei and his men. "No problem, leave it to me." Han Lei confidently agreed, immediately charging at the chimpanzee with a mountain-splitting axe made of exotic crystals. Several other Shanha Alliance members followed closely behind Han Lei. Su Chen, on the other side, didn't rush forward. He and Tong Fei stood in a corner of the battlefield, observing the situation. Scan. Inferno. A monkey-like monster that lives in the jungle. It prefers to live in groups and primarily uses physical attacks, but it also possesses a small amount of fire-related abilities. Combat Power Rating, F. Blackback. The leader of the Inferno monkeys, possessing a terrifying physique and mastering fire-related abilities. Combat Power Rating, F+. The blackback monkey over there, sensing the scan, flew into a rage, but it didn't see Su Chen. It only saw Han Lei and the others charging towards it, so it vented its anger on Han Lei. Right next to the blackback monkey was a power pole with a camera mounted on it. It yanked it up and swung it at Han Lei. Han Lei, startled, quickly rolled over to avoid the blackback monkey's attack. Bang! The power pole fell heavily to the ground. The blackback monkey's force was so immense that not only did it dent the ground, but it also deformed the top of the pole. Wow! If they were hit by this, even if they were all F rank, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Han Lei and the others couldn't help but smack their lips in amazement. Thankfully, Dingdong came to their rescue from behind. Take my light energy bomb. Dingdong waved his palm, unleashing several balls of light in quick succession. The balls flew towards the blackback monkey at high speed. Just as they were about to reach it, they exploded in midair. Even with the blackback monkey's thick skin, the massive shockwaves sent it flying. Han Lei was overjoyed, and he quickly rushed to the blackback monkey, weapon in hand. He raised his weapon, ready to kill the blackback monkey. The blackback monkey suddenly raised its hand and grabbed Han Lei's arm. As Han Lei stared in horror, the monkey yanked hard. His arm was ripped off. Ah! Han Lei screamed miserably, nearly fainting from the pain. The blackback monkey, however, wore a bloodthirsty grin, grasped Han Lei with one hand, and thrust it into its mouth. Everyone watched as the blackback monkey bit off Han Lei's head and chewed it vigorously. Devil. Ghost. Some people were so frightened that they instinctively turned and fled. As the blackback monkey was killing Han Lei, the humans were also facing difficulties in their battle with the infernal monkeys. Normally, 3 or 5 infernal monkeys would be no match for humans. But the infernal monkeys were in large groups. Their swift movements and incredibly sharp claws allow them to hold their own even against F-level evolvers due to their sheer numbers. That's not even the most troublesome aspect. The most troublesome aspect is that they can also use fire abilities. Chapter 568. Although the fire powers the Infernapes can wield aren't as impressive as those of their leader, the Blackbacks, they're still not to be underestimated. They gathered their powers in their hands, forming balls of dancing flames, which they then hurled with all their might at the humans. Since there were so many Infernapes, the flames they hurled were overwhelming. The Esper among the Transcendents were fine, after all. They generally possessed life-saving powers. But this put the Evolvers in a tough spot. Though they dodged desperately, the Infernapes hurled too many fireballs. Inevitably, several Evolvers were unable to dodge, and were struck by fireballs. The fireballs summoned by the Infernapes seemed to be the same type of flame as the fire dragon spewed by the Blackbacks. An Evolver with F-level combat power accidentally got smothered with flames. No matter how hard he swatted, he couldn't extinguish them. The flames spread rapidly, enveloping him completely. Ah! The F-rank Evolver let out a miserable cry. You have to know, his body is now incredibly strong. Even ordinary rifle bullets barely hurt him. In a matter of moments, he was reduced to ash. Not even a bone left. Seeing this, the other humans couldn't help but gasp. The flames of these monsters are truly terrifying. Zhao Man's face was utterly solemn. He hadn't expected such a group of monkeys to be so difficult to deal with. Evolvers, Retreat to the side of the psychics. Don't attack rashly. Let the psychics take care of him. Zhao Man immediately gave the order. His original plan was to completely annihilate the monkeys. But now, he discovered that the Infernapes were too formidable. To completely annihilate them would likely come at a heavy price, so he ordered the troops to retreat, relying on the psychics to deal with the Infernapes. If the Infernapes could retreat, that would be best. However, the humans' retreat only emboldened the Infernapes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. They screamed in a strange manner, and continued to hurl fireballs at the humans. Thankfully, the psychics summoned various shields to protect the entire group. As the fireballs continued to fall, the nearby trees quickly burst into flames. For a moment, the darkness was illuminated like day. At this moment, Han Lei and the others who had joined the blackback monkey were also eliminated. The blackback monkey pounded its chest, roaring ferociously as it leaped over the bodies of Han Lei and the others, crushing them into a pulp. Then it turned its gaze towards the gathered humans. Without hesitation, the blackback monkey grabbed a power pole from the ground and charged forward with all its might. Be careful. Zhao Man's face changed. He had just noticed how the blackback monkey had eliminated Han Lei, so he naturally understood how powerful it was. If the blackback monkey rushed into the crowd, they would be defeated. At this critical moment, Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, and several other evolvers quickly broke through the crowd and met the blackback monkey. Whoosh! The blackback monkey swung the power pole horizontally at the group. The group either ducked or retreated, avoiding the blackback monkey's attack. However, the blackback monkey, taking advantage of the situation, lifted the electric pole again and brought it down with all its might. Bang! An evolver was unable to dodge, and was struck directly on the shoulder. Thankfully, his level was high, and his flesh was still relatively strong. The pole crushed him, buckling and cracking. But the blackback monkey's strength was simply too great. The evolver fell to the ground, clutching his shoulder and screaming in agony. The blackback monkey seized the opportunity and swooped down, grabbing him. In front of Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, and the others, it tore the evolver in two. Blood and organs instantly splattered the ground. Such a brutal scene made Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, and the others' scalps tingle. After dispatching one survivor, the blackback monkey lifted the electric pole again and continued its attack on Luo Xiaotian and the others. Swoosh! The pole came crashing down again. Just as Xiang Mingming was about to be struck, unable to dodge, a figure suddenly flashed by. Crack! With a small sound, the power pole was split in two. The upper half fell from midair to the ground, and the blackback monkey, clutching the lower half, smashed it to the ground. It stared at the remaining half of the power pole in its hand, a bewildered expression on its face. Then it noticed a tall figure clad in silver-white armor, holding a long sword. Su! Boss Su? Luo Xiaotian and Xiang Mingming were stunned for a moment, then their faces lit up with delight. Leave this to me. You two go help Captain Zhao, Su Chen said calmly. Taking money from others, he helped them avoid disaster. Su Chen still had a strong sense of professional ethics. Since he had accepted the escort mission, he couldn't let this blackback monkey act so arrogantly. The blackback monkey didn't look at the swiftly departing Luo Xiaotian and his companions. Its crimson eyes remained fixed on Su Chen. As a ferocious monster, it had an innate ability to sense danger. It could sense a terrifying aura from Su Chen. Instinct told it that Su Chen was a formidable opponent, but the blackback monkey didn't retreat easily. Instead, it grew even more determined to fight. It pounded its chest, raised its head, and howled at the moon. Hearing its voice, the group of fiery monkeys on the other side grew even more excited. The blackback monkey was the first to lose its patience and pounced on Su Chen. On all fours, it sped with incredible speed. Su Chen didn't engage it head-on. He quickly moved his body, dodging the blackback monkey's attack, and slashed with his long sword. The blackback monkey's tough skin was quite vulnerable to the alien crystal sword. Hiss! The alien crystal sword pierced the blackback monkey's flesh, creating a direct wound. Thankfully, the blackback monkey's combat experience allowed it to dodge in time. Otherwise, Su Chen's single strike would have ripped it open, as expected. Compared to the little green-eyed zombie, this blackback monkey was still a bit weaker. Su Chen gripped his long sword tightly, his eyes narrowed slightly. When he previously fought the little green-eyed zombie, his physical body had been completely at a disadvantage. If it weren't for his supernatural powers, escaping from the little green-eyed zombie would have been nearly impossible, but Su Chen felt much more at ease fighting the blackback monkey. Roar! The blackback monkey licked its wounds and let out an angry roar. But it didn't rush forward. Instead, it stretched out its hand and clenched it into the air. A blazing flame emerged from the air, coalescing into a seemingly solid pillar of fire. The black-backed monkey held the pillar of fire and swung it in the air like a flower. Is this the black myth Wukong? Su Chen's expression became strange. Roar! The black-backed monkey charged at Su Chen again, slashing the fire stick down on his head. Chapter 569. Su Chen dodged the blow with a sideways movement, then struck back with a slash. Having suffered a heavy loss just now, the black-backed monkey had learned its lesson. It retracted its fire stick just in time, blocking the blow. Clang! Su Chen had originally thought that his single strike would sever the black-backed monkey's fire stick, but he hadn't expected the fire stick to actually block the supernatural blade. Isn't this thing made of supernatural energy? How could it be so strong? Su Chen was puzzled, but his hands didn't stop moving. Swish! 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 He slashed 3 times in a row. Although the black-backed monkey blocked all 3 of its strikes with its fire stick, the force of the impact was unstoppable. By the time Su Chen retracted his long sword, the black-backed monkey had already retreated several steps. Its red eyes were now filled with shock. It had encountered humans before, but those were incredibly fragile, easily dispatched in a few blows. Even the more difficult ones were. They could only hold out for a little while. The human before him was surprisingly powerful, forcing him to retreat. Sensing something was amiss, the black-backed monkey decided not to hold back. It quickly retreated a few steps, increasing the distance between itself and Su Chen. Then it suddenly opened its bloody maw and roared. Lava-like flames erupted from its mouth, condensing once again into a fire dragon that spewed towards Su Chen. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and clapped his hands. The temperature around him dropped rapidly, and white ice crystals even appeared in the air. Su Chen summoned the ice element, forming a cylindrical icicle that flew towards the fire dragon. The fire dragon, enveloped by the icy pillar, transformed into a ball of fire before it could wreak havoc. Roar! The black-backed monkey was startled. This was its first time encountering such a situation. Su Chen, however, was not surprised. After his superpowers appeared, he and the Tiger Gang psychic team had conducted countless studies on them. This included the mutual restraints between fire, water, and ice powers. Generally speaking, water and ice powers are similar and share similar properties. There's no one versus other between these two and fire powers. It all depends on the user. If the fire power user has strong mental power, then the fire power will restrain the water power. Otherwise, the reverse is true. With the blessing of the psychic runes, Su Chen's superpowers are naturally more powerful than the black-backed monkey's. Therefore, the black-backed monkey's special abilities were suppressed. Next, it's my turn. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, he suddenly leaped forward, his long sword in hand thrusting at the black-backed monkey with unstoppable momentum. The black-backed monkey tried to dodge, but felt its body temperature plummet, its movements involuntarily slowing down a bit. Absolute zero. The black-backed monkey was caught off guard. Although only slightly slow, in a duel between masters, victory or defeat often depends on the smallest detail. Su Chen seized this opportunity and stabbed the black-backed monkey in the abdomen with his sword. Roar! The black-backed monkey roared angrily, swinging the fire stick horizontally at Su Chen. Su Chen retracted his long sword and slowly dodged the blow. As he circled behind the black-backed monkey, he struck again. After several consecutive blows, the black-backed monkey was seriously injured. Its steps became increasingly unsteady, and the fire stick it wielded grew increasingly sluggish. Finally, when Su Chen stabbed its heart with a blade, the red in its pupils gradually dimmed. Then it dropped to its knees and collapsed heavily to the ground. Boom! Looking at the fallen black-backed monkey, Su Chen's face lit up with satisfaction. You know, he previously struggled against the scorpion beast, also at F+ power. But killing the mantis king last time, and the black-backed monkey this time, had been much easier, not only because he was wearing rune-inlaid equipment, but also because he'd been significantly strengthened since then. It seems I'll soon be able to break through stage F and enter stage E. Su Chen thought to himself. Looking at the black-backed monkey's corpse, he stepped forward, extracted its energy core, and decapitated it with a single blow. Even on the other side, the battle between the humans and the Infernape was almost over. Although the Infernape was extremely formidable, but their strength was still far inferior to that of humans. Relying on the powerful supernatural powers of the Transcendents, the humans killed a large number of Infernapes. In the end, only a dozen or so Infernapes remained, cornered by the humans. Just as Xiao Man was about to give the order to round them up, a round object fell from the sky, landing in front of the Infernapes. This is... Xiao Man was stunned. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the head of a black-backed monkey. After seeing the black-backed monkey's head, the remaining Infernapes were also stunned. Then, they looked up at Suchin approaching. Suchin had thrown the black-backed monkey's head. Before the human transcendents could react, they all knelt before Suchin in unison. This sudden action startled not only Zhao Man and the others, but even Suchin himself. What's going on? Boss Su, you killed the leader of the monkey group? Luo Xiaotian couldn't help but ask. Yes, a mere leader, nothing. Suchin waved his hand. Hearing this, everyone could hardly believe their ears. Especially Dingbin. He had just witnessed how Han Lei and the others, whom he had blessed with spiritual light, were killed by the black-backed monkeys, and now, Suchin had single-handedly killed the black-backed monkeys. How could this be possible? What's going on with these monkeys? Suchin asked with a pout. We don't know either. Luo Xiaotian scratched his head, somewhat surprised. Just now, Infernape was at loggerheads with them, so why was he suddenly kneeling before Suchin? I'm guessing. Have they recognized Boss Su as their leader? Zhao Man rubbed his chin, speculating. They think they're their leader? Suchin was at a loss for words. But I look nothing like that chimpanzee. It's not about looks. Zhao Man explained. I seen in the animal kingdom before that the strongest individual in some groups can be the leader. Whoever defeats the leader gets to take over and become the new leader. Although you're human, Boss Su, you defeated the chimpanzee. So they probably think they're their leader. Suchin thought Zhao Man's explanation made sense. So what do we do now, boss? Should we kill all these monkeys? Tong Fei whispered beside him. Kill them? Absolutely not. Suchin looked at the monkeys and suddenly had a good idea. Since the Infernapes recognize me as their master, why don't I take them in? Chapter 570. These ordinary Infernos all have F-rank combat power. If we could recruit them all as our minions, wouldn't that greatly increase the strength of the Tiger Gang? Suchin glanced at the dozen or so remaining Infernos and tentatively commanded, all of you, stand up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As if they understood his words, the kneeling Infernos rose to their feet. I hadn't expected these beasts to be so understanding of human nature. Suchin was a little surprised. But then he thought, primates like monkeys and gorillas are inherently intelligent. An Inferno is a monster, so it's not surprising that it can understand human speech. Captain Zhao, if you don't mind, I'd like to take these monkeys with me. Suchin looked at Zhao Man. Why should I mind? Boss Su, please do as you please. Zhao Man smiled. After witnessing Suchin's strength, he had already begun to seek his favor, so why would he mind such a small matter? But beasts are still beasts. Boss Su, you better be careful. Don't worry, Captain Zhao. I won't cause you any trouble. Suchin nodded. After counting, the group of infernal monkeys, which originally numbered hundreds, was now reduced to only a dozen or so. Suchin found chains and tied them up one by one. Luckily, this is the apocalypse, otherwise there would surely be monkey lovers who would accuse Suchin of being inhumane. After cleaning up the battlefield, the night deepened. Zhao Man greeted everyone and returned to the tunnel. Tonight, they had killed a total of 80 or 90 infernal monkeys, as well as their leader, the black-backed monkey. But the human side also suffered considerable losses. 7 or 8 people died in the battle, and another 4 or 5 were seriously injured. Remember, these were all F-level transcendents, but facing the infernal monkeys, they still paid a heavy price. Zhao Man didn't hold back, distributing the energy cores he harvested based on tonight's performance. The leaders of various factions, as well as the captains of the various teams within the Watcher Alliance, were extremely satisfied. Although it was late, most people were still awake after the recent battle. For example, Gao Fei, Zhao Yang, and the others gathered together. No, General Zhao, how come this Boss Su is so formidable? Isn't he an F-level fighter? How come he's even more ferocious than an F+ when fighting a black-backed monkey? Gao Fei couldn't help but whisper. Although he had seen Suchin kill the Mantis King, he was still astounded by Suchin's performance tonight. He had asked Luo Xiaotian and knew that Suchin was an F-level fighter. But Suchin's performance far surpassed F rank, even surpassing F+. Gao Fei was genuinely surprised. Why do you care so much about this rank? It can alienate a person's strength. Do you know what alienation and concretization mean? Seeing Gao Fei shaking his head, Zhao Yang smiled with satisfaction and continued, Anyway, Boss Su's strength can't be categorized by rank, understand? We just need to cling to his thighs, and we be fine. Although they had a deep hatred for Suchin before, but as the Iron Legion declined, the Tiger Gang prospered. Especially now that Suchin's strength had become so formidable. Zhao Yang's resentment towards Suchin had long since vanished. Not only that, He even felt a desire to curry favor with Su Chen and cling to his influence. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Yang had rejected Ding Bin's attempt to win over the other leaders, and instead followed Su Chen away. Su Chen, with his excellent hearing, couldn't help but laugh at the conversation between Zhao Yang and Gao Fei. What's the saying? After entering the pass, there will be great scholars to debate for me. The ancients were not deceiving me. Back then, Zhao Yang and I had a life and death battle, but I never expected that Zhao Yang would be so fawning over me in the blink of an eye. What a trick! Captain Zhao, it's getting late. I go back to the car and rest. Su Chen smiled. Okay, Boss Su, go back and rest. Zhao Yang's attitude was extremely enthusiastic. Su Chen found an empty truck and loaded a dozen or so fire monkeys into it. After recognizing Su Chen as their leader, the monkeys were extremely respectful, daring no resistance. But even so, Su Chen wasn't entirely reassured. He called Wang Yin over. Ah Yin, keep an eye on these monkeys tonight. Don't let them cause any trouble. Understand? Yes, sir. Wang Yin saluted Su Chen. When I'm gone, you will obey his orders. If anyone dares to act recklessly, I won't forgive them. Su Chen made a beheading gesture. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The fire monkeys were startled and began to scream, as if to show their loyalty to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, then called Tong Fei over and headed towards his RV. Xiang Mingming did not follow them. Firstly, Zhao Man had arranged accommodations for her. Secondly, she felt embarrassed to be the third wheel between Su Chen and Tong Fei. Ding Bin and the others had been gathered together, whispering. When Su Chen passed by them, they subconsciously stopped talking. But Su Chen didn't even glance at them, and walked away. Only when he was gone did Ding Bin and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Master Ding, what do you think of Su Chen? The female leader, who had first responded to Ding Bin at the previous leaders' meeting, whispered. Her name was Huang Suitsui, and she was from a city in the central part of Guangxi province. The organization she led was called Baiwading, similar to the previous Tianqiang Pavilion, both of which were survivor organizations composed of women. What could I think? I was also despairing. Ding Bin remained silent. He had expected Su Chen to be very powerful, but he had never imagined he would be so abnormally strong. Han Lei and several other F-level evolvers. Or perhaps it was because I had blessed them with spiritual light. And yet, they were all killed instantly by the blackback monkey. Su Chen, on the other hand, had actually single-handedly taken out the blackback monkey. Thinking back to when I had asked Han Lei to provoke Su Chen. When Su Chen ignored me, I and the others were still recklessly taunting him. Ding Bin couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine. Master Ding, why don't we go and admit our mistakes to Boss Su? Someone whispered. Admit mistakes? I never admit them in my lifetime. Ding Bin said, his neck stiff. But most of the people showed hesitation. They had previously, at Ding Bin's instigation, joined in the humiliation of Su Chen. If Su Chen holds a grudge, they're in trouble. Hey, I really don't understand what you're so afraid of. Ding Bin frowned. Although Han Lei and the others died at the hands of the chimpanzee, Su Chen was a human and killed the chimpanzee. But chimpanzees are just animals after all. But we're different. We're not animals. Chapter 571. Don't forget, with so many of us united, even Li Kunlun had to give in. As for a mere Su Chen, how could he possibly cause such a turmoil? Under Ding Bin's persuasion, the tension in everyone's hearts gradually eased. Master Deng is right. Now that we've broken off relations with Su Chen, we should unite even more closely. Otherwise, we'd be easily defeated one by one. Huang Suitsui echoed. Everyone nodded in unison. Su Chen didn't know what they had talked about. But even if he did, he'd probably just laugh it off. People like Ding Bin had never been taken seriously by him. They were just worrying too much. After returning to his RV, Su Chen leaned against Meng Qi, holding Tong Fei in his arms, and fell into a deep sleep. A silent night followed. After waking up the next day, Su Chen first went to check on the fire monkeys. According to Wang Yin, the Inferno monkeys had been extremely quiet since Su Chen's instructions yesterday. They had remained in the truck, showing no unusual behavior. Su Chen opened the truck, let the Inferno monkeys out, and relieved them outside. After their defecation, he herded them back into the truck and gave them some of their favorite food. Watching them gorge themselves on the food, Su Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. These Inferno monkeys truly possessed the innate ox and horse sacred bodies. After settling the Inferno monkeys, Su Chen took Tong Fei to dinner. After everyone had breakfast and packed up, Zhao Man gave the order to depart. The formation remained the same as yesterday, with Eagle 1 leading the way and Eagle 2 at the end of the convoy. On the left were Eagles 3 and 4. And on the right was Ding Bin and his team Sparrow formation. A dozen other birds were stationed a few kilometers outside the convoy, providing perimeter security. The second day's journey was uneventful. The radar detected several monsters approaching the convoy. Thankfully, the escort team discovered them promptly, and Zhao Man dispatched personnel to respond. If the monsters were weak, they would be killed on the spot. If they were too strong, they would be dealt with in some way. Thus, no major battles occurred along the way. Su Chen leaned comfortably against Tong Fei's chest, flipping through his qi condensation technique and Lingxiu fist. "You're feeling quite comfortable." Xiang Mingming, who was driving in the front, couldn't help but remark. "What else?" Su Chen put down the pamphlet in his hand and said with a smile, "If you're not happy, you can always change cars." Xiang Mingming snorted and ignored Su Chen. She shamelessly squeezed into Su Chen's car, hoping to establish a good relationship with Tong Fei. To her surprise, Su Chen seemed to see through her plan. Not only did he let her drive, he also called Tong Fei to the back. The two of them were very affectionate, and Su Chen's and Lushan claws would occasionally roam over Tong Fei's body. As they became intimate, it was as if Xiang Mingming didn't even exist. Watching all this through the rearview mirror, Xiang Mingming felt a sharp pain in her heart. "Damn it, Su Chen, you really deserve to die." But despite her anger, Xiang Mingming forced herself to calm down and began to think about how to win Tong Fei back. Based on all the previous analysis, Su Chen was wealthy and extremely generous. All sorts of luxurious skincare products were casually gifted to her. It was practically impossible to surpass Su Chen in terms of supplies. Besides, Su Chen's strength. Never mind, there was nothing to analyze. Yesterday's battle with the chimpanzee had already proven his abilities. Xiang Mingming asked herself, even if there were two of her, she probably wouldn't be able to defeat the chimpanzee. Thinking of this, Xiang Mingming felt a little discouraged. She was inferior to Su Chen in every way, so how could she possibly be with Fei Fei? Does she really have to commit herself to Su Chen, as Fei Fei said? It seems, this is also a different option? Just as Xiang Mingming was daydreaming, she heard Su Chen sigh softly from behind her. "Boss, is there something bothering you?" Tong Fei reached out her delicate hand and massaged Su Chen's forehead. "Isn't it these two secret manuals?" Su Chen smiled helplessly. He had nearly torn the books apart, but he still didn't understand what they said. If this thing were so easy to understand, all the watchers would know it. Xiang Mingming scoffed, then retorted, "By the way, why don't you ask someone who knows it?" Her words finally made Su Chen realize something. That's right. He had Luo Xiaotian, a master of the Lingxiu fist, by his side. Why not ask him instead of studying it on his own? "Thank you, Mingming." You're welcome." Xiang Mingming hadn't expected Su Chen to thank her so sincerely, which made her a little embarrassed. At noon, the car stopped. Even a transcendental being was still human at heart. They needed to eat and eliminate. Su Chen took advantage of this opportunity to have Wang Yin take Infernape to the bathroom, while he found Luo Xiaotian. "Captain Luo." "Boss Su." Seeing Su Chen arrive, Luo Xiaotian put away his food, quickly stood up, and said with a smile, "Boss Su, don't be so polite from now on. I see you're older than me, so just call me Little Luo." "Boss Su, is there anything I can help you with?" "Well, this Lingxiu fist. I've been studying it for a while, but I'm still confused." Su Chen explained, "I'd like some advice." "I can't say I can't. I share my experience with Boss Su and see if I can help." Luo Xiaotian smiled. Unlike Xiang Mingming, Luo Xiaotian comes from a family of martial artists. He practiced martial arts since childhood, and was already a martial artist before joining the army. This Lingxiu Fist manual is a family manual passed down through his family. It's actually divided into two parts. The first half consisted of simple punches and kicks, not unlike the military's military boxing. The second half allowed for powerful punches, capable of injuring from a distance. However, no one in the Luo family, generation after generation, had ever mastered the latter. Over time, the Lingxiu Fist became a joke within the Luo family. Like the rest of the family, Luo Xiaotian initially didn't take the Lingxiu Fist seriously. Until one day after the apocalypse, when he had broken through to the F- realm and stumbled upon the Lingxiu Fist, his mind suddenly exploded with understanding. But he only knew how to use it, not how to teach it to others. "Is that so? Okay." Su Chen's face flickered with disappointment. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered, where's the Qi gathering art? Who among the watchers knows this technique? Our Captain Zhao, he knows it. Chapter 572. Zhao Man knows the Qi condensation technique. Su Chen was slightly surprised, then relieved. The Watcher Alliance only has 2 F+ level fighters, and Zhao Man is one of them. I presume it's because he possesses the Qi condensation technique. Others need to absorb energy crystals and energy cores, but he can improve his strength simply by relying on the Qi condensation technique. Okay, thank you, Xiao Luo. Su Chen nodded. He hurried to find Zhao Man, who was giving orders to his men. Boss Su. Zhao Man greeted Su Chen with a smile. When he learned Su Chen's purpose, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Boss Su, I can share my experience with you. But my situation is the same as Xiao Luo's. No one else can replicate it. Zhao Man's family situation was similar to Xiao Luo's. He also came from a martial arts family, and had practiced martial arts since childhood. The Qi condensation technique was also passed down in their family. Unlike the Lingxiu fist, the Qi Juju can be practiced. However, it can only be used as a simple breathing technique, allowing the practitioner to calm their breathing and clear their mind. Besides that, it has no other significant uses. Zhao Man had never taken the Qi Juju seriously. Until the fog descended, he suddenly discovered that when he used the Qi Juju, he could actually absorb energy from the outside world. Thanks to this function, even without energy crystals or energy cores, Zhao Man could still improve his strength. However, compared to directly absorbing energy crystals or cores, absorbing energy from the outside world isn't as fast, Zhao Man explained. Although, according to him, the Qi Juju seemed a bit useless. But Su Chen understood that this kid was completely playing it safe. You know, other transcendents have only 2 ways to improve their strength. Either hunt zombies or monsters to obtain energy crystals and cores. Or consume energy fruits, or potions made from energy fruits. Apart from these 2 paths, there are no other options. Hunting zombies and monsters is too risky, and it's easy to be killed. Energy fruits are extremely rare, and even someone as lucky as Su Chen doesn't get many, but Zhao Man can just lie back and improve his strength and comfort. Isn't this Versailles? I tried to teach the Qi gathering technique to my comrades before. It's a pity they can't even master the most basic breathing techniques, let alone absorbing external energy. You need to breathe steadily, clear your mind, and enter a state of trance. Under Zhao Man's guidance, Su Chen tried to practice the Qi gathering technique, but like Zhao Man's comrades, Su Chen couldn't even master the most basic breathing techniques. Boss Su, don't be disappointed. Xiao Luo and I are both special, Zhao Man consoled. It's okay. This thing probably requires some talent. Although a little disappointed, Su Chen quickly composed himself. He was actually quite self-aware. If it weren't for the awakened system, he would have owned such a luxurious Doomsday RV. How could he have gotten to this point? He must have perished at the hands of zombies, just like in his previous life. Seeing the time was almost up, Zhao Man ordered the convoy to continue. Su Chen returned to his car and continued studying the 2 martial arts manuals. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He had a system. How could he have forgotten this? System, can you recognize these 2 secret manuals? Su Chen muttered to himself. A moment later, the system's cold voice rang out. The host's level is insufficient, unable to recognize them. Insufficient level? Su Chen was slightly startled, then overjoyed. So, the system should be able to recognize them. It's just that its level is too low. Thinking of this, Su Chen opened the system panel. When he left Shannon City, he had only a dozen energy points. But after hunting down numerous monsters along the way, including the Blade Mantis King, Blade Mantis Swarm, Blackback Monkey, and other monsters, Su Chen currently had 6,500 energy points. But while this energy seemed abundant, it wasn't even enough to level up. Because the next level up required 8,000 energy points, it seemed he had to find some time to hunt monsters. But the convoy didn't stop after that, continuing its journey. Only when darkness fell did Zhao Man order the advance to halt. Tonight, unlike the previous night, there were no tunnels nearby, forcing the convoy to stop on the highway. Everyone gathered and set up simple tents. Without shelter, they couldn't make a fire or cook. They simply ate some dry food and went to bed. Su Chen didn't rush to sleep, but instead approached Zhao Man. Captain Zhao, I need to leave camp for a while. Zhao Man was slightly taken aback, but didn't say much. He nodded and said, Boss Su, be careful and return early. If Su Chen had asked Zhao Man for energy crystals or cores, he might have agreed. But you have to know, 2,000 energy points is no small amount. Even if Zhao Man was the team leader, he probably wouldn't be able to come up with it in a short time. If he wanted to provide it to Su Chen, he would have to ask the other members of the Watchers. That way, Su Chen would owe him a huge favor. Su Chen never liked to owe favors, so he didn't ask. After leaving Zhao Man, he found Tong Fei and told her to stay in the car. Then Su Chen mounted Ming Qi and hurried away from the camp. This scene was observed by Ding Bin, who was not far away. A thoughtful expression crossed Ding Bin's face. For safety reasons, the Operation Cold War convoy traveled along highways. As we all know, highways are usually located in suburban areas. The surrounding area was therefore extremely desolate. Thankfully, Su Chen had a radar system. He rode on Ming Qi's back, walking at a leisurely pace. Before long, the radar system indicated a bright spot of activity nearby. "That's you." Su Chen patted Ming Qi, signaling them to head in the direction of the bright spot. A moment later, he clearly saw a pair of glittering eyes in the darkness. As Su Chen spotted the other creature, it also spotted him. Roar. From its deep roar, Su Chen could easily tell it was a tiger. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. If it were just a tiger, it wouldn't be able to provide any energy cores. Su Chen casually used a scan on the tiger. Ding, mutant tiger. King of beasts, overlord of the jungle. Mutated due to unknown reasons. Combat rating, F. Mutated tiger? A flicker of confusion crossed Su Chen's eyes. However, the mutant tiger opposite him was enraged by Su Chen. It let out a deafening roar, startling countless birds and beasts in the forest. Chapter 573. Roar! The mutant tiger suddenly leaped forward, pouncing at Su Chen at astonishing speed. It was a shame that, despite its mutation, it was only at F rank. Even an F+ blackback gorilla had been defeated by Su Chen, let alone this one. Su Chen jumped off Ming Qi's back. Without him making a move, Ming Qi leaped to her feet and engaged the mutant tiger. Su Chen didn't rush to attack, but instead watched the fight from the side. It had to be said. Although both were F-rank beasts, Ming Qi's strength was still slightly weaker than the mutant tiger's. Although it's a zombie beast, it's still a cat at heart, not a tiger. Seeing Ming Qi at a disadvantage, Su Chen refused to stand idly by. Paralyzing lightning. A bright bolt of lightning shot out from Su Chen's fingertips, accurately striking the mutant tiger. The mutant tiger was instantly numbed by the shock, and lay trembling on the ground. Ming Qi seized the opportunity to bite its throat, and yanked hard. A gaping hole opened in the mutant tiger's throat, and blood gushed out, stirred by the pain. The mutant tiger broke free from its paralysis, and was about to flee again, when Su Chen unleashed another Nine Heavens divine thunder, which suddenly struck. From the sky, the mutant tiger's massive body swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Su Chen stepped forward, expertly cut open its chest, and extracted an energy crystal core. Ding! Energy core successfully absorbed, gaining 300 energy points. Su Chen frowned. The mutant tiger is at least F-class, but it only has 300 energy points? Forget it, something's better than nothing. Su Chen shook his head. He glanced at the mutant tiger's corpse, and said to Ming Qi, "You can eat it." Meow. Ming Qi cried out, then happily ran over to the tiger's carcass and began to devour it. In a short while, the massive tiger carcass was completely devoured by it. After it finished, Su Chen rode it again, continuing his search for prey. It would have been fine if he hadn't searched, but he actually discovered a number of creatures similar to mutant tigers. There were mutant eagles, mutant bears, mutant wild boars, and so on. This made Su Chen even more confused. If these creatures were all monsters, that would make sense. But according to the scan results, these animals were all mutants. This was interesting. What caused them to mutate? Su Chen pondered for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking. Finally, after an hour or two, Su Chen had accumulated 2,000 energy points. Upgrade system. Ding, upgrade successful. RV level is now 10. After deducting 8,000 energy points, Su Chen only had a little over 100 left. But he didn't care. Instead, he checked the system. He saw that a new function had been added to the existing functions. Martial Arts Secret Manual. Su Chen thought and took out the two martial arts manuals, the Qi Ju Ju and the Lingxi Fist. System, identify these two booklets. Ding, identification successful. Host, would you like to learn? Su Chen suppressed his excitement and said, learn. Congratulations, host, on mastering the Qi Ju Ju and the Lingxi Fist. Su Chen glanced at the system panel again. He saw two names appear in the previously empty space behind the secret manuals, with small print underneath. Qi Ju Ju, Proficiency 0, a crude method of cultivation that can slightly speed up cultivation. Ling Su Quan, Proficiency 0, a crude fist technique that can release force and kill enemies. So, these two secret manuals, treasured by Zhao Man and Luo Xiaotian, are both extremely crude. Su Chen was at a loss for words. Seeing 2 more secret manuals followed by Proficiency 0. Again, he was stunned again. System, what does this mean? Only when the host's proficiency is full can the power of the technique be fully unleashed. Then let me ask you, what is the maximum proficiency? 10,000 proficiency points. Then let me ask you again, how can I increase my proficiency? You can exchange it with energy. A little energy for a little proficiency. I exchange it for your mother. Su Chen cursed inwardly. Does this mean that if I want to fully cultivate both techniques, I need 20,000 energy points? You know, strengthening the body only requires 50,000 energy points. Forget it. Let's put that aside for now. Su Chen shook his head, deciding to experiment with both techniques first. He first found an open space with a huge rock in the center. Huh? Su Chen took a deep breath and suddenly threw a punch at the rock. With a sharp sound of breaking wind, the invisible force of his fist shot out from Su Chen's hand. Bang! A deep fist mark appeared on the rock. With Su Chen's current strength, a powerful punch on the rock would shatter it to pieces, but the Lingqiu fist only produced a fist mark. At first glance, it looked rather useless. But don't forget, this is only the most basic version of the Lingqiu fist. If cultivated to its final form, its power should be no less than that of a fist. Most importantly, it could injure enemies from a distance, catching them off guard. After testing the Lingqiu fist, Su Chen returned to the large rock and sat cross-legged. Qi condensation technique activated. In that instant, Su Chen entered an extremely strange, ethereal state. He was completely free of all distracting thoughts, and his breathing became long and drawn out. In this state, Su Chen could sense many special objects around him. They were like air, floating in midair. Could these be energy? As his thoughts flowed, these gases were drawn toward him, slowly absorbed into his body. An unknown amount of time passed, until Su Chen sensed the absence of energy around him and exited the Qi condensation technique. When he opened the system panel, he was surprised to discover this. In just a short while, he absorbed 400 or 500 energy points. Wow! If he could keep practicing, it would be much more satisfying than hunting monsters. But after the surprise, Su Chen also discovered a drawback. The energy distribution didn't seem evenly distributed. He absorbed all the energy around him in just a short while. If he wanted to continue practicing, he'd have to move to another location. But even so, he was quite satisfied. And considering Zhao Man's previous words and the mutant creatures he encountered tonight, Su Chen had a bold hypothesis. The so-called fog is actually energy. You know, the secret realm is filled with fog, and yet, all sorts of monsters have given rise to it. And since the fog descended, creatures like the mutant tiger have also appeared. Even Zhao Man himself only learned the Qi gathering technique after the fog appeared. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Chapter 574. If only I had learned the Qi gathering technique when the fog thickened. Wouldn't it have been wonderful to sit in the open air and practice every day? Regrets aside, thankfully, I now mastered the Qi gathering technique, which has greatly accelerated my cultivation. Su Chen glanced at the time and saw it was already midnight. He didn't plan to continue hunting monsters, so he called Meng Qi back and prepared to return to camp. In the dense forest beside the caravan camp, several figures lurked within. Hey, what time is it? Why hasn't Su Chen returned yet? How should I know? If all else fails, let's go back? If we go back, how will we explain to sect leader Ding? Hey! As they were whispering, a dark figure suddenly approached from a distance. The men looked closely and saw a giant cat. Riding on its back was none other than the long-awaited Su Chen. Here they come! Get ready! One of them whispered. Just as Su Chen reached the center of their encirclement, someone suddenly shouted, "Attack!" Then a bolt of lightning appeared from nowhere and struck directly at Su Chen. At the same time, fireballs and wind blades attacked him. Faced with the incoming supernatural power, Su Chen remained unfazed. His eyes flashed cold, and he raised his hand to summon an ice shield and a lightning shield, surrounding himself with protection. Bang, bang, bang. The incoming supernatural power collided with Su Chen's shield spell, exploding with a dazzling light in the darkness. Su Chen leaped up and charged at one of them. He already had the psychic blade in his hand. The man Su Chen was targeting, like Ding Di, was a psychic. When he saw Su Chen charging towards him, he didn't retreat immediately, but continued to use his powers. Psychic whiplash. The psychic concentrated his mental power into an invisible whip and lashed at Su Chen. Anyone struck by this psychic whip would be paralyzed, unable to move. However, to his surprise, after his power struck Su Chen showed no signs of any abnormality. Still holding the long sword, he swung at him. How could this be possible? The psychic was horrified. Generally speaking, Only an opponent with far greater mental power than oneself could be immune to Mind Whip's control. He was only at F- level, so even at F level, he couldn't be immune, unless Su Chen was at F+ level. Just as he was stunned, Su Chen was less than 5 meters away. After recovering, the psychic quickly used his power again, Mind Shock. A massive surge of mental power erupted from him. He usually only used this move when someone was close to him. Any enemy struck by the shock would be sent flying. However, after the invisible impact struck Su Chen, his form didn't even falter. Oh no! Watching the long sword in Su Chen's hand creep closer and closer, the psychic had no time to react. Despair surged in his heart. Thankfully, at this critical moment, another wind-type psychic intervened. He summoned a gust of wind, blowing the psychic back several meters, and only then did he manage to avoid Su Chen's long sword. What are you standing there for? Back off. Ah! The wind-type psychic let out a scream before he could finish his words. Everyone was stunned for a moment before realizing that it was Ming Qi, the creature Su Chen was riding, who had suddenly attacked the wind-type psychic. Ming Qi had already bitten the psychic's throat and was tearing at his body. But in the blink of an eye, the wind-type psychic was silent. This is the vulnerability of psychics. Even if they can summon wind and rain, once an enemy gets close, they're doomed. With the wind-type psychic dead, only 2 F-level evolvers remained, an F-level fire psychic, an F-level lightning psychic, and an F- psychic. Watching their companions' tragic deaths, the psychic swallowed, feeling a wave of regret. They had received orders from Deng Bin to specifically surround and kill Su Chen here. Originally, those dispatched were all F-level fighters. But considering he was a special psychic capable of catching Su Chen off guard, Deng Bin allowed him to participate. However, he never expected Su Chen to be so perverted. The psychic couldn't help but feel a wave of regret, but no matter how much he regretted it, it was too late. The most urgent task was to join the others in taking down Su Chen. You hold off that big cat. Everyone else join me in besieging this bastard. The fire psychic in charge of this operation gave a deep command. An F-class evolver quickly broke away from the group and rushed towards Ming Qi. The others exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they unleashed their full force. Instantly, a multitude of supernatural powers enveloped the dense forest. Su Chen quickly used his superpowers to surround himself, blocking all incoming superpowers. But before he could even catch his breath, the Evolved One had already rushed to Su Chen's side. This Evolved One seemed to be quite agile. In his hand, he held a sharp alien crystal dagger, stabbing at Su Chen's throat like a venomous snake. Su Chen retracted his long sword and was about to block the dagger. But the opponent's wrist flipped, and the dagger fell. With his other hand, he took the dagger and stabbed Su Chen fiercely. Just when he thought he was about to succeed, he heard a ding sound, and the dagger was blocked by something. He looked down, his face suddenly stunned. After the previous battle, the members of Operation Cold War had gained some understanding of Su Chen's situation. For example, Su Chen was not only an Evolved One, but also an alien power user. In addition to a long alien crystal dagger, he also had a set of alien crystal armor to protect his body. But during the previous exchange, he had clearly seen that Su Chen wasn't wearing the crystal armor. How could the crystal armor be donned in the blink of an eye? Before he could react, Su Chen's counterattack had already arrived. Crack! The crystal blade stabbed at the evolver. Unlike Su Chen, he didn't possess the crystal armor's protection. The crystal blade pierced directly into his body, piercing him to the bone. You? He wanted to say something, but the words were gone. As the crystal blade was drawn out, his body fell to the ground with a thud. With 2 teammates dead in quick succession, the remaining few were terrified. Su Chen didn't intend to waste any more time with these people. After pinpointing their position, he immediately unleashed his immensely powerful superpower, Thunder Curse. 2 thick bolts of lightning rained down from the sky. The fire-type Esper struck first tried to summon a fire shield to block the blow. Chapter 575. However, the lightning easily pierced his fire escape, instantly reducing him to charcoal. The other lightning psychic, seeing such a powerful lightning strike, offered no resistance at all. He turned and tried to run, but how could a human's speed possibly match that of lightning? 2 bolts of lightning pursued him, quickly engulfing him. Just as Su Chen was about to deal with the last psychic, he discovered that he, sensing the situation, had already fled before the thunderbolt struck. So the only one left on the battlefield was the F-class evolver, still locked in battle with Ming Qi. He watched as all his companions fled or perished, leaving him alone. The F-rank evolver's heart suddenly panicked. His movements were involuntarily slowed. Ming Qi seized the opportunity, pinned him to the ground, and began to bite him. Ming Qi, spare his life. Ming Qi obediently stopped biting, but when Su Chen approached, he found the man completely disfigured, covered in wounds. He was breathing in, not out. Although Suchin still had the recovery potion that Yo Gong had crafted earlier, which should be able to heal the man, it was too precious, and Suchin had nothing better to do than use it on him. Forget it, let them die. Suchin used his weapons to dissect the bodies of the men and extract their energy crystals. Just as he finished, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps not far away. Su. Boss Su? Suchin looked up and saw that it was Zhao Man and the members of the Watchers approaching. The battle he just had with those men had been incredibly loud. This place wasn't far from the Watchers' camp, and Zhao Man, awakened by the noise, immediately rushed over with his men. Looking at the dissected bodies on the ground, Zhao Man swallowed. Boss Su, what's going on? I don't know. Anyway, I was ambushed by these guys when I got back from outside. Suchin looked at Ding Bin, who was following behind Zhao Man, and said with a half smile, Master Ding, I'd like to ask you, what do you mean? On the way back, he periodically used his radar system to scan the area. He happened to spot several bright spots lurking ahead. Suchin initially thought they were Zhao Man sentries. But as he approached, they suddenly attacked. If he hadn't been prepared, these people might have succeeded. What do you mean? Ding Bin feigned composure, but he was actually terrified. He hadn't anticipated the 6 F-class transcendents he had arranged to ambush Suchin. 5 of them were killed by Suchin, leaving only 1 to flee in panic. These people are either your subordinates or your allies. They're ambushing me here, and you say it's none of your business? Suchin's smile faded, his expression icy as he stared at Ding Bin. Ding Bin suddenly felt immense pressure, as if being stared at by a savage beast. Every hair on his back stood on end. Yes, Master Ding, you need to give an explanation for this. Zhao Man also looked at Ding Bin with a rather displeased expression. After Ding Bin formed an alliance with the other leaders, he formed a small circle with his group. Ding Bin and the others were slacking off whenever they could following Zhao Man's orders. Today, Ding Bin's men were even ambushing Suchin here. This already made Zhao Man quite unhappy. I don't know about that, Ding Bin feigned innocence. They said they were going out to hunt monsters to improve their strength. Could it be that they mistook you for me when you returned, Boss Su? A mistake? Wang Yan cursed. Everyone knew Ding Bin was just quibbling. Even if it was a mistake at first, they could have stopped once the fight started. But the commotion just now was a life-and-death struggle. Ding Bin ignored Wang Yan and looked at Suchin and Zhao Man. This is a complete misunderstanding. Now that they've been killed by Boss Su, I apologize to you on their behalf. How about we just let this matter go? Hearing this, Suchin narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Seeing him like this, Ding Bin secretly made preparations. As soon as Suchin made a move, he would immediately respond. Those allied with him were also fully prepared. Seeing this, Zhao Man frowned slightly, walked over to Suchin, and whispered, Boss Su, please give me some face, and let today's matter go. Although he also disliked Ding Bin and his men, the purpose of Operation Cold War was to obtain enough food to help the Watchers overcome their difficulties. If a fight broke out today, the operation would surely be a failure. Okay, I give Captain Zhao some face, and let this matter go. Hearing Suchin's words, Zhao Man, Ding Bin, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Bin didn't really want to fight Suchin. He knew full well that Suchin and Zhao Man had been very close lately. If a fight broke out, Zhao Man would likely come to Suchin's aid. It's getting late, so let's go back and rest. Ding Bin waved his hand, and prepared to leave with everyone. Just then, Suchin suddenly stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch. Before anyone could react, the psychic who had escaped earlier had a deep dent in his chest. As it struck hard, his eyes widened, and he slowly fell to the ground. You? Suchin, do you want to die? Ding Bin was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. He was in a state of readiness, his white robe dancing in the wind. You dare to ambush me? This is what happens. You want to pick eggplants? Don't you even consider your age? Suchin snorted, his gaze fixed on Ding Bin sharply. If Ding Bin made any unusual move, he would strike without mercy. Ding Bin gritted his teeth, hesitating for a long time before finally squeezing out the words. Let's go. He led his men backwards. It didn't take long for them to vanish completely. Boss Su, how did you do it? After Ding Bin and the others left, Luo Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask, did you learn the Lingxiu fist? Thank you, Xiao Luo, for your guidance. Suchin chuckled. Hearing this, not only Luo Xiaoyan, but also Zhao Man, Xiang Mingming, and the others were stunned. After Luo Xiaoyan mastered the Lingxiu fist, and Zhao Man mastered the Qi condensation technique. Li Kunlun intended to promote those secret techniques throughout the organization to enhance their strength. However, out of the tens of thousands of soldiers in the base, only a dozen or so were able to master them. They had originally assumed that Su Chen, like the others, couldn't learn it, but tonight, Su Chen showed them his skills. Chapter 576. This Su Chen is truly extraordinary. Zhao Man couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Su Chen's strength was already incredibly strong, and now that he's mastered the Lingxi Fist, he's become even more powerful. It seems I need to report this to Chief Li, asking him to try to win over Su Chen. Boss Su, thank you for this favor. Zhao Man said to Su Chen with a smile. You're welcome. Since I promised the Watchers Alliance to complete Operation Cold War, I will certainly follow Captain Zhao's orders. Su Chen said seriously. That's good. Zhao Man nodded, then changed the subject, his face sullen, and said, actually, I'm also extremely dissatisfied with Ding Bin and his gang. But for the greater good, I have to tolerate them. After this operation, if Boss Su attacks them, I promise you, the Watcher Alliance will never stop. And I can even help Boss Su by asking the leader for assistance. Well, we talk about that later. Su Chen smiled, but didn't say anything else. The Tiger Gang is hundreds of kilometers away from Shannon City. If a fight really broke out, it would be quite troublesome. Zhao Man, seeing this, said nothing more. After hastily cleaning up the battlefield, the group returned to camp. After returning to camp, Ding Bin didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, he called Huang Suisui and the others over. I miscalculated. This Su Chen's strength is truly terrifying. Ding Bin's face darkened. He was quite depressed. Before going to bed, he saw Su Chen going out alone. So he specially sent out several capable men to ambush Su Chen and kill him directly. But he never expected that 2 F-class evolvers, 3 F-class psychics, and an F- psychic wouldn't be able to take Su Chen down, and he even killed them all. Master Deng, I told you all before, if we can't make peace with Su Chen, why do you insist on fighting him? What are we trying to achieve? Ding Bin's ally, the kindly-looking Bai Jianghua, sighed. No, Bai Jianghua, why are you such a coward? Su Jiang, another fierce-looking man, sneered. If you're so cowardly, eat at the kids' table from now on. How dare you talk like that? Bai Jianghua's face froze, and he suddenly snapped. Not convinced? How about we go out and practice solo? Su Jiang rolled up his sleeves, looking eager to give it a try. Their cities were close to each other, and they had clashed several times before oversupplies. Hence, Su Jiang's words were full of provocation. Enough. Stop arguing, the two of you. The most urgent matter is how to deal with Su Chen. Huang Suisui chided from the side. Master Huang is absolutely right. Ding Bin also spoke slowly, his voice deep. If any of you dare to start a fight, I expel them from the alliance. Having already offended Su Chen and already had a bad relationship with the Watchers, being expelled from the leader's alliance would likely mean certain death. Bai Jianghua and Su Jiang both snorted coldly, ceasing their argument. Master Deng has always been resourceful. He should have a way to deal with Su Chen, right? Huang Suisui smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Deng Bin. To be honest, I don't have a solution at the moment. Deng Bin said slowly, you all saw what happened tonight. The safest way to eliminate Su Chen is to gather all our forces and lay siege to him. But if we do that, the Watchers Alliance won't stand idly by. So I suggest we put our plans against Su Chen on hold for now. Wait until Operation Cold War is over, then we find a way to eliminate Su Chen. What do you think? Huang Suisui, Su Jiang, Bai Jianghua, and the others exchanged glances before nodding in agreement with Ding Bin's proposal. In reality, they disagreed, but there was nothing they could do. With fewer people, there's no way to eliminate Su Chen. With more, the Watchers Alliance would definitely get involved. What if Su Chen attacks us? Bai Jianghua said weakly. Probably not, unless he wants to engage us head-on. Despite saying this, Ding Bin wasn't entirely sure. After all, Su Chen, he really couldn't figure him out. The whole night passed in silence. Su Chen had originally planned to sit in the car and continue his training. But considering that Zhao Man also knew the qi gathering technique, he discarded the idea. If Zhao Man noticed him practicing and absorbing the surrounding energy, he would know he had mastered the qi gathering technique as well. He should have kept a hidden card. Last night, he really shouldn't have revealed his mastery of the Lingxi Fist just to kill that psychic. The next morning, after waking up, the team had a quick breakfast and resumed their journey. However, compared to yesterday, the atmosphere in the team had become noticeably strange. Aside from meals, there was virtually no interaction between Ding Bin and his allies' leader alliance, the Watcher Alliance, and the three factions of Su Chen, Zhao Yang, and Gao Fei. During the lunch break, Zhao Man took the initiative to find Su Chen and discuss the current situation with him. After 2 days of continuous travel, they were less than 2 hours away from their destination. The granary was the largest in Jiangxi province. Its purpose was to prepare for various natural disasters and wars. Thus, the granary's equipment and facilities were extremely advanced, and its location was extremely secluded. Its safety, of course, goes without saying. This is why the Watcher Alliance chose this granary. As long as we can reach the granary safely, everything should be fine, Zhao Man said with a smile. I hope so. Su Chen shrugged. After a brief rest, the convoy resumed its journey. They soon exited the highway and followed a regular road to a wide river. On the other side of the river lay a series of undulating mountains. At the foot of one of the peaks, a vast factory building could be clearly seen. That's where the granary is. Zhao Man pointed to the factory building and explained to Su Chen, besides the factory building outside, there's also a warehouse for storing grain inside the mountain. He picked up the telescope and observed carefully. After putting it down, Zhao Man's face was filled with confusion. Strange, why haven't we seen anyone? Captain Zhao, isn't it a good thing that no one's here? Xiang Mingming smiled nonchalantly. That means no outsiders have come here. On the contrary, it means something's amiss. Su Chen shook his head, denying Xiang Mingming's words. Boss Su is right. Looking in the direction of the granary, Zhao Man's expression grew serious. Although the granary's location is extremely hidden, there are definitely quite a few people who know about it. Chapter 577. At least the staff at the granary know about this place. If you were a granary employee, what would you do when the apocalypse struck? Zhao Man asked. Of course, I bring my family and seek refuge here. Luo Xiaoyan replied. That's right, but there's no movement over there right now. Don't you find it strange? Hearing this, everyone realized something was amiss. Perhaps they heard us, or perhaps they're hiding inside the mountain, afraid of the monsters? Xiang Mingming speculated. Su Chen stroked his chin and pondered. She makes sense. But no matter the reason, since we're here, we can't just leave like this, can we, Captain Zhao? You're right. We can't return empty-handed. Zhao Man thought for a moment and ordered Xiao Luo, Mingming, take a few people and go check out the situation. Yes, sir. Luo Xiaotian and Xiang Mingming nodded in agreement. Zhao Man hesitated again. Boss Su, if you don't mind, would you go with them? Although Su Chen's combat power was only F rank, Zhao Man believed that his true strength was definitely not inferior to his own. If he could go with Luo Xiaotian and the others, that would be perfect. Okay. Su Chen agreed without refusing. Luo Xiaotian called 2 more people, including Su Chen, making a total of 5 people. They boarded an off-road vehicle and slowly drove across the bridge connecting the 2 banks. The granary was surrounded by a tall concrete wall, not only entangled with barbed wire, but also connected to electricity. There were also several guardhouses for monitoring the surrounding situation. On the other side of the granary was a train station. As the largest granary in Jiangxi province, transporting grain by truck alone was sometimes impractical. Trains were needed. The iron gate of the factory building was now tightly closed. Looking through the gate, the base was eerily quiet, not even a soul in sight, like a ghost town. After getting out of the car, the few people couldn't help but frown slightly at the sight. Boss Su, are we going in? Although Luo Xiaotian was the team leader, after knowing Su Chen for so long, Luo Xiaotian had long been impressed by his strength. Thus, in his mind, in Zhao Man's absence, Su Chen was the leader. Let's go in and take a look. Everyone, be careful. Su Chen walked to the iron gate and, with a force of his hands, ripped it open. Several people filed in and began searching the granary. The outermost buildings were either offices or employee living quarters. They searched carefully, fearing they missed anything. To their surprise, the buildings were spotless and tidy. Forget zombies or monsters, there wasn't even a trace of fighting. Even more astonishingly, Su Chen and his team found a large pot of cooked food in the dining room. But it had been sitting there for so long that the food had already gone rancid. After searching all the buildings, Su Chen and his team still hadn't found a single survivor. This strange situation reminded Su Chen of a similar situation he encountered during his initial trip to Shilu City. Only those survivors had been captured by the cult of Almighty. Could it be that the survivors in the granary were also abducted by someone? After inspecting the building, the group headed towards the granary in the back. Dozens of cylindrical granaries stood on the flat concrete ground. Since nothing had been found up ahead, there were certainly no anomalies in the granaries. Su Chen also took a look at the warehouse inside the mountain, but found nothing either. After completing their inspection, they left the granary and returned to the convoy. After hearing Luo Xiaotian's report, Zhao Man's brows knitted together. Boss Su, what do you think? I think there's something strange about the granary. Su Chen whispered, but I can't put my finger on why. I thought so too. Zhao Man sighed, if possible, we should get out of here. The granary is loaded with so much grain, and not a soul is there. This isn't just terribly wrong, it's utterly wrong. But since we're here, we can't just leave empty-handed, right? Luo Xiaotian said with a wry smile. As they were discussing this, Ding Bin, Huang Cuicui, and the others swaggered over. No, Captain Zhao, I'm saying we're already there. Why don't we go in? Su Jiang said impatiently, it's almost dark. Let's get inside and have a hot meal. Of course, we should get a good night's rest and load the grain tomorrow. Hurry up and get it done, and let's get back. Huang Cuicui, Bai Jianghua, and the others chimed in. So under the urging of Ding Bin and others, Zhao Man finally made up his mind. Let the convoy enter the granary first. The sun was setting, dyeing the distant sky a blood red. It wouldn't be long before it was completely dark. If there's any real danger, it's better to get inside the granary first. After Zhao Man's order was passed down, the convoy immediately set off and soon entered the granary's courtyard. When the granary was first built, it was anticipated that a large number of trucks would be loading and unloading grain. Thus, their facility was built extremely spacious, easily accommodating hundreds of trucks at once. After the vehicles were parked, the watchers took action. They fanned out, conducting a more thorough search of the granary. Thankfully, further searches also revealed nothing unusual. They also inspected the granary's equipment and found it intact. The granary was not only equipped with solar power, but also used the nearby river to drive turbines, which in turn powered generators. Thanks to the efforts of several technicians, power was quickly restored to the granary. Looking at the brightly lit granary, the gloom that had shrouded everyone's hearts instantly dissipated. The soldiers from the kitchen squad had already entered the dining hall and began preparing dinner. A short while later, the fragrant meal was ready to be served. Zhao Man invited Su Chen to join him for dinner and explained the granary's situation. The granary holds over 700,000 tons of grain, mostly intact. Not only soybeans, wheat, and other crops, but also a variety of meats. If we can bring all that back, the base won't be short of food for at least 2 years. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Over 700,000 tons of grain? With all the trucks we have, it would take us 10 days or half a month. Unless we get the nearby railway line up and running. Zhao Man laughed heartily. That's what I meant. It's just a pity we can't bring back so much grain. Chapter 578. Su Chen smiled but said nothing. His system had unlimited storage space, capable of accommodating any amount of supplies. But if he hadn't emptied the granary, even if it was all good, why would he expose himself? After dinner, everyone prepared to rest. But as team leader, Zhao Man couldn't rest right away like the others. He called Su Chen, Luo Xiaotian, and a few others to accompany him to inspect the granary. After ensuring all sentries were manned, Zhao Man breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Su, thank you for your help. It's getting late, Captain Zhao. Shall we all go back to bed? Su Chen smiled. Okay, good night, see you tomorrow. Zhao Man waved. Su Chen said goodbye to them, and headed towards his assigned dormitory. The entire granary can be roughly divided into 5 areas. First, after entering the factory, we arrived at the loading and unloading area, which had a large open space suitable for parking trucks and transporting grain. To the right of the loading and unloading area were several buildings standing side by side, housing the grain depot's office and living quarters. Then, separated by a wall from the parking, office, and living quarters, was the grain depot's granary. Beyond the granary, we reached the mountain, crowned by a massive iron gate. Behind the gate lay the warehouses within the mountain. In addition to storing a large amount of grain, there were also numerous cold storage facilities for frozen meat. The team naturally chose the office and living quarters for their sleeping quarters. However, there weren't many rooms here, and it wasn't enough to accommodate everyone in the team. Aside from Su Chen, Zhao Man, and a few others, the rest of the team was crammed into a single dormitory. Some even had to set up tents in the main hall to rest. Fortunately, most of the members of Operation Cold War were military personnel and had no complaints. When Su Chen returned to the dormitory, Tong Fei had already finished showering and was wiping her damp hair. Boss, you're back. Tong Fei greeted Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen nodded and patted Ming Qi's head. Remember to be careful when you sleep tonight. Tong Fei was slightly startled. Boss, is there something wrong? I haven't noticed anything, but the situation in the granary. is really strange. Suchin shook his head. He walked to the window and stared out into the darkness. For safety reasons, all the lights in the base were off. Only a few lights remained for necessary illumination. Suchin was feeling uneasy precisely because he hadn't discovered anything. Boss, maybe you're worrying too much. There are so many people in the base, and there are soldiers on night watch. If there were truly any anomalies, we would have received an early warning, Tong Fei consoled him. I hope so. Suchin nodded and said nothing more. He stood up and headed for the bathroom. When he emerged, Tong Fei was already lying naked on the bed, gazing at him seductively. Since leaving the Tiger Gang, the two hadn't had sex in days due to Xiang Mingming's appearance, and Tong Fei couldn't wait. Tonight, finally having her chance, Tong Fei naturally wanted to drain Suchin dry. Watching the fierce struggle on the bed, Mengqi yawned beside him. It covered its ears with its paws, seemingly unable to bear the annoyance. After a passionate lovemaking session, Suchin embraced Tong Fei and fell into a deep sleep. Time passed, and soon it was past midnight. Even a transcendent being could not avoid dozing off. Just as everything was completely still, Suchin's eyelids fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Something was happening, but he didn't get up rashly. Instead, he lay there, quietly observing the situation in the room. Tong Fei in his arms, and Meng Qi, sprawled on the ground, both breathed evenly. Moonlight streamed in through the window, casting a thin veil over the entire room. So strange. Suchin could clearly sense something was amiss, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He squinted his eyes and observed for a long time, finally noticing something amiss. The veil enveloping the room didn't seem to be moonlight, but a white gas. What was this? Suchin frowned slightly. Just as he was about to wake Tong Fei in his arms, a sound suddenly came from the door. Click. A small movement followed by the door opening from the outside. Suchin pretended to be asleep, observing the doorway. When he saw the dark figure approaching, he was startled, for it wasn't a human or an animal. From its appearance, it was difficult to determine its true form. It stood nearly 2 meters tall, its skin seemingly covered in a layer of dark fur. Standing in the darkness, it was almost impossible to make out its features. Its limbs were extremely slender, with sharp claws faintly visible. A pair of eyes, like green lanterns, gleamed brightly in the darkness. What is this thing? Suchin cursed inwardly. The monster stood in the darkness, surveying the entire room. When it spotted Suchin, Tong Fei, and Mengqi lying on the ground, it walked towards them. To describe it as walking isn't quite accurate. Despite its enormous size, its steps were incredibly light, continuing as if floating as it approached Suchin. Just as it stretched out its 2 palms, ready to lift Suchin up, Suchin suddenly attacked. At Suchin's summons, a long, exotic crystal blade materialized and pierced the monster's body. The monster's green eyes instantly widened. Suchin, fearing it might scream, quickly covered its mouth with a blanket. Crack! Crack! After several more stabs, the monster collapsed to the ground. Suchin finally breathed a sigh of relief and set a scan. Nightmare. Monsters that live in darkness, active only at night and agile, can release hypnotic gas, putting prey into a coma, thus achieving success. Combat rating F+. Suchin's heart sank. So, that veil in the room must be the hypnotic gas released by Nightmare. I killed Nightmare, but Tong Fei and Meng Qi still haven't reacted. One of them is an F-level evolver, the other an F-level zombie beast. If they hadn't been hypnotized, they would have woken up long ago. Strange. Then why wasn't he hypnotized? Could it be that the hypnotic gas from Dark Nightmare was counteracted by his toxin resistance? That must be the case. Thinking of this, Suchin couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Luckily, he had toxin resistance. Otherwise, he'd probably be like Tong Fei, Meng Qi, and the others, all hypnotized by Dark Nightmare. Chapter 579. Suchin's heart skipped a beat. If even Tong Fei and Meng Qi were hypnotized, the others wouldn't be much better off. Suchin quickly stood up, changed his clothes, and tiptoed to the door. He poked his head out, and was startled. The dormitory Zhao Man had assigned him was on the top floor. Besides Suchin and Tong Fei, there were Zhao Man, Luo Xiaoyan, and several other transcendents on this floor, but without exception, they had all been hypnotized. Now, like dead dogs, they were being dragged out of their rooms by those nightmares. While he had no idea what the nightmares were doing by abducting humans, he knew with a grain of salt that it wouldn't end well. Suchin glanced around and saw over a dozen nightmares in the corridor. Even though he just killed one, it was a complete surprise attack on the nightmare. The nightmare was, after all, an F+ monster. In a real fight, he might not be their match. Besides, They had been able to reach the top floor with impunity, so Suchin didn't intend to act rashly against the others in the granary. Instead, he retreated to his room. He placed the nightmare's body into storage, and carried Tong Fei and Ming Qi into the bathroom. As soon as Suchin finished and hid in the bathroom, a gust of wind blew into the room. Another nightmare came floating in. It stared at the empty bed, stunned for a moment, as if it had figured its companions had already dealt with the humans here. Then it turned and floated away. Seeing this, Suchin breathed a sigh of relief. He quietly walked to the window and peered downstairs. When he got a clear view of the situation downstairs, he was shocked again. He saw countless nightmares emerging from the buildings within the granary. In their hands, without exception, they were all carrying hypnotized survivors. After gathering together, these nightmares floated towards the mountain. Soon, the entire granary was pristine, as if nothing had happened. Although they hadn't been captured by the nightmares, Suchin wasn't sure when the monsters would notice they were missing a companion. He had to act quickly. "Wake up!" Suchin pushed hard at Tong Fei and Ming Qi, but they didn't respond. Suddenly, he grabbed the shower head and sprayed them with water. Jolted by the cold water, Tong Fei and Ming Qi slowly opened their eyes. After taking in the surroundings, Tong Fei was bewildered. "Boss, what's going on? Why is my head spinning?" "You've been hypnotized," Suchin said gravely. He told Tong Fei what had just happened. Tong Fei was also shocked. Although she had been on high alert before bed, as Suchin had instructed, she had never imagined that a monster like the nightmare would exist. "Thank goodness you, boss. Otherwise, I would have been captured by a monster." Tong Fei patted her chest, feeling somewhat relieved. "Now I understand why there's no sign of human activity in the granary." Suchin sighed. Monsters like the nightmare specialize in nocturnal activity. They're like ghosts, making them difficult to detect. To top it all off, they release a hypnotic gas that can cause humans to pass out without their knowledge. No wonder the granary was so clean and tidy, with no signs of a fight. Nonsense. The humans were all knocked unconscious, so how could they possibly resist? "Boss, what should we do next?" Tong Fei asked nervously. Suchin didn't respond, but instead stroked his chin, thinking seriously. The wisest thing to do was, of course, take Tong Fei and Ming Qi and flee. After all, there were simply too many dark nightmares. Even if Suchin was incredibly powerful, he couldn't possibly kill so many dark nightmares. But the members of the Tiger Gang who came with him were also captured by the dark nightmares. Suchin still felt a little reluctant to abandon Wang Yan, Ding Di, Zheng Hui, and the others just like that. "Let's get out of here first." Suchin took Tong Fei and Ming Qi and quietly left the dormitory area. The granary at this moment had become the same as Suchin had seen it during the day. It was eerily quiet, like a ghost town. The two of them, along with Ming Qi, left the granary and, after crossing the river, found a secluded area in the dense forest. Suchin directly pulled out a modified SUV from the storage space. Having followed Suchin for so long, Tong Fei vaguely knew that he possessed spatial abilities, allowing him to retrieve and store items at will. But when she saw Suchin simply conjure up a car, she was still surprised. "You and Ming Qi will hide here for now. Don't move around. If I don't return within 3 days, take Ming Qi and return as soon as possible." Hearing this, Tong Fei's heart tightened. She reached out and grasped Suchin tightly, saying earnestly, "Boss, I want to go with you. If there's any real danger, I'd rather die by your side." Regardless of the initial reasons, after following Suchin for so long, her heart was already tied to him. She simply couldn't leave him alone. Looking at Tong Fei's determined eyes, Suchin felt a warm surge of emotion. He smiled and patted Tong Fei's shoulder. "Don't worry, Fei Fei. I'm just going to check on the situation. If it's too dangerous, I definitely won't stay there." Despite Suchin's words, Tong Fei still refused to let go. "It's easier for me to move alone. If you follow me, you might get into trouble. Be good." Tong Fei hesitated for a moment, then finally let go. Her eyes welled up slightly, as she looked at Suchin lovingly. "Boss, you must come back safely." "I will," Suchin promised solemnly. Just as he was about to leave, Tong Fei leaned over and kissed him hard. After they separated, Suchin said to Ming Qi, "Stay with her and don't run around. Understand?" "Meow." Ming Qi let out a soft meow, understanding. Suchin nodded slightly at Tong Fei, then turned and headed back towards the granary. Watching him disappear into the night, Tong Fei's heart suddenly felt incredibly lost. "Boss, please don't be in any trouble." The granary remained silent, not a single movement. It seemed the nightmares hadn't noticed they were missing a companion. Thinking this, Suchin followed the direction the monsters had vanished. But he searched the entire mountainside, including the cold storage inside, and still found nothing unusual. Strange. Where had all these nightmares gone? Suchin's confusion grew, and just then, he stepped on something hard. He leaned down and picked up a ring from the weeds. Is this a Yan's thing? Chapter 580. Ever since taking the infinite, Suchin had grown too lazy to manage them, and had left them all to Wang Yan. So Ding Di jokingly called Wang Yan the Monkey King, and even made a golden hoop out of wire, the same kind as the Monkey King's. Wang Yan didn't resist, but rather gladly accepted it, occasionally placing it on his head. And this circular ring was the golden hoop Ding Di had made. It must have dropped when Nightmare was carrying Wang Yan. That meant they had vanished nearby. Suchin perked up and searched carefully around the golden hoop. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find any entrance. Strange, could they have flown into the sky or into the ground? Suchin frowned and looked around again. Aside from a few large trees, and a few large rocks close to the mountain, there was nothing unusual. That's not right. Suchin's gaze fell on one of the large trees. This tree looked noticeably different from the others. It was a deep black, with a thicker trunk. But its branches were bare. The whole thing looked like one of those eerie, claw-bearing trees in horror movies. During his earlier search, Suchin hadn't focused his attention on these trees. Thus, he hadn't noticed anything unusual about this particular tree. He slowly approached, circling the strange tree. Only then did he discover a barely noticeable, dark hole nestled among its thick roots. If he hadn't gotten so close, it would have been difficult to spot. This seemed to be the lair of the nightmare. Thinking this way, Suchin dived in without hesitation. Although the cave entrance was narrow, a whole new world lay within. The passage was so spacious that even a towering nightmare could walk upright, not to mention Suchin. The passage sloped deeper underground. On the earthen walls on either side grew a special kind of moss, emitting a faint glow. Although faint, it was enough illumination for Suchin. He walked silently through the underground passage. After walking for nearly a kilometer, a three-way intersection suddenly appeared before him. Suchin paused for a moment, deciding to explore the left first. So he headed towards the left passage. Not far further, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a vast cavern. Inside the cave grew a large amount of special moss, providing a faint glow that allowed him to clearly see what lay within. Suchin gasped. In the cave, numerous nightmare creatures lay sprawled. Their eyes were tightly closed, as if they were resting. But the most eye-catching thing was the massive creature in the center of the cave. From the outside, it resembled a smooth tumor, nothing like a nightmare. Underneath its body, there was a row of tiny limbs. Where the face should have been, several pairs of compound eyes sprouted, making its appearance even more hideous. Standing beside it were a dozen, noticeably stronger nightmare creatures. They were bringing 2 or 3 humans to the tumor monster. The tumor monster opened its bloody maw, and a sharp segmented limb extended out. Crack! The segmented limb easily pierced into one of the human's heads. The still unconscious human's body trembled violently. Suchin could clearly see large amounts of fluid being sucked from its limbs into the tumor monster's mouth. In a short while, the human was drained dry. The tumor monster moved its limbs again, inserting them into the head of the nearby human. It repeated this process, draining several others dry, then, contentedly, retracted its limbs. The nearby nightmares swarmed over and devoured the human's corpse. Even though Suchin was experienced, he felt a little nauseous at the sight of such bloody cruelty. This tumor monster must be the leader of the nightmares, right? Suchin speculated. He considered using a scan to find out more about the tumor monster. But the thought of angering it vexed him. You're kidding. There were at least 500, if not 1,000, nightmares in the entire cave. If they all rushed forward at once, I'd probably die here too. What a shame. A thorough scan and detection, just like the taunting skills in online games. Suchin observed carefully for a moment, confirming that there were no other passages nearby and no other humans, then quietly left. He retreated to the fork in the road and continued along the right passage. Unlike the left, the right passage was extremely narrow. As he walked, a sudden gust of chilly wind blew from the front. Based on his previous experience, Suchin concluded that there must be nightmares ahead. He frowned, turned around and took 2 steps, only to feel another chilly wind from behind. This was going to be fun. Suchin's expression grew solemn, and a strange crystal blade quietly emerged from his hand. Let alone how many nightmares were around, or whether Suchin was a match for them. If possible, he still didn't want to fight the nightmares. This was their lair, after all. If the noise got out of hand and attracted other nightmares, it would be troublesome, But now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to fight. At that moment, Suchin suddenly noticed what looked like a hole in the earthen wall beside him. He reached out and felt nothing. It was indeed a hole. It was just too dark inside, so Suchin hadn't noticed it. Without hesitation, he dived in. As soon as Suchin entered the cave, he felt the sound of wind drifting from the entrance. He gripped his long sword tightly and waited quietly. If the nightmares entered, he would strike without hesitation. Thankfully, after waiting for a while, the nightmares didn't come in. Suchin finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to survey the small cavern he was in. The cavern was less than 10 square meters in size, and, compared to the smooth passage outside, seemed rather cluttered. Thick tree roots grew from the earthen walls, creating a feeling of crowding. Suchin glanced casually and was startled. A human face lay among the roots. Thankfully, having experienced many ups and downs, he quickly calmed down and observed carefully. "Isn't that Xiang Mingming?" Suchin paused for a moment, glancing around. Next to Xiang Mingming, there were several other people. All of them, without exception, were entangled in the tree roots, trapped. Seeing this, Suchin suddenly understood. If he was right, the passage on the right was probably the Dark Nightmare storage room or prison. They kept their captured prey here. "Wake up!" Suchin patted Xiang Mingming's face. Chapter 581. But the effects of the hypnotic gas hadn't worn off yet. No matter how Suchin called out, Xiang Mingming didn't respond. Suchin pondered for a moment, deciding to rescue Xiang Mingming first. He raised his exotic crystal blade and chopped at the tree roots entangled with Xiang Mingming. It was strange. The exotic crystal blade could even split boulders. But chopping the tree roots took immense effort. Suchin struggled mightily to free Xiang Mingming from the tangled roots. He took out another bottle of mineral water and poured it over Xiang Mingming's face. Cough, cough, cough. The cold water finally awoke Xiang Mingming from her coma, and she stretched out her hands, struggling desperately. Suchin, seeing this, quickly restrained her and whispered, "Don't move." Suchin. Xiang Mingming was stunned for a moment, then slapped him. "What are you trying to do?" She subconsciously assumed she was still in the dormitory. Suchin's sudden appearance was an attempt to molest her. "Are you crazy?" Suchin's face darkened, and he held Xiang Mingming's hands. "Take a good look around you." Xiang Mingming was stunned for a moment, then turned to survey her surroundings. Where is this?" "A few words won't explain it clearly, but we're in a very dangerous situation." Suchin released Xiang Mingming's hand. Xiang Mingming pushed herself up and tried to stand. But she had just emerged from hypnosis, and her body was very weak. She stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Luckily, Suchin was quick to catch her. "Thank you, Boss Su." Xiang Mingming thanked her awkwardly. Suchin ignored her and turned his gaze to the others. He planned to release all of these people and then go rescue the others. But just then, a chilling gust of wind blew from the cave entrance. Oh no! It was Dark Nightmare. Before Suchin could react, a massive black shadow scurried through the cave entrance. If it wasn't Dark Nightmare, then what else could it be? When Dark Nightmare saw Suchin and Xiang Mingming in the cave, he was stunned. He hadn't expected two humans to be here, free to move around. Looking at the terrifying Dark Nightmare, Xiang Mingming was also stunned. As the two of them stared at each other, Suchin took the initiative. He leaped forward, thrusting out with the exotic crystal blade in his hand. The Nightmare's massive frame made it impossible for him to dodge in such a confined space. With a click, the exotic crystal blade pierced its chest. The wounded Nightmare let out a sharp cry. The sound was like fingernails scratching a blackboard. A high-pitched vibration that was incredibly uncomfortable. Suchin's heart sank, and he exerted force with his hand. The exotic crystal blade ripped the Nightmare's flesh apart. Stomach. The Nightmare struggled briefly before collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Let's go!" Suchin didn't bother saving the others and pulled Xiang Mingming out of the cave. But as soon as he left the cave, he felt a fierce, cold wind blowing from the direction they had come from. There must be a large number of nightmare beasts heading this way. Suchin hesitated for a moment and chose to walk deeper into the passage. Rather than facing a large number of nightmare beasts, it would be better to see if there was a way out. If there wasn't one, it wouldn't be too late to fight them all. Xiang Mingming hadn't fully recovered yet, and she walked slowly. Suchin didn't waste time, but lifted her by the waist and placed her on his shoulders. Xiang Mingming knew the situation was urgent and didn't act rashly. She suppressed her discomfort and simply leaned on Suchin's shoulder. Although she was carrying someone, Xiang Mingming was fortunately slender, and the weight of her entire body rested largely on the heavy sling on her chest. Suchin's physical strength was also impressive, and he walked with a vigorous gait. However, He hadn't gone far when another chilling gust of wind blew up ahead, followed by 3 nightmares. Su Chen cursed inwardly, threw Xiang Mingming to the ground, and rushed forward, intent on a swift and decisive battle. The 3 nightmares didn't hesitate, brandishing their sharp claws. In the dark yet spacious passage, the nightmares moved swiftly, nimbly dodging Su Chen's attacks while continuously swinging their claws at him. Su Chen didn't bother to waste time and immediately unleashed absolute zero. Instantly, the surrounding temperature plummeted, hindering the nightmare's movements. Facing one of the nightmare's claws, Su Chen attempted to block it with his long sword, but something unexpected happened. The nightmare's claws actually pierced through the alien crystal long sword. Su Chen was shocked. Immediately, its claws landed on the crystal armor, piercing through it and grabbing Su Chen's shoulder. A sharp pain suddenly shot through his shoulder. At the same time, the other 2 nightmares attacked from behind. Their claws also pierced through the crystal armor, leaving 2 deep scars on Su Chen's back. Su Chen's fighting power surged in the excruciating pain. He first summoned a chain of lightning, shocking the 3 nightmares to the point of numbness. He then gripped the crystal blade tightly and stabbed one of them fiercely. Ice Cage. As the second nightmares lunged, Su Chen activated his supernatural power. Instantly, a cage of icicles formed, trapping it firmly within. While it couldn't harm it, it could hold it for a moment, buying Su Chen time. Without even having time to draw his crystal blade, Su Chen lashed out at the 3rd nightmares. Lingxiu Fist. Invisible force erupted from Su Chen's fist. The 3rd nightmares hadn't anticipated Su Chen's skill. The crystal blade's force struck them squarely in the chest, sending them flying. Su Chen seized this opportunity, swung the crystal blade with all his might, and ripped the 1st nightmare's belly ripped open. Clang! The 2nd nightmare had already shattered its icy cage and screamed as it lunged at Su Chen. Electric eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from Su Chen's eyes, accurately striking the 2nd nightmare. With a sharp scream, the nightmare held out for a moment before being reduced to charcoal by the electric shock. The 3rd nightmare had just gotten up when it saw its companion tragically slain by Su Chen's hands. Seeing the situation was dire, it immediately drifted backward, as if intending to rejoin the main force. Su Chen didn't bother chasing it. After picking up Xiang Mingming, he didn't even bother to retrieve the nightmare's energy core before continuing his darting sprint deeper into the depths. Along the way, he noticed the passageway was dotted with caves of varying sizes. It seemed that, like Xiang Mingming, Zhao Man, and the others were imprisoned in these caves. Soon, Su Chen and Xiang Mingming arrived at the edge of a cliff. Underfoot, it lay pitch black, as if a bottomless abyss. Chapter 582. Su Chen's heart tightened. Thankfully, the sound of rushing water could be heard below, suggesting an underground river, and judging by the sound, the cliff wasn't that high. Just as Su Chen hesitated to jump, a fierce, cold wind suddenly blew from behind him. He turned his head and saw that the relatively spacious passage was now swarming with the pursuing nightmares. Countless pairs of green eyes were fixed on him and Xiang Mingming. Such a terrifying scene was truly terrifying. Boss Su, what should we do now? Xiang Mingming swallowed. Although an F-class evolver, she was still a woman at heart. Seeing this situation, she couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. What could I do? I was also desperate. Su Chen rolled his eyes, and decided not to hesitate any longer. Jump into the river. No, are you really going to? What else? With so many nightmares blocking the way, how could they possibly fight their way out? Su Chen is human, not a god. Hold me tight. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, he leaped. Ah! Xiang Mingming let out a sharp cry and clung to Su Chen tightly. Luckily, as Su Chen had guessed, the tower wasn't very high, only about 5 or 6 meters. Below was a fast-flowing underground river. Splash! After falling into the river, the 2 of them were swept rapidly downwards. The green eyes of the nightmares on the shore quickly vanished. Save me. I can't swim. Xiang Mingming clung to Su Chen like an octopus. Unable to feel the throbbing pain on her chest, Su Chen lifted her up with one hand, hoisting her high above his head. With his other hand, he pulled out a flashlight and held it to his lips. The flashlight's light revealed a large open space near the riverbank not far ahead. He immediately pulled out a rope and threw it with all his might. The rope precisely caught a sharp rock. Then, holding the rope with one hand and Xiang Mingming in the other, Su Chen finally and painstakingly climbed ashore. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he realized Xiang Mingming, still in his arms, was completely still. Su Chen looked down and saw that she was pale and not breathing. It seemed she had drowned. Critical moment. Su Chen, not caring for anything else, simply pulled open her shirt and pressed down hard on the throbbing pain. After a few compressions, he began mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration. After repeating this several times, Xiang Mingming suddenly began coughing violently, spitting out a lot of river water. Seeing her breathing resume, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, wake up!" Su Chen patted Xiang Mingming's cheek. Xiang Mingming stared at Su Chen with her confused eyes for a long moment before reacting. I'm not dead? Nonsense! So where are we now? Xiang Mingming struggled to sit up, looking at the darkness around her. Somewhere underground, I guess. Su Chen shrugged. Where are those monsters? They didn't catch up, did they? Probably not. That's good. Xiang Mingming felt relieved for a moment, patting her chest gently. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Her clothes were torn, and Delay was exposed. Su Chen, what's wrong with me? Su Chen frowned. It's okay, thank you. Although she was a bit misogynistic, Xiang Mingming wasn't as clueless as Leda. She also knew that Su Chen was doing this to save her. Even so, Xiang Mingming couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Here, these are clean clothes, change into them. Su Chen pulled out a set of clothes and tossed them to Xiang Mingming. Where did you get these from? Xiang Mingming asked, bewildered. You talk too much. Xiang Mingming said nothing. After taking the clothes, she took a look around. She hesitated, thinking, since Su Chen had already touched her, it didn't matter. So, she undressed her soaking wet clothes and changed into clean ones. In his eagerness to save someone, Su Chen hadn't paid close attention. After taking a quick glance, he couldn't help but secretly marvel, this Xiang Mingming is truly impressive. We're both women, so how could she be so well developed? Whoever marries her will definitely have children who won't go hungry. After changing clothes, Xiang Mingming asked, Boss Su, what should we do now? Let me think about it. Su Chen stroked his chin, pondering. Not to mention the impossibility of swimming upstream. Even if he could, he wouldn't want to go back. Those nightmares were truly bizarre. Their claws could actually penetrate the alien crystals. This was the first time Su Chen had seen anything like it. It must be something similar to etherealization, able to pass through other objects and damage the flesh. But the scans didn't provide any information on this. It seems this thing is a bit out of step. Su Chen touched his wounds. Thanks to his powerful self-healing ability, his injuries were now healed. The only way left was to follow this underground river and continue down. But who knows where the underground river ultimately leads? Su Chen tried the radar system. The feedback was that the area was all mud, with only this underground river. Let's take a break and continue along the underground river. Now it was just Su Chen and me. Xiang Mingming had no choice but to obey him. After they sat down, Su Chen took out his portable alcohol stove and some charcoal and started a bonfire. The originally cold underground instantly warmed up. Su Chen also took out some food and water and handed them to Xiang Mingming. Thank you. Xiang Mingming took it and enjoyed it without hesitation. Her favorable impression of Su Chen grew a bit stronger. Boss Su, seriously, can you please give Fei Fei to me? Xiang Mingming looked at Su Chen eagerly. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh at this. She's a living person, not an object. I can't just give her to you just because I want to. The situation right now is that she prefers to be with me, not you. Hearing this, Xiang Mingming felt a little discouraged. She naturally understood that what Su Chen said was true. Mingming, come to think of it, why do you hate men so much? Su Chen asked with a smile. Actually, I don't hate men. Xiang Mingming explained. Look, I get along pretty well with Captain Zhao Xiaoluo and the others, right? I just hate men who have feelings for Fei Fei and me and want to get close to us. Su Chen laughed. Does that include me? Before, it included you, but since you saved me twice in a row, I don't hate you so much anymore. Xiang Mingming is no brainless fairy. She knows how to repay a favor. Chapter 583. You haven't explained why you hate men who have feelings for you, and why you're attracted to women. I haven't even told Fei Fei this. Since you saved me, I tell you. Xiang Mingming pursed her lips and sighed softly. Actually, it has to do with my family. It turns out her father was a scumbag. When she was little, he frequently cheated on her and abused her mother. This ultimately led to her mother running away from home. Since then, Xiang Mingming has developed a certain aversion to men. As she grew older, Xiang Mingming, due to her well-developed appearance, was verbally abused by delinquents at school and became the target of ridicule. This further fueled her dislike for men and ultimately led to her attraction to women. After hearing Xiang Mingming's words, Su Chen sighed. What's the saying? The wounds of one's original family take a lifetime to heal. It's good that you know this. Don't spread it. Xiang Mingming gathered her emotions and snorted coldly. Okay, then we keep this a secret between the two of us, Su Chen said with a smile. Suddenly, the two of them shared a secret. This moment made Xiang Mingming's heart flutter, an indescribable feeling filling her heart. She thought to herself, this Su Chen. He seems quite nice. After they had rested for a while, Su Chen checked his watch. It was almost 6 o'clock. Mingming, let's go! Sure, but are we still going to jump into the river? Looking at the rushing water, Xiang Mingming's face paled. Of course not. Su Chen waved his hand. Xiang Mingming felt her vision flash before a kayak appeared before her. What's going on? Her eyes widened, her mouth opening into an O shape. To be honest, besides being an evolver, possessing ice and lightning abilities, I also possess space abilities. Su Chen's words shocked Xiang Mingming even more. The fact that Su Chen held 3 positions already astonished Xiaoman, Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, and the others. Even Li Kunlun, the leader of the Overwatch League, expressed interest in Su Chen. Who would have thought that Su Chen would finally reveal a space ability? This is my biggest secret. Anyone who knows the secret will either be killed by me, or become my woman, like Fei Fei. What's your choice? Su Chen, with a cold expression, walked towards Xiang Mingming. Xiang Mingming's mind went blank. Why would he kill me out of nowhere? Just as she was about to choose the latter, Su Chen suddenly laughed. Relax, I was just kidding. Since you told me your secret, in exchange, this is mine too. Xiang Mingming finally breathed a sigh of relief, but a faint sense of loss lingered within her. Without further hesitation, the two of them worked together, pushing the kayak into the water and jumping on board. They descended the underground river. The underground river was fraught with danger, and kayaking was fraught with peril. Thankfully, Su Chen, a seasoned veteran, escaped unscathed, but not far out. The space ahead suddenly narrowed dramatically. Besides the thick rocks, there was a swift current. Thankfully, Su Chen's quick eyes and hands prevented the kayak from colliding with the rocks. Oh no! There's no way out, Xiang Mingming said dejectedly, holding onto the rock. If there was no way ahead, then they would have to turn back the way they came and face the nightmare. But Su Chen didn't despair. Instead, he used his radar system to carefully monitor the situation ahead. To his surprise, not far ahead, there seemed to be a lake. Just by going underwater, they could reach the lake. Put this on. Su Chen pulled out 2 more sets of diving gear and handed them to Xiang Mingming. Although he was used to it, Su Chen could pull out his treasures anytime, anywhere. But Xiang Mingming was still surprised again. No, you're Doraemon, right? How come you have all these goodies? The two of them sat in the kayak, stripped off their clothes, and donned their diving gear. They exchanged glances, then jumped from the kayak into the river. Even with the diving gear, Xiang Mingming was still a little apprehensive about suddenly entering the dark water. Thankfully, Su Chen stayed by her side, holding her hand and swimming forward. Seeing him, Xiang Mingming felt a sudden sense of peace of mind. Under Su Chen's guidance, the two quickly crossed the underground river and entered the lake shown on the radar. They swam vigorously towards the surface, and soon, they could see the bright light on the surface. When they reached the surface, everything suddenly became clear. Su Chen led Xiang Mingming to shore. After removing their diving gear, they breathed in deep gulps of fresh air, feeling a sense of relief at having escaped death. Boss Su, thank you. Xiang Mingming looked at Su Chen and said seriously again. Su Chen smiled faintly. Okay, let's go find Fei Fei. By this time, the sky was bright, the sun rising slowly from the east. Su Chen observed the surroundings and realized he seemed to be upstream of the river next to the granary. So, the underground river in the Dark Nightmare's lair converged into this lake. Then another river branched off from the lake, flowing downstream, passing around the granary. Su Chen pulled out a motorcycle and beckoned Xiang Mingming to climb aboard. He kept pulling out treasures one after another, and Xiang Mingming had become somewhat numb to it. The two of them quickly rode their motorcycles away from the lake and arrived at the granary. The granary was now silent. The Operation Cold War convoy remained parked there. Su Chen did not enter again, but crossed the bridge and returned to Tong Fei's hideout. Hearing the sound of the motorcycle, Tong Fei pushed open the car door. When she saw it was Su Chen and Xiang Mingming, she was instantly surprised and delighted. Boss Mingming. Xiang Mingming, who had been sitting behind Su Chen and hugging him, quickly let go and, somewhat awkwardly, greeted Tong Fei Fei. Tong Fei took Xiang Mingming's hand and asked in surprise, Boss, how did you rescue Mingming? It's a long story. Su Chen recounted his experiences in the Nightmare's lair in detail. Tong Fei was immediately filled with fear. Luckily, Boss and Mingming are fine. Then what do we do next? Xiang Mingming and Tong Fei both looked at Su Chen. He was the only man now, so he naturally relied on the two of them as his backbone. To be honest, Su Chen was also a little worried. If he fought alone, he wouldn't be afraid of any nightmare. Even if there were 4 or 5 more, given enough space, he could still take them all out. But the problem was, the underground lair of the nightmare is too narrow, and there are too many of them. Chapter 584. The most devastating thing is that Su Chen's exotic crystal armor is unable to withstand their attacks. This is extremely troublesome. Although he wanted to rescue Zhao Man, Wang Yin, and the others, facing so many nightmares directly would be tantamount to suicide. The wisest thing to do is to immediately return to the Watcher base and report the incident to Li Kunlun. Li Kunlun would then mobilize the Watcher's transcendence to rescue them. But even if Su Chen worked without sleep, returning from the granary would take a day and a night. And that's if he wasn't besieged by monsters. If he encountered any powerful monsters along the way, it might take even longer. Even if he arrived safely, it would take Li Kunlun at least half a day to respond after learning of the situation. And then, he would have to wait for him to gather his troops and arrive here. A conservative estimate would be 3 days. There were hundreds of nightmares in the caves in the mountains. Even if they only ate 1 human a day, 3 days would be enough for them to devour them all. So this method won't work. Su Chen's mind raced, thinking of a way out. Head-on confrontation was unrealistic. It would be too late to go back for reinforcements. Then he would have to outsmart them, just like he had done with the worm lizard. But right now, he didn't have the purple enchantress's venom. Even if he did, he couldn't poison so many nightmares at once. How about decapitating them directly, perhaps, like he had done with the black-backed monkey and the blade mantis king? Killing the leader would cause the remaining nightmares to scatter. Su Chen thought about it, but rejected the idea. This plan was too risky. Even if he could truly rush into the nightmare's lair single-handedly and confront the tumorous monster head-on, he wouldn't necessarily be able to kill it. After all, it must have some unique way to become the leader of the tumorous monsters. Even if Su Chen could kill it, that didn't mean the nightmare would truly vanish. Su Chen pondered over it, unable to come up with a suitable solution. And his brow furrowed. Boss, if you can't think of a solution, then forget about it for now. Tong Fei, seeing this, quickly took his hand and said softly, You and Mingming haven't slept all night. Go get in the car and rest. Yes, we figure it out after you wake up. Xiang Mingming, standing nearby, also knew that it was nearly impossible for Su Chen to come up with a solution right now. Su Chen nodded, pushed open the car door, and got in. Last night, Su Chen hadn't slept all night, had a fierce battle with a nightmare, and even ventured into the underground river. Even though Su Chen was physically strong, he was still somewhat exhausted. He lay down and quickly fell asleep. An unknown amount of time had passed before. While still dozing, Su Chen suddenly felt a soft, warm body embrace him from behind. Though he didn't open his eyes, the familiar feeling made Su Chen certain it was Tong Fei. Just as Su Chen was about to turn over and hold Tong Fei to continue sleeping, another delicate body suddenly leaned over from the front. Drowsy, Su Chen didn't think twice and simply pulled the person into his arms. Just as he was about to continue sleeping, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. The person in his arms was quite plump. Especially the big thunder on her chest, which was constantly pressing against Su Chen's chest. This was definitely not Tong Fei. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and lowered his head, only to be greeted by Xiang Mingming's youthful, beautiful face. Pressing against his chest was also Xiang Mingming's big thunder. How did she end up in his arms? Just as Su Chen was struggling to figure it out, Xiang Mingming suddenly shifted. The two of them were so close. This shift not only gave Su Chen a strange feeling, but also, even in her sleep, she noticed something was amiss. Xiang Mingming's delicate eyelashes trembled slightly, then slowly opened, revealing those beautiful eyes. Su Chen initially considered closing his eyes and pretending to be asleep. But then he thought, You fucking got into my arms on your own, why would I pretend to be asleep? The two of them stared at each other. After a moment, the confusion in Xiang Mingming's eyes dissipated. Ah! She screamed, desperately pushing Su Chen out. Although this modified SUV had plenty of room, it was still a bit cramped with 3 people lying down at once. So no matter how hard Xiang Mingming pushed, she couldn't escape Su Chen's embrace. At the same time, Meng Qi, having heard the commotion, ran in from outside, staring at them curiously. Mingming, what's wrong with you? Tong Fei groggily got up and looked at Su Chen and Xiang Mingming hugging each other. You look Fei Fei. Xiang Mingming's words were a little incoherent with excitement. Looking at their expressions, Tong Fei came to her senses and was also stunned. Boss, you are? Don't blame me. Su Chen finally let go of her hand, and said innocently, "She fell asleep and snuggled into my arms." You're talking nonsense," Xiang Mingming said angrily. "Mingming, have you forgotten how naughty you are when you sleep?" Tong Fei reminded her. Having been with Su Chen for so long, she naturally trusted him. And when she was with Xiang Mingming before, she was incredibly naughty when she slept. Xiang Mingming tried to recall. "Huh? It seemed like this. I was sleeping and felt a little cold. And then I felt something warm next to me. So, I subconsciously leaned over, and unexpectedly, I ended up snuggling into Su Chen's arms." Thinking of this, Xiang Mingming's face flushed slightly. But she forced herself to remain calm and coughed softly. "Forget it. I won't bother with you. This arrogant girl. I see if I can still be so arrogant when I finally take you down one day." Su Chen glanced at Xiang Mingming's delay. After the previous episode, all three of them were completely sleepy. Su Chen checked the time. It was already noon. Their stomachs were growling with hunger. So they got up, lit a fire, and Tong Fei prepared a delicious meal. After eating and drinking, they sat and chatted. Through the trees, Su Chen could see the river in the distance, reflecting the bright sunlight. A pensive expression crossed his face. Tong Fei, who was chatting with Xiang Mingming nearby, glanced at him. "Boss, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about the nightmare's weakness, and how we can exploit it." "They don't seem to have many weaknesses, are they just weak?" Xiang Mingming shrugged, and the delay on his chest trembled. Who wouldn't be confused by these 3,000 thunders? Su Chen couldn't help but take a look. Tong Fei had originally thought Xiang Mingming would scold Su Chen. Chapter 585. Tong Fei had known Xiang Mingming for so long that she knew her character intimately. Xiang Mingming wouldn't react excessively to the men she met on a daily basis. But if some men dared to recklessly flirt with her or pursue her, they would be humiliated at best, or even given a severe beating from her. However, to Tong Fei's surprise, Xiang Mingming didn't get angry. Instead, she puffed out her chest. "What? Is it big?" Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Was he being teased? It's quite large. Too bad you can't touch it." Xiang Mingming snorted softly. "Alright, let's get back to talking about how to deal with the nightmare." Su Chen gathered his thoughts and continued. "Based on last night's interactions, the nightmare seems to prefer to come out at night. Is it possible they don't like to come out during the day, not just because of their living habits, but also because it would harm them?" Xiang Mingming's eyes narrowed. "Are you saying they're similar to vampires, and sunlight would harm them?" "Yes, but it's just a guess." Su Chen nodded. "Since it's a guess, we should verify it," Tong Fei suggested. "How can we verify it? We can't just catch one, right?" Xiang Mingming said helplessly, rubbing her forehead. "Sprinting into the nightmare's lair and catching one is a bit far-fetched." Su Chen smiled slightly. "Who says we have to catch one?" Xiang Mingming looked at Su Chen in confusion. Tong Fei suddenly realized that Su Chen had personally killed a nightmare last night. Su Chen had no habit of wasting things, so the body had naturally been put into storage. Su Chen retrieved the nightmare's body and placed it on the ground. Looking at the massive, hideous corpse, Xiang Mingming and Tong Fei couldn't help but frown. "It seems useless?" Tong Fei asked uncertainly. Su Chen glanced up at the dense forest and shook his head. "We need to put it in the sun." He quickly carried the nightmare's body out of the woods. The moment it was exposed to the sun, white smoke billowed from the body, accompanied by a sizzling sound. It really worked. Xiang Mingming and Tong Fei were both surprised and delighted. Su Chen didn't let the sun destroy the body. He immediately retrieved it and placed it in the woods. Sunlight contains ultraviolet light, infrared light, and visible light. It's probably not visible light that can harm the nightmare's corpse. So that leaves only ultraviolet light and infrared light. Su Chen first pulled out an infrared therapy lamp from his storage space and shone it on the nightmare's corpse. But after 5 minutes, the corpse showed no reaction. Su Chen then pulled out an ultraviolet disinfection lamp. The moment the ultraviolet light hit the corpse, white smoke and unusual noises began to rise again. "It seems ultraviolet light is the only thing that can harm the nightmare," Xiang Mingming blurted out. "That's right. Now that we know their weaknesses, we can find a way to treat them." Su Chen laughed. "But with so many nightmares, how many would it take?" Before Xiang Mingming could finish her words, Su Chen, as if by magic, conjured up hundreds of UV disinfection lamps. Her eyes widened, speechless. There was no other way. The key was to be frugal and never waste anything. Su Chen shrugged. The three of them gathered together to discuss a specific action plan. Su Chen decided to connect all the UV disinfection lamps together to create a massive UV lamp, and then take down the nightmares in one fell swoop. He immediately acted. The three of them immediately set to work, using tools to connect the UV lamp's wiring. After everything was ready, Su Chen and the others returned to the granary. The granary was still remarkably quiet. The vehicles from Operation Cold War were still parked there. Knowing that the nightmares couldn't move in daylight, Su Chen and the others grew bolder. They swaggered through the granary and arrived at the foot of the large tree. Su Chen raised his exotic crystal sword and completely cleared the exit. Then the three of them and the cat entered the underground passage. Not long after, they arrived at the fork in the road Su Chen had encountered earlier. Meng Meng, wait here. If you feel a chilling wind, it means a dark nightmare is coming. Notify me immediately. Be careful, Su Chen instructed. Okay. Xiang Mingming nodded heavily, holding the intercom. Su Chen thought for a moment and left Mingqi with Xiang Mingming, so that she could escape easily if danger arose. He led Tong Fei and quickly headed towards the right passage. Not long after, a chilling gust of wind blew. Su Chen immediately pulled Tong Fei against the wall. Sure enough, two towering nightmares floated over from the front. Su Chen winked at Tong Fei, then, while the nightmares weren't paying attention, said, "Damn it." Paralyzing lightning. The two nightmares were instantly electrocuted, unable to move. Tong Fei seized the opportunity, grasping a small, exotic crystal dagger, and rushed forward, dispatching them both. After extracting the energy crystal core, the two continued forward. However, they hadn't gone far when they encountered two more nightmares. It seemed that his appearance last night had alerted the nightmares to the danger, and they had stepped up their guard. After dispatching 6 nightmares in a row, Su Chen finally discovered the first small cave. He led Tong Fei inside. Like the cave where Xiang Mingming had been imprisoned yesterday, this one was cramped, its walls covered in tree roots. But the place where the humans were supposed to be held was now empty. Su Chen frowned. If he was right, the humans in this cave must have been devoured by the nightmare. Not daring to delay, he immediately rushed to the next cave. Thankfully, the second cave didn't disappoint Su Chen. Not only were there several survivors, but he also found Xiaoman among them. Even though nearly a day and a night had passed, the effects of the hypnotic gas hadn't worn off. Xiaoman and the others were still comatose. Su Chen unsheathed his strange crystal blade and, with a flurry of slashes, freed Xiaoman and the others. Tong Fei picked up the bucket and poured it over them. The cold water instantly revived Xiaoman and the others. Looking around, Xiaoman asked bewilderedly, "Boss Su, what's going on? This is complicated. Come with me, and I explain it all." Su Chen called Xiaoman and the others over and headed towards the next cave. Chapter 586. Arriving at the third cave, Su Chen and Xiaoman worked together to free everyone inside. By this time, Su Chen had already told Xiaoman the entire story. Xiaoman and the others were stunned. No one could have imagined such a terrifying event would happen just last night. "We must hurry," Xiaoman said gravely. "There are hundreds of dark nightmares. If we don't quickly rescue the members of Operation Cold War, if the dark nightmares close in, they might become food." Just as Su Chen and the others were wasting time, continuing to rescue their companions, the walkie-talkies on their waists suddenly rang. "Boss Su, this is bad. Dark nightmares are heading this way." Hearing this, Xiaoman and the others felt their hearts sink. They all turned their gazes to Su Chen, awaiting his decision. "I stopped the monsters. Captain Zhao, you continue to lead the men to the back to rescue the others." Su Chen thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Okay." Xiaoman nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, once we rescued most of the people here, I'd be right there to help you." Although the rescue process would be slow at the moment, as more and more people were rescued, their progress would also accelerate. "Fei Fei, be careful too. If anything goes wrong, run away immediately." Su Chen shook Tong Fei's hand and whispered, "Okay, boss." Tong Fei looked at Su Chen, her eyes sparkling. Su Chen no longer hesitated, immediately left the cave, and quickly headed towards the fork in the road. He hadn't walked far when he ran into Xiang Mingming riding Ming Qi. "They're right behind us." "Got it. Go help Captain Zhao and rescue the others." After receiving the order, Xiang Mingming passed Su Chen and joined Xiaoman and the others. Su Chen headed towards the dark nightmares. Sure enough, he hadn't walked far when he felt a chilling wind blowing. Su Chen roughly determined there were about 7 or 8 dark nightmares, so they probably hadn't noticed his intrusion. They were most likely patrolling or changing shifts. Whatever the reason, it was extremely troublesome for Su Chen. With his strength, killing these dark nightmares wouldn't be a problem. The difficulty was how to prevent them from making any noise. After all, this was the Dark Nightmare's lair. If they alerted their main force, it would be troublesome, but the situation was not waiting for him. Before Suchin could come up with a countermeasure, a small group of nightmares appeared. When they saw Suchin before them, they were slightly stunned. With no way to retreat, they had no choice but to fight. Suchin raised his hand and summoned a chain lightning bolt, which flew directly towards the nightmares. Given the nightmares' physical strength, the chain lightning bolt couldn't seriously injure them. At most, it would paralyze them for a moment. Then Suchin directly took out the ultraviolet disinfected lamp he had prepared in advance. Purple light filled the passage, and the moment it illuminated their bodies, the nightmares let out a shrill cry. Struggling to break free from their paralysis, they retreated, but Suchin wouldn't let them go, and he pressed on. Under the ultraviolet light, accompanied by a sizzling sound, billowing white smoke billowed from the nightmares. They all screamed in agony, trying to get away from Suchin. And so, the nightmares fled, Suchin chasing. But the nightmares were powerless. Just as Suchin reached a fork in the road, the nightmares, exposed to the ultraviolet light for so long, finally gave way. Their massive bodies quickly hunched over, eventually reducing to a pool of ash. But before Suchin could breathe a sigh of relief, a fierce, cold wind blew in from the left passage. It seemed the nightmare's main force had heard the commotion and rushed over. Without hesitation, Suchin rushed into the left passage. He collided once again with countless nightmares. But this time, Suchin showed no fear. Instead, he raised the UV light high in his hand. The nightmares, charging towards him, suddenly squeaked and retreated in a flurry of screams as the UV light shone upon them. The scene was like a holy priest holding a cross radiating holy light to dispel evil spirits. And so, a replay of the previous scene unfolded. Suchin held the UV light high, forcing the nightmares back. Suchin stopped only when he reached the vast void. Amidst the dense swarm of nightmares, he spotted the tumorous monster again. This time, Suchin immediately sent out a scan. Nightmare Queen. The nightmare's leader, due to her enormous size, is confined to her lair and cannot easily move. Combat power rating? ? Suchin's heart sank. Based on past experience, if the target's combat power couldn't be detected, it meant the target was 2 realms higher than him. This was a serious problem. Not taking it lightly, he immediately took out the entire series of ultraviolet lamps he had prepared. He then placed them all at the entrance. Such intense ultraviolet light forced the nightmares to retreat, away from Suchin and the cave entrance. Seeing the nightmare's queen, protected by her tribe, retreat to the deepest part of the cave, Suchin breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried the queen might be naturally gifted, and not afraid of ultraviolet light. This was perfect, he wouldn't have to confront them head-on. All he had to do was wait for Zhao Man to rescue everyone. Reassured, Suchin felt a much greater sense of relief, carefully examining the nightmare's queen. I have to say, this thing is truly hideous. This is the queen? Captain Zhao, how's the situation over there? Suchin asked gravely, picking up the intercom. Everything's going well on my end. We'd be able to rescue everyone in 10 minutes at most. Zhao Man replied. 10 minutes? We should be able to hold out. After we leave here, we can set up camp in the wild for the night. We come back during the day to transport the food. Suchin's plan was excellent. But the Nightmare Queen across from them couldn't contain herself. She made a grunting sound, as if issuing some kind of order. Suchin frowned, vaguely sensing something was amiss. More than a dozen nightmare creatures had been forcibly pushed out by the rest of the tribe. They seemed to be being used as sacrifices, pushing themselves to the front of the group. Then, a large number of nightmare creatures followed closely behind them, charging towards Suchin. Zzz. The nightmare creatures in the front row were emitting white smoke from the ultraviolet rays, but they couldn't move at all. Not good. Suchin immediately activated his supernatural powers. Chain lightning, ice blade technique. Suchin even used his electric eye. Chapter 587. However, under the queen's command, the nightmares charged towards Suchin in droves. After paying a heavy price, they finally reached Suchin. Even though Suchin was skilled and courageous, he couldn't help but take a few steps back when he saw so many nightmares. But this gave the nightmares an opportunity. They immediately pounced, either landing on the UV disinfected lamps or destroying them with their claws. In a short while, nearly half of the UV disinfected lamps were destroyed. Suchin's face changed. He grabbed the walkie-talkie at his waist. Captain Zhao, how's it going over there? I can't hold on any longer. It'd take a few more minutes. Just as Suchin was about to say something, he felt a strong gust of wind. He subconsciously shifted his body. Crack! The walkie-talkie in his hand snapped in two. It turned out to be a nightmare, taking advantage of the situation and charging forward. Electric eyes. Su Chen's eyes flashed with lightning, burning it fiercely. But just then, several more nightmare creatures broke through the UV light's defenses and charged at Su Chen. Just as Su Chen was locked in a fierce battle, Zhao Man, on the other side, had already rescued 2/3 of the men. He ordered most of the men to evacuate the cave immediately. Xiao Luo. Captain Zhao, please give me your orders. Leave this to you. I take a few men to support Boss Su. Okay. Luo Xiaotian nodded heavily. Just as Zhao Man was about to leave, he suddenly saw Gao Fei, Zhao Yang, and the others. As if remembering something, he asked, General Zhao, do you have a light-type psychic under your command? Yeah, what's wrong, Captain Zhao? Zhao Yang asked, puzzled. Come with me, to support Boss Su. Okay, no problem. Zhao Yang turned, Jiang Hao, Zhang Boss Hin, Yang Yusen, the three of you come with me. Zhao Man, Zhao Yang, and the others quickly rushed to the other side of the cave. When they arrived at the cave, Su Chen was engaged in a fierce battle with the nightmare. The open space around Su Chen was littered with the corpses of the nightmare. He stood guard at the entrance, like an unyielding god of war, not letting a single nightmare escape. This scene truly shocked Zhao Man and the others. The following words suddenly popped into their minds. With a mortal body, he can rival the gods. Boss Su, I'm here to help you. Yellow Wind Great Sage's voice. Zhao Man came to his senses, and quickly stepped forward. He drew out a hand axe, and helped Su Chen clear the monsters charging from the side. On the other side, Jiang Hao, Zhang Boss Hin, Yang Yusen, and others also joined the battle. With their help, Su Chen's pressure was immediately greatly reduced. Because the nightmares could launch ethereal attacks, Su Chen was unable to engage them in hand-to-hand combat, and could only rely on his own psychic abilities to hold them off. This depleted his mental energy rapidly. By the time Zhao Man and the others arrived, Su Chen's mental energy had been completely depleted, and he was drawing upon the psychic abilities stored in his runes. Sunshine. Light-type psychic Zhang Bossing clasped his hands together and summoned a burst of intense sunlight. This ability wasn't very lethal. It served a similar purpose to a flashbang, distracting the enemy, but it was particularly effective against nightmares. Under the intense sunlight, more than a dozen nightmares burned fiercely. It really worked. Zhao Man was delighted. He had called Zhang Boss Hin because he had been inspired by Su Chen's use of ultraviolet light against nightmares. Seeing she was unable to defeat these humans, the nightmare's queen grew anxious. Jili Gololilu. As it began to cry, the nightmares suddenly opened their mouths. A mist like gauze gushed out of their mouths. Be careful, this is a sleeping gas. Su Chen hurriedly warned. A wind-type user reacted the fastest, summoning a gust of wind and blowing it out. The white mist was instantly swept away. Thus, thanks to the relentless efforts of Su Chen and the others, they held off Dark Nightmare for nearly 10 more minutes. This also bought Luo Xiaotian enough time. Boss Su, Captain Zhao, we got it done. Hearing Luo Xiaotian's voice over the intercom, Su Chen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Su, let's retreat. Okay. Without further ado, the few of them fought and retreated, while Su Chen casually dropped several time bombs. When they reached the fork in the road, without hesitation, he detonated the bombs. Boom! With a violent explosion, the passage collapsed, trapping Dark Nightmare behind them deep inside. Not only that, the entire mountain was faintly shaking. Hurry! Su Chen called out to Zhao Man and the others, sprinting outside. After emerging from the underground, Su Chen picked up a few more bombs and dropped them into the cave. Boom! Another series of explosions followed, and the strange-looking tree, along with the surrounding ground, caved deeply in. Su Chen, Zhao Man, and the others remained vigilant. They waited for a long time, and only after confirming that there was no movement underground, did they breathe a sigh of relief. They plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. They looked at each other, then burst into laughter. Boss Su. Captain Zhao. Calls came from nearby, and Su Chen and the others looked up. Tong Fei, Xiang Mingming, Luo Xiaotian, and the others rushed over. After hearing the explosions, they were worried that Su Chen and the others were in danger, so they rushed over to check. When they saw that Su Chen and the others were safe and sound, they breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Su, where are those monsters? Xiang Mingming asked. Su Chen pointed to the collapsed ground. They should all be down there. Hearing this, everyone's worries eased for a moment. We can't stay here for long. Boss Su, should we get out of here first? Zhao Man suggested. Okay, let's go. Everyone stood up and immediately left the original cave entrance. They returned to their cars, started them all, and drove away from the granary. After the convoy had traveled 20 or 30 kilometers, Zhao Man found a suitable spot to temporarily camp. After not eating for a day and a night, everyone was starving. After a quick bite, Zhao Man gathered everyone together again. I'm sure there are still many who don't know what happened yesterday. Zhao Man looked around at the group and said loudly, just last night, a monster called the Nightmare attacked the granary. They specialize in operating in the dark, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Worse yet, they can also emit a hypnotic poison gas. Chapter 588. Last night, we were all hypnotized by the Dark Nightmare's hypnotic gas. Then they captured us all and took us to their lair. Luckily, Boss Su wasn't affected. He tried everything to rescue us. If it weren't for Boss Su, we would all have died at the hands of the Dark Nightmare. After listening to Zhao Man's account of what happened, everyone looked at Su Chen. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration. As Zhao Man had said, if it weren't for Su Chen, who didn't give up on them and risked his life to rescue them, I'm afraid they would all have become food for Dark Knight's nightmares by now. Seeing Su Chen become the savior in everyone's hearts, Ding Bin, in the corner, couldn't help but mutter, that bastard's got it all his own way again. Master Ding, you can't say that. Bai Jianghua frowned slightly, speaking with some displeasure. Su Chen saved our lives. He's truly our savior. Bai Jianghua, you're a fence-sitter, aren't you? Don't forget, we're an alliance. You're actually speaking for an outsider? Su Jiang scolded from the side. I'm just being honest. Bai Jianghua argued. Honestly, you're a jerk. Watching Su Jiang and Bai Jianghua arguing, Huang Suisui said calmly, alright, cut the smack down. Everything depends on Master Ding. Ding Bin said coldly, Su Chen didn't come here specifically to save us, he just did it for the sake of convenience. We don't need to thank him specifically, understand? Understood. Su Jiang responded, giving Bai Jianghua a smug look. After Zhao Man finished speaking, everyone dispersed to rest. Seeing Bai Jianghua leave, Su Jiang seized the opportunity to whisper to Ding Bin, Master, Bai Jianghua is quite dishonest. Of course I saw that. Don't worry, I won't let him off. Ding Bin said coldly, I find a chance to destroy him later, and his territory will be handed over to you. Thank you, Master. Su Jiang was overjoyed upon hearing this. The sky quickly darkened. Zhao Man discussed with Su Chen, and decided to set up camp in the wilderness. Although this place was 20 or 30 kilometers from the granary, and the Dark Nightmare's lair had been blown down, Zhao Man did not let his guard down. He stationed numerous sentries, both visible and covert, 10 kilometers away. If the Dark Nightmare appeared, they would be spotted immediately. Everyone lit a bonfire, and the soldiers in the kitchen prepared a delicious dinner. Boss Su, let's not talk about the past. You saved me this time, so I toast you. If you need any help in the future, just ask. Zhao Yang said solemnly, holding his glass. Before, he hadn't taken Su Chen seriously. Even with Luo Xiaotian's mediation, Zhao Yang was still plotting how to eliminate Su Chen and annex the Tiger Gang. But since Operation Cold War, the strength Su Chen had demonstrated had truly won Zhao Yang over. Especially this time, Su Chen didn't abandon them, but chose to fight tooth and nail, saving everyone in the convoy. This moment truly convinced Zhao Yang. He realized that instead of continuing to antagonize Su Chen, it would be better to put aside their grudges with a smile. Su Chen smiled, raised his glass, clinked it with Zhao Yang's, and then gulped it down. And me too. Gao Fei, along with Dang Han and the others, also approached, glasses in hand. This is the second time, Boss Su, you saved my life. No need to say anything. Just ask if you need anything in the future. It's all in the wine. After Zhao Yang and Gao Fei finished their drinks, others came over to toast Su Chen. Even Bai Jianghua came over, bottle in hand. Seeing this, Ding Bin's expression darkened even further. Boss Su, tell me, can we still get back to the granary? Zhao Man asked with a wry smile after clinking glasses with Su Chen. We gone out this way and done so much, but to no avail. Going back like this would be too much of a chore. Besides, he couldn't explain himself to Li Kunlun. Why not? Su Chen asked with a smile. The nightmare only comes out at night. We just need to return to the granary early tomorrow morning and fill the cart with food before dark. Zhao Mani pondered it, and it made sense. Okay, then, let's do as you say, Boss Su. After feasting and drinking, it was already late. Everyone returned to their tents and carts to rest. But Su Chen wasn't in a rush. After saying hello to Tong Fei, he rode Ming Qi out of the camp. Ming Qi galloped through the darkness. It wasn't long before it carried Suchin to the same lake as before. The night was falling, and the stars were dotted everywhere. A bright moon hung high in the sky. The bright moonlight cast a shadow over the earth. Suchin could clearly see the shimmering waters of the lake, rippling constantly. The reason he came here tonight was simple. Ever since practicing the qi gathering technique, Suchin's perception of external auras had become even sharper than before. As he and Xiang Mingming emerged from the lake's depths, they happened to sense the denser energy near the lake. But in their haste to rescue Xiaoman and the others, they hadn't had time to stop and practice. Tonight was a good time to come and practice. Mingqi, keep an eye on the area. If any monsters approach, let me know. Suchin patted Mingqi's head. Meow. Mingqi nudged Suchin's hand, then happily ran toward the lake. Suchin smiled faintly, found a large rock, and sat down cross-legged. Qi gathering technique, activate. In that moment, Suchin forgot his true self. He seemed to merge with the universe, and the universe. The gentle night breeze mingled with moisture. The fresh scent of flowers and plants. Earthy, smelling soil. Suchin could clearly sense all of this. He could even more clearly sense the energy swirling in the air. Compared to his last training session, this energy was even more abundant. With a thought, his entire body transformed into a vortex, continuously absorbing the surrounding energy into his body. The comfort of absorbing energy from the outside world into his body, and using it for his own benefit captivated Suchin. After an unknown amount of time, Suchin suddenly felt the energy outside, becoming exceptionally thin. He then stopped practicing the qi gathering technique and slowly opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed across his eyes. Suchin glanced at it, his face instantly filled with astonishment. His previous training had actually increased his energy by nearly 4,000 points. Wow! This was much faster than hunting monsters and absorbing energy cores. Chapter 589. However, Suchin also understood that such good things didn't happen every day. Just like the lake he was in, it was full of energy, which was why it could provide so much energy. The last time he practiced in the woods, it only gave him 400 or 500 points. Suchin stretched with satisfaction, then noticed that the sky was already beginning to brighten. Had he been practicing for so long? Meow. Hearing Suchin's movement, Mingqi, who had been resting beside the rock, immediately jumped up and rubbed her big head against Suchin. Okay, let's go back. Suchin smiled and patted her head. Man and cat jumped off the rock, mounted Mingqi, and then galloped towards the camp. By the time they returned to camp, daybreak had already arrived. The caravan was busy. Seeing Suchin return, Xiaoman breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Boss Su, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I was going to cancel today's operation. Hurry up and eat. We set off afterward. Suchin took a bowl of porridge and a few side dishes from Xiaoman, and after filling his stomach, they set off again. Not long after, the granary appeared before them again. But compared to last time, everyone was much more nervous, fearing the dark nightmare would appear. Thankfully, nothing unusual happened until the convoy entered the granary compound. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Before going to bed the night before, Xiaoman had the machinery fully adjusted. They were ready to load the trucks the next morning. But they hadn't expected the dark nightmare to occur. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the workers started the machinery, grain flowed continuously from the conveyor belt to the grain outlet. In about 10 minutes, the bed of a large truck was filled. After it left, the next truck quickly arrived to fill its place. At the same time, several other workers, using the base's forklifts, transported the frozen meat from the cold storage inside the mountain. Then the other evolvers rushed over and easily loaded the frozen meat onto the trucks. When setting out on this operation, Xiaoman specifically brought along all the ice-type Esper from the Watchers, regardless of their combat power. This was to keep the frozen meat warm during transportation. This was a perfect use of the ice-type Esper. While the workers were busy, Suchin, along with Zheng Hui, Wang Yin, Jiang Yu, and others, arrived near the strange tree from earlier. Just as yesterday, the strange tree and the surrounding ground were deeply sunken, with no abnormalities. This clearly shows that the nightmares didn't leave their cave last night. It seems they won't be able to dig through the collapsed tunnel anytime soon. Suchin felt completely relieved. But at the same time, a sense of regret lingered. That nightmare's queen was incredibly powerful. If he could kill her, or eliminate her entire clan one by one, I guess that would be enough for my next power-up. If that doesn't work, it would be enough to cultivate my Lingqiu Fist and Qi Juju to the highest level, but it didn't matter. With the Qi Juju, my strength would increase exponentially. By the time he reached stage E, not only with the Nightmare Queen, but also the Ghost-Faced Spider and the green-eyed little zombie. They all be dead. Time ticked by. Morning quickly turned to afternoon. With the machines humming along, nearly 2/3 of the trucks were loaded with food. Looking at the trucks brimming with food, Zhao Man couldn't help but smile. With so much food, the Watcher's food shortage would be alleviated. As the sun set and darkness approached, Zhao Man ordered the convoy to temporarily leave the granary. After a night's rest, on the third morning, the still empty trucks returned to the granary to be loaded. By noon, when the last truck was fully loaded, the members of Operation Cold War breathed a sigh of relief. This meant they could go home. After Zhao Man double-checked everything to ensure it was ready, he gave the order to return to Yucheng. Boom! The convoy set off on its return journey, following the same formation as when they came. However, compared to the time they arrived, all the trucks were packed to the brim. The faces of the crew members on board were also filled with joy. On the way back, Xiang Mingming, just like before, squeezed into Su Chen and Tong Fei's car. Glancing at Su Chen, who was resting his eyes, Xiang Mingming whispered, "Fei Fei, are you going back to Shannon after this trip?" Tong Fei, holding the steering wheel, smiled softly. "If you're reluctant, you can come back with me. The boss won't mind, anyway." Xiang Mingming subconsciously glanced at Su Chen again. Recalling her experience that night in the underground river, her heart inexplicably fluttered, but she quickly composed herself and continued, "Fei Fei, why don't you stay?" "Stay in Yucheng? Forget it." Tong Fei shook her head. "I'm the boss's man. I must go back with him." No, you misunderstood me," Tong Fei explained. "I want you and Boss Su to both stay in Yucheng." "Huh? Why?" Tong Fei asked in surprise. She had originally thought Xiang Mingming wanted to rekindle their past relationship, so she simply wanted her to stay. Unexpectedly, she wanted her to stay with Su Chen. Captain Zhao admires Boss Su very much and wants him to join the Watchers. As long as he agrees, any terms are negotiable. Even if you and I serve him together, it's not impossible. Xiang Mingming bit her lip, a hint of embarrassment creeping over her face. This was the first time she had ever made such a request. If Zhao Man hadn't approached her and appealed to her, she wouldn't have said so. "Really?" Just then, Su Chen, who was standing behind her, suddenly spoke lazily. "You weren't asleep?" Xiang Mingming felt both angry and embarrassed. "Of course I wasn't asleep." Su Chen looked at Xiang Mingming with a half-smile. "Then let me ask you, are you doing this out of sincerity, or are you trying to help Zhao Man?" "Of course I'm helping Captain Zhao," Xiang Mingming said stubbornly. Looking at this proud lesbian, Su Chen laughed heartily. "If that's the case, then I refuse." "You?" Xiang Mingming's eyes widened, a wave of regret building in her heart. In reality, she hadn't just said what she had just said because of Zhao Man's request. She actually had the same thought in mind. Firstly, she wanted to keep Tong Fei. Secondly, after spending so much time with Su Chen, the strength, wisdom, and character he had demonstrated had made Xiang Mingming feel that he was unlike other men. Just then, Zhao Man's voice suddenly rang through the intercom. "Stop the convoy." Chapter 590. The Operation Cold War convoy slowly stopped on the highway. Just as everyone was puzzled, Su Chen's intercom rang again. "Boss Su, please get out and wait for me." This was Zhao Man contacting Su Chen via private channel. "Okay," Su Chen replied. Watching him get out of the car, Xiang Mingming's face tightened. This Su Chen was truly conceited. "I just thought he was a nice guy and wanted to win Fei Fei back, so I offered to try to get along with him and Fei Fei, and he, even so, was putting on airs." Having known Xiang Mingming for so long, Tong Fei could understand her feelings just by looking at her expression. She must be angry about her master's attitude, but Tong Fei didn't say anything. She knew very well that if Xiang Mingming wanted to join in, she'd have to change her sundry ways. "Alright, Mingming, let's get out of the car too." "Okay." Xiang Mingming nodded, and she and Tong Fei got out as well. Su Chen lit a cigarette, and took a drag when he saw a jeep slowly approaching from behind. Zhao Man poked his head out the window. "Boss Su, Mingming, Miss Tong, get in." Su Chen and the other two opened the car door and got in, asking somewhat puzzledly, "Captain Zhao, what's going on?" "Well, the patrol car guarding the perimeter just told me someone wants to see me." Zhao Man's expression was a little serious. They seemed to be affiliated with a powerful faction. "I'd like to ask Boss Su to accompany me." "Oh?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought some formidable monster had been discovered up ahead. Unexpectedly, someone stopped the convoy. Zhao Man quickly arrived at the front of the convoy. Besides Luo Xiaotian, Du Cheng, and several other high-ranking watchman officers, Ding Bin, Huang Cuicui, and others were also waiting there. Follow my car, Zhao Man said to the group. Without hesitation, everyone got into their respective cars. Zhao Man's jeep was driving in the front. Not far ahead was a highway toll booth. After exiting the highway, they saw several patrol cars parked on the side of the road. The patrol team members were surrounding a black Hummer. A huge skull was painted on the Hummer's hull. Below the skull were the letters MY. Zhao Man opened the car door, got out with Su Chen, and walked towards the Hummer. Luo Xiaoyan, Du Cheng, and the others followed behind them. Captain Zhao. A member of the watchmen saluted Zhao Man. What's the situation? Zhao Man nodded in response, asking. They're all in the car, and there's nothing unusual. That's good. Zhao Man's gaze turned to the Hummer. As if noticing Zhao Man's unusual status, all 4 doors of the Hummer opened. 4 muscular figures then stepped out of the car. When Su Chen saw one of them, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was him? The man, upon seeing Su Chen, grinned. Boss Su, huh? Long time no see. Are you surprised to see me still alive? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Biao, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You're still alive. That's right. That man was none other than Biao, the long-missing Biao. During the Phoenix Mountain fight, Biao was shot by Su Chen and severely injured. Su Chen led his men to his lair, intending to kill him immediately. Unexpectedly, Biao was incredibly cunning, having Xiao Mei distract Su Chen while he himself escaped. Su Chen later sent men to search for Biao, but to no avail. But in Su Chen's opinion, Biao was unlikely to survive. After all, he was severely injured, and the outside world was overrun with zombies. But he never expected to encounter Biao again after all this time. Compared to the last time, Biao's face had several more scars, making him look even more hideous and uglier. Additionally, he exuded a heavy aura of oppression. It seemed Biao had been doing quite well lately. Boss Su, do you know him? Zhao Man looked at Su Chen with a questioning look. Haha, we're more than just acquaintances. I'm in this situation thanks to Boss Su. Biao laughed. But Su Chen detected a tinge of something unusual in his words. Biao, what exactly do you want? Su Chen, let's put our affairs aside for now. Biao ignored Su Chen and turned his gaze to Zhao Man. You're the leader of the convoy, right? Zhao Man nodded. Yes, I am. What can I do for you? If I'm not mistaken, you're a survivor group from Zhongqi province, right? Biao snorted. This is Dong'an province. Aren't you overreaching by coming here to search for supplies? As soon as he said this, Zhao Man's expression changed slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Luo Xiaoyan, Du Cheng, and the others standing nearby were also tense. At Zhao Man's command, they would immediately spring into action and eliminate Biao. We already searched for supplies. What do you want? Zhao Man's face was as gloomy as water, his gaze fixed on Biao. You have 2 options now. First, we start a fight immediately. Second, you pay us protection money, and I let you go. Biao made his demands. Du Cheng couldn't help but sneer at this. Just the 4 of you, you want to fight us? In addition to Biao, 3 more people got out of the SUV. One of them was a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner. But after the man got out of the car, his lustful eyes kept glaring at Tong Fei and Xiang Mingming, who were standing beside Su Chen. No, no, no. After hearing Du Cheng's words, the foreigner gently shook his finger and said in slightly stilted Mandarin, Who told you there were only 4 of us? I can mobilize thousands of people in 10 minutes. Do you believe it? Zhao Man's expression shifted from gloomy to gloomy. Biao only brought 3 men, yet he dared to threaten them. He's either crazy, or he's completely emboldened. How much protection money do you want us to pay? Not much, just half. Hearing Biao's exorbitant demands, Zhao Man's face darkened. Don't go too far. They had come all the way from Zhongqi province to Dong'an province with great difficulty, sacrificing many lives, to bring back this much food. Biao's immediate demand for half was truly excessive. I'm just that excessive, so what? Biao smiled nonchalantly, his words seeming to confirm Zhao Man's confidence. Zhao Man frowned and said, Let's discuss this first, and I give you an answer later. Chapter 591. Fine, do as you please. Biao spread his hands, looking nonchalant. Zhao Man, Su Chen, Luo Xiaoyan, and the others retreated. Boss Su, what's going on between you and that Biao? It's a bit complicated, and it won't be cleared up in a day or 2. Su Chen shook his head. Anyway, we have a deep hatred. Zhao Man nodded, no longer questioning, but smiled wryly. So what do we do now? The purpose of Operation Cold War was to transport enough supplies back while ensuring the safety of our personnel. And now, Biao and his gang are robbing us and demanding protection money. They want half of the supplies right away. If we don't give them, they start a fight. Zhao Man was in a dilemma. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then smiled. Captain Zhao, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. That's good. I leave everything to you, Boss Su. Zhao Man breathed a sigh of relief. So they turned back and reappeared in front of Biao and the others. How's the discussion going? Biao asked with a smile. Biao, you want half the supplies? That's impossible, Su Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Biao's face darkened. So you mean, you want to fight me? No, I don't want to fight you. Su Chen's words confused Biao. You don't want to fight me, and you don't want to hand over the supplies. So what do you want to do? I think we can find a compromise to resolve this problem. What kind of compromise? Aren't you curious about where we got all these supplies? Biao's heart skipped a beat. Yes, he'd been so focused on the Watcher's convoy that he completely forgotten how Zhao Man and his men managed to get so much. I can tell you where we got the supplies. There's far more there than we have in our vehicles. You can definitely take your men and plunder them there, Su Chen said calmly. Biao pondered for a moment, then sneered. What if I refuse? If you refuse, we can just fight right now, Su Chen said calmly. Now it was Biao's turn to look uncertain. He was silent for a long moment, then muffled. How can I believe you're telling the truth? After all, you tricked me so many times before. Biao's worries were not unfounded. Back in Phoenix Mountain, Su Chen had pretended to give them supplies. The boxes that arrived turned out to contain zombies. The forces allied with Biao were practically all infected and turned into zombies. You can choose not to believe it, and then we can continue the fight. Su Chen spread his hands. Biao felt like vomiting blood. It was Su Chen and the others who were being threatened. How come he was the one being put on the defensive during this conversation? Can you tell me where it is? Biao asked impatiently. Less than half a day's journey from here, there's a granary specifically designed to deal with natural disasters and wars. There's ample food stored there. We've taken out less than a third. Su Chen told Biao the location of the granary. Biao's eyes lit up after hearing this. In fact, he had heard before that there was a national granary in Dongpan province. It's a pity that its location was rather secret, and no one knew about it. After hearing Su Chen's description, Biao was somewhat convinced. Can we go now? Su Chen shrugged. Wait, you can go, but the two women with you have to stay. The white man who had been staring at Xiang Mingming and Tong Fei suddenly spoke up. Jack, stop messing around. Biao frowned, somewhat displeased. This white man named Jack was good in every way, except for his lust for women. Whenever he saw a beautiful woman, he wanted to strip her clothes off. Biao, I got my eye on his woman, you figure it out. Jack, however, spoke nonchalantly. I don't think you're going to do that. Biao cursed inwardly. He could also sense the heavy aura coming from Su Chen. Su Chen's strength was definitely not inferior to his own. This time, he was out here searching for supplies on the chairman's orders, not to engage in a fight with Su Chen. Jack, if you're going to do that, I have to report to the chairman when I get back. Biao's face turned cold, and his tone became stern. At the mention of the chairman's title, a flash of fear crossed Jack's face. He muttered a few words of dissatisfaction, then said nothing more. Boss Su is so lucky. He's always surrounded by beautiful women. Looking at the stunning Tong Fei and Xiang Mingming beside Su Chen, Biao's tone was tinged with sourness. Alright, you can go now. But I'm telling you, you better not lie to us. Otherwise, I hunt you down immediately. Biao threatened coldly. Su Chen smiled and ignored Biao. He nodded to Zhao Man and walked towards the car. Deng Bin, who had witnessed the entire process, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He, along with Huang Suisui and the others, returned to their car. As the car started, Su Chen and the others were back on the highway. Boss Su, thank you so much for what you did just now. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how this would have ended. But how can you be so sure that Biao would agree? Zhao Man asked curiously. If Biao really wanted to fight us, he could have just ambushed us. Why negotiate? Su Chen analyzed with a smile. That means he doesn't actually want to fight us, he just wants to extort supplies. Zhao Man, Xiang Mingming, and the others thought carefully, and that made sense. So do you think they're bluffing? Xiang Mingming asked. I don't think so. Su Chen smiled. Using the radar scan function, he spotted a large number of bright spots about a kilometer away. They must be the follow-up troops brought by Biao and Jack. Otherwise, he would have taken action and eliminated Ah Biao long ago, eliminating any future trouble. It's a pity that so much food is going to fall into Ah Biao and his hands. I was planning to bring another group back in a few months. Zhao Man sighed, regretfully. Su Chen ignored him and suggested, Captain Zhao, don't rest tonight. Let's hurry and leave Dongpan province as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. Yes, you're absolutely right. Zhao Man nodded. However, he had no idea that just after the convoy was loaded with food, Su Chen had secretly visited the granary. He used his storage space to move almost everything out of the warehouse. Chapter 592. When Ah Biao and his men arrive at the granary, he find, except for a few granaries still holding a small amount of grain, most of the warehouses are empty. At that point, he'd be furious and will surely lead his men to hunt down the convoy again. If he doesn't run now, when will he? As the old saying goes, those who survive a great disaster will surely have good fortune in the future. To his surprise, Ah Biao didn't die in the wilderness back then, and judging by his appearance now, he seems to be thriving. What a pity he didn't kill him back then. Su Chen felt a little regretful. But then he thought, Ah Biao was in Dongpan province, and he was in Zhongji province. Given the distance between them, Ah Biao wouldn't run over and cause trouble for him. If he really wants to cause trouble for me, then I don't mind using this opportunity to completely destroy him. A cold gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes. At the same time, Ah Biao, who watched Su Chen and the others leave, his eyes also filled with murderous intent. Of course, he would not forget the grudge he had with Su Chen on Phoenix Mountain. If it weren't for Su Chen, how could he have been forced to flee Phoenix Mountain? Despite becoming a transcendent, life in the wild was far from easy. Ah Biao practically lived in the open air, enduring untold hardships. When his strength increased, he immediately returned to Phoenix Mountain, intending to kill Su Chen and seek revenge. Unfortunately, Ah Biao arrived too late. Su Chen had already left with Sun Yuan, He Wang, and the others. Ah Biao had no idea where Su Chen was going. In a rage, he killed every survivor on Phoenix Mountain to vent his anger. Later, Ah Biao headed north, and happened to run into someone from the Mingyuan group. So he stayed with Mingyuan group and has worked there ever since. Ah Biao withdrew his gaze, and beckoned Jack and the others to get in the car. A short while later, he drove to the rear. A long line of cars lined up on the roadside. At the head of the line was a Cadillac, the same model used by the president of the Gale Nation. Its defenses were incredibly strong. Not to mention bullets and mines, it could even withstand ordinary missiles. After parking his car, Ah Biao quickly walked to the Cadillac's side. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a face filled with majesty. Chairman, Ah Biao said respectfully. Sitting in the car was none other than Zhang Jingwei, the chairman of Mingyuan Group. Zhang Jingwei, the father of the wealthy young man, founded Mingyuan Group and built it into a company with a market capitalization of nearly 100 billion yuan. Unlike other conservative first-generation wealthy people, Zhang Jingwei was more open-minded. Influenced by Western Doomsday thinking, he acquired a large plot of land in his hometown of Dongpan province and built a massive shelter. The shelter took 4 or 5 years to complete. When the heatwave approached, Zhang Jingwei instantly realized something was amiss. He immediately took his family, along with a group of loyal bodyguards and employees, and fled to the shelter. Zhang Jingwei had originally intended to call his son, Zhang Mingyuan, but after the apocalypse, communication was lost, and he was unable to reach him. Unexpectedly, years later, he would run into Zhang Mingyuan's bodyguard, Ah Biao. When Zhang Jingwei inquired about Zhang Mingyuan's whereabouts, Ah Biao lied to himself, claiming that Su Chen had killed Zhang Mingyuan to save his life. Upon learning of his only son's tragic death, Zhang Jingwei was instantly enraged. He desperately wanted to find Su Chen and kill him immediately, but due to the apocalypse, Dongpan province was far away from Phoenix Mountain, so he gave up. Fan Debut, how did your talks go? Zhang Jingwei said calmly. Yes, Ah Biao's real name was Fan Debut. Reporting to the chairman, they refused to hand over the supplies. Then why did you let them go? Zhang Jingwei frowned slightly. Relying on the wealth he had accumulated beforehand, Zhang Jingwei established a massive organization of survivors. Using his refuge as a base, he expanded and plundered everywhere. Anyone who resisted the Mingyuan Group was mercilessly eliminated by him. Today, the Mingyuan Group is arguably the most powerful force in Dongpan province. However, as its scale continued to expand, Mingyuan Group began to run short of supplies. To alleviate this situation, Zhang Jingwei led his men out to plunder supplies, and, along the way, hunt monsters to improve their strength. Just a few hours ago, he discovered Operation Cold War's convoy. Zhang Jingwei initially considered sending his men to attack directly, But after careful observation, he discovered that the convoy's escort was extremely formidable. A head-on attack would be extremely risky. Even if they were ultimately defeated, the gains would be more than the losses. So, Zhang Jinghui dispatched Fan Debu to negotiate with Zhao Man, hoping that he would show some decency and hand over half of the supplies as a payment. Here's what happened. Fan Debu told Zhang Jinghui about the details of his negotiations with Su Chen. So that's how it is. Zhang Jinghui's expression softened. If we find that granary, as Fan Debu says, the Mingyuan group won't be short of food for a year or two. By the way, Chairman, I also found that Su Chen who murdered the young master. He's now colluding with the survivors' organization in Zhongqi province. Hearing Fan Debu's words, Zhang Jinghui, who had been calm, suddenly became furious. Then why did you let him go? Chairman, they're outnumbered. If a fight breaks out, we might not come out on top. Fan Debu advised earnestly, we now know Su Chen's whereabouts. We can seek revenge on him later, when the opportunity arises. Zhang Jinghui took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. You're right. Let's set off now, and head for that granary. If Su Chen dares to deceive us, I will never forgive him. Yes, Chairman. Fan Debu responded, turned, and called out to the Mingyuan group's men, starting the cars. Cars roared, one after another, heading towards the granary. Despite running at full throttle, it was already dusk when the Mingyuan group's men arrived at the grain depot. When they saw the depot across the river, both Zhang Jinghui and Fan Debu smiled. Even though they had let Su Chen and the others go, as long as they could harvest enough grain, it was worth it. Biao, take the men in and see what's going on inside? Zhang Jinghui thought for a moment, and decided not to risk his own life, instead sending Fan Debu to investigate. Isn't this putting me at risk? Fan Debu cursed inwardly. Although he had stayed at the Mingyuan group thanks to their past friendship and personal abilities, Zhang Jinghui treated him like a dog, assigning him all the dirty, tiring, and dangerous tasks. Chapter 593. Fan Debu cursed inwardly, but dared not show any dissatisfaction on the surface. Yes, Chairman. Fan Debu summoned dozens of Mingyuan group personnel, and after a quick cleanup, they drove towards the granary. The granary was silent, not a sound was heard. The group stopped the car and cautiously moved inside. When they reached a granary, Fan Debu peered in and found it completely empty, with only a few grains scattered on the ground. He wasn't surprised. After all, Su Chen and his men had just looted it. Fan Debu continued to search inside, but the deeper he searched, the more he felt something was amiss. Almost all the granaries were empty. Only one or two small ones still contained grain. But Mingyuan group mobilized so many people, only to find such a small amount of grain. It was truly a waste. Fan Debu led his men to search the warehouses inside the mountain again, but the results were similar to those outside. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a dent in the open space not far from the mountain. In the center, a strange, crooked tree stood. But Fan Debu didn't think much of it and left with his men. So, you've been tricked by Su Chen again? Zhang Jinghui said grimly. Yes. Yes. Fan Debu lowered his head, not daring to breathe. Waste. Zhang Jinghui cursed. Fan Debu lowered his head even lower, but he was still quite upset. You don't dare to fight Su Chen's side, and you blame me. Why don't you just go to heaven? Forget it. Let's take all this food away first. Zhang Jinghui sighed and waved his hand. Yes, Chairman. Fan Debu finally breathed a sigh of relief and called for the Mingyuan group personnel to follow him into the grain depot. As the machinery began to operate, grain was loaded onto the Mingyuan group trucks. Seeing no danger and everything going smoothly, Fan Debu and the others relaxed their vigilance. Just then, one of the team members suddenly felt the urge to urinate. He glanced around and decided it would be inappropriate to pee nearby. So he ran further away, and happened to come upon the depression. He hummed a little as he urinated. When he saw the strange tree in the depression, he turned around and urinated towards it. After the last drop of urine had escaped, he shook himself, and was about to pull up his pants when he felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly. What was going on? The man jumped, and his hands were stained with urine. But he didn't have time to clean himself up because the strange tree in front of him suddenly fell to the side. Before he could react, a hole appeared before him. Immediately afterwards, a massive figure emerged. What else could it be but shadow nightmares? After Su Chen detonated the explosives, the nightmares were buried deep underground. After painstaking efforts, they finally dug a path. When they saw the human before them, the nightmares went berserk. Screaming, it waved its claws, and charged at the Mingyuan group member. Thankfully, the man wasn't evolved, and relying on instinct, he dodged the nightmare's attack. Demon, monster. He screamed in panic as he retreated, but by then, darkness had already fallen. Enhanced by the darkness, the nightmares moved with incredible swiftness. The man had barely taken a few steps when the nightmare caught up. Crack! The nightmare's claws sank directly into his back. As the claws slowly withdrew, his heart was ripped out. However, his cries were heard by FanW and the others not far away. Jack, bring the others with me to check it out. You continue loading the food. FanW sensed something was amiss and immediately called Jack, the foreigner, along with his elite men, to investigate the situation. When they reached the depression, their expressions changed drastically. 20 or 30 nightmare had already emerged from the ground. They were surrounding the previously slain human, feasting on his flesh. When they saw FanW and the others before them, they let out another shrill cry and lunged forward. Attack! FanW regained consciousness, immediately pulled out a grenade, and hurled it at the nightmare. Jack and the others, who had followed him, were also wary of taking it easy, using their supernatural powers to stop the nightmare. But the problem was, there were a large number of nightmare, and they kept emerging from the ground. Chairman, we're in trouble. FanW picked up the intercom and spoke nervously. A swarm of monsters has emerged from the ground, requesting support. Across the way, Zhang Jingwei frowned and murmured, Biao, hold on a little longer, the food will be gone soon. I'm holding your breath. Looking at the nightmare's number approaching 100, FanW cursed inwardly. Chairman, I can't hold on any longer. Okay, I send someone to support you right away. Zhang Jingwei said perfunctorily, then picked up the intercom. How's the loading going at the granary? Chairman, 5 trucks are already full. The remaining grain will take at least 10 more minutes to load. Stop loading. Leave the granary immediately. Yes, Chairman. After Zhang Jingwei hung up the phone, his eyes grew fierce. From FanW's description alone, those monsters sounded incredibly formidable. If we sent more reinforcements, we'd probably be wiped out. It would be better to sacrifice Biao and his men in exchange for the convoy's safe retreat. Seeing the grain-laden trucks pulling out of the granary, Zhang Jingwei said calmly, retreat. But this was a difficult situation for FanW on the other side. He and Jack waited for nearly 10 more minutes, but still no reinforcements arrived. Familiar with Zhang Jingwei's style, he immediately realized that they had become abandoned pawns. At that moment, the nightmares, who had been unable to break through FanW and his men's defenses, suddenly opened their mouths. White mist gushed out of their mouths. Every human who inhaled it fell to the ground. Although he didn't know whether they were dead or alive, FanW knew he had to escape. Jack, there won't be any reinforcements. Let's run. FanW called out to Jack, turned around and took off running. Ward F.A. Jack cursed, and followed Biao in his wake. As they fled, the remaining humans gave up hope and ran towards the granary. They had only one thought. It didn't matter if they couldn't outrun the nightmares, as long as they could outrun their companions. FanW and Jack arrived at the granary first. Fortunately, for safety's sake, he had left the engine running. FanW stepped on the accelerator, and the car suddenly rushed out and drove away from the granary. Chapter 594. Including FanW, there were originally 20 or 30 people. But by the time they escaped the granary, only FanW and his group remained, fewer than 10. He and Jack didn't even dare look back. They welded the car doors shut, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away from the granary. Not long after, FanW and Jack caught up with Zhang Jingwei's convoy. Looking through the rearview mirror, Zhang Jingwei frowned slightly at the sight of FanW escaping alive. What a tough life this guy has. Although FanW was quite capable and shrewd, Zhang Jingwei was still quite unhappy with him. After all, he was Zhang Mingyuan's personal bodyguard. Zhang Mingyuan's tragic death, and he survived alone, that was unacceptable. Because of this, Zhang Jingwei constantly assigned him all kinds of dirty and tiring work. Anything dangerous was also assigned to him. Their goal was to kill FanW quickly. Biao, you did a good job today, Zhang Jingwei said calmly as he rolled down the window. This is all thanks to the chairman's leadership. FanW quickly smiled. Although he was furious that Zhang Jingwei had abandoned him, he now depended on Mingyuan Group for survival. No matter how furious he was, he could only suppress it. Take your men and hunt down that Suchen immediately. Zhang Jingwei's expression was icy. He and Suchen had a feud over the murder of their son. If he hadn't been wary of the Watcher's convoy, he would have taken action long ago, but he hadn't expected Suchen to even dare to deceive them. Not only was there little food in this granary, but there were also monsters like the nightmare. They came here today, but not only did they not get any food, they also lost many lives. With old and new grudges brewing, Zhang Jingwei decided to settle the score with Su Qin. Yes, Chairman. Fan Debio, not even taking a break, immediately called out to his men and set off in pursuit of Su Qin and his companions. However, even after dark, Fan Debio still hadn't caught up with Su Qin and his convoy. Helplessly, he returned to the Mingyuan group's base and reported to Zhang Jingwei. Useless. Zhang Jingwei exclaimed, "You can't even do such a trivial thing." Fan Debio lowered his head, looking as if he'd done something wrong, but inwardly, he was already cursing, "Zhang Jingwei, don't push me too far. If I could kill Zhang Mingyuan, I can kill you too." Dad, this isn't Biao's fault. It's just that Su Qin is too cunning. A refined young man beside Zhang Jingwei advised. Yes, Dad, Xiaoyang is right. Next to the young man stood a slender young woman who bore a resemblance to Zhang Jingwei. She was Zhang Ye, Zhang Jingwei's daughter and Zhang Mingyuan's sister. The young man was Wu Xiaoyang, Zhang Jingwei's son-in-law and Zhang Ye's husband. Zhang Jingwei glared at them both and snorted coldly, "Mingyuan is your brother. He's dead, and I don't see you being too sad. If I were to ask you, are you secretly happy?" Wu Xiaoyang's face froze, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. "Dad, you're going too far," Zhang Ye said with some dissatisfaction. "Perhaps I hit the nail on the head." Zhang Jingwei coldly ordered, "Xiaoyang, from now on, send someone to investigate the situation in Zhongqi province. I want to find Su Qin's whereabouts and kill him." "Okay, Dad." Wu Xiaoyang nodded quickly. "All right, get out." Zhang Jingwei waved his hand impatiently. Wu Xiaoyang, Zhang Ye and her husband, and Fan Debio all left Zhang Jingwei's room. After leaving, all three breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaoya, you go back first. I need to talk to Biao." Wu Xiaoyang smiled. Zhang Ye trusted her husband more, so she left without saying anything. After she left, Wu Xiaoyang looked around and whispered, "Biao, the old man is old now, and his temper is really bad. You're doing nothing wrong, and you made great contributions to the group. It's okay that he doesn't usually reward you, but he yells at you for every little thing. That's really too much." Fan Debio heard the hidden meaning in Wu Xiaoyang's words. A thought struck him, and he echoed Wu Xiaoyang's words, sighing, "Who says it's not? But there's nothing I can do. After all, the old man is the chairman of the group. Well, even though he is now, that doesn't mean he will always be." Wu Xiaoyang chuckled sinisterly. "If you ask me, the old man is old, he should retire soon, don't you think? But the problem is, the old man is quite capable now, and the Iron Guards are loyal to him." Fan Debio's face was filled with concern. "We can discuss this in the long run, but it all depends on what you think, Biao." Wu Xiaoyang smiled. "Brother Liang thinks so highly of me, how could I not give him face? I go through fire and water for you, Brother Liang." Fan Debio immediately expressed his loyalty. "Excellent. Don't worry, once the old man retires and I become chairman, you be second in command." Wu Xiaoyang patted Fan Debio on the shoulder and began to promise him great things. "Then congratulations, Brother Liang, in advance." After the two of them flattered each other for a while, Wu Xiaoyang finally left, satisfied. Watching him retreat, Fan Debio's eyes grew cold. "You're just a good-for-nothing, and you want to bring down Zhang Jingwei? Don't you even take a piss and look at yourself? Even if you do, you can't write on me. My fate is in my own hands." Su Qin had long anticipated that Fan Debio would send people in pursuit. He not only advised Zhao Man to speed up, but also changed his route. That's how they were able to avoid the Mingyuan group's pursuit. After 2 days and 1 night of long journey, they encountered several monster attacks along the way. Just when everyone was exhausted, they finally arrived back at the Overwatch Alliance base. Upon receiving the news that the Operation Cold War convoy had returned safely, Li Kunlun and all the other senior executives from the base came out to greet them. Looking at the trucks returning loaded with goods, his face practically blossomed with a smile. "Captain Zhao, thank you for your hard work." Seeing Zhao Man get out of the car, Li Kunlun hurried over to greet him. "Captain, you're so kind." Li Kunlun was somewhat flattered and said quickly, "The success of this operation was primarily due to everyone's concerted efforts. In addition, Boss Su of the Shannon Tiger gang contributed the most." "Oh!" Hearing this, Li Kunlun's face lit up with surprise. "What exactly happened?" "It went like this." Zhao Man recounted the events at the refinery and the grain depot to Li Kunlun and the others in detail. After hearing this, Li Kunlun and the others were deeply moved. None of them had imagined that Operation Cold War would be so dangerous. If it weren't for Su Qin, the convoy would have been completely wiped out. Chapter 595. Where's Boss Su? Li Kunlun glanced around. Hearing someone calling him, Su Chen slowly stepped out, saying, "Hello, Chief." Li Kunlun looked Su Chen up and down, his eyes brimming with admiration. "You're truly a young hero. This Cold War operation is all thanks to you, Boss Su." "You're too polite, Chief. This is all my responsibility." Su Chen smiled faintly. It's rare to be neither arrogant nor impetuous. Li Kunlun's admiration for Su Chen grew even stronger. "Alright, let's not stand here anymore. Let's go inside and talk." Li Kunlun affectionately took Su Chen's hand and walked inside. The crowd followed them like stars surrounding the moon. Ding Bin, watching Su Chen steal the show, looked rather displeased. "Master Ding, why don't we leave early tomorrow morning?" Huang Suisui whispered. Su Chen had made significant contributions in this operation, and now he had earned Li Kunlun's favor. If he could convince Li Kunlun to deal with them, it would be troublesome. "Okay, I go find Li Kunlun later and ask him to give us the supplies we're supposed to have. Let's leave here tomorrow morning." Ding Bin nodded heavily. After counting the supplies brought back from Operation Cold War, Li Kunlun's mood grew even more cheerful. The next day at noon, a celebration banquet was held. At the banquet, Li Kunlun specially seated Su Chen by his side to show his appreciation for him. Seeing their leader's regard for Su Chen, the other members of the Watchers came forward to toast him. Su Chen, however, accepted all the offers. 3 rounds of wine. 5 dishes. Su Chen casually glanced around, but didn't see Ding Bin and the others. His brow furrowed slightly. "Boss Su, is there something wrong?" Noticing his expression, Li Kunlun asked with a smile. "Captain, why don't you see Ding Bin and the others? They came to me early this morning, demanding the fulfillment of a previous promise." Li Kunlun said casually, "I gave them the necessary supplies as promised, and then they left." During Operation Cold War, Ding Bin and the others not only contributed little, but they also dared to ambush and attack Su Chen. Li Kunlun didn't attack them, which was already a good thing, and naturally he wouldn't try to stop them. So that's it. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. After forging a feud with Ding Bin and the others, he had considered retaliating against them after Operation Cold War. However, he hadn't expected Ding Bin and the others to be so clever as to flee early. He couldn't possibly chase them down to their city and attack them, could he? Forget it, he'd find another opportunity later. After all, we're both in Zhongqi province, so sooner or later we meet again. I'm so much older than you, so I'm being too arrogant to call you Aiken. Li Kunlun put down his glass and said seriously, "Aiken, you're so young, yet not only are you incredibly powerful, but you're also incredibly courageous and strategic. If you stay in Shannon City, I'm afraid your talents will be buried. Are you interested in staying with the Watchers?" Su Chen shook his head and said politely, "Thank you for your support, Chief, but I'm limited. I really can't do it. I'm old, and I don't have much strength. When I'm old, there'll be no one left to support the Watchers. If you're willing to stay, you be the future leader of the Watchers." Li Kunlun looked at Su Chen, his once cloudy eyes now unusually bright. As a wheelchair-bound disabled person, he was able to control the Watchers' alliance. It was all thanks to his personal prestige and his ability to handle matters. It's a shame that Li Kunlun is already in his 70s, and his energy is somewhat lacking, but among his subordinates, whether it's Xiao Man, Du Cheng, Luo Xiaotian, or Xiang Mingming, none of them had the personality or ability to be a leader. Just when Li Kunlun was deeply disappointed, Su Chen appeared before him, as if a savior had descended from heaven. Naturally, he didn't want to miss the opportunity, and took advantage of today's banquet to extend an olive branch to Su Chen. "Leader, I'm sorry. I can't agree." Faced with Li Kunlun's earnest gaze, Su Chen gently shook his head and declined, though it's said that with great power comes great responsibility. But the corresponding troubles also grow. Leading the Tiger Gang alone brings endless troubles. If he also takes over the Watchers, there will surely be even more trouble. Alas, everyone has their own aspirations. We can't force them. Li Kunlun sighed, his expression full of regret and loss. Luo Xiaoyan and the others, listening intently, also looked disappointed. "If you ever change your mind, the door here is always open to you." Li Kunlun waved to Luo Xiaotian. Luo Xiaotian stepped forward, holding several booklets. "I heard from Xiao Luo that you're very interested in these martial arts manuals. These are from our Watchers collection. I hope they can be of use to you." Li Kunlun handed the booklet to Su Chen. Su Chen was somewhat flattered. Although the Guardian Alliance's secret techniques were inaccessible to 90% of its members, this item was still quite valuable. Li Kunlun had given him all the remaining secret techniques. This friendship was truly precious. "Thank you, Chief. I'd be more than welcome then." Suchin took the booklet. After a satisfying meal and a few drinks, Suchin returned to his dorm and leaned back on his bed, flipping through the secret techniques Lee Kunlun had given him. "Boss, are you really not considering staying?" Tong Fei asked softly, massaging Suchin's legs and shoulders. "What's up? Did Ming Ming look for you again?" Suchin asked with a smile. At the banquet earlier, he had seen Xiang Ming Ming whispering to Tong Fei. "Yes, she's still offering the same conditions as before. She said that if we're willing to stay, she's willing to serve the boss with me." Tong Fei adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and pursed her alluring red lips. "Boss, aren't you willing?" For her, as long as she could be with Suchin, anywhere would be fine. But compared to staying with the Tiger Gang, she still preferred staying with the Watchers. After all, Tong Fei didn't have many friends in the Tiger Gang. And here at the Watchers' base, her ex-boyfriend, Xiang Mingming, was there. The thought of the charming and alluring Tong Fei and the childlike and powerful Xiang Mingming blossoming together made Suchin's heart flutter. But he was no longer at the age where he could be bossy. "It's better to return to the Tiger Gang base." Tong Fei nodded and said nothing more. Suchin began learning the new martial arts secrets through the system. According to Luo Xiaotian's previous statement, a total of 11 people in the entire base had learned these martial arts secrets. Among them, only Luo Xiaotian used Lingxiu Fist, and Zhao Men used Qi Ju Ju. Chapter 596. The others were learning the body-building technique and the cloud-tipping technique. Aside from that, there were no other secret manuals. Suchin checked the system and only understood the problem. Of the several secret manuals Lee Kunlun had given him, only the body-building technique and the cloud-tipping technique were genuine. The others were merely fakes to deceive people. No wonder no one had succeeded. Suchin, without hesitation, learned the body-building technique and the cloud-tipping technique through the system. Body-building technique, Proficiency 0, this crude training method can slightly enhance physical strength. Cloud-tipping technique, Proficiency 0, this crude body movement technique can slightly improve agility. These two secret manuals, similar to the Qi condensation technique, are both supplementary. Although they cannot directly injure the enemy like the Lingxiu Fist, they can enhance Suchin's strength. Suchin glanced at his own combat power rating. Even after mastering the Lingxiu Fist, Qi Ju Ju, Jian Ju, and Tiyun Zong, his combat power rating remained at F+. No improvement at all. It seemed that if he wanted to advance from the F stage, he would have to go through special means, just like the S virus vaccination. Suchin thought this, looking at his energy. After this period of hunting and training, he currently possessed over 20,000 energy points. Suchin thought for a moment and chose to increase his proficiency in Lingxiu Fist and Qi Ju Ju. Ding! Lingxiu Fist proficiency has reached maximum. Ding! Qi Ju proficiency has reached maximum. Suchin looked at the system panel. Below the two, another line of small text appeared. The Grandmaster Lingxiu Fist, with its powerful punch, inflicts damage without being noticed. The Grandmaster Qi Ju Ju accelerates the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's a shame that we're in the Watcher's underground base, so we can't test the differences between the Grandmaster Lingxiu Fist and the Qi Ju Ju. It's been over a week since I left the Tiger Gang. It's time to go back. Suchin picked up the intercom and told Zheng Hui, Jiang Yu, and the others that he was planning to return to the Tiger Gang. They naturally had no objections. So, Suchin left the dormitory and went to find Lee Kunlun, telling him he was leaving that afternoon. So hasty? Lee Kunlun was surprised and regretful. He had originally planned to keep Suchin for a few more days. He had asked Zhao Man and the others to do more to persuade Suchin, but he didn't expect Suchin to leave today. A forced melon is not sweet. Since Boss Su is leaving, I won't try to keep him here any longer. After a few words, Suchin stood up and said goodbye. By the time the Tiger Gang had packed their belongings and arrived at the parking lot, Lee Kunlun and his men arrived. Boss Su. In addition to Lee Kunlun, Zhao Man, Xiang Mingming, Luo Xiaotian, and others had also arrived. Knowing that Boss Su was leaving, the leader brought us here to see him off. Zhao Man smiled. The leader is so polite to everyone. Of course not. You helped the Watcher so much, so you should be here to see them off. Lee Kunlun, sitting in his wheelchair, smiled amiably. You made a significant contribution to Operation Cold War, so we discussed it and decided to give Boss Su some more supplies, just like Ding Bin and the others. He nodded to his men. A short while later, several trucks arrived, loaded with supplies. No reward without merit, Chief. This is completely unnecessary. Suchin shook his head and quickly declined. Their previous agreement was that Su Chen would help guard the convoy, and the Watchers would exchange 2 secret manuals for him. After completing the mission, Li Kunlun even gave Su Chen all the manuals. Although these trucks of supplies meant nothing to Su Chen, he still felt a bit embarrassed to accept the favor. Just consider it a friendship. Li Kunlun smiled and waved his hand. Just accept it. Don't be so polite. If the Watchers Alliance needs anything in the future, Boss Su, I hope you can lend a hand. I definitely do it when I have the chance. Unable to refuse the generous offer, Su Chen sighed and accepted Li Kunlun's gift. While Su Chen and Li Kunlun were exchanging pleasantries, Tong Fei and Xiang Mingming were also bidding a reluctant farewell. Fei Fei, if you have the chance, you must come back to visit. The usually strong Xiang Mingming's eyes were now red. In the apocalypse, dangers abound. Under these circumstances, after the two of them part today, they might never see each other again in this lifetime. As long as there's a chance, I will. Tong Fei nodded seriously. Mingming, if you're unhappy here, you can come find me in Shannon. The boss won't mind. Xiang Mingming glanced at Su Chen, bit her red lips, and snorted coldly, he doesn't mind, but I do. Looking at Xiang Mingming's pride, Tong Fei couldn't help but laugh. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, Su Chen and his group got into their respective cars. Watching the Tiger Gang's convoy slowly depart the base, Li Kunlun sighed, what a pity. Actually, it's not impossible to get Su Chen to stay, Zhao Man suddenly whispered. He's already gone. What's the point of saying that now? Li Kunlun glared at him. It's precisely because he's gone that he can come back. Hearing Zhao Man's words, Li Kunlun and the others were a little puzzled. During this operation, Su Chen and Ding Bin and his men developed a grudge. Their respective cities aren't far apart. If Ding Bin intends to expand, he'd definitely attack Shannon and target Su Chen. No matter how powerful the Tiger Gang is, it's unlikely they can withstand so many forces. At that point, his only option will be to join the Watchers. Zhao Man explained with a smile. So that's how it is. Li Kunlun suddenly understood, and a glimmer of hope grew in his heart. The convoy drove smoothly along the highway. Tong Fei was driving, while Su Chen leaned against Ming Qi in the back seat, practicing the qi gathering technique. After the previous experiment, he had discovered that the advanced version of the qi gathering technique absorbed much faster than before. For example, what used to take him 3 hours now only took 1. In other words, the absorption rate had increased by 30%. Su Chen was very satisfied with this. After all, faster absorption meant faster cultivation. Su Chen stopped the car midway and randomly selected a roadside building as a target for his Lingqiu fist. With one punch, he shattered the building. A rough estimate suggests that compared to a normal punch, the Lingqiu fist was significantly stronger by 10%. While it wasn't much stronger, it could still injure someone from a distance. Su Chen was very satisfied with this. Compared to their journey, the road back was uneventful, with no monster attacks. In just 2 days, Su Chen and his group returned to the microcosmic base. Chapter 597. Boss Su, you're finally back. I missed you guys so much. Su Chen and the others had just parked the car and stepped out. Sun Yuan and He Wang, along with everyone else from the base, came forward to greet him. Looking at the familiar faces, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. I only been gone for less than 2 weeks. How could it be so exaggerated? Of course it must be that exaggerated. Zhou Xinhong said seriously, it feels like a long time since we last met. That's over 30 years. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. After exchanging pleasantries, they surrounded Su Chen and headed downstairs. Once they reached the meeting room, they asked him about his trip. Su Chen didn't hold back, recounting his journey to Yuqing and the subsequent Cold War operation in detail. Everyone marveled at this. I hadn't expected Boss Su's trip to Yuqing to have such a tumultuous experience. Has anything happened at the base while I was away? Su Chen inquired about the situation. Under Miss Chu's management, everything is running smoothly, He Wang said with a smile. Miss Chu? Su Chen was slightly startled, then noticed Chu Mengyao sitting among the group. Compared to before, Chu Mengyao had shed her youthful innocence. Dressed in an office suit, she appeared much more mature and serious. Yes, there are some matters that require your decision, Boss Su. But you're away, and you taken Secretary Tong with you. We have to ask Miss Chu to help make the decision. Lu Jiangwo explained. To ensure the base's operation and prevent one person from holding absolute power, Su Chen delegated power to Lu Jiangwo, Yu Yixiang, Yu Shoujing, and others. This approach prevented him from being sidelined. But this also had its drawbacks. For example, when disagreements arise and a consensus cannot be reached on a decision, it can easily lead to stalemate and buck passing. Previously, Su Chen appointed Tong Fei as secretary, and when similar situations arose, he would let her handle them. Tong Fei's handling of each case was always extremely appropriate, earning everyone's approval. But when Su Chen left for Yuqing, he took Tong Fei with him, and forgot to appoint the person who would make the final decision. In desperation, Lu Jiangwo suggested that Chu Mingyao be made the final decision. The reason was simple. Chu Mingyao had previously served as the temporary chairperson of the Dongjing base, and had management experience. Most importantly, she was Su Chen's woman, so everyone nodded in agreement. Chu Mingyao was also extremely pleased with this. She had no desire to be a mere figurehead. And so, with the support of Zhou Qing and the other girls, and the assistance of Lu Jiangwo, Yu Shoujing, and the others, Chu Mingyao took charge of the base's operations. I see. Su Chen cast an admiring glance at Chu Mingyao. Since Miss Chu has done such a good job, you will serve as the base's vice president from now on. Su Chen was pleased to see Chu Mingyao take on the management role. He thought for a moment, then said to Tong Fei, Secretary Tong, from now on, you and Miss Chu will be responsible for making the final decisions. Yes, Boss Su. Tong Fei nodded gently. Everyone knew that Zhou Qing and the other beauties were waiting for Su Chen in the RV. So, they were very tactful and, after a brief chat, each left. Fei, are you coming back with me? Su Chen looked at Tong Fei. Forget it. I've been out with you for so long, those women are sure to be upset with me. Boss, just go and keep them company. Tong Fei shook her head. While she didn't mind Su Chen having other women, that didn't mean she was willing to live in peace with them. Alright then. Su Chen shrugged. He wasn't in a rush. Sooner or later, he let Tong Fei sleep in the same bed with Zhou Qing and the other women. Su Chen quickly returned to the RV with Chu Mingyao. As expected, Zhou Qing, Zhou Rong, Lu Linger, Lin Yingying, Wang Bingyan, and Zhao Yu had been waiting eagerly in the car. Master. Ah Chen. Brother Chen. Seeing Su Chen return, the group of beautiful women were instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Su Chen smiled and approached, hugging each of them. To welcome him back, they had all dressed up, looking even more gorgeous than usual. Seeing this, Su Chen knew that tonight would be a fierce, heart-wrenching battle. We missed Master terribly while he's been away. As the oldest sister, Zhou Qing smiled softly, her eyes filled with unwavering tenderness as she looked at Su Chen. I'm afraid Master won't miss us. After all, he has beautiful women by his side. Zhao Yu pouted her red lips slightly, her words tinged with jealousy. That's right. Alas, we only hear the laughter of the new, never the tears of the old. The other women echoed in their tender voices. They could only stay in the base, waiting for Su Chen's return. Tong Fei, however, could accompany Su Chen to Yuqing, monopolizing his affection. No wonder they were jealous and resentful. Su Chen was instantly at a loss for words. He set his face in a serious tone, saying, There's no such thing as new or old. You're all my women. If anyone disobeys me in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. He didn't want a gruesome harem drama unfolding in his RV, so he had to warn the women beforehand. Seeing Su Chen's serious expression, the women were startled, each daring to remain silent. Seeing this, Su Chen's expression softened, and he smiled. Well, I haven't seen you for a few days. Let me check on you. Amid the women's laughter and screams, Su Chen embraced each of them. A silent night followed. The next morning, Su Chen woke early. Looking at Zhou Qing and the others sleeping soundly, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Questioning King Zhou, understanding King Zhou, becoming King Zhou, this feeling is truly wonderful. Su Chen didn't wake the women, but instead took Ming Qi out of the RV. He got in a car, and slowly drove away from the microcosmic base. Although both the trip to Yuqing and Operation Cold War had been safe and sound, Su Chen still realized that his strength wasn't strong enough. While it might be sufficient compared to Xiaoman, Luo Xiaotian, and the others, it was far from enough against monsters like the little green-eyed zombies and the Dark Nightmare Queen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to flee in panic. So, Su Chen planned to seize the opportunity to improve his strength. After leaving the microcosmic base, Su Chen drove, sensing the energy of heaven and earth. He stopped wherever there was abundant energy. Letting Ming Qi guard him, he practiced the Qi gathering technique to absorb the energy. If he encountered a monster he could kill, Su Chen wouldn't hesitate. In just one morning, he absorbed thousands of kilos of energy. Chapter 598. Seeing his energy points reach 10,000, Su Chen no longer hesitated and opened the system panel. He pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to max out his Tianzong proficiency first. Ding, Tianzong proficiency maxed out. Rudimentary body movements can slightly improve agility. Mastering Tianzong can greatly enhance agility and allow for short periods of flight. Seeing the small print below, Su Chen's pupil shrank sharply. Flying briefly in the air? Isn't this just like the legendary Qigong? No wonder it's called Tianzong. Su Chen closed his eyes, feeling the effects of mastering Tianzong. He could clearly feel his body becoming lighter and more agile than before. Even the wind walking technique he'd previously been blessed with by Zhao Yu wasn't as agile as he was now. Su Chen opened his eyes, exerted force with his legs, and leaped high into the air as if he were stepping on a spring. Watching Su Chen soar nearly 10 meters high, Ming Qi sat up suddenly, her mouth gaping open. When he reached the top of his leap, Su Chen didn't plummet immediately. Instead, he began to slowly descend like a feather. Not only that, he twisted his body, defying the laws of physics, and soared horizontally again. After gliding for nearly 10 meters, he slowly landed on the ground. An uncontrollable smile crossed Su Chen's face. Since ancient times, humans have longed to take to the skies. Even though they can fly, that's not the same as soaring freely. Otherwise, your death would be beyond your imagination. Wingsuit flying, with its extremely high mortality rate, wouldn't have so many fans. While it wasn't true flight yet with the Tianzong, the experience was practically identical. In time, if his body could become stronger and lighter, then, combined with the Tianzong, perhaps he could truly achieve free flight. Just then, Su Chen suddenly spotted two fiery red bird monsters flying through the sky. Scan. Flame Hawk. Fiery bird monsters, skilled in high-altitude attacks and proficient in fire-based abilities. Combat rating, F. Perfect, I use you as my scapegoat. Su Chen's mind shifted, and he stomped the ground hard. He leaped into the air, appearing before the two Flame Hawks. The two Flame Hawks were startled. They were soaring in midair, never having seen a human so high up. Before they could react, Su Chen swung his sword. Swish. The sword, as swift as lightning, split a flaming eagle in two. Its body, blood, organs, and feathers splattered to the ground. Seeing its companion's tragic death, the remaining flaming eagle let out a sharp cry of anger. It flapped its wings violently, and a massive fireball flew towards Su Chen. Ice Shield. Su Chen activated his supernatural power, summoning an ice shield to block himself. Bang! The two collided, sending up countless sparks and shards of ice. But Su Chen's mental strength was clearly stronger than the flaming eagle's. The ice shield ultimately didn't break, and instead, the fireball was reduced to ash. At the same time, using the Tian Leap technique, Su Chen's body, as sleek as a dove, approached the flaming eagle. The Flame Hawk raised its sharp claws, and fiercely clawed at Su Chen. Swish! Su Chen swung his sword again, and when it collided with the Flame Hawk's claws, a metallic clang sounded. Feeling the immense recoil, the Flame Hawk's torso visibly shook. It flapped its wings, adjusted its stance, and prepared to attack Su Chen again. After the previous exchange, Su Chen was no longer able to glide through the air. His body began to fall rapidly. But he did not panic. Just as the Flame Hawk swooped down on him, he summoned an ice shield under his feet. Su Chen stomped hard on the shield, soaring again, landing directly above the Flame Hawk's head. Under the Flame Hawk's horrified gaze, Su Chen brought his raised sword down heavily. Swish! With another sharp strike, the second Flame Hawk followed its companion's lead. Su Chen then adjusted his posture and landed lightly from midair. Meow! Ming Qi ran over, clutching the corpses of two flaming eagles. Su Chen patted their heads, extracted the two energy cores, and tossed the bodies to them. It must be said, the lightness and agility afforded by the Tianzong were quite useful. Su Chen didn't rush back afterward, but remained outside. While hunting monsters, he relied on the Qi condensation technique to absorb external energy. By sunset, Su Chen had accumulated another 6,000 or 7,000 energy points. Seeing the time was almost up, he called Ming Qi and drove back to the base. Su Chen first went to the base's warehouse and retrieved some of the energy cores previously handed in by gang members. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal core, gaining 800 energy points. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal core, gaining 260 energy points. Su Chen stopped after absorbing 10,000 energy points, and continued to upgrade his physical fitness technique. Ding! Physical fitness technique proficiency reached. Physical fitness technique proficiency reached. This simple practice can greatly enhance physical strength upon mastery. Su Chen felt it. Compared to before, his physical strength had increased by almost 20%. Don't underestimate this 20%. After being enhanced by the system, his physical strength was already significantly stronger than others. Add to that the physical fitness technique, and even 7 or 8 evolvers of the same level would be crushed by him. Excellent. At this point, he should have no rivals at stage F. It all depends on how he breaks through to stage E. Thinking this way, Suchin stood up and walked deeper into the base. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Suchin arrived at the laboratory on the lowest floor. Boss Su, you're here. Niu Mingxian came forward enthusiastically. Engineer Niu, long time no see. Suchin smiled and greeted him. How are things going? Have you made any new inventions lately? Well, not really. Niu Mingxian smiled awkwardly. It's okay, as long as you work hard. Suchin consoled him. Niu Mingxian was human, not a god. He couldn't be like Doraemon, the cat staring at his crotch, inventing new things every other day. Look, I asked you to come here today because I want you to help me research new reagents. New reagents? What kind? Niu Mingxian asked, puzzled. Suchin then told Niu Mingxian about his last experience breaking through from stage F to stage E. I see. Boss Su wants a reagent that can help you break through to stage E, right? Niu Mingxian suddenly understood. Chapter 599. Not bad. Suchin nodded. Niu Mingxian's face showed an embarrassment. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that researching something like this would probably require a huge amount of manpower and material resources. The manpower is easy. At worst, I just work overtime with the other researchers. But the material resources are a bit of a problem. Besides, I never researched this kind of thing before. What if the research fails? Seeing him hesitate, Suchin understood his concerns. Reagents like this would probably require a large number of energy crystals, crystal cores, and even energy fruits. And the risk of failure is extremely high. Don't worry, just go for it. I cover you. Suchin waved his hand and handed Niu Mingxian the energy fruit Gao Fei had given him, along with several energy crystal cores. After giving Niu Mingxian a few instructions, he left the lab. Although Niu Mingxian possessed formidable R&D capabilities, we couldn't pin all our hopes on him. Suchin also considered other avenues for breakthroughs. But after much thought, he couldn't find any promising ideas. Forget it, he could only wait and see if there were any adventures. Suchin shook his head, no longer thinking. Yinchen. In the city, a group of transcendents were hunting a dozen scorpion monsters. After a fierce battle, the scorpion monsters were successfully eliminated by humans. A man who looked like the leader ordered his men to clean up the battlefield. He himself gazed at a distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. Brother Fei, what are you thinking about? A young man approached with a grin. Yes, this man was Gao Fei, the leader of the Gaoshan gang. The young man next to him was Dang Han, who had once dealt with Suchin. I'm wondering if I should go to Shannon and pay a visit to Boss Su, Gao Fei said softly, regaining his composure. We only been apart for a few days, there's no need, Dang Han said with a smile. The day after Operation Cold War concluded, Suchin, Deng Bin, and the others left Yuqing one after another. Gao Fei had originally intended to travel with Suchin, cultivating a close relationship with him, so he could look after them in the future. But he hadn't expected Suchin to leave so early, which left him feeling rather disappointed. It's necessary, absolutely necessary. Gao Fei said sternly, don't you know that members of the worshipping cult have appeared around Yinqing these past 2 days? Yesterday, members of the Gaoshan squad reported that people wearing worshipping cult clothing were active in the Yinqing area. However, the two sides merely exchanged glances. No conflict or fighting ensued. I know, but there's no need to make a fuss, right? Mokong, where the worship cult is located, is adjacent to Yinqing. Their personnel had appeared in Yinqing before. So Dang Han didn't take it too seriously. Why not? Gao Fei frowned, his expression grave. The worship cult received ample supplies from Operation Cold War. They have no need to come to Yinqing again. Since they're here, it means they have other motives. Don't forget, when we sided with Boss Su, we were tantamount to offending Deng Bin. Deng Bin is petty and vindictive. Hearing this, Dang Han's expression changed slightly. Brother Fei, are you saying that the god worship cult is very likely to attack us? Indeed. Gao Fei nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, Dang Han, give the order now. From today on, have the brothers be on high alert. Before he finished his words, a massive fireball descended from the sky. Boom! The fireball landed among the crowd and exploded with a bang. The Gaoshan gang members were caught off guard, and 5 or 6 were killed instantly, with another 7 or 8 seriously injured. This sudden move stunned Gao Fei and Dang Han. Looking up, they realized they were surrounded by a large number of uninvited guests. They all wore uniform white robes embroidered with images of deities. The god worship cult. Dang Han exclaimed. Gao Fei's heart sank. He hadn't expected his words to actually come true. What surprised him even more was how quickly the cult of God attacked. Gao Fei, long time no see. Ding Bin slowly emerged from the crowd. His once honorable face was now filled with a sinister grin. Ding Bin, you bastard. Gao Fei gritted his teeth in rage. Now I give you two choices. Surrender to me or die. Ding Bin waved his hand, unleashing his supernatural powers. Countless, seemingly tangible beams of light descended from the sky. After sinking deeply into the earth, each beam was connected by a faint curtain of light. They sealed off the surroundings, forming a vast prison. Gao Fei glanced at his heavily wounded men, his face grim, and said, "If you want me to surrender, you might as well just kill me. You're asking for death." Ding Bin snorted coldly, "Kill them." At his command, the extraordinary beings of the god worship cult immediately rushed forward. The Gaoshan gang showed no weakness either. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, the action extremely brutal. Bang! Gao Fei slapped a member of the god worship cult, whose power was reduced to death with a single blow, and quickly retreated a few steps. He panted heavily, observing the battlefield. Gao Fei hadn't brought many men with him on this monster hunt. Adding to the god worship cult's surprise attack, the Gaoshan gang had lost a significant number of men. The god worship cult, with their numerical superiority, had already divided the Gaoshan gang. The battle was now one-sided. Gao Fei gritted his teeth and was about to charge forward to fight again, but was stopped by Dang Han. "Brother Fei, we can't fight anymore. We need to get out of here." Gao Fei calmed down, thought carefully, and felt that Dang Han was absolutely right. They were at a disadvantage now. If they continued fighting, everyone would die here. It would be better to find a way to escape and return to the gang for reinforcements. But the question is, how do we escape? Looking at the prison of light around them, Gao Fei sighed. No matter how powerful Dang Bin's abilities are, they're not invincible. Dang Han said quickly, "Save a few of the psychics. We attack one side together, and we definitely create a gap." "Okay, as you say." Gao Fei didn't hesitate any longer and immediately rushed with Dang Han towards the surrounded Gaoshan gang psychics. Those psychics were all F-strength, but with so many enemies, they had no choice but to constantly use their abilities to protect themselves. Thankfully, Gao Fei and Dang Han rushed in, forcing the enemies around them back, giving them a break. "Brother Fei." "Captain." Gao Fei didn't bother to respond. He pointed at the nearby pillar of light and said, "Gather all your superpowers and attack that area fiercely. We must open a gap." Chapter 600. "Yes, Brother Fei." Several psychics responded, then mobilized their mental powers. Unleashing their most powerful abilities, they fiercely slammed into the pillar of light. Although Ding Bin's mental power was immense, under the combined might of so many psychics, the prison of light was inevitably breached. One of the pillars of light suddenly broke apart. The light curtain connecting the other pillars also shattered, transforming into tiny specks of white light before vanishing into thin air. Seeing the gap appear, Gao Fei was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, "Let's go!" With a shout, he was the first to flee through the gap. Dang Han and several other psychics followed closely behind him. However, this was a difficult situation for the rest of the Gaoshan gang. Before they could catch up with Gao Fei, they were overtaken by members of the worship cult. Some wiser ones immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Some attempted resistance and were killed on the spot. After the dust settled, Ding Bin slowly approached the captives. "Are you willing to serve the god worship cult?" The remaining captives exchanged glances and trembled. We do." "That's good." Ding Bin smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand. Several circles of light, like ropes, bound the captives. "Take them back, and let the priest cleanse their souls," Ding Bin commanded. "Yes, master." Several of his men responded respectfully. "Master Ding, Gao Fei, and his men have escaped. Aren't you worried?" Huang Suisui, standing nearby, stepped forward and asked softly. "What should I be worried about?" Ding Bin smiled nonchalantly. "If I'm not mistaken, Gao Fei will probably flee back to his lair. But Su Jiang, Bai Jianghua, and the others are leading their forces to siege the Gaoshan gang. Wouldn't he be walking into a trap if he went back? Okay, let's go over there and see how Su Jiang and the others are doing." After escaping the Baishan cult's encirclement, Gao Fei didn't dare to stop for a moment. He, Dang Han, and 4 or 5 other Gaoshan gang members ran like crazy. After running about 10 kilometers, and hearing no more movement from behind, they finally stopped. Huff, Brother Fei, tell me, Why did the Baishan cult attack us? Dang Han asked, panting heavily. If I'm not mistaken, it must be something to do with Boss Su. Gao Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression grim. There was no enmity between the Gaoshan gang and the Baishan cult. And the supplies in Yancheng weren't plentiful. Even if the worship god cult expands, it shouldn't be expanding into Yancheng. Then, there's only one possibility. Dingbin intends to attack Su Chen, hence his attack on the Gaoshan gang. Yancheng is located precisely between Shannon and Makung. By destroying the Gaoshan gang, Dingbin can not only clear the way but also prevent the Gaoshan gang from aiding the worship god cult during their attack on the Tiger gang. In that case, we need to ask Boss Su for help, Dang Han suggested. That's right. Gao Fei nodded heavily. Seeing they were almost done resting, he called Dang Han and the others and continued on their way to the base. On the outskirts of Yancheng, there was a small hill. Halfway up the hill, there was a farmhouse. The Gaoshan gang used that place as their headquarters. Without a car, Gao Fei and his men took nearly an hour to reach the foot of the mountain, but when they looked up, they saw thick smoke billowing from the mountainside. Brother Fei, something's wrong. Dang Han cried out in panic. Gao Fei's face changed, realizing something was amiss. He was about to hurry back, but as if remembering something, his steps faltered. Brother Fei, what's wrong? Dang Han asked, puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, our headquarters must have been breached by the Baishan cult. Gao Fei's face was visibly grim. If Dingbin could ambush him, it made sense for him to send a surprise attack on the Gaoshan gang's headquarters. So what should we do now? Dang Han panicked. Let's get out of here and find Boss Su. As soon as Gao Fei finished speaking, he heard a rustling sound all around him. Immediately afterwards, dozens of figures emerged from the jungle lining the road and surrounded them. Gao Fei's heart sank, and he felt a sudden surge of despair. It's gang leader Gao. A familiar voice called out. Gao Fei looked closely, and saw it was one of Ding Bin's allies, Bai Jiangbua. Gang leader Bai, what do you mean by this? Nothing. I'm lying in ambush here on the orders of sect leader Ding, ready to capture all the Gaoshan gang. Bai Jiangbua said calmly. Hearing this, Gao Fei calmed down. He tightened his grip on the exotic crystal weapon and said solemnly, if that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Even if I die, I take a few of you with me. That's right. I make you pay even if I die. Dang Han and the others roared in a low voice, gritting their teeth. But to Gao Fei and the others' surprise, Bai Jiangbua narrowed his eyes, looked at them for a moment, and waved his hand, let them go. Gao Fei and the others were stunned by these words. Bai Jiangbua was going to let them go? Could he have some ulterior motive? Ding Bin's attack on the Gaoshan gang today is paving the way for dealing with the Minghu gang. After you leave today, quickly go to Shannon City and tell Boss Su. Bai Jiangbua explained to Gao Fei. Gao Fei suddenly understood. It was exactly as he had suspected. But then, he looked at Bai Jiangbua with a questioning look on his face. Why are you letting me go? Boss Su saved our lives at the granary before. I'm a man who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. I'm letting you go today, and letting you warn him, as a way of repaying his kindness. Bai Jiangbua glanced at the mountainside and urged impatiently, hurry up and leave, or Ding Bin and the others will find you. Okay. Gao Fei didn't hesitate any longer, and immediately left the foot of the mountain with Dang Han and the others. Bai Jiangbua and his men retreated back into the woods. A moment later, a group of men descended the mountain. Leading them was none other than Su Jiang and other members of the Leaders' Alliance. Judging from their jubilant appearance, they must have obtained a lot of treasures from the Gaoshan gang. Bai Jiangbua and his men emerged from the woods. As they reunited, they saw a dozen more cars approaching from a distance, finally stopping at the foot of the mountain. Ding Bin opened the car door and approached with Huang Cuizui and the others. Master Ding. Bai Jiangbua, Su Jiang, and the others greeted Ding Bin in unison. You're welcome, everyone. Ding Bin smiled and waved, asking, how's it going? We took down the Gaoshan gang without breaking a sweat. Su Jiang smiled, taking credit for the defeat. We killed every member of the Gaoshan gang except the commoners. Chapter 601. We emptied their supplies, and the base was completely burned to the ground. As the number of transcendents increases, the struggle between the various factions becomes increasingly brutal. Any defeated survivors will be killed, as they possess energy crystals. On the contrary, ordinary people are able to survive. Of course, they can only survive. A tragic fate awaits them. Ordinary men and women will be treated as slaves. Women of even modest beauty will be treated as playthings. Excellent, well done. Ding Bin praised, then asked, "Who's responsible for blocking them at the foot of the mountain?" Su Jiang glanced at Bai Jianghua. "Of course, it's Boss Bai. Although a surprise attack on the Gaoshan gang carries certain risks, the rewards are also considerable. As long as the Gaoshan gang is conquered, everyone involved will receive a share of the supplies. But Bai Jianghua and Su Jiang have a bad relationship." Su Jiang, in charge of this operation, deliberately excluded Bai Jianghua. He assigned Bai Jianghua to the foot of the mountain, tasked with intercepting any escapees. Bai Jianghua was naturally furious. "Boss Bai, how are you doing?" Ding Bin turned his gaze to Bai Jianghua. "Reporting to the leader, over 30 people escaped from the mountain, but I led my men to kill them all," Bai Jianghua replied. No, I'm not asking about the mountain, but about those outside." Ding Bin looked at Bai Jianghua with a half-smile. "Template, Lang Master Huang and I were just besieging Gao Fei, but that guy was quite cunning and managed to break out of our encirclement. Logically, he should have fled back to base camp. Didn't you see him?" "That's not the case." Bai Jianghua feigned indifference. "Is that really the case?" Ding Bin's eyes blazed as he stared at Bai Jianghua. "Of course. How dare I lie to you, master?" Bai Jianghua still feigned composure. "Haha, at this hour, Bai Jianghua, you're still pretending?" Su Jiang suddenly sneered. "Did you really think no one saw you let Gao Fei escape?" At these words, Bai Jianghua's heart skipped a beat. He then realized that Su Jiang and his men had surrounded him, and his men. Su Jiang pulled out a cell phone and began playing the video. The cameraman seemed quite far away, but he could still clearly see that Gao Fei and his group were surrounded by Bai Jianghua and his men. After a brief conversation, Bai Jianghua let Gao Fei go. "I long suspected you were unreliable, so I sent someone to keep an eye on you." Su Jiang sneered, "Master Ding, what should we do with this traitor?" Bai Jianghua had never imagined that Su Jiang, that bastard, would actually send someone to spy on him. He swallowed nervously. "Master, you need my explanation." Before he could finish his words, Ding Bin suddenly attacked. A flash of white light suddenly appeared, condensing into a sharp sword of light. Before Bai Jianghua could react, the sword of light pierced through his body. At the same time, Su Jiang and the others also attacked. Bai Jianghua's men had no time to resist, and were killed one after another. In just a few minutes, Bai Jianghua was the only one left. "Master, today I was wrong." Bai Jianghua pulled the sword of light from his body, and said with his dying breath, "You can kill me, but please spare my other men and my daughter." "Haha, since you're already dead, how could I possibly let them go?" Ding Bin sneered. "I tell them it was the tiger gang that killed you. Then I swallow them all up. As for your daughter, she's so beautiful, she's perfect for my cult saint. After I take her in, I join her in worshipping you, my father-in-law, every year." Upon hearing this, Bai Jianghua, seemingly on the verge of death, flew into a rage. He struggled and tried to pounce on Ding Bin. But a white circle suddenly emerged from Ding Bin's body, instantly knocking Bai Jianghua back. Su Jiang then rushed forward and stomped on Bai Jianghua's head. Crack! Bai Jianghua's head exploded. "Coward!" Su Jiang cursed. "You dare to fight me? That's enough." Ding Bin frowned at the white mass beneath Su Jiang's feet. "Hee, the leader is wise. This kind of shouldn't be allowed to stay," Su Jiang said with a grin. "All of you retreat." Ding Bin waved his hand. Huang Suitsui and the other leaders turned and left. Soon, only Ding Bin and Su Jiang were left around. Now that Bai Jianghua and his loyal followers are dead, his forces are a valuable asset. Ding Bin said calmly, "In the next few days, seize the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, and I send someone to mediate." "I see. We're supposed to play the good cop and the bad cop, right?" Su Jiang laughed. "That's right. Once I've taken over Bai Jianghua's power, I give you half the spoils." "That's great. Also, from today on, you must investigate the situation of the Tiger Gang and the Iron Legion. Next, we take action against Su Qin." Ding Bin glanced at Bai Jianghua, who was already in a state of disgrace, frowned and scolded, "Don't be so disgusting next time." Yes. Su Jiang nodded repeatedly. Ding Bin said nothing more and turned to leave. After he left, Su Jiang curled his lips. "What a pretentious guy. Why don't you just admit that you're disgusting for playing with someone else's daughter?" Su Jiang glanced at Bai Jianhua's body, called his men over, and told them to bury the body hastily. Su Qin knew nothing about what had happened in Yanqing. When he awoke, the first thing he saw was Chu Mingyao's delicate face. As Su Qin sat up, Chu Mingyao's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Aiken, are you awake? Well, how was your rest? Are you still in pain? Suchin asked with a smile. Hearing his words, a hint of shyness crossed Chu Mingyao's face. Just last night, at her insistent request, Suchin finally accepted her. It had to be said. Suchin was too strong, and the virgin Chu Mingyao was truly overwhelmed. Luckily, Suchin was gentle and spared her. Otherwise, she might not have been able to get out of bed today. Much better. Thank you, Aiken, for your understanding. You be my woman from now on. Don't say thank you. Suchin smiled and stood up. I'm going out hunting today. You should rest well at home. Let Fei handle the official business. Chapter 602. Okay. Chu Mingyao lay on Suchin's chest like a docile kitten. After waking up, washing up, and enjoying the breakfast Lu Linger had made, Suchin began a day full of energy. In recent days, Suchin has been back at base at night to spend time with the girls, and during the day he's been out hunting monsters and absorbing external energy. Thanks to his tireless efforts, his energy points have now reached over 20,000, although he's still halfway to the required 50,000 points for the power-up. But even if he had reached the required level, Suchin wouldn't plan to upgrade. Based on past experience, even if he were to power up twice more, he probably wouldn't be able to break through. He would have to rely on external forces. During this time, he also sought out Niu Mingxian. It was a shame. Although Niu Mingxian was incredibly talented and capable, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't develop a more advanced reagent. The materials Suchin provided were simply used to make breakthrough potions and recovery potions. Suchin didn't criticize him too much. Roar! A mutant tiger roared at Suchin. The once majestic king of beasts now seemed to be facing a formidable enemy. Its eyes were filled with nervousness and fear, for it could sense a tremendous threat from Suchin. Lingshu fist. Suchin's mind moved, and he stepped forward, unleashing a punch through the air. Accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, the immense force of the fist radiated from his body, striking the mutant tiger hard. Poor tiger! Such a massive beast was knocked to the ground by a single blow. Without even a scream, it was dead. Mengqi leaped forward and retrieved the mutant tiger's energy core. She held it in her mouth and returned to Suchin. Suchin glanced at it and smiled. You absorbed it, didn't you? The mutant tiger's energy core didn't contain much energy. For Suchin, it was better than nothing. Hearing this, Mengqi grinned and swallowed the energy core directly. Suchin stroked its head, lost in thought. Without the potion, how could he break through? Just then, a faint crashing sound suddenly rang out from the distance. Suchin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked over. Although the sound wasn't loud, he could sense that it was coming from a great distance. How could he hear it from such a distance? It looked like this was quite a commotion. I needed to go check it out. Mengqi, let's go! Suchin patted Mengqi's head and hopped on. With the arrival of fog and monsters, it was becoming difficult for ordinary survivors to survive on their own. Furthermore, the fog seemed to contain a vast amount of energy. As a result, the city, once home to humans, was now not only overrun by monsters, but also filled with lush vegetation. Giant vines entwined the dilapidated concrete skyscrapers. Tenacious plants poked out from the cracks in the asphalt road. The whole world was filled with the smell of decay. Suchin saw no humans. Occasionally, a few monsters flashed by in the distance. Following the direction of the sound, Suchin rode Mengqi for a while. The bang-bang sound grew louder and louder, even causing the ground to tremble slightly. Could it be two gigantic monsters engaged in a fierce battle? Suchin wondered to himself. After turning a corner, two massive figures appeared before him. Just as he had suspected, two gigantic monsters were indeed battling. Suchin took a closer look and was instantly delighted. One of the monsters was actually an old acquaintance. It was the ghost-faced spider that had crawled out of the deep pit near Qinjiayu. Suchin had previously lured the ghost-faced spider from there to Xinlu City, thereby annihilating the cult of Almighty. Since then, Suchin hadn't paid any attention to the ghost-faced spider's movements. I hadn't expected that after so much time, it had wandered all the way to Shannon City. Suchin's gaze shifted to the monster battling the ghost-faced spider. It looked a bit like a moth, but it was hundreds of times larger than an ordinary moth. It was completely black, but its wings were speckled with white. Looking closely, the spots resembled hideous ghost faces. The battle between the moth and the ghost-faced spider was now reaching a fever pitch. The moth, relying on its ability to soar, launched repeated attacks from its height. It flew nimbly, dodging the ghost-faced spider's counterattacks while knocking it to the ground from behind. Boom! A massive office building was reduced to rubble by the ghost-faced spider. Squeak! The ghost-faced spider wriggled free from the rubble. It roared angrily, its maw, brimming with razor-sharp fangs, opened wide. A pool of green, foul-smelling venom sprayed directly at the moth. However, the moth was incredibly agile, and with a flap of its wings, it dodged the ghost-faced spider's venom. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ghost-faced spider screamed continuously, rapidly shaking its massive body. Just like it had done against the all-seeing eye, countless small spiders fell from her body. Strange. What was it trying to do? Suchin was puzzled. The moth monster was flying in midair, and the small spiders had no way of attacking it. Had the ghost-faced spider lost its mind? But Suchin soon understood the ghost-faced spider's intention. While it pretended to continue fighting the moth, the small spiders quickly climbed up the surrounding tall buildings. Silver, almost transparent silk threads continuously flowed from its mouth. Soon, a giant spider web was constructed. This beast is quite clever, Suchin sneered. Seeing that it was fully prepared, the ghost-faced spider pretended to be no match for the moth. A few huge, furry legs quickly moved. The moth seemed unwilling to let the ghost spider go. It flapped its wings and attacked from behind. Inside its mouth was a sharp, barbed straw. That straw stabbed the ghost spider fiercely, but at that moment, the ghost spider had already climbed onto the web. With incredible swiftness, it scrambled up the web, narrowly avoiding the moth's attack. This time, the moth was in dire straits. Not only did the attack miss, but its entire body crashed directly into the web. In nature, spiders hunt using webs. This is because spider webs are extremely sticky. Once prey is stuck, it's difficult to escape. The ghost spider's web is no exception. Despite the monster moth's enormous size, no matter how it flapped its wings or twisted its body, it couldn't break free from the web. Seeing this, the ghost-faced spider grinned, seemingly mocking the moth's presumptuousness. Chapter 603. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A rapid, sharp buzzing sound emanated from the demonic moth. It could be heard that it was extremely angry and terrified, but trapped in the spider web. No matter how powerful it was, it couldn't escape. Slowly moving its 8 legs, the ghost-faced spider quickly reached the moth. The ghost-faced spider is a variant of a spider, essentially very similar to a spider. It simply pierces its chelicerae into its prey, injecting venom, and thus feeding. Watching its chelicerae rise, Suchin frowned slightly. Logically speaking, there was no enmity between Suchin and the ghost-faced spider. On the contrary, he should be grateful to the ghost-faced spider. After all, it was the ghost-faced spider that helped him destroy the all-seeing eye. But let's be clear. Suchin is human, and the ghost-faced spider is a demon. There's no way the two can coexist peacefully. Moreover, Suchin was currently worried about how to break through Stage F and enter Stage E. And yet, the ghost-faced spider just happened to be there. Suchin could easily kill it and absorb its energy core, but if the ghost-faced spider absorbed the moth, its strength would likely be greatly enhanced. Then, Suchin wouldn't be able to kill the ghost-faced spider so easily. With this in mind, he used the scan detection without hesitation. Ghost-faced spider. This monster lives in deep pits and caves. It's enormous and unstoppable. It can hunt by weaving spider webs. Mastery skills. Venom spray. 1,000 spider summon. Venom spray. The ghost-faced spider can spray venom from its body. Any creature caught in the spray will be poisoned and die. 1,000 spider summoning. The ghost-faced spider can summon offspring to assist it in battle. Combat power rating, E-. So it's an E-level monster. No wonder I couldn't detect it at first. Suchin suddenly realized. Sensing the scan, the ghost-faced spider's extended claws froze in midair. It twisted its ghostly face sharply and looked toward Suchin. When it took in Suchin's appearance, it let out a shrill cry. Huh? Suchin was a little surprised. He hadn't expected the ghost-faced spider to react so strongly. Could it possibly still remember him? He had only slightly injured it with his electric eyes. So why was it holding such a grudge? Accompanied by the ghost-faced spider's squeaking screams, the small spiders in the web quickly descended down the web to the ground and began to charge towards Suchin. Thunder Curse. Suchin showed no mercy, unleashing his powerful mass ability. 2 powerful bolts of lightning descended from the sky, zipping and rolling across the ground. Everywhere they passed, the smaller spiders summoned by the ghost-faced spider were pulverized by lightning. Mingqi stayed by Suchin's side, dispatching any small spiders that managed to escape. Before Suchin had completely dispatched the smaller spiders, he saw the ghost-faced spider waving its claws again, ready to devour them. Electric eyes. Zzzz. 2 blinding beams of light shot out from Suchin's eyes. The beams, as if tangible, ripped through the air, carrying scorching heat as they shot towards the ghost-faced spider. The ghost-faced spider had suffered losses before. Seeing the electric eye coming again, how could it not dodge? Fortunately, the two were far apart, giving the ghost-faced spider ample time to dodge. It immediately dropped the moth and scurried across the web, dodging the electric eye. Though it failed to kill the ghost-faced spider, it had completely destroyed the web it had painstakingly woven. The trapped monster moth seized the opportunity to break free. It didn't rush away, but instead flapped its wings. With the continuous flapping of its wings, a cloud of black powder rained down. Everywhere the black powder touched, whether concrete, plants, or anything else, it was quickly corroded. Though the ghost-faced spider dodged in time, it was still covered in the black powder. Its massive body was rapidly corroded, leaving deep pits of varying sizes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Miserable cries emanated from its mouth. Severely wounded, the ghost-faced spider's movements became sluggish. The moth seized the opportunity and scurried over. It plummeted, slamming heavily onto the ghost-faced spider's back. The sharp mouthparts pierced the ghost-faced spider's body. Similar to the ghost-faced spider's attack method, the moth also injected venom through its mouthparts to paralyze its prey, allowing it to slowly consume it. Seeing the ghost-faced spider at a disadvantage, Su-chun, unwilling to accept this, let the moth take advantage. 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder. Crack! A thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the moth directly. The immense lightning bolt sent the moth trembling all over, even the ghost-faced spider beneath it, its 8 legs thrashing wildly. Scan! Ding! Dark Devouring Moth. A terrifying giant moth monster, boasting an extremely fast flight speed, and capable of spreading corrosive powder through its wings. Combat rating, E-. The dark devouring moth had just regained consciousness from the paralyzing effects of the lightning strike when it felt the scan. Its pair of compound eyes immediately darted towards Su-chun. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as it flapped its wings, preparing to charge at Su-chun, the ghost-faced spider, previously suppressed by it, also recovered. The ghost-faced spider opened its mouth and spit out white silk, directly entangling the dark devouring moth. Compared to the silk spitted by the smaller spiders, the ghost-faced spider's silk was significantly stronger. The entangled dark devouring moth was unable to break free and was forcibly pulled towards the ghost-faced spider. Just as the ghost-faced spider raised its claws again, the dark devouring moth, sensing something was amiss, immediately charged towards it. Both of them plummeted from the tall building. Boom! Several buildings were knocked over by the two beasts, sending up clouds of dust. They abandoned their respective strengths and engaged in a primitive melee. Su-chun, observing this, also stopped and watched quietly. It was unknown how long the battle lasted, until the sun began to set in the west, and the war between the two giant monsters drew to a close. The dark devouring moth's wings were torn off by the ghost-faced spider. The ghost-faced spider was in no better condition. A pair of its chelicerae had been broken by the dark devouring moth. Besides, both were covered in wounds. Dark green and purple blood splattered all over the surrounding skyscrapers and roads. At this point, neither of them had the strength to fight. They each lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Su-chun smiled with satisfaction. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This was the outcome he had wanted. Chapter 604. Su-chun, accompanied by Ming-chi, slowly approached the two enormous beasts. After a bloody battle, the dying dark devouring moth and ghost-faced spider were unable to move. Dozens of their eyes, combined, stared intently at Su-chun, emitting threatening cries. But Su-chun showed no fear. Instead, he smiled cheerfully. "Were you quite arrogant before?" He raised his leg and kicked the ghost-faced spider in the head. Su-chun's kick wasn't particularly damaging, but extremely insulting. The ghost-faced spider's small eyes darted rapidly, as if expressing its inner rage. Villains die from talking too much. Su-chun understood the truth. Without hesitation, he fixed his gaze on the ghost-faced spider. Electric eyes. Ziz! The thick column of electricity erupted again. Back when Su-chun was still in stage G, he could injure the ghost-faced spider with his electric eyes. Not to mention he's now at F+ strength. The electric eye easily pierced the ghost spider's skin, burning a deep, bloody hole in its head. The pain, accompanied by the smell of burning barbecue, made the ghost spider tremble continuously. But as the electric eye pierced the ghost spider's massive head, its massive body ceased its struggles. After defeating the ghost spider, Su-chun retracted his electric eye and, his eyes still gleaming with lightning, looked at the dark moth. Witnessing Su-chun's destruction of the ghost spider, the dark moth was startled. Having regained some strength, it attempted to flee immediately. However, its wings had already been broken by the ghost spider. It could only wiggle on the ground like a maggot. Su-chun's eyes narrowed, and his electric eyes blazed again. Zizizizi. The dark devouring moth's body was split in half by the electric eyes. After being cut in two, it struggled for a moment before finally dying. After dispatching two giant monsters in quick succession, Suchin unsheathed his exotic crystal blade and began searching their bodies for energy cores. It wasn't long before he had extracted the energy cores of the dark devouring moth and the ghost-faced spider. But unlike the other monsters, their energy cores were enormous. The two combined were almost as big as Suchin, and their color was even richer, surrounded by a faint silver mist. Suchin's mind raced. Scan. High-level energy core. Only powerful monsters possess it, rich in energy. Huh? Suchin was a little surprised. He had previously wondered if energy cores, like energy crystals, would also be divided into primary and advanced levels. Unexpectedly, this was soon confirmed. Suchin placed his hands on the two energy cores and absorbed them. Ding! Successfully absorbed the advanced energy core, gaining 5,080 energy points. Ding! Successfully absorbed the advanced energy core, gaining 5,666 energy points. A glint flashed in Suchin's eyes. He hadn't expected these two advanced energy cores to provide so much energy. After all, the Vampire Bat King and the Drake Lizard, both at E-level, had only provided 2,585 and 3,678 energy points, respectively. It seems that larger monsters possess more energy. This also indirectly confirms the immense power of the dark devouring moth and the ghost-faced spider. If they hadn't engaged in a fight, Suchin, with his own strength, would have been incredibly difficult to defeat even one of them. Suchin glanced at the two monster corpses, then, after a moment's thought, stored them in his storage space. Based on past experience, their bodies might prove useful. Don't forget, rune carving requires the organs of the monsters. After finishing all this, Suchin was about to leave when he seemed to sense something and paused. Ever since mastering the chi gathering technique, his perception of energy has become extremely acute. Just now, his attention had been completely focused on the two monsters. Now, relaxing, Suchin could sense that not far ahead, there seemed to be an abundance of energy, a stark contrast to the surroundings. Mingqi, go take a look. Suchin patted Mingqi's head. Mingqi stretched out her legs and ran in the direction Suchin indicated. Not long after running, Suchin saw an abandoned building ahead. Something had happened to it, but half of it had collapsed, leaving it practically in ruins. After being abandoned for so long, the building had been completely covered in green vegetation, looking no different from the other tall buildings around it. The only difference was that, at the very center of the plant, stood a strange blue plant. At its tip, a blue bud had formed. Suchin could clearly sense traces of energy emanating from the blue flower. This thing is definitely a treasure like the energy fruit. Scan and test. Night Orchid. A flower rich in energy, useful for refining reagents and elixirs. It's truly a good thing. Suchin was delighted and considered picking the Night Orchid, but he didn't rush forward. After all, according to online novels he read, such rare treasures should be guarded by extremely powerful monsters. Suchin observed carefully. He noticed a large number of white spiderwebs surrounding the green vegetation. So, this place must be occupied by ghost-faced spiders. Suchin took another look at the Night Orchid, which hadn't yet fully bloomed, and a bold hypothesis came to mind. This Night Orchid, rich in energy, had attracted the ghost-faced spider's attention. It had deliberately built its nest nearby, intending to wait for the Night Orchid to bloom so it could consume or absorb it. However, the Night Orchid's exposed energy also attracted the dark devouring moth. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides over the Night Orchid. This would explain why two giant monsters suddenly engaged in a life-and-death struggle. At this moment, the energy in the air suddenly fluctuated. Suchin looked up. The previously quiet Night Orchid bud trembled slightly. It slowly split open from the top, and the petals began to unfold. The outermost petals began first, followed by the inner petals. When all the petals were unfolded, the innermost pistil was revealed. Suchin could clearly feel the surrounding energy becoming more intense. The energy leaking out alone was so abundant. The energy contained within it must be even more abundant. Since the flower had already bloomed, there was no need to wait. Such abundant energy would surely attract all nearby monsters. Suchin no longer hesitated. He leaped and quickly climbed along the green plant to the top. The closer Suchin got to the Night Orchid, the more he could feel how pure the energy was. Chapter 605. When he arrived next to the Night Orchid, Suchin had the illusion that the energy in the air had become physical. He carefully reached out and plucked the Night Orchid, then placed it into the storage space. As the Night Orchid disappeared, the energy in the air also became much thinner. But Suchin didn't waste it. He found an open space and sat down cross-legged. With the chi gathering technique activated, within a few minutes, he completely absorbed the energy emitted by the night orchid. Suchin glanced at it and saw that in just a short moment, he had accumulated over 1,000 energy points. Wow! The night orchid itself must have had tens of thousands of energy points. Having obtained 2 high-level energy crystal cores and a night orchid in succession, Suchin was in a very happy mood. He didn't linger outside any longer, but quickly returned to the base with Ming Qi. After returning to the base, Suchin headed straight for the laboratory on the bottom floor. Boss Su. Niu Mingqian greeted Suchin and hurriedly said with a wry smile, I haven't made any progress these past few days. It's okay, I came to you today for something else. Suchin interrupted him and took out the night orchid he had just obtained. Looking at the blue flower blooming wildly before him, Niu Mingqian was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. Because he sensed a strong energy fluctuation from the flower. I got this night orchid from outside today. Suchin explained, didn't your previous research make any progress? If you use this thing for research, are you confident you can make progress? Niu Mingqian's gaze remained fixed on the night orchid. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded slightly. I have confidence, but I can't guarantee it. Don't worry, just go for it. Suchin smiled. As long as you try your best, even if you fail, I won't blame you. Okay, Boss Su, rest assured. I give it my all. Niu Mingqian nodded heavily. Although Suchin had promised not to blame, Niu Mingqian didn't dare to be careless. After accepting the night orchid, he first removed a petal, then called his staff to begin research. Seeing that no results would be forthcoming, Suchin didn't intend to stay here any longer and returned to his office. As soon as he entered, he saw Tong Fei holding a communicator, a goofy grin on her face. What makes you so happy? Suchin asked with a smile. Boss, you're here. Tong Fei put down her communicator and hurried over, giggling. I just got a message from Mingning. She told me someone in the Watchers is pursuing her. Before leaving the Watchers base, Xiang Mingming had given Tong Fei a communicator in addition to the one Li Kunlun had given her. Even though they were 300 or 400 kilometers apart, they could still chat through the communicator. What's so funny about that? Hey, Mingming read that person's love letter aloud in public. Not only that, she even mocked that person, making him a laughing stock in the Watchers. Suchin couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Such behavior truly fits Xiang Mingming's personality. Boss, when will we return to the provincial capital? Tong Fei hugged Suchin and asked softly. Why, do you miss Mingming? Suchin asked back. Yeah. I miss her a little. It should be soon. Suchin patted Tong Fei's head and pondered. Really? Tong Fei suddenly raised her head, somewhat surprised. Would I lie to you? Suchin smiled. But the time isn't right yet. When Li Kunlun offered him an olive branch, Suchin declined because he didn't want to be bothered. But in the past few days since returning, he's realized the significant gap between Shannon and the provincial capital. The monsters around the provincial capital are not only diverse, but also powerful. The energy crystals within their bodies contain abundant energy. In contrast, in Shannon City, while there are a fair number of monsters, they are all weaker creatures, like saber-toothed flying squirrels, shadow rabbits, and misty sheep. The energy they can provide is also relatively small. Besides, Suchin also discovered that Shannon City didn't possess a lot of energy. Anywhere with abundant energy, it had already been absorbed. To put it in a different way, Shannon City was like the beginner's village in an online game. The provincial capital was a higher-level training location. This was why Suchin considered leaving Shannon City for the provincial capital. But ultimately, the microbase was the foundation of the Tiger Gang. Suchin wouldn't leave easily without planning everything. On a highway hundreds of kilometers away from Shannon City, several figures were stumbling along. Brother Fei, I'm a little tired. Why don't we take a break? Dang Han panted. Although they had successfully escaped from Yincheng, they had no preparations, not even transportation, and even no food or drink. To prevent the leaders' alliance from catching up, Gao Fei and Dang Han fled Yincheng overnight, heading toward Shannon. They had been traveling continuously until now, without a single rest. Dang Han's eyes were dull, his face pale, and his lips chapped. Even he, an evolver, was exhausted. To say nothing of the other psychics, Gao Fei felt a little sorry for them, and just then, he saw a fallen sign nearby. It announced a highway service area a few kilometers ahead. Everyone, hold on a little longer. There's a service area just ahead. We rest once we get there. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Dang Han and the others' eyes. Weary bodies were supported, they persevered. Not long after, Gao Fei and his group arrived at the highway service area. The apocalypse had long since arrived, and the service area had long been deserted. Shattered glass, garbage, and weeds littered the ground. More than a dozen wrecked cars lay scattered across the service area. After entering the service area lobby, Gao Fei allowed a few psychics to rest while he, along with Dang Han, went to search for food and water. Thankfully, there was always a way out. In the service area store, they unexpectedly found a large supply of drinking water and canned goods. They haphazardly built a stove, chopped some firewood, and placed a pot on top. After the water boiled, Gao Fei, Dang Han, and the others drank some water and ate some canned food. After satiating themselves, their complexions improved considerably. "Brother Fei, it seems we've taken the wrong road," Dang Han said with a wry smile. "Yeah, I noticed that too," Gao Fei sighed. Judging from the name of this highway service area, the road they took did not lead to Shannon City. Chapter 606. No GPS, no car. Furthermore, they were fleeing overnight. It was only natural that Gao Fei, Dang Han, and the others got lost. I looked around. If we keep going, we should reach Jinju City. "Brother Fei, should we turn back?" Dang Han whispered. "Turning back? Forget it." Gao Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. If they turned back, not to mention the possibility of encountering their pursuers, the lack of food and water alone, as well as the monsters they encountered along the way, could kill them. If we keep going, we should reach Jinju City by noon tomorrow. Although Ba Su is in Shannon, the Iron Legion is in Jinju. For Ba Su's sake, General Zhao Yang will probably rescue us. Hearing Gao Fei's words, Dang Han and the others beamed with joy. Back at the Watcher base, Gao Fei and Zhao Yang had a pretty good relationship. The two sides also agreed to keep in touch when they had time. "Then let's do as Brother Fei says." Dang Han and the others nodded repeatedly. "It's getting late. Let's rest for a while before continuing on our journey." Gao Fei glanced at the sky and ordered. Without saying anything else, the group simply made beds using the supplies found in the service area. Already exhausted, they laid down and began snoring soundly. The original plan was to rotate night watch, with Gao Fei taking the first shift and Dang Han taking over. However, Gao Fei was also exhausted. The snoring of his companion seemed to have a magical effect. Leaning against the wall, Gao Fei also dozed off. After a short while, he couldn't resist the urge to sleep and began to snore softly. Just as the night deepened, and a dead silence fell over the world, the distant roar of a car suddenly rang out. As the car neared the service area, the engine stalled, and it glided closer. Then the car door opened, and a slender figure stepped out. The person was dressed in a black bodysuit and moved with remarkable agility. From her curvy figure, it was clear she was a woman. Glancing at the dark service area, the woman withdrew a small, exquisite, exotic crystal dagger from her waist. Like an elegant, voluptuous cat, she slipped into the service area under the cover of night. Soon, the woman arrived at the service area lobby, where Gao Fei and the others were resting. Upon seeing Gao Fei and the others fast asleep, a flicker of joy and deep resentment flashed across the woman's bright eyes. She didn't act rashly, nimbly moving through the shadows. Just as she was about to approach Gao Fei, something struck her. Crash! An empty glass bottle fell to the ground and shattered. In the dead of night, the sound of shattering was like thunderclaps from the plane. Gao Fei, Dang Han, and the others, who were dozing off, were instantly awakened. Seeing the woman in black before them, they were startled for a moment, then reacted. "Be careful. It's the enemy." Seeing herself exposed, the woman in black let out a sharp cry and lunged forward, stabbing Gao Fei with the exotic crystal dagger in her hand. Thankfully, Gao Fei was quite powerful and possessed immense combat experience. He dodged sideways, avoiding the black-clad woman's attack. At the same time, Dang Han and the others quickly joined the fray. A fire-type psychic raised his hand and summoned a series of fireballs, which shot rapidly towards the black-clad woman. She twisted her slender waist and dodged the fireballs at an incredible angle. However, Gao Fei still had the advantage in numbers. Another wind-type psychic summoned several wind blades. Besieged by several people, the black-clad woman was in a difficult situation. "Brother Fei, are you okay?" Dang Han walked over quickly, asking with concern. "I'm fine." Gao Fei waved his hand, feeling a slight sigh of relief. Before resting, he had constructed a simple trap using a thin rope and a glass bottle. If a human or monster approached and touched the rope, the glass bottle would fall to the ground, sounding a warning. Luckily, he was alert, otherwise the black-clad woman might have succeeded. It must be said that the black-clad woman's skills were exceptional, at least at F- strength. Despite the siege of so many psychics, she had managed to hold out until now. Spare her life. I have something to ask her, Gao Fei said solemnly. After receiving the order, the Gaoshan gang's psychics exchanged glances and nodded. Having often worked together, they instantly came up with an idea. The other psychics used their powers to force the black-clad woman to move. Just when she had no way to retreat, the last lightning-type psychic unleashed a paralyzing lightning bolt. The black-clad woman, struck by the lightning bolt, was instantly paralyzed and fell to the ground. Gao Fei and Dang Han seized the opportunity, swarming forward and tying up the black-clad woman. Only after they subdued her did they breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Fei, she must be a killer sent by the god-worship cult. Let's kill her right away. Dang Han's eyes flashed with ferocity, showing no mercy. Don't worry, let's find out first. Gao Fei shook his head. If Dingben had really sent someone to kill her, there couldn't be just one killer. What's your name? Did Dingben send you? Aside from you, are there any others? Gao Fei stared at the woman in black and demanded in a deep voice. The woman in black glared at him and said viciously, It has nothing to do with sect leader Ding. You killed my father, and I will make you pay with blood. I killed your father? Gao Fei was puzzled. Who is your father? My father is Bai Jianhua, and I am his daughter, Bai Qianqing. The woman in black's eyes were filled with hatred for Gao Fei. Hearing this, Gao Fei and Dang Han exchanged a look of bewilderment. I wonder if there's some misunderstanding here, Gao Fei said sincerely. Your father just let us go 2 days ago and saved our lives. How could we possibly have killed him? Stop using those sweet words. Bai Qianqing said coldly, If you didn't kill him, then come back with me to see Master Ding and confront him face to face. Gao Fei was instantly at a loss for words. If he were to go back to see Dingben now, wouldn't that be walking into a trap? Believe it or not, Gao Fei didn't bother to pay attention to Bai Qianqing. He said to Dang Han, who was standing beside him, Go out and check what's going on. Yes. Dang Han quickly left the hall. After a while, he returned. Brother Fei, there's no one else outside, just one car. That girl must have driven it. Gao Fei was delighted. If they had a car, they could just drive away. Pack up, let's get going. Chapter 607. Brother Fei, what should we do with this little girl? Dang Han asked, pointing at Bai Qianqing lying on the ground. Should we just go all out? He made a beheading gesture. Although Bai Jianhua had saved them, this was the apocalypse after all. Bai Qianqing refused to believe them, and insisted on hunting them down. For his own safety, the right thing to do was to kill her immediately and eliminate any future trouble. Gao Fei hesitated, looking at Bai Qianqing. Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I avenge my father and kill both you and that Su Qin. Bai Qianqing gritted her teeth, her pupils practically spitting fire. Gao Fei was baffled. How was this connected to Ba Su again? Old 8, how long can your paralyzing lightning control her? The lightning psychic Old 8 thought for a moment and replied, If she's at F rank, 10 to 20 minutes shouldn't be a problem. That's good. Give her another paralyzing lightning, Gao Fei ordered. Ziz, ziz. Another paralyzing lightning bolt struck Bai Qianqing. Bai Jianhua has done us a favor. It would be unjustifiable for us to kill her. Gao Fei shook his head and ordered, Leave her here to fend for herself. Let's go! Dang Han and the others said nothing more and immediately followed Gao Fei out of the service area. They boarded Bai Qianqing's car and sped away. It was unknown how long it took before Bai Qianqing finally broke free from her paralyzed state. She rubbed her stiff body, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. By the time she regained her composure, it was already daybreak. Bai Qianqing didn't rush to pursue Gao Fei and the others, but instead walked back the way they came. It wasn't until midday that she saw a series of cars bearing the Baishan cult logo approaching on the highway. Qianqing, are you okay? The lead car stopped, and Dingben pushed open the door, quickly stepped forward, and asked with concern. Thank you, master, for your concern. I'm fine. Bai Qianqing shook her head. Where's your car? Gao Fei and his gang drove it away. Bai Qianqing was furious at the mention of this. After learning what happened last night, Dingben frowned slightly, then feigned concern. Look, you're just too impulsive. Gao Fei and his gang are several men. How can a little girl like you possibly be a match for them? Even if I'm no match for them, I avenge my father. Bai Qianqing's face was filled with anger, but she suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Dingben. Master Ding, Why did Gao Fei say they didn't kill my father? Hearing this, Ding Bin's heart tightened, but he feigned indifference. Why did you believe them? You know, people will do anything to survive, let alone lie. Yes, Miss Bai, that Gao Fei might be trying to make us suspicious of each other. Huang Suisui, standing nearby, also spoke in a delicate voice. Let's put that aside for now, Qianqing. I suggested earlier that you join our god worship cult and become a saint. What do you think? Seeing Bai Qianqing about to say something, Ding Bin, fearing she might notice something was amiss, immediately interrupted. With just you and the Bai family army, it would be difficult to defeat Su Chen, Gao Fei, and the others. If you just join the worshipping god cult, and our two families merge, defeating them would be much easier. Faced with Ding Bin's persuasion, Bai Qianqing hesitated and didn't respond immediately. Ding Bin winked at Huang Suisui, who smiled sweetly. Miss Bai, although your father died for the alliance, you must understand that the alliance's top priority is to ensure everyone's survival. Many people are actually unwilling to confront the Tiger Gang head-on because of your father. But if you're willing to join the worship god cult, given Master Deng's personality, he definitely defy all odds and help you achieve your revenge. Bai Qianqing bit her lip and whispered then, Fine. I'm willing to join the worship god cult and become the holy maiden. Haha, that's fantastic. Deng Bin immediately beamed. Don't worry, Qianqing, I immediately improve your strength and organize a force to attack the Tiger Gang. It won't be long before you can defeat Su Chen and avenge your father. Hearing this, Bai Qianqing's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. After chatting for a while, the group prepared to return. Bai Qianqing boarded a car behind them, while Deng Bin rode in the same car with Huang Suisui. Master, how did I do? As soon as Huang Suisui got in, she slid into Deng Bin's arms. You performed very well. Deng Bin smiled with satisfaction. Once I devour Bai Qianqing, I definitely reward you handsomely. But this little girl doesn't look stupid either. Leader, do you have a way to make her completely devoted to you? Huang Suisui asked worriedly. What if she learns the truth from Su Chen and Gao Fei? Shortly after Bai Jianghua's death, Deng Bin, Huang Suisui, Su Jiang, and others colluded in their confessions, alleging that Su Chen had ordered Gao Fei to kill Bai Jianghua. Bai Jianghua was a member of the leaders' alliance, while Su Chen and Gao Fei were its enemies. By contrast, Bai Qianqing, who had taken over the Bai family army and become its new leader, naturally believed Deng Bin's words. Then I have to trouble you to help me train this girl. A sinister smile crossed Deng Bin's face. Boss Su, the reagent you asked me to research was a success. Su Chen had just gotten out of bed when he received the good news from Niu Mingxian. He was energized and quickly headed to Niu Mingxuan's laboratory. As soon as he entered, Niu Mingxian joyfully handed over a tube of blue reagent. Here, Boss Su, this is the advanced breakthrough reagent you need. The life factor in the night orchid is far superior to that of the energy fruit. I followed the same principle as I used to create the breakthrough reagent, extracting its life factor and creating this reagent. I can't say for sure, but I'm extremely confident that after injecting it, Boss Su, you'll be able to break through to stage E. Su Chen listened to Niu Mingxuan's words while examining the reagent in his hand. Compared to the previous one, the liquid in this tube was a deep blue. Even through the glass, Su Chen could sense the surging energy within. He pondered for a moment, then scanned it. Ding, advanced breakthrough reagent. It can provide powerful energy, helping the host break through to stage E while strengthening their physical body. Such a straightforward introduction. Su Chen glanced at his energy level. After his tireless hunting and training, he was still a few thousand energy points short of the 50,000 required for the next physical strengthening. Chapter 608. Thank you, Mr. Niu. Su Chen smiled and patted Niu Mingxian on the shoulder, praising him and promising a reward later. Su Chen then left the microscopic base and drove into the city. He continued his previous operations, hunting monsters and practicing the qi gathering technique. In less than a day, he had gathered the required energy points. Su Chen returned to the underground base and went to his office. He told Tong Fei not to disturb him and sat down cross-legged. According to the system's instructions, Su Chen needed to first inject the advanced breakthrough reagent. He withdrew the syringe and injected the blue liquid into his body. As soon as the liquid entered his blood vessels, Su Chen felt an intense burning sensation. Although he had experienced this once before, he had already prepared himself for it. But this time, the burning sensation was even more intense than before. Su Chen did not dare to delay, suppressing the burning sensation while opening the system panel. Strengthen the body. The feeling of this strengthening was completely different from the previous ones. Each time he strengthened himself, A warm current would flow from his crown, flowing through his entire body, strengthening his body. But this time, that warm current transformed into a cool liquid. Suchin felt a sudden surge of energy, and his mind became much clearer. But what followed was extremely difficult for him. The cool liquid spread down his brain. The reagent injected into his arm, however, flowed with an extremely hot and aggressive force throughout Suchin's body. The two forces soon met at Suchin's chest. Although nothing could be seen from the outside, the collision of cold and heat caused a shattering change in Suchin's chest. The scorching hot reagents fiercely destroyed the flesh and blood within Suchin's body, attempting to overwhelm him completely. However, the icy liquid remained unyielding, nourishing and repairing the wounds within him. Neither side would yield, like two powerful armies. They engaged in a fierce struggle within Suchin's body, but this was a painful experience for him. He was in the 9th level of ice and fire, and his life was worse than death. Thankfully, Suchin's willpower was remarkably strong. He didn't faint, but gritted his teeth and persevered. After an unknown amount of time, the hot and cold liquids seemed to have exhausted all their energy. Their conflict gradually subsided, and Suchin felt much better. He immediately seized the opportunity and began absorbing both. After a long while, he had successfully refined both liquids. When Suchin opened his eyes, a gleam of light blazed in his eyes. He blinked, and the gleam slowly faded. Looking at the white arms, which looked no different than before, Suchin smiled. He could sense the explosive power hidden beneath that ordinary-looking body. Take Xiao Man, who had an F+ combat power, for example. Suchin was confident he could defeat him within 3 moves. Even 10 Xiao Mans wouldn't waste Suchin's time. This was the power of the East stage. Suchin stretched and realized he was drenched in sweat, emitting an unpleasant odor. He stood up and went into the bathroom for a comfortable shower. After changing into dry clothes, Tong Fei opened the door and walked in. "Boss." Upon seeing Suchin, Tong Fei was slightly taken aback. "What's wrong?" Suchin asked with a smile. "I feel like, boss, you seem a little different today." Tong Fei looked at Suchin uncertainly. Compared to the past, Suchin's aura had become even more refined, and he exuded a subtle aura that commanded submission. His eyes flickered with a gleam from time to time. "Boss, you made a breakthrough? Not bad." Suchin didn't hide it, but nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Tong Fei was shocked. When she first met Suchin, he was only a high evolver, meaning F- power. It hadn't been that long, and he already reached E. Even Xiao Man, the strongest in the province, was only F+. "Boss, you're truly amazing." Tong Fei looked at Suchin, her beautiful eyes gleaming with wonder. "I'm even more amazing," Suchin said with a pun-filled smile. Remembering Suchin's majestic presence in bed, Tong Fei's pretty face flushed. Then, as if remembering something, she quickly said, "By the way, boss, Commander Lu said he wanted to see you, and I stopped him. He's waiting for you in the conference room right now." "Got it." Suchin nodded, stood up, and left his office. A moment later, he arrived at the conference room. Seeing Suchin arrive, Lu Jiangwo quickly stood up. "Boss Su." "Uncle Lu, you're welcome. In private, just call me Chin." Suchin smiled and invited Lu Jiangwo to sit down. "Did Secretary Tong say you were looking for me?" "Yes." Lu Jiangwo nodded and explained, "I just received a radio message from the Iron Legion." Suchin was somewhat surprised. A radio message from the Iron Legion? Although his relationship with Zhao Yang had improved considerably after the trip to Rain City, they didn't usually have much contact. "What's the news?" "They say the Gaoshan gang in Yenshin was attacked by the god worship cult, and their leader, Gao Fei, fled to their place." Suchin raised an eyebrow. Despite past clashes and friction with the god worship cult, he hadn't taken them seriously. In fact, after returning from Rain City, he had forgotten about Ding Bin and the others. Unexpectedly today, he heard news about Ding Bin and the god worship cult again. "Say hello to Zhao Yang. I go meet Gao Fei and the others." Suchin thought for a moment and ordered. "Well, there's no need to go, right?" Lu Jiangwo asked worriedly. "What if Zhao Yang has ulterior motives?" "Haha, I actually hope he does." Suchin smiled fearlessly. After entering Phase E, his strength was terrifying. Unless it was a powerful thermal weapon like an intercontinental missile, ordinary guns and artillery would be powerless against Suchin. If Zhao Yang truly had ulterior motives, Suchin could use this opportunity to teach them the true meaning of cruelty. After Lu Jiangwo replied to the Iron Legion, Suchin drove out of the base and headed for Jinju City. Only Meng Qi accompanied him. As they approached Jinju City, a group of Iron Legion sentries stopped Su Chen's car. After learning Su Chen's identity, they immediately let him pass and notified the base. When Su Chen arrived outside the Iron Legion base, the gate slowly opened. Zhao Yang, accompanied by his men, personally came out to greet him. It's been a few days since we last met. I didn't expect Boss Su to be even more impressive. Zhao Yang smiled and flattered him, turning to the crowd. Why don't you hurry up and say hello to Boss Su? Hello, Boss Su. Zhang Boss Hin, Yang Yusen, and the others said in unison. Chapter 609. Su Chen merely smiled faintly at Zhao Yang's plan. Seeing this, Zhao Yang felt a little uneasy, and quickly said with a smile, Boss Su, let's not stand at the door anymore. Let's go inside and talk. Led by Zhao Yang, the crowd surrounded Su Chen and headed towards the base's buildings. Here's the situation. Early this morning, our sentries stationed outside spotted a car heading towards Jinju City. After stopping them and questioning them, we discovered it was Gao Fei, Dang Han, and a few others. Zhao Yang explained the situation to Su Chen. Last night, Gao Fei, Dang Han, and a few others stole Bai Qianqing's car. Then they drove all the way to Jinju City. Eventually, they encountered members of the Iron Legion and successfully met Zhao Yang. After learning what had happened, Zhao Yang didn't hesitate and immediately found a way to contact the Tiger Gang. You did a good job. Su Chen nodded, then asked, where are Gao Fei and the others? Zhao Yang felt a slight weight lift from his bones at Su Chen's praise, and he quickly smiled. They're waiting for us in the conference room right now. Su Chen and the others soon arrived. Gao Fei, Dang Han, and the others waiting inside immediately stood up upon seeing Su Chen. Boss Su. Gao Fei's eyes welled up before he could finish. Boss Gao, don't get excited. Let's sit down and talk it over. Su Chen soothed. Gao Fei took a deep breath, calmed himself, and then told Su Chen everything he had experienced. Su Chen listened, stroking his chin and thought. When I saved Ding Bin, Bai Jiangbua, and the others, it was just a casual act. I hadn't expected Bai Jiangbua to be so grateful. Not only did he let Gao Fei go, he even exposed Ding Bin's conspiracy. This Ding Bin is truly ambitious. I haven't even settled accounts with him for the previous incident. And now he's rallying Su Jiang and the others to attack me. How audacious. I know my request might be a bit excessive. But if you, Boss Su, are willing to help us avenge our loss, our lives will be yours from now on. Gao Fei said solemnly. Dang Han and the others beside him nodded in agreement. Although they didn't know the specifics of the Gaoshan gang, Ding Bin was ruthless. I'm afraid all the members of the Gaoshan gang have been killed. Only ordinary men and women will remain, becoming their slaves and playthings. Su Chen pondered for a moment, and was about to answer Gao Fei. Zhao Yang, standing nearby, mistakenly thought Su Chen was unhappy and quickly said, the worshipping cult is already powerful, and they have the support of Huang Suicui, Su Jiang, and others. The combined strength of their leaders' alliance would force even the Watchers to retreat. Gao Fei, you're making things difficult for Boss Su. Before he could finish, Su Chen interrupted him, don't worry, Brother Fei, even if I can't avenge you, I deal with Ding Bin. Huh? Zhao Yang stood there in a daze, his face slightly embarrassed. Su Chen ignored him and continued, if you don't mind, you can bring your people and join the Tiger Gang. Really? That's great. Gao Fei's voice trembled with excitement, to put it bluntly. Without the Gaoshan Gang, he'd be nothing more than a street vendor. Otherwise, Zhao Yang wouldn't have changed his address to Boss Gao to just call me by my name. Joining the Tiger Gang and clinging to Su Chen's influence was Gao Fei's best option right now. Greetings, Boss Su. Gao Fei, along with Dang Han and a few others, saluted Su Chen. You're welcome. We be family from now on. Su Chen waved his hand. According to Bai Jiangbua, Ding Bin eliminated the Gaoshan Gang to pave the way for an attack on the Tiger Gang. A war between the Tiger Gang, the worship cult, and the Leaders' Alliance was bound to break out sooner or later. In that case, Su Chen's promise to avenge Gao Fei was simply a matter of convenience. Watching Gao Fei successfully join the Tiger Gang, Zhao Yang was filled with envy. But if he were to give up his position as leader of the Iron Legion and join the Tiger Gang, becoming Su Chen's subordinate, he felt a little reluctant. Thank you, General Zhao, for today's help. Su Chen said calmly. Hey, Boss Su, you're so polite. Boss Su, I have a suggestion. How about our two families form an alliance? Zhao Yang asked tentatively. He knew full well. If Gao Fei's words were true, then the God Worship cult would likely attack the Iron Legion as well. We can't deal with the God Worship cult alone. Su Chen shook his head. Then, What should we do? Contact the provincial government. Su Chen uttered those 3 words. But will the provincial government intervene? Zhao Yang asked, somewhat worriedly. They will definitely intervene, unless they sit back and watch the alliance of leaders grow stronger and challenge them. Su Chen sneered. Although he hadn't had much contact with Ding Bin, he was certain that Ding Bin's intention to attack the Tiger Gang wasn't just due to a previous feud between the 2 sides. It was also due to Ding Bin's wicked ambitions, his desire to dominate Zhongji province. Otherwise, back in Yuqing, he wouldn't have contacted Huang Suisui and the others to confront the Watchers. I see. Then I contact the provincial authorities immediately. Zhao Yang suddenly understood. It's getting late. I take Brother Fei and the others back first. Su Chen pulled out a communicator and tossed it to Zhao Yang. If you have any questions, contact me. Okay. Zhao Yang was overjoyed. Although the 2 sides had previously engaged in violent fighting, as the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Now, facing the threat of the leaders' alliance, Su Chen naturally wanted to form a temporary alliance with Zhao Yang. After a few more casual words, Su Chen greeted Gao Fei, Dang Han, and the others and left the Iron Legion base. Besides Gao Fei and Dang Han, 4 other members of the Gaoshan gang escaped. Su Chen drove the 2 of them, while the others took another car. Although we had a prior relationship after joining the Tiger Gang, everything will be based on strength and contribution. Also, if anyone violates gang rules, don't blame me for being ruthless, Su Chen said softly. Don't worry about that, Boss Su. Gao Fei nodded solemnly. As they talked, the car quickly drove away from Jinju City. Not long after, the 2 cars arrived in the suburbs of Shannon City. At that moment, something unexpected happened. A massive fireball hurtled straight towards Su Chen's car, which was in the front. Thankfully, Su Chen reacted quickly, swerving the steering wheel and dodging the fireball. Boom! With a resounding bang, the fireball hit the ground and exploded. This sudden change startled Gao Fei and Dang Han. Su Chen looked at the figure on the road ahead and frowned slightly. Chapter 610. Under the threat of zombies and monsters, the original survivors of Shannon City were either wiped out or joined the Tiger Gang. These people who suddenly appeared and attacked Su Chen and his group were definitely not Shannon survivors. Su Chen pushed open the car door and stepped out. He took a closer look and recognized the identity of one of the survivors. Jiang Tian? Like by Jianghua, Su Jiang, and the others, Jiang Tian was also the leader of a faction, and had also joined Ding Bin's leaders' alliance. Su Chen? Jiang Tian was also surprised upon seeing Su Chen. He had arrived in Shannon City earlier today on Ding Bin's orders to inquire about the situation in Shannon. Upon seeing 2 cars approaching, Jiang Tian had originally planned to stop the cars and interrogate the occupants to see if he could find out any information about Su Chen and the Tiger Gang. Unexpectedly, the car he stopped was actually Su Chen's. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Jiang Tian's presence here meant Ding Bin was planning to attack him. The 2 sides suddenly collided, and Jiang Tian was momentarily unsure what to do. Boss Jiang, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Another leader whispered, let's just eliminate Su Chen. Jiang Tian's heart raced, and he glanced behind Su Chen. He saw that besides Su Chen and Ming Qi, there were only Gao Fei, Dang Han, and 6 others. Jiang Tian, on the other hand, had brought 30 or 40 men with him. No matter how powerful Su Chen was, how could he possibly turn the tables with such a disparity in power? If he killed Su Chen, sect leader Deng would definitely reward him handsomely. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian's eyes flickered with ruthlessness. Prepare to attack. At his command, the members of the leader alliance behind him immediately dispersed, surrounding Su Chen and his men. Seeing this, Gao Fei and Dang Han's heart sank. They knew Su Chen was incredibly powerful. Even formidable monsters, like the Blade Mantis King, had fallen at his hands. But the problem was, Jiang Tian and his men were no pushovers. They were all transcendents with F- and F strength combat power. Could Su Chen handle so many at once? Before Gao Fei and the others could even think, the battle erupted. Jiang Tian knew Su Chen was the most formidable. So he only sent 4 or 5 of his men to contain Gao Fei and Dang Han. He shifted all his main forces to surround Su Chen. The Evolver simply surrounded Su Chen, preventing him from escaping. The true killer move was the psychic within the team. Lightning Shackles. A lightning psychic raised his hand and unleashed a golden lightning bolt. This move had a similar effect to the paralyzing lightning. It formed a shackle, trapping its target. Facing the incoming lightning shackles, Su Chen sneered and swung the alien crystal sword in his hand. the energy was instantly shattered into tiny pieces by the alien crystal sword. At the same time, several other energies, wind, water, fire, and ice, hurled themselves at Su Chen. With a thought, Su Chen's alien crystal armor enveloped his entire body. Relying on the armor's powerful defense, Su Chen resisted the energy attacks without dodging, charging towards the nearby evolvers. His speed was incredible, and before the evolvers of the Leader Alliance could react, he was already in their path. Swish! The alien crystal sword was raised high, slashing towards one of them. The man was an F-class evolver. Seeing he couldn't dodge, he raised his alien crystal weapon in an attempt to block the blow. However, Su Chen had already evolved to the E-class. Adding to that, he possessed the bodybuilding technique. His strength had reached a terrifying level. How could an F-class evolver resist? Dang! Su Chen knocked the man's weapon away with one strike, and with a second, he ripped him open. The pupils of the others around him shrank. Before they could react, Su Chen lunged forward again, stabbing another man in the abdomen with his long sword. This man, however, seemed to be of higher status. He was wearing a simple set of alien crystal armor. Su Chen's strike pierced the man's body through the gap in the armor. When he tried to pull it out, it got stuck in the gap. Seeing that Su Chen was temporarily unable to use his weapon, the other evolvers rallied and immediately swarmed towards him. Su Chen smiled a bloodthirsty smile and dropped his alien crystal long sword. Instead of retreating, he advanced, striding forward with great momentum towards the evolvers. Absolute zero. The surrounding temperature plummeted instantly, and the evolvers of the Leaders Alliance began to sluggishly move. From several meters away, Su Chen launched a punch. The invisible force of his fist lashed out, sending blood spurting from the mouth and nose of the man in front, killing him instantly. The others behind him were also sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground, clearly seriously injured. That wasn't the end of it. Su Chen grabbed another man and yanked him hard. Swish! The man was torn in two by Su Chen, his internal organs and blood splattering all over the place. The evolver's scalps tingled at the sight, their courage gone, and they retreated. Keep using your powers. Hit him hard. Jiang Tian, terrified, hurriedly ordered. The psychics no longer held back, unleashing every last ounce of their hidden powers at Su Chen. Looking at the overwhelming, mighty surge of powers, Su Chen showed no fear, his eyes gleaming with golden light. Two thick pillars of electricity shot forth from his eyes. When the electric eye collided with the powers, they melted away like snow under the scorching sun. The electric eye continued its charge, landing directly among the Leaders Alliance. After his advancement, Su Chen's mental strength grew even stronger, and with it, the power of his supernatural powers. In the past, anyone struck by the electric eye would be reduced to charcoal, but this time, anyone swept by the electric eye was instantly vaporized, leaving not even a trace behind. Such a terrifying scene truly terrified Jiang Tian and the others. Devil, this was the only thought in Jiang Tian's mind. In just a few moments, Su Chen had already eliminated over a dozen members of the Leaders Alliance, and he himself remained unscathed. Seeing Su Chen's unstoppable momentum, Jiang Tian instantly abandoned the idea of killing him. Run! Jiang Tian called out to everyone, turned around, and ran. You bastard! The others cursed inwardly, but they didn't dare to pause as they fled in all directions. Su Chen could spare the others, but not Jiang Tian, the leader. Meng Qi, capture him! Su Chen commanded. Meow! Meng Qi responded and broke into a sprint, chasing Jiang Tian in the direction he fled. Feeling the sound of wind behind him, Jiang Tian jumped in fear. Chapter 611. Before Jiang Tian could turn around, a whistling sound descended. Meng Qi leaped up and pinned Jiang Tian to the ground. Jiang Tian tried to use his supernatural powers, but was slapped in the face by Meng Qi's powerful blows. He was instantly dizzy and powerless to resist. Seeing Jiang Tian being captured, the others not only showed no intention of rescuing him, but instead ran even faster. Meng Qi carried Jiang Tian back to Su Chen's side. Su Chen was pulling the long crystal sword from the corpse, but it was unclear whether it was stuck in the armor or in the bones. It took Su Chen tremendous effort to pull the sword free. The resulting bloody mess left the corpse, blood and internal organs spurting out for several meters. Such a tragic scene nearly gave way to Jiang Tian's legs, and he nearly fell to his knees. Su Chen walked over to Jiang Tian, lifted his shirt, and wiped the blood from his exotic crystal sword. He happened to notice a tattoo of a tiger descending from a mountain on Jiang Tian's body, giving him a rather domineering look. Tattoo? From the Black Society? No, I'm not a Black Society at all. Jiang Tian, a grown man, wore a fawning smile in front of Su Chen. Even if he was from the Black Society, he wouldn't dare admit it at this moment. After all, compared to Suchun, he looked as immature as a rookie. I heard you've been looking for me, and you're not going to stop. Suchun wiped the exotic crystal sword, then put it away and said calmly, I'm standing right in front of you now. Come on. Misunderstanding this. This is all a misunderstanding. Jiang Tian forced a smile, uglier than tears. Misunderstanding, damn it. Gao Fei, standing by, gritted his teeth and said, You're colluding with Ding Bin, and you're targeting our Gaoshan gang first. Isn't that just to get rid of Boss Su? How about this? You go and tell Ding Bin a message. If he keeps trying to get himself killed, I help him. Hearing Su Chen's words, Jiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Since he was asked to deliver the message, it meant Su Chen wouldn't kill him. Rest assured, Boss Su, I definitely deliver your message. Jiang Tian said, moving his feet, ready to escape. Did I let you go? Su Chen said with a half smile. Huh? Jiang Tian looked at Su Chen, a little confused. Even if you're dead, you can still deliver the message. As Su Chen finished speaking, the long strange crystal blade in his hand flashed. Swish. Jiang Tian's head flew high into the air, then landed heavily on the ground. Seeing him defeated by Su Chen, Gao Fei, Dang Han, and the others all flashed with satisfaction. As a member of the Leaders' Alliance, Jiang Tian must have participated in the massacre of the Gaoshan gang. What are you standing there for? Clean up the battlefield. Gao Fei called out, and with Dang Han and the others, he disemboweled all the transcendents killed by Su Chen. Then he handed the collected energy cores to Su Chen. Su Chen took the energy cores and nodded slightly. Collect these bodies as well. Hang them at the entrance to Shannon City as a warning. Yes. Gao Fei and the others nodded heavily. Looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, Gao Fei, Dang Han, and the others were filled with awe. From the previous exchange, it was clear that Su Chen's strength had grown considerably since they first met. Dealing with these FING transcendents was as easy as crushing ants. Luckily, he had his back. Destroying Ding Bin would give him a chance to avenge the Gaoshan gang. The appearance of Jiang Tian and the others was just a minor incident. After Gao Fei and the others cleaned up the battlefield, Su Chen drove them to the microscopic base. When the gates opened wide and the car slowly drove inside, Gao Fei and the others were both surprised and envious. If the Gaoshan gang had such an underground base, how could Ding Bin and his men have breached it so easily? Su Chen summoned Lu Jiangwo, Su Wenwei, and the others to the conference room. He told them what had happened in Yinshan, and how he had been ambushed by Jiang Tian and his men. Ding Bin is really tired of living. That's right, he actually dared to mess with us. Boss Su, just give the order and we take him down. After hearing this, the Tiger Gang was enraged, eager to go to war with the Leader Alliance immediately. Everyone calm down. Su Chen pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to calm down. The god worship cult isn't formidable, but the Leader Alliance, formed by Ding Bin and others, is a bit troublesome. Besides Ding Bin, there were over a dozen other factions. If they were fighting in turns, Su Chen wouldn't be afraid of them. But now that they united, their number of transcendents rivals that of the Watchers. Tackling this would be much more difficult. For the time being, everyone, try not to go out, to avoid giving them an opportunity, Su Chen ordered. He planned to have the Watchers Alliance mobilize their forces, and join him in fighting the Leader Alliance. This will minimize the Tiger Gang's losses. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Chen instructed Lu Jiangwo, Yu Yixiang, Yu Shoujing, and the others to take Gao Fei, Dang Han, and the others to a safe place. He planned to contact Luo Xiaotian at the provincial level. But before he could call, Luo Xiaotian called him. Boss Su. Xiao Luo, it's been a while. Yes, Boss Su, I heard from Zhao Yang that the worship cult is planning to attack you. Yes, that's true. Su Chen told Luo Xiaotian about Jiang Tian's ambush. Luo Xiaotian was naturally furious. What? Such a thing? Ding Bin and the others are truly ungrateful. If it weren't for you, Boss Su, they would have been devoured by the dark nightmare. The Tiger Gang alone is struggling to deal with the Leaders' Alliance. I hope the provincial level can lend a helping hand. Su Chen made his request. He had originally thought the province wouldn't reject his proposal. After all, the growing power of the Chiefs' Alliance would inevitably threaten the province. But upon hearing this, Luo Xiaotian gave a wry smile. Boss Su, I asked the chief for permission, but I'm afraid he won't agree. Why is that? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Beyond Zhongji province, there are several other forces, including Dongpan province and Bayan province. It's not impossible for us to send our men to help you deal with the Chief's alliance. But if we can't destroy the Chief's alliance quickly, then Yuqing will inevitably be threatened. After all, Yuqing and Shannon are so far apart. Luo Xiaotian explained helplessly. Su Chen knew he had a point. Shannon was at the southernmost tip of Zhuangji province, and Yuqing was roughly to the north. It's simply unrealistic to expect the Watchers to disregard their own safety and send troops against the Chief's alliance. Actually, Boss Su, I sincerely suggest you bring your men to join the Watchers. Luo Xiaotian said seriously. Shannon is too small to accommodate a true dragon like you. Chapter 612. Su Chen pondered, not rushing to respond to Luo Xiaotian. But Luo Xiaotian seemed a little anxious. He whispered, Boss Su, to be honest, we discovered a secret realm. Secret realm? Su Chen's heart was slightly moved at the word. On his last trip to the secret realm, he not only advanced from F to plus, but also obtained a large number of exotic crystals and even rune crystals. He had reaped a huge reward, but after the secret realm connected to the real world, Su Chen visited Longtangdu again, only to discover that the secret realm there no longer existed. This filled him with a deep sense of regret. After all, the secret realm was so vast, and he hadn't had time to fully explore it. What if there were other treasures inside? But what Su Chen didn't expect was that after all this time, he would learn of a new secret realm from Luo Xiaotian. Where is that secret realm? Su Chen asked. Boss Su, we have confidentiality regulations. We can't talk about it casually. Luo Xiaotian smiled bitterly. By telling you this, I'm already violating the rules. The leader is considering organizing a team to explore the secret realm. If that's the case, even if I apply, I'm afraid the leader won't be able to spare any personnel to help you. Su Chen tapped the table lightly with his free fingers. He knew Luo Xiaotian was telling the truth. If he were in Li Kunlun's position, he would also prioritize sending people to explore the secret realm. Although the secret realm is extremely dangerous, it also holds generous rewards. What if there's another good thing like the rune crystal? The thought of this really tempted Su Chen. Having lived in the apocalypse for so long, he had a profound understanding. Regardless of the cause of this apocalyptic catastrophe, its purpose was to force humanity, and indeed all other creatures, to evolve. In this evolutionary cycle of survival of the fittest, if you simply try to survive, you could easily lose your life. Take Su Chen himself, for example. Although he had the system's assistance, what if he hadn't risked leaving Phoenix Mountain, choosing instead to remain in seclusion and continue living there? When the secret realm became reality, countless monsters swarmed out. Could he have survived the monster onslaught? The answer was undoubtedly no. Evolution is like rowing against the current. Instead of advancing, you're actually regressing. I consider it, and give you an answer as soon as possible. That's great. Hearing Su Chen's answer, Luo Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief, his tone filled with joy. If Su Chen could join, the Watcher's strength would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. In the future, Luo Xiaotian and the others would also be able to cling to Su Chen's influence. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, Fei Fei. Boss, do you have any instructions? Tong Fei twisted her slender waist and pushed the door open. I'm planning a meeting. Call in all the members of the base above the mid-level level. Su Chen ordered. Hearing this, Tong Fei was slightly startled. Normally, Su Chen would only call in the senior management when holding a meeting. Only when there was a major incident would he call in the mid-level and above members. Could something serious have happened? Tong Fei thought to herself, not wanting to delay, and immediately notified everyone. Su Chen's order was passed down. Half an hour later, all the mid-level staff of the micro base gathered in the conference room. The spacious room was instantly packed. A few people were still without seats, so a few benches were brought in. When Su Chen and Tong Fei pushed the door open and walked in, everyone stood up. Boss Su. Everyone, please take a seat. Su Chen waved and sat down at the main seat. He glanced at everyone present. I invited you all here today. I'm sure you're all confused. No one spoke, but their expressions were somewhat bewildered. Then I be frank. I plan to leave the micro base and go to Rain City. Although Su Chen's voice was soft, it was like thunder to everyone. They all understood. Su Chen gathered all mid-level and above personnel. This wasn't just a temporary departure, it was a permanent one. What's going on? Why would Boss Su have such an idea? For a moment, the meeting room erupted in discussion. All right, everyone, be quiet. He patted the table, silencing everyone. After the meeting room calmed down, he smiled wryly and asked, Boss Su, why is this? I feel that staying in the micro base, in Shannon City, won't allow me to further enhance my power, so I plan to leave. Suchin spread his hands and explained. There was nothing wrong with his explanation, but it was still hard for everyone to accept. To be honest, the Tiger Gang's prosperity in Shannon City was entirely due to Suchin's leadership, but everyone also understood that if Suchin truly decided to leave, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Suchin glanced around again, taking in everyone's expressions. Disappointment, frustration, reluctance. He smiled. We lived together for so long, I won't just abandon you like this. Otherwise, there would be no need for me to call you all here. So I'm giving you two options. First, you stay at the micro base, and you manage this place. Second, those willing to join me can join the Watchers. Your choice is yours. After Suchin finished speaking, no one spoke, and the meeting room fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone's expressions were somewhat complicated. Suchin took the tea Tong Fei offered him, and took a sip. After Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang took over the Tiger Gang, he fought against the Skywalker Alliance, the Shannon Zombie Tide, and the All-Seeing Eye, and built the Tiger Gang to its current state. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for him, the Tiger Gang would have been shattered long ago. To this day, with Suchin's current strength, most of the Tiger Gang members are nothing but a burden to him. Today, he was willing to gather all the members above the mid-level and above to announce his decision, and to give them room for choice. He has done his utmost. Yu Shoujing glanced at the crowd and said cautiously, Boss Su, this matter is really a bit sudden. Can you give us some time to think about it? Okay, then everyone, please think about it as soon as possible. Suchin nodded and immediately stood up to leave. He asked Tong Fei to return to the office, while he returned to the RV and informed the women of his decision to leave the microcosmic base. Although the girls obeyed Suchin in everything, they were quite surprised by his decision. Chapter 6:13. Master, why are we leaving here? Lu Linger asked in confusion. The other women's faces were also filled with confusion. Logically speaking, the microscopic base is deep underground, with extremely strong defenses, making it essentially impossible to breach from the outside. Inside the base, all necessary living facilities are available. Even without going out, the Tiger Gang could live underground for 10 years. In the eyes of the women, there's no safer, more comfortable refuge than this. Now it seems the microscopic base is indeed the most suitable place to survive, Suchin said calmly. But don't forget, when we built the base on Lake Heart Island, we didn't anticipate that life would evolve to such a terrifying level. If we had stayed on Lake Heart Island, we would have been overrun by monsters long ago. Then, as time passes, life will continue to evolve. Will monsters one day invade this underground base? Only by being prepared for danger in times of peace, and preparing for the worst can we survive the apocalypse. Suchin's words drew nods from the women. Master is right. As the eldest sister, Zhou Qing took the initiative, saying, we sisters will all follow Master's orders. That's good. Take these 2 days to pack up, and be ready to leave at any time, Suchin instructed. Yes, Master, the women said in unison. At that moment, the RV's security system suddenly sounded an alarm. Suchin glanced at the surveillance camera, and saw He Wang and Sun Yuan approaching the RV. He understood. They must be here to talk to him. Brother He, brother Sun. Suchin pushed open the car door, stepped out, and greeted the two men with a smile. Boss Su, we're here to talk to you. He Wang volunteered his purpose. Okay, let's go to my office. Suchin greeted the two and headed towards his office. On the way, the three chatted, reminiscing about their experiences since they met in Phoenix Mountain. By the time they arrived at Suchin's office, they were already quite emotional. To be honest, Boss Su. He Wang and Sun Yuan exchanged a glance and said with a wry smile, after you said that in the meeting room, old Sun and I have already made up our minds not to leave. Suchin wasn't surprised by their decision. He Wang and Sun Yuan were both quite old. Both had married female survivors and had children. Compared to Su Wenwei and the others, they were not only weaker, but also less skilled in combat. Rather than venture out into the outside world, they rather stay in the micro base. I'm sorry, Sun Yuan said apologetically. Don't be sorry. This is your decision, and I respect it. Suchin waved his hand and chuckled. Since you're determined to stay here, I won't force you. Besides you, are there anyone else willing to stay? He Wang thought for a moment and replied, I guess most people don't want to leave. As Suchin recruited more and more survivors, the composition of the Tiger Gang became more complex. There were veterans of Phoenix Mountain, like He Wang, Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, and Li Dong. There were also former Tiger Gang members, like Yu Shoujing and Yu Yixiang, as well as members of the Skywalker Alliance, like Su Wenwei, Zheng Hui, and Shi Jinyuan. There were also outsiders from the Dongjing base, like Lu Jiangwo and Ren Kong, and even those who had originally belonged to the Almighty Church. According to Yi Wang, none of the ordinary survivors planned to leave. The lower-level transcendents were also willing to stay. Only the stronger transcendents like Su Wenye and Zheng Hui were willing to leave and venture forth with Su Chen. I understand. Su Chen nodded. In that case, from now on, the micro base will be managed by you too. Okay, Boss Su, rest assured. No matter what, the micro base will always be your home, Boss Su. As long as you return, you still be the boss here. He Wang said solemnly. Su Chen patted him and Sun Yuan on the shoulders. The three of them smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. The very next day, He Wang and Sun Yuan compiled a list of those willing to leave, and those unwilling, and delivered it to Su Chen's desk. Only the majority of the psionic core members were willing to follow Su Chen. The rest preferred to stay in the microscopic base. It was human nature. Su Chen wouldn't force these people, but he would have to force Niu Mingxian. After all, Niu Mingxian and his researchers were extremely important to Su Chen. After making up his mind, Su Chen called the Watcher Alliance. Li Kunlun was delighted to learn that Su Chen was interested in joining. Ha ha ha, Boss Su is willing to join us. That's great. Your joining will give the Watcher Alliance an even greater boost. Even through the phone, Su Chen could hear the joy in Li Kunlun's voice. You're so polite, Chief. I hope you take good care of me in the future. Don't worry, as long as you come to the Overwatch Alliance, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Li Kunlun paused, then asked, Do you need me to send troops to pick you up? No need for that. I be leading the troops out in the next few days. Su Chen smiled. That's good. I check in with Ding Bin. If he's reckless, I won't tolerate him. Li Kunlun sneered, his words filled with disdain for Ding Bin. Before, Li Kunlun would never have said such a thing. But when Su Chen expressed his desire to join the Watchers, his attitude changed. Su Chen didn't think Li Kunlun was being too realistic. After all, this was the apocalypse. After a few more pleasantries, Su Chen hung up the phone and said to Su Wenye, Old Su, have everyone pack their bags. Let's get out of here. Yes, Boss Su. Su Wenye nodded and left. Looking at the familiar office, Su Chen felt a flicker of reluctance. But he quickly steeled his heart and suppressed the reluctance. On the highway from Yanqing to Shannon City, a long convoy of vehicles was slowly moving. Yes, it was the alliance of leaders led by the god-worshipping cult. Master, take the next highway exit, and you reach Shannon City. Wang Suisui glanced at the map and said with a smile. Ding Bin nodded slightly, a cold glint in his eyes. That Su Chen dared to kill Jiang Tian. He truly disrespects our alliance. This time, we must crush the Tiger Gang. That's right, kill Su Chen. Let him know how powerful we are. The other leaders in the car nodded in agreement. Just then, Ding Bin's intercom suddenly rang. Master, no, something bad is happening. Chapter 614. What happened? Ding Bin frowned and picked up the walkie-talkie. Boss Jiang and the others' bodies are just up ahead. The scout ahead stammered. Ding Bin, Wang Suisui, and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Soon, they arrived at the highway exit. On the gantry, over a dozen bodies were hanging high. Ding Bin took a closer look. Who else could it be but Jiang Tian? Quick, take them all down. Wang Suisui commanded tenderly from the side. The men rushed forward and quickly lowered the bodies of Jiang Tian and the others. Ding Bin stepped forward and took a look. Judging by the degree of decay, the bodies had been hanging there for at least several days, and around Jiang Tian's waist was a piece of paper. Ding Bin picked it up and saw 2 sentences written on it. If you don't know how to live or die, Jiang Tian will be your fate. Don't say I didn't warn you. Rage instantly spread from Ding Bin's chest to his head. A beam of light burst forth from his palm, burning the paper to ash. Su Chen, you bastard. I'm really giving you face. Ding Bin cursed fiercely. Su Chen killed Jiang Tian, then hung his body out in the sun, and even made threatening threats. If Ding Bin didn't respond, not only would he be humiliated, but he probably even humiliated the leaders of the alliance. Enter Shannon City immediately. From today on, dig deep to find Su Chen. Ding Bin roared. Yes. Everyone nodded, and just as they were about to return to their cars, a member of the worshipping cult suddenly ran over. Master, your phone. I'm not in the mood for any bullshit right now. I just want Su Chen dead. Ding Bin waved his hand impatiently. Master, it's the Watcher leader calling. The subordinate whispered. Dingbin froze for a moment, his face a little embarrassed. He reached out and picked up the communicator. After taking a deep breath, Dingbin put on a smile. Hello, Master Li. Why, you sound a little unhappy? Li Kunlin's voice came from the other end of the communicator. It's just a small matter. Some people are reckless and have made me angry. It's nothing, nothing. Dingbin laughed. Master Deng has always been open-minded. Don't take such a small matter to heart. Li Kunlin chuckled. Dingbin sensed a hidden meaning in Li Kunlin's words, but he didn't know what it meant. He frowned. Chief Li, do you have any instructions? I wouldn't dare. I heard there's been some unpleasantness between you and Su Chen of the Tiger Gang. Hearing this, Dingbin suddenly realized. So you're acting as a lobbyist for Su Chen. This is a matter between him and me. It wouldn't be appropriate for Chief Li to interfere, would it? Before, it definitely wouldn't have been appropriate. But now, it's absolutely perfect. Li Kunlin paused, then broke the news. Su Chen has joined the Watcher Alliance with members of the Tiger Gang. He's now a member of the Watchers. His affairs are the Watchers' affairs. I hope that Master Deng will, for my sake, bring all the past unpleasantness to light. I wonder what Master Deng thinks. What? That Su Chen actually joined the Watchers? Dingbin's face suddenly darkened. He attacked the Tiger Gang because Shannon was so far away from Yuqing that the Watchers wouldn't have time to lend a hand. With the power of the Leaders' Alliance, the Tiger Gang could be wiped out in a short period of time. Even if Li Kunlin knew about this later, he wouldn't have turned against the Leaders' Alliance. But he hadn't expected Su Chen to be so decisive and bring his men directly to join the Watchers. Why are you such a coward? Dingbin cursed inwardly. Master Deng? Are you still there? Seeing Dingbin remain silent, Li Kunlin called out his name. I'm here, I'm here. Dingbin came to his senses and gritted his teeth. Since it's Chief Li's will, how dare I disobey? I hope Su Chen behaves himself after joining the Watchers. Chief Li, nothing else, I'm hanging up now. After Dingbin hung up, Huang Suisui, seeing his gloomy expression, couldn't help but ask, Master, what happened? That Su Chen. He joined the Watchers. Dingbin gritted his teeth and uttered these words. Everyone was stunned. Although social order collapsed after the apocalypse, both the official and the state no longer existed, but the Watchers were, after all, an official organization in name only. Most importantly, its power was immense. Even if Dingbin, Huang Suisui, and Su Jiang were combined, their odds were at best 50-50. Su Chen's joining the Watchers meant they couldn't do anything to him, at least not in the short term. Master, what should we do then? Huang Suisui said with a wry smile. We're no match for the Watchers right now. We can't touch Su Chen. We can only let him run rampant for a while. Dingbin said bitterly. Master, do you mean? Just leave Su Chen alone? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over to see Bai Qianqing, a frosty figure, slowly emerging. She wasn't wearing her black tights at this moment, but instead the white robes of the worshipping cult. The holy robe set off Bai Qianqing's cold and beautiful face, creating a striking contrast. After learning that Gao Fei, Dang Han, and others had defected to the Tiger Gang, Bai Qianqing accepted Dingbin's invitation and became the saint of the worshipping god cult, but the precondition was that Dingbin avenge her father's murder. Of course, that's not what I mean. Dingbin shook his head and said seriously, Su Chen has a grudge against you, Boss Zhang's family, and everyone here. How could I possibly let that go? But Saint, you must understand that sometimes holding back a fist is the only way to strike back. Bai Qianqing's expression softened slightly. So what are the plans, leader? To be honest, I already sent people to Dongpan province. Dingbin smiled. Dongpan province? Bai Qianqing was stunned. Huang Suisui, standing nearby, suddenly realized, is it that Biao we encountered during Operation Cold War? Yes. Dingbin nodded heavily. I had someone investigate and discovered that the Mingyuan group, backed by Biao, is one of the most powerful forces in Dongpan province. And from what Biao said, he seems to have a grudge against Su Chen. In that case, we can definitely unite with the Mingyuan group to deal with Su Chen and the Watchers. Chapter 615. So that's it. Everyone suddenly understood. Saintus, you wrongly accused the leader. Huang Suisui said with a smile. Bai Qianqing pursed her red lips and said apologetically, Leader, I'm so sorry. It's okay, we're all family. Dingbin waved his hand graciously. Then Leader, are we still going to Shannon? Huang Suisui asked. Dingbin glanced at the sign for Shannon City on the highway and snorted. Su Chen's gone. Why are we still going to Shannon? In his opinion, Su Chen had already taken the Tiger Gang to join the Watchers. Shannon City must have been completely wiped out by them. Of course, there was no need to waste any more time. At Ding Bin's command, the convoy turned around and headed back the way they had come. Miss, I have a feeling the worship god cult has ulterior motives. In the car, Bai Qianqing was driving intently. Sitting in the passenger seat was an elderly man, with a head full of white hair, yet a spirited presence. His surname was Yao, and he was the Bai family's housekeeper, having watched Bai Qianqing grow up. Although he addressed Bai Qianqing as Miss, in Bai Qianqing's heart, he was no different from a family member. Uncle Yao, why do you have such thoughts? In front of Uncle Yao, Bai Qianqing wasn't so aloof. I heard those in the god-worshipping cult gossiping privately. They say that according to the god-worshipping cult's teachings, a saint is required to dedicate herself to the leader. After the two unite, the resulting saint child will lead humanity towards light. Uncle Yao said sternly. Uncle Yao, are you overthinking it? Bai Qianqing smiled nonchalantly. I think you're overthinking it. Don't harbor any intentions to harm others, but be wary of them. Uncle Yao advised, this is the end of the world. Is Master Ding so kind to the young lady simply out of concern and care? Bai Qianqing gripped the steering wheel tightly, lapsed into silence. After news of her father Bai Jianbu's murder reached the Bai family, internal strife immediately erupted. Thankfully, Ding Bin intervened and helped suppress the remaining forces. Not only that, he invited Bai Qianqing to join the worshipping god cult and become a saint. He even provided Bai Qianqing with enough energy crystals and cores to help her advance to F-Force. If he can help me avenge my father, I wouldn't mind, Bai Qianqing said calmly. Compared to avenging her father's murder, a little sacrifice wasn't a bad idea. Young lady. Uncle Yao felt bad. But he also understood that only Ding Bin had the power to help Bai Qianqing avenge her. If that's the case, it's fine, but the problem is... Hearing Uncle Yao hesitate, Bai Qianqing frowned slightly. Uncle Yao, what exactly do you want to say? I also heard rumors that your father wasn't killed by Su Chen, but by Ding Bin. How is that possible? Bai Qianqing was stunned for a moment, and quickly shook his head. If he really did it, how could he take us in? I heard these rumors, and I don't think it's possible. Uncle Yao explained. Okay, Uncle Yao, stop talking. For me, the most important thing is to avenge my father. Bai Qianqing stopped talking to Uncle Yao and stared straight ahead. But her heart was filled with turmoil. If Ding Bin really did it, then this man is truly terrifying. Boss Su, why are we traveling with the Iron Legion? On the highway outside Jinju City, a bored Wan Yen couldn't help but ask. Who made them choose to join the Watchers, just like us? Su Chen shrugged. Early this morning, after packing up, Su Chen drove away from the microcosmic base. Besides the women in the RV, a large group of people accompanied him. Needless to say, Niu Mingxian and his staff. Most of the Psychic Corps members, like Su Wenwei, Shi Jinyuan, Zheng Hui, and Wang Xinyu, chose to follow Su Chen. All in all, there were over 200 people. While 200 people might not seem like a lot compared to the thousands of people in the microcosmic base, they were essentially the Tiger Gang's top fighters. As for Sun Yuan, He Wang, Lu Jiangwo, Ren Kong, Yu Xiang, Yu Shoujing, and the others, they all stayed at the microcosmic base. When they parted this morning, both sides were so reluctant to part, they were practically crying. After leaving the base, Su Chen didn't head directly to Yuqing, but instead came to Jinju City. Li Kunlun had called and told Su Chen that Zhao Yang had also decided to lead the Iron Legion and join the Watchers. He told Su Chen to bring Zhao Yang along when he came. Alright, Yin, just be the Monkey King. Ding Di interrupted. You're not calling me a king, are you? Civility is important, don't you understand? Wang Yen glared at Ding Di, turned around, and threw the banana in his hand onto a pickup truck. A cage sat on the bed of the pickup truck. The dozen or so fire monkeys that had previously submitted to Su Chen were now imprisoned inside. When they saw the bananas thrown, they immediately swarmed over, scrambling to grab them. Just then, someone shouted, "The Iron Legion is here!" Su Chen looked up and gazed into the distance. Sure enough, a long convoy of vehicles slowly approached from the distance. It contained not only jeeps and trucks, but also tanks, artillery, and other military vehicles. As they approached, the door of the lead jeep opened. Zhao Yang got out and trotted over to Su Chen. Boss Su, sorry to have kept you waiting. Although the two sides had a prior grudge, Zhao Yang had maintained a low profile since their last trip to Yuqing. As the saying goes, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. Su Chen naturally wouldn't overly embarrass him. If there's nothing else, let's go. Okay. Boss Su, please take good care of us, Zhao Yang said with a smile. If Luo Xiaoyan hadn't intervened during the previous battle with the Tiger Gang, the Iron Legion would have been long gone. But even so, the Iron Legion was severely damaged after learning that the Leader Alliance had captured Yanqing, annihilated the Gaoshan Gang, and was planning to attack Su Chen. Zhao Yang had been hesitant about joining the Watchers. A few days ago, Li Kunlun called and told Zhao Yang that Su Chen was joining the Watchers. After hearing this, Zhao Yang said without hesitation that he wanted to join too. The two convoys reunited and continued towards Rain City. The journey was uneventful. Although there were a few imprudent monsters that wanted to cause trouble, Su Chen took care of them without him having to intervene. After a night's rest on the road, Su Chen, Zhao Yang, and the others arrived safely in Yuqing the next morning. Li Kunlun held a grand ceremony to welcome him. Chapter 616. We're incredibly excited that Boss Su is joining the Watchers. Li Kunlun smiled as he stepped forward and shook hands with Su Chen. Behind him, Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, Du Cheng, and others were all present. In addition, there were a number of unfamiliar senior executives. You're too polite, Chief. It's my honor to join the Watchers. Su Chen chuckled. From now on, I'd be a member of the Watchers. Chief, please don't call me Boss Su anymore. Seeing Su Chen's modesty, Li Kunlun grew increasingly satisfied. Come, let me introduce you. This is Wang Kai, one of the 5 chairmen of the base. This is the chairman Yang Xingdong. On the surface, the Watchers Alliance appears to be ruled by Li Kunlun alone. In reality, the Watchers are divided into different factions. Li Kunlun serves only as the chief chairman of the Watchers. Under him are 5 other council members. Li Kunlun's prestige was high, and he handled matters decisively and accurately. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these 5 counselors did not interfere in the daily affairs of the base. However, if there was a major matter, Li Kunlun would convene a meeting and discuss it with the 5 counselors. Brother Su, you are indeed a young and promising man. Indeed, the Watchers will depend on you from now on, several counselors said with a smile. However, Su Chen could sense that 1 or 2 of them had a somewhat hostile attitude towards him. This puzzled him. By bringing his own people into the Watchers, he had arguably strengthened their overall strength. And he had no grudges against these people. Why were they hostile to him? But Su Chen soon understood the reason. Li Kunlun led Su Chen and the others to the conference room. Besides him and Su Chen, there were 5 other counselors and Xiao Man, who was pushing a wheelchair. No one else was present. After everyone was seated, Li Kunlun chuckled. Su Chen, we, the Watchers, are extremely pleased to have you. I intend to appoint you as a counselor. As soon as Li Kunlun spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense. Dissatisfaction was evident on the faces of 2 counselors. Su Chen had heard Zhao Man mention before that the 5 counselors in the base were all extraordinary. Before joining the Watchers, they were all powerful leaders in Yuqing. But under the coercion and inducement of the Watchers Alliance, they eventually joined. To appease these people, Li Kunlun appointed them counselors, giving them immense power and allowing them to retain their own personnel. Li Kunlun appointed Su Chen as the 6th counselor. The others remained silent, but they certainly disagreed in their hearts. Su Chen was just a country bumpkin from Shannon. Even if he had some ability, he shouldn't have just become a counselor. With his appointment, the power of the others would inevitably be weakened. Of the 5, 2 formed a close alliance, 1 was neutral, and the other 2 leaned towards Li Kunlun. Generally speaking, when it comes to major issues, a vote often results in a 3-3 tie. But when Su Chen became the 6th counselor, their balance was disrupted. After all, he was brought in by Li Kunlun, so he would definitely side with him. Besides that, they had also heard rumors that Li Kunlun intended to appoint Su Chen as the next leader. The shelters under the Watchers' jurisdiction numbered over 100,000 people. To be able to manage so many people was a considerable amount of power. No one wanted to relinquish such authority to someone else. Hey, Speaker-in-Chief, Su Chen is still young. Appointing him as a counselor right now isn't a bit hasty, is it? A plain-looking middle-aged man spoke slowly. His name was Zhu Dehai, and he and another counselor, Jiao Tingfei, were the ones who often contradicted Li Kunlun. Yes, what do the others in the base think? As soon as Zhu Dehai spoke, Jiao Tingfei immediately echoed. Well, the country has always advocated for the promotion of young people. Especially now, in this apocalyptic world, the most capable must prevail. Indeed, during Operation Cold War, this brother Su was quite the star. Many of us hold him in high esteem. Wang Kai and Yang Xingdong, who were close friends with Li Kunlun, spoke up for Su Chen. My opinion is similar to Councillors Wang and Yang. Li Kunlun held onto his wheelchair with both hands, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the last councillor, Su Hong. What do you think, Councillor Su? The current situation was 3v2. If Su Hong agreed, even Zhu Dehai and Jiao Tingfei's objections would be futile. But Su Hong, always maintaining a neutral stance, naturally refused. He chuckled. I think what the chief counselor and my colleagues say makes sense. I don't have any good ideas at the moment. However, how about this? We temporarily appoint Su Chen as a temporary counselor, so we don't have too heavy a burden. If he performs well next time, make him a full-time member. If not, let him gain some more experience. What do you all think? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but curse inwardly. He's truly an old fox. After all this talk, no substantive opinions were offered, but no one was offended. What do you think, Su Chen? Li Kunlun looked at Su Chen again. I have no objection. I defer to the chief counselor. Su Chen's composure was remarkably calm. He remained indifferent to becoming a counselor or not. He had come to Rain City and joined the Watchers simply to leverage the Watchers' influence and the powerful monsters surrounding Rain City to enhance his own strength. That's good. Li Kunlun nodded, not dwelling on the matter any further. In his opinion, with Su Chen's strength, he would eventually stand out. Next, let's talk about exploring the secret realm. The word secret realm stirred Su Chen's heart. The secret realm was the biggest motivation that had driven him to Yuqing. Zhao Man, tell Su Chen the details. Li Kunlun nodded to Zhao Man behind him. Zhao Man then shared every detail about the secret realm. What surprised Su Chen was that the secret realm was actually connected to the Mingyuan group, backed by a Biao. Like the Tiger Gang, the Watcher Alliance often organizes teams to hunt monsters to improve their strength. Just recently, a Watcher team went out dozens of kilometers from Yuqing to hunt monsters and collect supplies. That area is basically outside the boundaries of Zhongji Province and is on the border with Dongpan Province. Unexpectedly, the Watchers discovered members of the Mingyuan group there. Those people looked rather miserable. Chapter 6:17. Several people were seriously injured, and a few were mad and unconscious. Only 1 or 2 were barely conscious. After encountering the Watchers, they still tried to resist. But with so many casualties, they were no match for the enemy, and were eventually captured and taken back to the refuge in Yuqing. Unfortunately, these people were quite determined. Furthermore, the Watchers, despite their vast size, lacked any psychic abilities. To learn the truth from these people, Li Kunlun had Zhao Man torture them. Finally, one of them couldn't bear it anymore and told Li Kunlun and the others the whole story. It turned out that there was a secret realm not far from where they had been found. After these people revealed the location of the secret realm to Mingyuan Group, they, without waiting for orders from Zhang Jinghui, the chairman of Mingyuan Group, coveted the treasures of the secret realm and entered it early. But the dangers inside were simply too great. These people hadn't been there long when they suffered heavy casualties. Those who managed to survive somehow escaped. According to the Mingyuan Group members, the secret realm is fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness can lead to serious injury or even death. But I think, even so, it's necessary to send someone to explore. What do you think? Li Kunlun glanced at the council members present. Like the Tiger Gang and the Iron Legion, the Watchers had previously discovered a secret realm, entered it, and explored it. They were well aware of the rich rewards that awaited them after exploring it. Thus, the council members reached a consensus on this matter. I agree. I agree too. +1. Seeing this, Li Kunlun nodded with satisfaction. In that case, Su Chen will be in charge of this operation. Wang Kai and Yang Xiangdong naturally had no objections. Zhu Dehai and Jiao Tingfei exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Su Chen's formidable capabilities were undeniable. Letting him lead the team would better ensure the survival of the Watchers. If he truly performs his mission exceptionally well, then he can only be promoted to a full-time position. That's great, Su Chen. Don't let us down, Li Kunlun said with a hearty smile. You be in charge of this operation, and Zhao Man will assist you. If you need anything, please let me know. Thank you, Chairman. Su Chen nodded. After a few more casual words, Li Kunlun adjourned the meeting. Zhao Man had Li Kunlun's wheelchair wheeled away, while he personally took Su Chen to settle the Tiger Gang and the Steel Gang. Compared to last time, Su Chen's treatment this time was significantly better. The ID card Zhao Man gave Su Chen went from green to gold. You have to know that gold ID cards are extremely rare in the entire Watcher base. Generally speaking, only the chief speaker and counselors like Li Kunlun and Wang Kai are eligible to have them. People like Zhao Man and Xiang Mingming only have red IDs, Gold IDs carry immense power. They essentially have unlimited access to the base's supplies. Not only that, Suchin also has the power to upgrade other people's ID cards. He even unceremoniously upgraded the ID cards of close associates, like Su Wenhua and Zheng Hui from white to red. Counselor Su, this is the accommodation I arranged for you. What do you think? Zhao Man led Suchin to a suite. It was luxuriously decorated, safe, comfortable, and fully functional, almost like a presidential suite in a top-tier 5-star hotel. But Suchin frowned slightly after seeing it. Counselor Su, is there anything you're dissatisfied with? Captain Zhao, there's no need to be so polite. In private, just call me Suchin. Suchin smiled faintly and asked, are there any accommodations near the parking lot? Suchin preferred staying in his RV to the suite in the underground shelter. After all, his RV could accommodate Zhou Qing, Zhou Rong, and several other women, while offering maximum comfort and safety. Is that so? That's certainly possible. Zhao Man thought for a moment, and led Suchin to another room. Compared to the suite they'd just been in, this one was noticeably more modest. Thankfully, there was a large open space next to it, perfect for Suchin to park his Normedicine. That's it, I'm satisfied. That's good. Zhao Man breathed a sigh of relief. Although you, Suchin, haven't officially become a council member yet, the chief speaker has already announced the establishment of the 6th Watcher Squadron. You will be the captain, and the other members will be yours to manage. The Watcher Alliance is divided into 6 squadrons, led by Chief Speaker Li Kunlun, Wang Kai, Yang Xingdong, Zhu Dehai, and Jiao Tingfei. The strongest of these is naturally Li Kunlun's 1st squadron. However, unlike the others, Su Hong, who has always maintained a neutral stance, is not in charge of the 6th squadron, but rather the logistics squadron. Okay, I understand. Suchin nodded. He had already decided to assign all the members of the Tiger Gang who had followed him to the 6th squadron. After a day of hard work, Suchin and the others were finally settled in. For dinner, Suchin didn't go to the designated leadership dining room, but instead dined in a regular restaurant with Su Wenhua, Zheng Hui, Shi Jinyuan, Wang Yan, and Ding Di. He also took the opportunity to whisper to them about the secret realm they were going to explore. That's great. It looks like we can improve our strength. Wang Yan and the others were excited and eager to try. But it's quite dangerous in there. Don't be careless, Suchin warned them. He had made up his mind to go see Zhao Man tomorrow to discuss the time and details of the operation. Just then, a group of people suddenly rushed into the restaurant. Leading them was none other than Zhao Yang, the former leader of the Iron Legion. Upon seeing Suchin, Zhao Yang was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran over, his face filled with flattering smiles. Hello, Boss Su. You're welcome. We're all members of the Watchers now. Don't call me Boss Su anymore. Suchin wiped his mouth and put down his chopsticks. That being said, I remember Boss Su's kindness to me. Zhao Yang said seriously. Okay, old Zhao, what are you trying to say? Suchin was slightly impatient. Can you see if I can join the 6th squad? Zhao Yang asked eagerly. Unlike Suchin, who was highly valued by Li Kunlun, Zhao Yang found himself in an extremely awkward position after joining the Watchers. He only had the ability to rampage, making him hardly a true transcendent. Furthermore, this ability was rather useless. So, as soon as he joined, several other squadrons sent people to recruit powerful transcendents like Zhang Boss Hin and Yang Yusen. Chapter 618. As the saying goes, water flows to the lowest places, while people strive for the highest. After joining the Watchers, Zhao Yang's former glory faded. The transcendents of the Iron Team all had their own ulterior motives. Zhao Yang understood the principle that when a friend leaves, the tea gets cold. So, when his subordinates left, he didn't try to hold them back. With most of his men gone, Zhao Yang was left with only Zhang Boss Hin, Yang Yusen, and about 20 other close associates, practically alone. What he found most unacceptable was being assigned to the security brigade. Unlike the 1st through 6th brigades, which could frequently travel, the security brigade was responsible for maintaining security in the ground-based shelters, and was staffed by ordinary people. Joining there meant the end of his career. Zhao Yang was deeply depressed, but he felt helpless. Coincidentally, while eating, he ran into Suchin. So, with a determined spirit, he reached out to Suchin for help. Suchin didn't answer immediately, but pondered for a moment. Although there had been some grudges between him and Zhao Yang in the past, children judge right and wrong. Adults only consider the pros and cons. By allowing Zhao Yang to join, he could also recruit Zhang Boss Hin and Yang Yusen, 2 F-level psychics. This would strengthen the 6th squadron. Thinking of this, Su Chen chuckled and said, "Old Zhao, since you asked, how can I refuse?" "Thank you, Boss Su." Zhao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with gratitude. Joining the 6th Squadron meant gaining Su Chen's support. The days ahead would definitely be much better than those in the Public Security Squadron. After dinner, Su Chen asked Gao Fei to help him go to the General Affairs Department to arrange for Zhao Yang, Zhang Boss Hin, and the others to join the 6th Squadron. As soon as he pushed open the dormitory door, he saw Xiang Mingming and Tong Fei kissing passionately. Tong Fei, startled at the sound of the door opening, quickly pushed Xiang Mingming aside. "Boss!" Tong Fei's face flushed red, her breathing a little erratic. Xiang Mingming, however, remained remarkably calm, gathering her clothes and glaring at Su Chen. "Look, you didn't even knock before coming in." Su Chen was both angry and amused. "I'm going back to my own dorm, and I have to knock? And Tong Fei is my woman, isn't that too much? Alright, it's getting late. If you have nothing else to do, just go do what you need to do." Su Chen waved his hand. Fei, I see you tomorrow." Xiang Mingming snorted softly, then stood up and left Su Chen's dorm. As soon as she left, Tong Fei hurried over to Su Chen and nervously tugged at his arm. "Boss, please don't be angry, okay?" Although Xiang Mingming was a woman, Tong Fei was Su Chen's woman after all, yet she was so affectionate with her. She wasn't sure if Su Chen would be angry. "I'm very angry." Su Chen deliberately put on a stern face. If Xiang Mingming were a man, Su Chen, cuckolded, would surely be furious, but Xiang Mingming was a lesbian, which only made Su Chen feel a little regretful. Regretfully, he couldn't join in. "But I'm angry because you didn't tell me, let alone invite me." Tong Fei was slightly startled. Only after seeing Su Chen's wicked smile did she react. "Boss, you're so mean. Do you like it?" Su Chen held her in his arms and whispered in her ear. Like? Tong Fei felt her whole body go limp, her voice trembling. After making love, Su Chen embraced Tong Fei and chuckled. "How was your conversation with Mingming?" Knowing that Su Chen was bringing the Tiger Gang members to join the Watchers, Xiang Mingming was overjoyed. As soon as they arrived today, Xiang Mingming called Tong Fei away. "Although she's still a little stubborn, I don't think she's opposed to it." Tong Fei chuckled softly. "She said at the beginning that as long as you, boss, stay with the Watchers, she served you with me." "Very good, then make the most of your time." Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. The enchanting Tong Fei and the childlike Xiang Mingming served him together. Just thinking about that scene makes one's blood boil. "I'm going back to the RV. If you're not used to sleeping alone, go get Mingming back." Su Chen smiled and immediately stood up. Because the dormitory wasn't very large, only Tong Fei lived there. Zhou Qing, Zhou Rong, and the other girls continued to live in the Normadison. Su Chen pushed open the door and walked out. The massive Normadison was parked not far away. He climbed into the RV and quickly approached Ming Qi, who was lying in the living room, and nuzzled her affectionately. Su Chen stroked Ming Qi's head and listened. There was no movement in the RV. It seemed Zhou Qing and the others were already asleep. Su Chen didn't bother them, but returned to his room to rest. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Dongpan Province, the underground shelter of the Mingyuan group. "You're such a loser. Get down onto your knees." Zhang Jinghui scolded him with a sullen face. Zhang's son-in-law, Wu Xiaoyang, hesitated for a moment before plopping to his knees. Just then, Fan Debu pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing this, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't say much, simply standing aside. Dad, Xiaoyang didn't mean to do it. Zhang Jinghui's daughter, Zhanya, pleaded for Wu Xiaoyang. "I know whether he meant it or not. I'm telling you, Wu Xiaoyang, I'm just old, not dead." Zhang Jinghui raged. "Dad, I was wrong." Wu Xiaoyang lowered his head, admitting his fault with a look of remorse. Not long ago, his men discovered a secret realm at the border of Zhongqi Province and Dongpan Province. Wu Xiaoyang knew full well that the rewards for exploring this secret realm were extremely generous. Originally, he hadn't intended to tell Zhang Jinghui, but rather to keep it to himself. Unfortunately, Wu Xiaoyang's men suffered heavy casualties after entering the secret realm. After escaping the secret realm and reporting these events to Wu Xiaoyang, they were ambushed by the enemy and eventually lost contact. Seeing the truth could no longer be hidden, Wu Xiaoyang had no choice but to report the matter to Zhang Jinghui. This naturally infuriated Zhang Jinghui. Having lived for most of his life, he could clearly see that his son-in-law was quite ambitious. What a pity. Mingyuan was killed by that Su Chen. Otherwise, why would he have relied on Wu Xiaoyang? Zhang Jinghui sighed, his expression softening. Xiao Yang, I'm old. When I'm 100 years old, everything in Mingyuan Group will be yours. Why are you so anxious? Dad is right. I obey you in everything from now on. Wu Xiaoyang appeared sincere, but inwardly he was unconvinced. If it had happened before, he would have definitely laid low, waiting for Zhang Jingwei to die. But the problem was, after the apocalypse, Zhang Jingwei became an evolver. Chapter 619. With his growing strength, Zhang Jingwei is now in excellent health and relishes everything he eats. Who knows how long he can live? The ambitious Wu Xiaoyang refuses to remain beneath Zhang Jingwei. I'm glad you recognize your mistake. Okay, stand up. Zhang Jingwei waved his hand, motioning for Wu Xiaoyang to stand, temporarily putting the matter behind him. He looked at Fan Debiao. Biao, what's up? Chairman, Fan Debiao said respectfully, the outpost just reported that a convoy is approaching. They claim to be survivors from Zhongqi province, and would like to discuss an alliance with you, Chairman. Zhang Jingwei's eyes narrowed. Survivors from Zhongqi province? Interesting. Let them in. Let's see them first. Yes. Fan Debiao turned and left. After he left, Zhang Jingwei asked Wu Xiaoyang, according to what you said before, your men were ambushed by the enemy after leaving the secret realm and reporting to you? Yes. Wu Xiaoyang nodded. Then, in your opinion, who ambushed them? The secret realm is located at the border of two provinces. The nearest city is Yuqing, the capital of Zhongqi province. According to previous investigations, there is only one survivor organization in Yuqing, the Watcher Alliance. Wu Xiaoyang reported. Hearing this name, Zhang Jingwei's face darkened. Is that the convoy Suchen was in the last time we met? That's right. Very good. This Watcher Alliance is truly tired of living. Zhang Jingwei said coldly, but we can put our feud with them aside for now. Our most pressing priority is that secret realm. I'm sure the Watchers have also learned of its existence. We must hurry and send someone in. Wu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. Dad, you're right. Then we send someone tomorrow? Okay. Tomorrow, you can discuss with Ah Biao how to organize the forces. Okay. Just then, the door opened. Fan Debiao had returned, followed by a sturdy-looking man. It was none other than Su Jiang, a member of the Leaders' Alliance. After Su Jiang entered, he began to scrutinize her with unbridled eyes. He particularly gazed at the graceful young woman, Zhanya, with a fixed gaze. Zhanya blushed, and quickly hid behind Wu Xiaoyang. Where are you looking? Wu Xiaoyang couldn't help but curse. Su Jiang smiled nonchalantly and glanced at Zhang Jingwei, seated at the main stage. I presume you are Mr. Zhang Jingwei, chairman of Mingyuan Group? Yes, it's me. Who are you? Zhang Jingwei didn't seem angry, but instead looked at Su Jiang calmly. I'm from the Chief Alliance. Su Jiang briefly explained the Chief Alliance's origins. Master Deng has asked me to represent the Chief Alliance and form an alliance with Mingyuan Group to jointly deal with the Watcher Alliance and Su Chen. What do you think, Chairman? At the mention of Su Chen's name, a fierce look flashed in Zhang Jingwei's eyes. He was just pondering how to deal with the Watcher Alliance when Su Jiang approached him. Su Chen and the Watcher Alliance are our common enemies. If we can join forces with the Chief's Alliance to deal with them, that would be the best. Zhang Jingwei nodded slightly, a smile on his face. But how should we join forces? Do you have any ideas? Su Jiang scratched his head and shook his head. I'm just here to convey the Alliance leader's wishes. Chairman, you need to discuss the specific plan with our Alliance leader. Zhang Jingwei pondered for a moment, then laughed. I do have a plan. You can report it back to Master Ding. Just between Zhongqi province and Dongban. There's a secret realm at the border of the two provinces. The Watchers Alliance should have discovered it too. It won't be long before they send people to explore it. We can definitely seize this opportunity to launch an attack. Hearing this, Su Jiang's eyes widened. He hadn't expected this trip to form an alliance with the Mingyuan Group to yield such unexpected rewards. Although he had never entered the secret realm, he had heard that it held many treasures. If they followed Zhang Jingwei's plan, not only could they explore the realm and reap rich rewards, they could also severely damage the Watchers Alliance. Maybe they could even seize the opportunity to kill Su Chen. It's truly a win-win situation. I report this to the leader when I get back. I'm sure he agree. That's great. You better hurry. We launch our operation in the next 2 days, Zhang Jingwei reminded. Okay, no problem. Without further ado, I be leaving first. Before Su Jiang left, he glanced greedily at Zhanya. As soon as he left, Wu Xiaoyang said angrily, Dad, we still don't know the details of the Chief's alliance. Even if we want to join forces with them, there's no need to rush. Just tell them about the secret realm. Zhang Jinghui took a sip of his tea, then said slowly, Xiao Yang, calm down. Anger will only cloud your mind. No matter what the Chief's Alliance's background is, as long as they are enemies of the Watchers Alliance, that's enough. When we go to war with the Watchers Alliance, we still need to explore the secret realm, but we need cannon fodder. Wu Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment before understanding Zhang Jinghui's meaning. But are the Chief's Alliance's people so easy to manipulate? I think we can. Zhang Jinghui smiled confidently. After so many years in the business world and fighting in the apocalypse, he was still quite confident in his own methods. Excuse me, Counselor Su, Captain Zhao has ordered that no one can enter without his permission. Outside Zhao Man's residence, a beautiful young girl in uniform said apologetically. Okay, I understand. Su Chen nodded. Early this morning, he had come to see Zhao Man to discuss exploring the secret realm. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the young woman in front of him, Zhao Man's personal secretary. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, a loud bang suddenly erupted from the room behind the secretary. Bang! Su Chen frowned slightly. He sensed a rather violent energy emanating from the room, but after a moment, the energy gradually subsided and dissipated. Then the door opened, and out walked a vibrant Zhao Man. When he saw Su Chen and the secretary outside, he was startled at first, then smiled and said, Boss Su, why are you here? I came to talk to you about the secret realm. Su Chen looked Zhao Man up and down and chuckled. So, Captain Zhao has made a breakthrough? Chapter 620. Strictly speaking, Zhao Man wasn't a captain in the Watchers. The classification of transcendents within the Watchers was quite simple and crude. Ordinary transcendents only had white ID cards, and no special status. Those with exceptional abilities were appointed team captains, and received green ID cards. The top transcendents, like Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, and Du Cheng, were captains and received red ID cards. Among so many captains, only one, the chief captain, had a gold ID card, Zhao Man. Zhao Man's rise to chief captain wasn't simply due to his supreme strength, but also to his exceptional ability to handle affairs. After Operation Cold War concluded, he sensed a near breakthrough. During this time, Zhao Man, like Su Chen, had been constantly relying on qi gathering techniques and hunting monsters to improve his strength. However, his qi gathering technique was far inferior to Su Chen's. It took so long to finally break through stage F and enter stage E. Brother Su, you truly have a keen eye. Zhao Man smiled, but then, as if remembering something, his smile froze. Brother Su, how did you see that? Could it be that you also? Su Chen folded his arms across his chest, smiling silently. Zhao Man looked at Su Chen speechlessly, unsure whether to congratulate him or feel jealous. Before Operation Cold War, the Watcher Alliance assumed Su Chen was an F-level fighter. But after the operation, everyone knew that Su Chen was definitely an F+, and a top-tier F+. Zhao Man had originally thought he could achieve the breakthrough before Su Chen. Unexpectedly, he was a step behind. Congratulations, Brother Su. It seems we need to rely on you for this secret realm exploration. Zhao Man, calming down, congratulated with a smile. He understood that jealousy of a genius like Su Chen was pointless. Maintaining a good relationship with Su Chen was paramount. Besides, the next secret realm would undoubtedly be fraught with danger. Only by clinging to Su Chen's leg could one survive. I came to see Captain Zhao today to discuss the upcoming secret realm operation, Su Chen said slowly. Brother Su, please come in. Zhao Man greeted Su Chen, then said to the female secretary beside him, From now on, whenever Brother Su comes to see me, do not stop him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get some water. You're so clueless. After Zhao Man's scolding, the female secretary didn't dare to argue and obediently went to get some water. My new secretary isn't very sensible. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Brother Su. I replace her when I get the chance. Before the apocalypse, a young and beautiful secretary like this would have been the dream of countless men. But to Zhao Man, she's nothing more than a servant to be scolded and toyed with at will. This is the cruel apocalyptic world. Su Chen smiled faintly. Captain Zhao, when do you think we should set off? I think the sooner the better. It'd be best if we prepare today and leave tomorrow. Zhao Man pondered. The people at Mingyuan Group have known about the secret realm for a long time. Calculating the time, it's already been 4 or 5 days. Maybe they already sent a second wave of people to explore the secret realm. Su Chen nodded. You're right. I'm not very familiar with our internal situation. The specific personnel deployment will still require your attention, Captain Zhao. The Watcher Alliance was already full of factions. With Su Chen's joining and the formation of the 6th Squadron, the situation became even more complicated. Su Chen wasn't afraid of trouble, but he also didn't want to cause it. So, the wisest approach was to let Zhao Man arrange the personnel. That's easy. Leave it to me. Zhao Man agreed with a smile. The secret realm is full of dangers. For weak transcendents, entering would be like sending themselves to death. So, the roster Zhao Man drew up consisted mostly of F-level combatants. Besides Su Chen and himself, there were 4 or 5 other transcendents with F+ combat power. These are all breakthroughs that have evolved since Operation Cold War. After arranging the personnel for the operation, Zhao Man ordered the necessary equipment and supplies to be prepared. After some discussion, the two named this operation Operation Icebreaking. It must be said that Zhao Man's drive is remarkable. In just half a day, he had all the necessary supplies for Operation Icebreaking ready. He even gathered all the personnel involved in the operation in the conference room. Su Chen couldn't help but nod slightly. If it weren't for Li Kunlun, Zhao Man would be the most suitable person to lead the operation in order to secure his permanent position. As Su Chen had expected, all 6 battalions participated in the operation to varying degrees. From the 6th Battalion, those participating in this operation included Su Wenwei, Zheng Hui, Shi Jinyuan, Wang Yan, Ding Di, Jiang Yu, and others. The total number of personnel was approximately 70 or 80. To maintain confidentiality and unity of the operation, Zhao Man informed the participating personnel of the situation that evening and instructed them to all stay in the conference room. The next morning, before sunrise, Su Chen and Zhao Man, along with the icebreakers, boarded several military trucks and departed the Watcher base. Of course, in addition to those entering the secret realm, Su Chen and Zhao Man also arranged for a separate team to remain outside. These personnel could also provide support in the event of any emergencies. The Watcher's shelter wasn't far from the secret realm. Before noon, several trucks arrived at the designated location. Zhao Man directed his men to park the trucks in a forest and set up a temporary camp. After exiting this forest, walk about a kilometer along the road. You see a pile of rocks in the fields beside the road. The entrance to the secret realm is right there. Everyone, do your final checks. We depart in 10 minutes. Zhao Man said solemnly. To facilitate communication during the operation, Su Chen was the highest-ranking officer, with Zhao Man serving as his deputy. Each of the several teams also had a captain who could communicate directly with Su Chen. Brother Chen, I need to talk to you. Before setting off, Ding Di suddenly found Su Chen. What's wrong? Are you still nervous? Su Chen asked with a smile. That's not the case. Ding Di smiled and explained, do you remember? The last time we entered the secret realm, we couldn't communicate via the communicator. I do. What's wrong? I have a solution to this problem. Ding Di smiled mysteriously. Ever since I advanced to F+, I've been thinking about how to quickly and easily communicate during battle. And I actually figured it out. I created a special ability that allows me to connect the minds of several people simultaneously. Think of it as a built-in communicator. I named this ability Mind Link. Chapter 621. After leaving the microscopic base, Su Chen knew the journey ahead would be filled with danger, unless his own strength was truly formidable. Otherwise, he would need the strength of a team. So he took out his best-kept energy crystals and cores and distributed them all to Su Wenwei and the others. With Su Chen's help, Su Wenwei and the others broke through to F+. That's great. Su Chen couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when he heard about Ding Di's new ability, Mind Link. During the last secret realm exploration, his communicator wasn't working, preventing him from staying in touch with Tong Fei. This also caused Tong Fei to be discovered by Jiang Hao and nearly lose her life. There's a limit to the number of people the Mind Link can affect. After some thought, Su Chen called Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, Su Wenwei, and the others. Including Ding Di, they had reached the Mind Link's upper limit of 10 people. Everyone relax. Don't resist my mental power. Ding Di whispered, activating his own ability. The other people present felt themselves enveloped by an icy chill, instinctively resisting, but thankfully, Ding Di had warned them ahead of time, so they tried to remain relaxed. After Ding Di finished casting the spell, everyone felt a strange sensation in their heads. Old Ding? Captain Zhao? Su Chen's mind raced, and he tried to call out the other people's names in his mind. The others instantly heard Su Chen's voice in their consciousness. Then they too responded through their consciousness. This is amazing. Wang Yan didn't say anything, but everyone could sense his surprise just from his voice in their minds. Even more amazingly, this thing can be used for private chats. Ding Di laughed. Su Chen, with a thought, once again engaged in a private chat with Zhao Man through his mind. After everyone had experienced it and become familiar with the power of the mind link, they were all full of praise. With this thing, there was no need to worry about losing contact. It lasts for about 12 hours, Ding Di explained. After 12 hours, you have to recast the spell. Besides, it takes up a lot of my mental energy, basically preventing me from using any of my more powerful abilities. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you all with this ice-breaking operation. Hey, old Ding, you're so polite. Wang Yan laughed and patted him on the shoulder. You done your best. 10 minutes had already passed while they talked. Zhao Man glanced at his watch and said to Su Chen, Commander-in-Chief, time's up. Okay. Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie and said solemnly, move. With his command, the members of Operation Icebreaker quickly assembled. In a long snake-like formation, they raced towards their target location. A kilometer was a mere minute or two for the Transcendence. Su Chen soon spotted the field Zhao Man had mentioned. The field was overgrown with weeds, but a massive pile of boulders stood out. Zhao Man took the lead, walking at the front of the group. He led the group through the boulders, following a well-trodden path to the very center of the pile. There was only a faint light curtain. But unlike the secret realm Su Chen had visited before, through this curtain, they could see what was happening inside. On the other side of the curtain, the flowers were vibrant, with pink peach blossoms and green willows, and birdsong and fragrance. It didn't look like there was any danger at all. Go in. Zhao Man was the first to enter the curtain. The others followed suit one after another. Meanwhile, a few kilometers from the secret realm entrance, Ding Bin and his team's convoy was parked on the side of the road. The local gangs are so rude. Su Jiang glanced at his watch, somewhat disapprovingly. It had already been over 10 minutes since the time he had agreed to meet with the Mingyuan group. Patience is key in life, understand? Ding Bin replied calmly, unhurried. Master, you're so cool. You know all the memes on TikTok. Huang Suisui immediately flattered him. Bai Qianqing and Uncle Yao stood aside, watching with disdainful eyes. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait too long before a long motorcade sped towards them. As the motorcade approached, Ding Bin and the others noticed that all the cars bore the Mingyuan Group's skull logo. When the motorcade stopped, Ding Bin immediately stepped forward. However, to his surprise, the leading black Cadillac didn't open its doors. Ding Bin frowned slightly, but then understood the other party's intention. A flash of coldness flashed across his eyes. Still smiling, he walked to the car door and opened it. Hello, Chairman. Zhang Jingwei then slowly stepped out of the car and said calmly, I presume you are the leader of the worshipping cult, Ding Bin, right? Yes, it's me. Ding Bin smiled and nodded, extending his hand. Seeing the other party's humility, Zhang Jingwei gave up his airs. After shaking hands with Ding Bin, he whispered, I believe Su Jiang has already conveyed my request to Sect Leader Ding. What does Sect Leader Ding think? Ding Bin said seriously, the chairman's 30/70th split is something we really can't accept. Although the chairman provided the existence of the secret realm, we are all equal after all. If it's 40/60, then there's no problem. According to Zhang Jingwei's request, whether it was exploring the secret realm or destroying the Watcher Alliance, they needed to take 70%. This made Ding Bin quite accepting. In fact, whether it was 30/70 or 40/60, it didn't matter to Zhang Jingwei. He proposed this condition simply to test Ding Bin. If Ding Bin agreed without hesitation, it would only prove he had ulterior motives. Since Ding Bin was willing to bargain, it showed he was genuinely cooperative. Then let's split it 40/60ths. Zhang Jingwei nodded and glanced at the time. It's getting late, let's hurry to the secret realm. Okay. Ding Bin nodded. Without further hesitation, both sides rushed towards the secret realm as planned. Like the Overwatch Alliance, they stopped their cars at a distance and walked. Just as they entered the rubble and were about to approach the entrance light curtain, Fan Debio, who was walking in front, suddenly gestured to stop. What's going on? Ding Bin, who was behind them, stepped forward and asked in confusion. Look here. Fan Debio pointed to the ground. Ding Bin, Huang Suisui, and the others looked down. All I saw was a long weed lying flat on the ground. It's just a blade of grass. What's so surprising about that? Ding Bin said nonchalantly. Chapter 622. Take a closer look, Fan Debio said calmly. Ding Bin felt a little dissatisfied, but he reluctantly observed. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't observed, but once he did, he noticed something was amiss. The weeds lay flat on the ground, and judging by the creases, they looked like they'd been trampled, and quite a few people. You mean? Someone just entered the secret realm. Ding Bin's expression grew serious. Yes, If I'm not mistaken, it must be the Watcher Alliance. Vandevu glanced around and whispered, perhaps Suchin has also entered the secret realm. That's great. Dangbin instantly became excited. Perhaps the Watcher Alliance and Suchin had no idea that the Chieftain Alliance and the Mingyuan group would follow them into the secret realm. This way, the enemy would be in the open, while they would be in the dark. Maybe we can successfully defeat the Watchers and kill Su Chen. But we can't be careless. Be careful. Vandevu was also secretly excited. After all, he and Su Chen had a lot of scores to settle. Most importantly, he had to kill Su Chen quickly, and never let Zhang Jinghui see him. If Zhang Jinghui learned from Su Chen that he had devoured Zhang Mingyuan, he'd be doomed. Without wasting any more time, Vandevu, Dangbin, and the others continued toward the center of the rubble. Soon, they came into view of a light curtain and, one after another, entered. After passing through the light curtain, Su Chen felt a little dizzy. After a brief moment of daze, he raised his head. But what he saw wasn't the verdant mountains, clear waters, singing birds, and fragrant flowers he had seen outside the light curtain. Instead, it was a desolate landscape, a barren wasteland everywhere. The sky and earth seemed shrouded in a yellow haze of dust. What the hell was going on? Su Chen was a little confused. He turned his head and looked around. But besides him, there was no one around. It was as if he was the only one who had entered the secret realm. Old Ding. Ian. Brother man. Su Chen mentally called out to the others. Thankfully, Ding Di's mind link had worked. Su Chen's call was quickly answered. Brother Su, I'm here. Me too. No, what's going on? Where are you guys? I don't know. In their conscious world, everyone began to chatter. This made Su Chen a bit overwhelmed. Alright, everyone, be quiet. As Su Chen spoke, the others finally stopped talking. Brother man, something's wrong. It's completely different from what those Mingyuan group members are saying. Su Chen communicated with Zhao Man in his mind. When Zhao Man had interrogated the captured Mingyuan group members. According to their account, they encountered a large number of monsters shortly after entering the secret realm. These monsters were formidable, possessing various supernatural powers. Despite their desperate resistance, the monsters kept coming, making it impossible to completely eliminate them. Finally, with no other choice, they had no choice but to break out. I don't know. Did those people deceive us? Zhao Man's tone was also somewhat heavy. Forget about that for now. Everyone, take turns reporting your surroundings. Su Chen spoke first, describing the situation around him. Zhao Man, Ding Di, Wang Yan followed closely behind. After everyone finished speaking, Su Chen realized that their surroundings were similar. They were all in a desolate yellow desert. It seems the distance between us shouldn't be far. The most urgent thing is to gather together quickly, Zhao Man suggested. Everyone, look around and see if you can find any trees, weeds, or other reference points. According to his suggestion, everyone immediately began searching. But the reality was harsh. Forget trees and weeds, there wasn't even a large rock. After everyone finished reporting, everyone became discouraged. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly gather together? Brother Su, do you have any ideas? Zhao Man was at a loss for ideas, and could only ask Su Chen for help. Let me think about it. Su Chen first pulled out a compass from his storage space, trying to determine his direction. But the compass needle seemed to be affected by something. It was like taking Xianmai, and there was no stopping. Okay, Su Chen frowned, a new plan forming in his mind. He pulled out another flare gun, and pulled the trigger toward the sky. Bang! A green flare flew straight into the sky. Against the ochre background, the green flare stood out with remarkable clarity. The evolvers were all incredibly strong physically, and their eyesight was naturally excellent. Even from several kilometers away, this flare could be seen. But when Su Chen asked around, not a single one of the 10 people could actually see the flare in the sky. This is terribly wrong. Watching the fading signal flares, Su Chen's expression grew grave. If none of them could see the flares, it could only mean that they were either extremely far apart or not even in the same dimension. The last secret realm, although shrouded in fog and obstructed vision, and filled with so many powerful monsters, we could still survive with caution. But this time, the secret realm exuded an eerie atmosphere the moment we entered. As expected, secret realms aren't so easy to explore. I don't have any good ideas for now. Su Chen sighed softly. Hearing this, the expressions of Wang Yan, Ding Di, and the others darkened. Having known Su Chen for so long, this was the first time he heard him say such things. It looked like the situation was extremely serious. Let's all wander around for now, and see if we can run into them, Zhao Man said helplessly. Report immediately if anything happens. Everyone responded and began to wander aimlessly through the desert. Is there no way out of this godforsaken place? Wang Yan cursed, lighting a cigarette. He continued walking forward when, suddenly, his vision blurred, and he spotted a dark shadow on the ground not far away. Something's happening here. Wang Yan immediately relayed the message to the others through his consciousness. What's going on? Su Chen asked. There. Looks like a coffin? Wang Yan slowly approached, taking a closer look, his eyes widening. Yes, a coffin lay quietly on the bare yellow earth. The coffin was pitch black and looked extremely dilapidated, as if it had been there for a long time. Su Chen, Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, and the others on the other side were all stunned. How could a coffin suddenly appear in a place like a secret realm? Chapter 623. Ah Yin, be careful. Stay away from that coffin. Su Chen warned. This situation seems strange no matter how you look at it. It's best to stay away from that coffin. Okay. Wasn't he told to do that? Wang Yan automatically moved away from the coffin. Thinking of last night, when he had nothing to do and found a zombie movie to watch, Wang Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Could some monster crawl out of this coffin? What you fear will come true. As soon as Wang Yan had this thought, he heard a creaking sound. The coffin lid slowly moved, as if something was trying to crawl out. Oh my god! Wang Yan's face instantly turned green with fear. If it were some powerful monster, he could still handle it. But if some ghost crawled out of the coffin, he'd be terrified. Chinese horror brings a sense of dread and unease that can't be compared to the violent, bloody horror of the West. Just as the coffin lid was completely opened, a withered, dark hand supported the coffin. Followed by this, a decayed body slowly rose from the coffin. It looked as if it had been dead for a long time, its features extremely hideous, yet with a green face and fangs. Gurgle. Wang Yan swallowed. As if hearing a sound, the corpse turned its head. Those lifeless eyes stared at Wang Yan intently. A moment later, it leaped out of the coffin and landed right in front of Wang Yan. Wang Yan was startled and quickly drew his alien crystal weapon. However, the corpse didn't attack immediately. It simply stood there, staring at Wang Yan. Just as Wang Yan was puzzled, another rustling sound was heard. He tilted his head, and his plump, fair face instantly darkened. Another corpse sat up from the coffin and crawled out, followed by a second, a third. Soon, more than a dozen corpses appeared before Wang Yan. If it had been just one corpse, Wang Yan would have considered fighting it, but with so many corpses, he didn't even think about testing them. He turned and ran away. It would have been better if Wang Yan didn't move. As soon as he started running, the corpses quickly chased him. Brother Su, Captain Zhao, help. Wang Yan ran for his life, midly calling out to Su Chen and the others for help. But Su Chen didn't even know where he was, and couldn't help at all. After running for an unknown amount of time, Wang Yan glanced behind him and found that the ugly corpses hadn't followed him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground, gasping for air. Just after a short rest, Wang Yan suddenly sensed something was amiss. When he looked up again, he saw the corpses had reappeared around him. How could this be possible? Wang Yan was stunned. He had just seen nothing around him. How could these corpses appear without any obstruction? But Wang Yan didn't have time to think. The corpses had already surrounded him, closing in on him. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Wang Yan was furious, clenching the strange crystal dagger in his hand. Before the corpses could close in, he attacked first, stabbing one of them with his dagger. The corpse didn't react in time and was stabbed directly in the chest. Dark green blood gushed out instantly. The corpse opened its mouth and slowly fell to the ground. Wang Yan was a little surprised to see how easily he had dispatched a corpse. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally calmed down. You're such a weakling, and you still want to scare me, right? Wang Yan, no longer afraid as before, brandished his exotic crystal dagger and attacked the remaining corpses. The remaining corpses also realized that Wang Yan was not to be trifled with. They didn't force their way in, but engaged Wang Yan in a tug-of-war. Just then, a fireball suddenly emerged from midair and fiercely blasted towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan jumped with a start, dodging the fireball with a mighty leap. What was going on? These corpses actually had superpowers, as if they had heard Wang Yan's thoughts. Several more corpses activated their powers and attacked Wang Yan. These corpses weren't particularly powerful, probably only at F-level combat power. In a one-on-one fight, Wang Yan, with his F+ combat power, could easily dispatch them. But the problem was, they advanced and retreated with great precision, and were also proficient in supernatural powers, like an entire army. Wang Yan was momentarily overwhelmed. Though he had killed 2 or 3 corpses, he had only suffered minor injuries. No match for them. He was no fool. After a desperate fight, pushing back the surrounding corpses, he broke into a furious run, fleeing into the distance. After running for over 10 minutes, Wang Yan finally stopped, panting heavily, when the corpses were completely out of sight. Su! Brother! Wang Yan's voice reached his mind, and Su Chen quickly replied, I'm here. How are you? Wang Yan had been too busy fighting to talk to Su Chen and the others, which made Su Chen break out in a cold sweat. It's okay, I'm not dead yet. Wang Yan told Su Chen about the battle. Everyone was shocked to hear that the corpses could still use supernatural powers. Brother Chen, we must hurry. Ding Di hesitated. But Su Chen understood what he meant. The mind link only lasts 12 hours, and almost 2 hours have already passed. Once the mind link's effects wear off, everyone will be completely disconnected. Everyone, be careful. Let me think about this. Su Chen sat down cross-legged, lost in deep thought. The last time he entered the secret realm, he had guessed it was something like a dungeon. Assuming his guess was correct, since it was a dungeon, there must be a way out. It wouldn't trap them to death like this, but where exactly was that way out? Just as Su Chen was pondering, Jiang Yu on the other side made a new discovery. He had been walking in the wilderness for a long time, when he suddenly saw a lake appear in front of him. This is so bizarre, Jiang Yu muttered. All around him was bare yellow soil, not even a single weed. The sudden appearance of such a deep green lake was truly bizarre. He also reported the situation to Su Chen through his consciousness. Su Chen, Zhao Man, and the others were even more bewildered after hearing this. How could there be such a large lake in the middle of a desert? Jiang Yu, be careful. If I'm not mistaken, a monster will soon crawl out of the lake, Wang Yan hurriedly warned. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu saw the water begin to churn. A moment later, one monster after another swam out of the water and onto the shore. Looking at the monsters, Jiang Yu's expression instantly turned extremely grim. Chapter 624. Wang Yan, is your mouth blessed with a curse? Jiang Yu couldn't help but curse. Like Wang Yan, his rather handsome face was now green with fear, because the monsters that emerged from the lake looked like the octopus monsters in movies and TV series. They were slippery and slimy. They had 8 arms with suction cups, 2 of which served as feet, supporting their massive heads for walking. The others served as arms. They had a pair of small eyes, and when you looked into their eyes, you couldn't help but feel fear. Jiang Yu, Chu Mengyao, Lu Jiangwo, and the others fled Dongjing City largely because of these octopus monsters. Back then, a huge lake suddenly appeared next to the Dongjing base. Monsters, like the octopus monsters, rushed out from it one after another. Even more terrifying was a massive octopus monster, the size of a mountain, that destroyed the walls of the Dongjing base with a single blow. Even after so long, Jiang Yu still felt a pang of fear when he recalled that scene. He had thought he never encountered these octopus monsters again, but he hadn't expected them to reappear in the secret realm. Thankfully, Jiang Yu's current strength was vastly improved. Facing the hordes of monsters, he didn't hesitate and attacked first. Wind Blade Technique. Powered by Jiang Yu's mental power, several wind blades materialized from thin air and rapidly flew towards the octopus monsters. Although it was a basic ability, Jiang Yu was now at F+ combat power. Both his speed and power were unmatched by ordinary monsters. Seeing the incoming wind blades, the octopus's tentacles moved swiftly, dodging them. But 2 of them were a bit too slow. After being struck by the wind blades, they were instantly chopped into pieces. Their bodies scattered on the ground, their blue blood soaking the earthy yellow ground. Seeing their companions' tragic deaths, the remaining octopuses seemed enraged. They moved their tentacles, rapidly moving towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't dare to be careless and immediately summoned a wind wall to protect himself. But at that moment, several fireballs whizzed towards them. What was going on? How could an octopus use fireball magic? Jiang Yu was bewildered. Logically, octopuses are all aquatic. Even if they possess supernatural powers, it's unlikely they would be fire-related. After all, water and fire are naturally incompatible. Before the fireballs could even reach Jiang Yu, they were intercepted by the rising wind wall, transformed into a ball of fire, and dissipated into the air. Seeing they couldn't harm Jiang Yu, the other octopuses came up with another plan. They raised their hands, summoning lightning and massive fireballs, which they sent crashing down on Jiang Yu. Can octopuses even use lightning? Without giving Jiang Yu time to think, he immediately summoned a wind shield over his head, blocking the octopus's attacks. Though he wasn't injured, Jiang Yu knew he couldn't continue the fight. These octopuses weren't as strong as he was, but their numbers were overwhelming. Jiang Yu understood the principle that a large number of ants can kill an elephant. Before the octopuses launched their next attack, he took a deep breath. his mental power instantly surging. An invisible gust of wind, centered around him, erupted in all directions. The octopus monsters were caught off guard and blown away. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Yu cast Wind Walk on himself, escaping the octopus monster's encirclement as light as a swallow. Then, without even turning back, he fled in the opposite direction of the lake. After hearing Jiang Yu's account of the battle, everyone broke into a cold sweat for him. Luckily, you're lucky. If that lake had truly contained the giant monster you encountered in Dongjing City. Before Wang Yan could finish his words, an enraged Jiang Yu stopped him. Come on, Yan, just shut up. Hey, I'm doing this for your own good, Wang Yan said with a wry smile. Everyone be quiet. Zhao Man summoned everyone to silence, then continued, Brother Su, what do you think? I don't have any other opinions, but for now, it's best for everyone to stay put. Su Chen commanded in a deep voice, if we encounter any more monsters, it'd be troublesome. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Yan and Jiang Yu had both encountered zombies and octopus monsters while wandering around. Su Chen's face was expressionless as he surveyed the surroundings. But a furious brainstorm was brewing in his mind. Something was wrong. This was terribly wrong. Whether it was the surroundings or Wang Yan and Jiang Yu's experiences, Su Chen sensed something was amiss. But the problem was, he couldn't put his finger on what was wrong. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with a solution. Soon, a few hours passed in a flash. Su Chen, Zhao Man, and the others still had no idea. Fortunately, they didn't wander around and didn't encounter any danger. Forget it, it's getting late. Let's eat something first, Su Chen said to everyone through his consciousness. Before entering the secret realm, he had considered the possibility of getting separated from the main group. Thus, everyone carried enough food and water for 2 days. Everyone sat down and ate compressed biscuits. Just as Su Chen was about to take something out of his storage space, his alarm bells went off. Compared to before, his senses were more acute during Phase E. He sensed that many people seemed to be around him. But when Su Chen looked up, the surroundings were still extremely desolate, with no one or anything in sight. That feeling still lingered in Su Chen's mind. He frowned, activated the system, and checked his radar. Sure enough, 7 or 8 bright spots were visible around him on the radar panel. This meant 7 or 8 creatures appeared near him, but Su Chen couldn't see them. Could these creatures be like the scorpion monsters? Su Chen secretly raised his guard, considering how to force out the hidden monsters. His vision suddenly blurred, and several zombies appeared before him. One of them was strong and muscular, its eyes glowing green. It was the little green-eyed zombie that had fought Su Chen fiercely at the refinery and nearly defeated him. How could it appear here? Su Chen was shocked. Under the little green-eyed zombie's command, the surrounding high-level zombies rushed over in unison. If it had been before, Su Chen might have retreated. But now, he was completely different. He raised his hand and unleashed a chain of lightning, then rushed forward. The long, strange crystal sword in his hand transformed into a ball of blade light. Any high-level zombies touched by the blade light were instantly cut into pieces. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen had slaughtered all the minions brought by the little green-eyed zombie. Chapter 625. The little green-eyed zombie seemed surprised by Su Chen's current combat prowess. It was momentarily stunned, then turned and fled. But how could Su Chen give it this opportunity? His eyes narrowed, and 2 bolts of electricity burst forth with terrifying force. The electric eyes struck the little green-eyed zombie from behind. It didn't even utter a scream before being vaporized, leaving no trace of its body. How did it become so weak? Or has it become stronger? Su Chen felt a flicker of doubt. Without further thought, he told Zhao Man and the others what he had just encountered. They were also surprised. First, they were surprised that the little green-eyed zombie would appear in the secret realm. Second, they were surprised that Su Chen, sitting still, had encountered a monster. If this continues, I'm afraid we all be in danger soon. Wang Yan muttered. Fatty, stop talking. Ding Di said, feeling both amused and annoyed. Okay, I won't say anything. Wang Yan sighed, and said helplessly, we have to think of a solution. We can't keep going like this. Otherwise, when the mind link ends, we'd be out of touch. The thought of each fighting their own battles after the mind link ends lingered in silence. Just as everyone was feeling a wave of despair, Su Chen suddenly spoke. I understand. Huh? Brother Su, what do you understand? Zhao Man was stunned. I understand. Where are we? Really? Brother Su, then tell me. Yes, the crowd urged. As long as we know the surroundings, we can devise a corresponding strategy to break the impasse. If I'm not mistaken, we all been hypnotized. Su Chen's words startled everyone. Hypnosis? Like in Dark Nightmares? Jiao Man frowned. No, not like that. Suchin shook his head and changed his tone. Dark Nightmares hypnosis puts everyone into a coma, but we're being hypnotized mentally. In other words, we're entering a fantasy world while awake. Everyone silently repeated Suchin's words, trying to understand his meaning. Dingdi was the first to react. Are you saying we were attacked by some kind of demonic creature with psychic powers? That's about it. Suchin confirmed Dingdi's statement. Brother Su, why do you think so? Wang Yin asked, puzzled. Let's talk about you first, Ah Yin. Do you think the appearance of those zombies is too coincidental? Suchin asked. I remember you were watching a zombie movie the night before we set out? Yes, that's right. But right in this secret realm, we encountered a coffin, and zombies jumped out of it. Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence? Hearing him say this, Wang Yin realized something was amiss. It seems so. It's indeed a bit of a coincidence. As for Jiangyu, it's equally strange. Suchin sneered. A lake suddenly appeared in the desert, and an octopus monster, only found in Dongjing City, appeared. Is that a beaver? Definitely not a beaver. Jiangyu said with certainty. Besides, the little green-eyed zombie I encountered was far too weak compared to the one at the refinery. There was another point Suchin didn't mention. He had detected creatures nearby through radar, but couldn't see them. It wasn't until the little green-eyed zombie jumped out that Suchin realized it. Have you noticed? The monsters we three have encountered are all ones we encountered before, and they left a deep impression on our minds. So I boldly speculate, as Dingdi said, that a monster with psychic powers has hypnotized us. As soon as Suchin finished speaking, everyone exclaimed in amazement. Boss Su is awesome. Boss Su, you figured out the problem so quickly. Brother Chen is awesome. No one could figure out the problem, but Suchin found it. He's truly resourceful. But the question is, how do we break this situation? Jiao Man asked with a wry smile. Although the problem had been discovered, solving it proved difficult. I don't have a good solution for this. Old Ding, you're a psychic, so you should have a solution, right? Suchin posed the question to Dingdi. Let me think about it. Dingdi pondered. Generally speaking, the simplest and most drastic solution is to surpass the opponent's mental power and directly break the impasse. Suchin frowned. To be able to hypnotize so many people simultaneously and construct such an infinitely realistic illusory world. That monster's mental power is definitely far superior to anyone else's, Dingdi continued, or perhaps someone from outside could interrupt the monster's spell casting, which would be possible. Then what? Are there any other solutions? Suchin asked again. No. Everyone was speechless. Old Ding, why are you so useless? Wang Yin couldn't help but complain. It's not that I'm useless, it's that I never encountered other psychics before, and I don't know how to break the deadlock. Dingdi sighed. In the past, his attempts at hypnotizing others had either succeeded immediately, failed, or been interrupted. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. Let's discuss this together. Suchin stopped Wang Yin and said slowly, I think you all seen a lot of movies and TV shows. Think of any similar situations you could use as a reference? I remember seeing Inception. In that scene, people who enter the lost zone can return to the real world by committing suicide. A movie buff? Wang Yin blurted out. Come on, you know it's a movie. What if this doesn't work? Should we all commit suicide? Dingdi flatly rejected Wang Yin's proposal. I remember from the movies, I seen that it seems possible to break through by exploiting loopholes in the environment, or the inconsistencies in the world. Luo Xiaoyan pondered. Everyone was talking at once, but Suchin noticed someone remained silent. Xiang Mingming, where are you? But Suchin's calls fell on deaf ears, with no response. Xiang Mingming, what's wrong with you? Jiao Man also called Xiang Mingming's name, but still no answer. Is she in trouble? It seems she hasn't spoken since entering the secret realm. After being reminded by others, Suchin finally realized what was happening. Xiang Mingming hadn't appeared since they entered the secret realm. There was only one possibility. She was in danger. Suchin frowned. Xiang Mingming and Tong Fei had a close relationship, and for Tong Fei's sake, he couldn't just sit there and watch her fall into danger. It seemed he had to find a way to escape this illusory world quickly. Chapter 626. Although everyone was worried about Xiang Mingming's safety, the most important thing for everyone was to quickly escape the virtual world. Speaking of which, do you have any way to escape this predicament? Jiao Man pondered for a moment and asked Dingdi. Myself? Not really. Dingdi said with a wry smile, if it were someone else, I do have a mind-purifying ability that could help dispel the negative effects of that ability. But the problem is, we can't even see them, so how can you use mind purification on us? Wang Yan asked back. Ding Di was speechless. It's truly difficult to heal yourself. Zhao Man sighed softly, and turned to Su Chen for help again. Brother Su, you're so smart, you should be able to come up with a way out, right? Let me think about it. After hearing Su Chen's words, the others fell silent, fearing to disturb him. Su Chen squatted down, grabbed a handful of sand, and scattered it. Watching the sand drift in the wind, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. This imaginary world is so incredibly real. Whether it's the breeze on my face, or the smell of blood on the corpses, it's all so real. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he noticed something was amiss. His gaze fell on the zombie corpse on the ground. A moment later, a smile played on Su Chen's lips. Don't eat the sour radish. I still noticed your oversight. Even the little green-eyed zombies, such advanced zombies, are still zombies after all. After being infected by the virus, the zombies haven't completely lost their human characteristics. But as time went on, their skin grew paler and paler, their appearance becoming more repulsive. The blood in their bodies was no longer bright red, but a milky white with a hint of crimson. It also flowed extremely slowly, becoming more solid than ever. Most importantly, their blood had virtually no bloody odor. Su Chen had killed countless zombies, and was quite familiar with them. But these zombies on the ground were bleeding bright red blood and emitting a pungent bloody odor. That could only prove one thing. The ones he had killed weren't zombies, but humans. It was very likely a member of the Watchers who had come with him. Without time to feel guilty about the tragic deaths of his companions, Su Chen's mind raced, and he had already come up with a plan. If I'm not mistaken, not only my side, but also Wang Yan, Jiangyu, and the monsters you encountered are all our companions. The hidden monsters have distorted our minds, causing us to mistake our companions for monsters, and thus slaughter each other. Su Chen shared his analysis with everyone. So that's how it is. Everyone was shocked and furious. Damn that monster. If I find him, I won't let him off easily. Wang Yan and Jiangyu both cursed. Although they had just joined the Watchers, they were still companions on the mission. The pain of killing their own companions with their own hands was unbearable. Brother Su, since you discovered something amiss, I think there should be a way out, right? Zhao Man asked. Yes, I do, but I'm not sure it will work. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then said to Ding Di, Old Ding, start wandering around and see if you encounter any monsters. If you do, immediately use mind cleansing on them. Then tell them the current situation. See if they can come up with a solution. Ding Di was slightly startled, then immediately understood what Su Chen meant. If Su Chen's guess was correct, then the monsters they had encountered were all members of the Watchers Alliance. He could simply use mind cleansing on them to break their hypnotic state. Then explain the situation to them, and perhaps there would be a solution. I understand. Old Ding, you're the hope of this whole village. Yes, don't let us down. The others echoed. Don't worry. Ding Di nodded seriously. He stood up and, following Su Chen's instructions, began wandering around. Not long after, several zombies appeared not far away. I'm from the Overwatch League. Can you hear me? Ding Di shouted. The zombies froze for a moment, not immediately charging at him, but neither did they respond. Ding Di had no idea how he appeared to them, nor whether they could understand him. But one thing was certain, Su Chen had guessed correctly. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed several mind purifications, striking the zombies directly. The zombies' bodies trembled violently. After a moment, they looked at Ding Di and opened their mouths to speak. But the words that came out were a jumbled mess, completely incomprehensible. It seemed not only his vision was distorted, but his hearing as well. Stop, stop, stop. Listen to me. Ding Di raised his hand, signaling the zombies to be quiet. The zombies obeyed, their mouths falling silent. You were hypnotized by something. I just used my supernatural powers to break your hypnosis. But the others and I are still in this state. Find Counselor Su, Captain Zhao, and the others nearby, and bring them before me. Ding Di had an idea, and a solution came to him. If these people could find Su Chen, Zhao Man, and the others, and bring them before him, Ding Di could use his mind purification to help them break their hypnosis one by one. The zombies seemed to understand Ding Di's words, and immediately turned around and began to move. Ding Di also told Su Chen, Zhao Man, and the others what had just happened. Old Ding, you're amazing. Su Chen praised him, then said, in that case, if any monsters appear near you later, remember not to resist. Okay. Everyone agreed. A moment later, Su Chen's side was the first to make a move. Suddenly, two subdragon lizards descended from the sky, claws and fangs bared, lunging at Su Chen. But Su Chen didn't panic, instead observing them calmly. After the two sub-dragon lizards reached Su Chen, they thrust their claws out and stabbed him hard. Instantly, pain rippled through the wound, but Su Chen remained unmoved, remaining steadfast. A moment later, the pain vanished, as if Su Chen had never been injured. It must be said that the monster in the dark was truly skilled. It could even simulate this kind of pain. Chapter 627. When the pain subsided, Su Chen found himself being held up by two sub-dragon lizards. They carried Su Chen and ran quickly forward. Within a minute or two, Su Chen was brought to the edge of a cliff. Mist shrouded the ground below, making it impossible to see the bottom. The two sub-dragon lizards held Su Chen aloft, as if ready to throw him overboard, but Su Chen remained unfazed. When the sub-dragon lizards lowered him, the previously empty cliff had become solid. And before him, a stone statue appeared. The two sub-dragon lizards muttered something and took a few steps back. Su Chen realized he had been brought to Ding Di. Ding Di, you can use mind purification now. Ding Di on the other side. Before him, there was a high-level zombie. After hearing Su Chen's words, he nodded. Okay, Brother Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, a spiritual purifying force shot out from his hand. Su Chen, struck by this power, felt a flash before his eyes. The originally yellowish world suddenly turned dark. When everything returned to normal, Su Chen realized that he wasn't in a desert, but more like an underground cave. The surroundings were extremely dim, the only illumination coming from some kind of luminescent moss. Before Su Chen stood Ding Di, his eyes tightly closed. He was waving his hands at Su Chen. Brother Chen, are you back to normal? I am back to normal, Su Chen replied. But from Ding Di's perspective, the advanced zombie before him simply opened its bloody mouth and roared at him. No, Brother Chen, I can't hear you. Ding Di communicated with Su Chen in his conscious world. Your method worked. I'm back to normal, Su Chen replied through his consciousness. That's good. Ding Di couldn't help but smile. Brother Chen, quickly bring the others over. Okay, Su Chen replied, looking to the side. He saw Zhao Yang and Zhang Boss Hen looking at him expectantly. So, those two sub-dragon lizards were them. Thank you, old Zhao. Su Chen smiled. Of course not. This is what we should do. When Zhao Yang and Zhang Boss Hen encountered Ding Di, he was a mutant tiger. Just as they were about to attack, Ding Di suddenly roared. Just as they were puzzled, Ding Di used mind purification, lifting their negative state. So, Zhao Yang and the others, following Ding Di's instructions, searched the surrounding area and eventually found Su Chen. Then I have to trouble you to come with me to find the others. Su Chen called Zhao Yang, Zhang Boss Hen, and several others to begin searching the dimly lit dungeon. In less than 10 minutes, they located several members of the Watchers Alliance. These members immediately attacked upon encountering Su Chen. Knowing they were hypnotized, Su Chen didn't resort to brutal force, simply restraining them all. Ding Di's mental power was limited, and he couldn't use mind purification endlessly. So, Su Chen simply brought them all to Ding Di's vicinity. After over an hour of searching, Su Chen and Zhao Yang brought back over 50 people. Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, and others were also discovered. As Ding Di performed mind purification, Zhao Man and the others gradually regained consciousness. Looking at his companion still in a hypnotic state, Zhao Man couldn't help but feel relieved. Brother Su, it's a good thing you're here. Otherwise, we all be dead here. Su Chen smiled. We're a team, so let's not be so polite. Brother Chen, Captain Zhao, what should we do now? Wang Yan gestured to the surrounding watchers. After using mind purification so many times, Ding Di's mental strength was nearly depleted. And even if his mental strength recovered and he could release the others from hypnosis, he wouldn't be able to come out himself. According to my theory, if we just find the monster hiding in the dark, we can probably rescue everyone, Su Chen said solemnly. This is why he prioritized having Ding Di use mind cleansing on Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, and the others. After all, Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, and the others were top-tier fighters. Okay, let's get moving. Zhao Man nodded. The awakened individuals, divided into groups of 2, dispersed and began searching the underground caverns for the hypnotic monster. Before setting off, Su Chen approached Xiang Mingming. At this moment, Xiang Mingming lay quietly, her eyes closed. If it weren't for her faint breathing, she would have looked practically dead. The moment he spotted Xiang Mingming, Su Chen sensed something was amiss. Although the others were hypnotized, they were still able to move normally. It's just that their minds and senses were distorted by the monster. But Xiang Mingming lay there, motionless, Su Chen had originally thought that if he brought Xiang Mingming to Ding Di and had him use mind cleansing on her, she would wake up. But even after the mind cleansing, Xiang Mingming remained motionless. Forget it. First, destroying the monster and freeing Ding Di from his hypnotic state was the most important thing. After Ding Di regained consciousness, he would have him examine Xiang Mingming. Su Chen shook his head and, along with Wang Yin, began searching the dark caverns. The caverns were not only incredibly dark, but also extremely complex. The winding passages intertwined intricately. If you weren't careful, you could easily get lost. Thankfully, Su Chen's storage space was quite stocked. He had taken out several rolls of kite string in advance, and gave them to the others to use as a marker to avoid getting lost. Su Chen and Wang Yin searched for a long time, but found nothing unusual. At this moment, Zhao Man suddenly called out to Su Chen through his consciousness, "Brother Su, I noticed something's amiss." "Okay, let's go back to Ding Di and reunite." "Yes." After everyone returned to Ding Di, Zhao Man shared his discovery. Just now, while searching with Luo Xiaotian, he had discovered an underground passage emitting a blue glow. He peered inside, and saw that it was quite large. In the very center, a giant blue mushroom grew. Zhao Man didn't dare act rashly, so he decided to notify Su Chen. "If I'm right, it's that blue mushroom." Su Chen said confidently, "Brother Man, let's go over there, and get ready to kill it." "Okay." Zhao Man nodded heavily. After a brief preparation, everyone, led by Zhao Man, headed towards the blue mushroom. Not long after, a blue fluorescent light appeared in the passage ahead. Chapter 628. Su Chen raised his fist, signaling everyone to stop, and slowly walked forward. The underground passage ahead suddenly turned 90 degrees, plummeting downward. Su Chen approached the passage and peered down. Just as Zhao Man had described, there lay a vast hollow below. In the very center of the hollow, a gigantic mushroom grew. It was crystal clear, emitting a blue, fluorescent glow that stained the entire hollow. As time passed, the giant mushroom's body began to tremble rhythmically. It was as if it were alive and breathing. Su Chen turned his head and gestured to everyone, telling them to prepare for battle. Once everyone was ready, Su Chen, without hesitation, used a scanning technique on the blue mushroom. Ding! Illusionary mushroom. A mushroom-like monster that lives underground, specializing in mental attacks. Combat power rating, E. You're a beast. Su Chen's eyes flashed. After noticing the scanning, the illusionary mushroom suddenly trembled violently. Two pairs of dark eyes suddenly appeared on its cap, gazing up at Su Chen overhead. Su Chen leaped into the hollow below. The others followed closely behind him. Electric eyes. Su Chen glared at him, and two bolts of lightning, brimming with violent electrical energy, shot straight at the illusion mushroom. The illusion mushroom's massive size meant it moved extremely slowly. Faced with the incoming bolts of lightning, it suddenly split open from the top. Blue energy gushed out from the illusion mushroom's body. These energies formed a thin barrier in front of it. After encountering Su Chen's electric eye, the barrier rippled violently, but it remained intact. This thing is indeed not to be underestimated. Su Chen frowned, retracted his electric eye, and then used his ice and lightning abilities to attack the illusion mushroom. At the same time, Su Wenwei Jiangyu and others also used their own abilities to join Su Chen in attacking the illusion mushroom. But the illusion mushroom was worthy of its E-level. Combat power. The blue barrier it summoned remained unshakable even against so many superpowers. Seeing Su Chen's side outnumbered, the illusion mushroom emitted a gurgling sound. Then the blue light emanating from its body became increasingly dazzling. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively turned his head away, but Wang Yin and the others standing nearby did not react. Their eyes fixed on the blue light, then their expressions grew dazed, hypnotized again. As expected, Wang Yin and the others mechanically turned and looked at Su Chen. It seemed that unlike the last hypnosis, this time Wang Yin and the others had lost consciousness. "Leave them to me," Su Chen said solemnly. "You continue to deal with the illusion mushrooms, but be careful, the blue light they emit has a hypnotic effect." As he spoke, he pulled out a large number of sunglasses from his storage space and threw them directly at Su Wenwei and the others. Spurred by the illusion mushrooms, Wang Yin and the others pounced on Su Chen. Thankfully, they were in a passive state, unable to unleash their full strength. Su Chen's body swayed, weaving between them, striking each of them in the neck with a knife. He controlled his strength perfectly, knocking Wang Yin and the others unconscious without injuring them. Su Chen took out a rope and tied up Wang Yin and the others, then turned his attention to the battle on the other side. The illusionary mushroom once again released a hypnotic blue light, but Su Wenwei and the others, wearing sunglasses, ignored the blue light. Gurgle. The illusionary mushroom made a series of noises, as if puzzled. Under the continuous attacks of Su Wenwei and the others, the illusionary mushroom's blue barrier began to falter. Realizing it couldn't continue like this, the cap on its head cracked open again, but this time, it didn't emit blue light, but a torrent of blue spores. These spores sprayed in all directions, and when they landed on the ground, they rapidly expanded. Soon, they became miniature versions of the illusionary mushroom. Even so, they were roughly the size of humans. Illusionary spores. These secondary creatures summoned by the illusionary mushroom possess immense strength, and can use energy blasts. Combat rating, F+. Su Chen scanned and detected the data on these illusionary spores. As soon as they took shape, the illusionary spores attacked Su Chen and his group. Die! Zheng Hui wielded a massive Guangong sword. This was a weapon specially crafted from xenocrystalline crystals that he had consulted Sun Jiansheng for. However, since he had fused xenocrystalline crystals, only the blade of this Guangong sword was made of xenocrystalline crystals. Even so, in the hands of Zheng Hui, an F+ evolver, it was incredibly powerful. Zheng Hui wielded his Guangong sword with such ferocious force that its speed created a phantom wheel-like shape. Any illusion spore that approached would be shattered by the massive blade wheel. Seeing they were no match for Zheng Hui, the illusion spores halted. The caps on their heads erupted with a blue light. This light converged into a laser beam, similar to Su Chen's electric eye, shooting straight towards Zheng Hui, Su Wenwei, and the others. Su Wenwei and the others had to abandon their attack on the illusion mushrooms and instead focus on dealing with the illusion spores. This gave the illusion mushroom a chance to breathe. It split its cap again, spewing out more spores. Old Su, we can't let this continue. Su Chen wasn't sure if the illusion mushrooms could produce an infinite number of illusion spores. But he knew he couldn't let the illusion mushrooms continue like this. Focus all your efforts on restraining the illusion mushrooms. Leave these spores to me. Everyone had always had considerable faith in Su Chen. Thus, Su Wenwei, Shi Jinyuan, and other psychics relaxed their composure and focused their powers on the illusion mushrooms. The illusion mushrooms were forced to stop splitting their spores, and instead summon a blue barrier to defend themselves. Su Chen, longsword in hand, charged relentlessly into the illusion spore formation. The longsword flew up and down, attacking the illusion spores with swift force. Anyone who dared to stand in Su Chen's way would be struck down with a single blow. The illusion spores that were struck were instantly reduced to tiny particles of dust, dissipating into the air. Then he unleashed a powerful punch through the air, pulverizing the spores once more. Luo Xiaotian, Zheng Hui, and the others watched Su Chen's actions in amazement. Without them even having to make a move, Su Chen single-handedly blocked at least 100 phantom spores. Boss Su truly is amazing. In less than 10 minutes, Su Chen had completely eliminated all the spores that had split from the phantom mushrooms. Chapter 629. After defeating the minor monsters, the next boss to face was the illusion mushroom. At this point, the illusion mushroom seemed to realize its impending doom. It let out a series of gurgling sounds. Unfortunately, few of those present were fluent in foreign languages, let alone this mushroom language. Su Chen no longer hesitated, gripping his exotic crystal blade tightly, and charged at the illusion mushroom. After approaching the blue barrier, he raised his blade high and slashed down hard. Su Chen felt as if he were striking jelly. There was no rebound force at all, but rather a soft, light, floating sensation. However, Su Chen noticed that the ripples in the blue barrier had become noticeably more intense. Old Su, attack with all your might. Su Chen shouted. All right. Su Wenwei, Jianyu, and the others no longer conserved their energy, unleashing all sorts of powerful supernatural powers upon the illusionary mushroom. The blue barrier's fluctuations grew increasingly intense. The illusionary mushroom was forced to crack its cap, releasing even more blue light. As the blue light continued to pour in, the replenished blue barrier finally stabilized, but correspondingly, the color of the illusionary mushroom itself also dimmed. Su Chen and Zheng Hui used their exotic crystal weapons, along with Lingxiu Fist and supernatural powers. Under their all-out assault, the blue barrier finally shattered silently. Su Chen seized this opportunity, employing his Tianzong agility, and instantly reached the illusionary mushroom. He slashed down with his sword, creating a massive wound on the illusionary mushroom. Rip! Blue blood spurted out. Gurgle. The illusion mushroom trembled violently, then raised half its body and stomped hard at Su Chen. Su Chen dodged, avoiding its stomping. At the same time, the other people's superpowers were already coming at him. Boom! Various superpowers struck the illusion mushroom, bursting into brilliant light. Zheng Hui and the others also rushed forward, fiercely attacking the illusion mushroom. Poor illusion mushroom, an E-rank monster, was beaten to death by Su Chen and his men. Boom! Its massive body fell heavily to the ground. The once bright blue light dimmed. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With the death of the illusion mushroom, Wang Yin, Zhao Man, and the others who had been hypnotized also woke up. Huh? Why am I tied up? Wang Yin asked in surprise. It seems that once the illusion mushroom dies, those hypnotized by it will automatically wake up. I'm sure Xiang Mingming, Ding Di, and the others can also remove their negative status. Su Chen walked over to the corpse of the fantasy mushroom and began to dissect it. Soon, he extracted a large energy crystal core from its body. Su Chen didn't rush to absorb it, but instead put it in his pocket. After glancing at the fantasy mushroom's corpse, Su Chen decided to wait until everyone had left before storing it in his storage space. Generally speaking, mushrooms are delicious and highly nutritious. Monsters, like the fantasy mushroom, must have other uses. Just as Su Chen was about to tell everyone to leave, Zheng Hui suddenly called out, "Boss Su, look!" Everyone was startled and looked towards Zheng Hui. Behind the illusion mushroom, a pitch-black passageway appeared. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed the secret dungeon had more than just the illusion mushroom as a boss. But Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. He would first return to Ding Di and the others to see how they were doing. He called out to everyone and prepared to return to the upper level. Zheng Hui picked up a rope and leaped directly to the upper level of the passageway. The others began to climb up along the rope. After they had all left, Su Chen collected the illusion mushroom's corpse and also jumped to the next level. Su Chen and the others quickly returned to Ding Di's location. As he had suspected, with the illusion mushroom's death, its hypnosis also ended. Not only did Ding Di awaken, but Du Cheng and the others also woke up. But with this came another piece of bad news. Xiang Mingming was still unconscious. Looking at her unconscious body, Su Chen frowned slightly. "Old Ding, do you have any solutions?" "Even if I did, I don't have the mental strength to do it right now." Ding Di smiled bitterly. After using mind purification so many times in a row, his mental strength had long been exhausted. Su Chen glanced at everyone present. Except for the companions he, Wang Yin, and Jiang Yu had previously killed while hypnotized, everyone else had already arrived. "Let's get out of here." Su Chen picked up Xiang Mingming. Everyone followed him to the space where the illusion mushroom had been. Seeing the illusion mushroom's body disappear, Zhao Man was a little surprised, but he didn't say much. "Captain Zhao, will you lead the way?" Su Chen negotiated. "No problem." Zhao Man agreed, picked up a flashlight, and took the lead into the dark, deep passage they had discovered earlier. Everyone followed him in turn. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they suddenly brightened up ahead, revealing a cavern no less dazzling than the one where the illusionary mushroom had been. But here, countless torches were lit, illuminating it almost as brightly as daylight. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and spotted another entrance leading underground. He could see neatly arranged steps at the entrance. On either side of the entrance sat statues resembling gargoyles. This confirmed Su Chen's earlier observation. The so-called secret realm truly was a prearranged dungeon. Otherwise, how could there be statues and steps? Seeing these things, Zhao Man, Zheng Hui, and the others standing by were also bewildered. "Brother Su, what do we do now?" Zhao Man asked in a low voice. For the entire dungeon, the illusionary mushroom was merely a gatekeeper boss, so there would likely be a tough battle ahead. Su Chen pondered, "It's getting late. Let's rest here for a while." Although the underground cave was dark, they had entered at noon, and several hours had already passed. It should be night outside. Besides, Ding Di, Su Wenwei, and the others had almost exhausted their mental energy and urgently needed rest. "Okay." Zhao Man nodded and began to instruct everyone to rest where they were. "Brother Chen, I think I figured out what happened today." Ding Di leaned over to Su Chen, a hint of credit seeking. "Oh, tell me." Su Chen took out food and water and distributed them to Ding Di, Wang Yin, and the others. "In my opinion, the mental attack of that illusion mushroom is divided into 3 types. Ding Di took a deep bite of bread and explained to Su Chen, "The first is to directly transform humans into its puppets, just like it hypnotized Ah Yin and the others. The second is the illusion within our group." Chapter 630. Su Chen took a sip of water and nodded at Ding Di. "Go on. We must have been caught in the illusion of the illusion mushroom when we entered the secret realm from the light curtain. And this guy is quite cunning. It deliberately left the strong ones, like us, alone, letting the weaker ones act collectively. That way, it would be easier for us to kill each other. The first group of Mingyuan group members who entered the secret realm must have also been caught in the illusion mushroom's trap, which is why they suffered heavy losses. But I'm more curious, how did they escape? After all, we searched the area and couldn't find any exit. Dingdi shrugged. According to what they said before, they escaped by accident. Suchin smiled. There should be a hidden exit, but that's not important. Our goal is to explore the entire secret realm. By the way, you only mentioned the first two options. What about the third? The third option would probably be something like Commander Xiang. Dingdi pointed to Xiang Mingming, who was still unconscious. Oh! Tell me more. Suchin raised an eyebrow. After you all emerged from the negative state of hypnosis, I wasn't the only one who remained hypnotized. Dingdi elaborated. During that time, I could clearly feel a powerful mental force attacking my mental world. Fortunately, I'm also an F+ psychic, so I managed to withstand the attack. In the underground cave, the only thing capable of launching a mental attack was, of course, the illusion mushroom. So what does this have to do with Xiang Mingming? Suchin said with a hint of doubt. Think about it, Brother Chen. My mental power is quite strong, so I can withstand the attack, but Commander Xiang might not be so sure. Dingdi sighed. From my understanding, her mental world must have been invaded by the illusion mushrooms. Logically, once the illusion mushrooms die, Commander Xiang should be able to return to normal. But she hasn't woken up yet. There's only one possibility. Commander Xiang's mental world collapsed? Mental world collapsed? Suchin frowned slightly, somewhat confused by Dingdi's words. Why did she collapse? I guess she must have suffered some psychological trauma. After becoming a psychic, Dingdi had specifically sought out a number of psychology books to better master his abilities. Suchin's heart skipped a beat, remembering what Tong Fei had told him. Xiang Mingming suffered trauma in her childhood, which led to her aversion to men and her eventual lesbianism. So do you have any good ideas? I do, but it has to be done by you, Brother Chen. I do it? Yes. Dingdi nodded and explained her plan in detail. I think if I can enter Commander Xiang's mind and help her heal her trauma, she might recover. Shouldn't you do that? Suchin asked, puzzled. I can do it, but the problem is, everyone's mind is filled with personal secrets. I'm not familiar with her. Prying into her memories wouldn't be a good idea, right? And that's a small matter. I'm more afraid of provoking her instinctive resentment, which could lead to failure. Brother Chen and Commander Xiang, at least, have a good relationship, so you're the most suitable person to enter. Dingdi smiled wryly. Suchin pondered for a moment, feeling that Dingdi had some truth to his words. How confident are you? Dingdi rubbed the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Not confident. You sound so reasonable, but you're actually completely unsure? Are you kidding me? But I think this is the only way to save Commander Xiang, Dingdi said hurriedly. If we let her continue like this, the best outcome is probably a vegetative state. Is this method dangerous? Suchin asked again. Probably not. What do you mean by probably not? Suchin was speechless. But looking at Xiang Mingming, still unconscious on the ground, he sighed. Okay, then, when do we start? I need to rest for a while. Otherwise, I won't have enough energy. Alright, then hurry up and eat. The two of them stopped talking and hurried to eat. After eating and drinking, everyone rested where they were. Time passed, and soon it was late at night. But the underground cave was illuminated by torches, as if it were daytime. Suchin, who was still sleeping, felt a sudden thought and slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at his watch and saw that 6 hours had passed. Wake up! Suchin nudged Wang Yin and Dingdi. They suddenly woke up, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Brother Su, what time is it? 3 o'clock. It's almost time. Dingdi needed to cast a spell, and Suchin needed to enter Xiang Mingming's world. During this time, no outsiders were allowed to disturb them. So Suchin specifically called Wang Yin to guard nearby and keep others away. Brother Chen, let's begin. After regaining consciousness, Dingdi said to Suchin. According to his request, Suchin laid down beside Xiang Mingming. Brother Chen, relax your mind and don't resist me. Dingdi whispered. As soon as Suchin relaxed his body, he felt a chilling sensation from the outside world enter his mind. He instinctively resisted. Ouch! Dingdi let out a low cry. Suchin quickly looked up and saw Dingdi clutching his forehead, bleeding profusely from his nose. Everyone's spiritual world has a barrier. Those with strong wills have strong defenses. Those with weak wills have a more fragile barrier, but it's not so easy to break through. Unless one's mental power is completely overwhelming, invading another's mental world is nearly impossible. Especially for someone like Su Chen. With a will of steel, his mere resistance was enough to overwhelm Ding Di. "Brother Chen, didn't we agree not to resist?" Ding Di said with a mournful expression. Sorue, this is my instinct." Su Chen, looking apologetic, hurriedly handed Ding Di a tissue. After wiping the blood from his nose, Ding Di said with lingering fear, "Let's do this again. You mustn't resist." "Okay, don't worry." Having learned from his previous experience, Su Chen gave up resistance completely this time. He allowed Ding Di's mental power to enter his mind. Su Chen instantly lost consciousness after being enveloped by a chilling sensation. Ding Di's plan was to guide Su Chen's consciousness into Xiang Mingming's mental world. After completing the first step, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 631. Compared to Su Chen, entering Xiang Mingming's spiritual world was a lot easier. Having suffered psychological trauma, her consciousness barrier was already weak. Not to mention, after being breached by the illusion mushrooms, her spiritual world had already collapsed. So, Ding Di easily sent Su Chen's consciousness into Xiang Mingming's spiritual world. "Hey!" Fan W dodged a scorpion monster's attack and slashed with his sword. The sword struck the scorpion monster's back, instantly creating a massive gash. Blood flowed freely. The scorpion monster let out a scream and took a few steps back. Fan W didn't rush after it, but took the opportunity to recover his strength. Looking at the injured scorpion monster before him, his brow furrowed. What the hell was going on? Since entering the light curtain, the members of the Mingyuan group and the Leaders Alliance had vanished, leaving only Fan W alone. The world was barren, a vast expanse of earthy yellow desert. While searching for his companions nearby, Fan W was inexplicably attacked by several monsters. Though he slew them one by one, he was exhausted. As Fan W faced off against the scorpion monster, the scene before him suddenly changed. The originally earthy yellow world gradually faded, transforming into a cold, dark underground cave, and the injured scorpion monster before him had transformed into Su Jiang of the Leaders Alliance. When the two saw each other, they were stunned. "Ah, Biao? Su Jiang? What's going on?" Fan W asked, bewildered. "I don't know. It was clearly a mantis king fighting me, and scratching me just now. How did it become you?" Su Jiang was equally puzzled. "Was it you who attacked me just now?" Fan W frowned and pondered for a moment. "If I'm not mistaken, we were all trapped by some kind of illusion. Then how did we escape the illusion?" Su Jiang asked in amazement. "I don't know." Fan W shook his head and looked around. Not far away, he saw several corpses. These must be the monsters he had just killed. "Why don't we reunite with the others?" Su Jiang suggested. "Okay." Fan W nodded and, with Su Jiang, began to explore the underground cave. Soon, they found Ding Bin, Huang Suitsue, and the others. As they talked, they realized their situations were similar. All of them had encountered monsters while searching the earthy yellow desert after entering the secret realm. The only difference was that some were alone, while others were with other companions. As the chairman of Mingyuan Group, Zhang Jinghui naturally wouldn't risk his life. He dispatched Mingyuan Group personnel, led by Fan W, into the secret realm. Ding Bin, puzzled, could only ask Fan W what had happened. "My guess is that we were all under an illusion, or perhaps a mental attack. But why we suddenly returned to normal, I don't know. Perhaps it's just luck that we're lucky." Fan W spread his hands. "So what do we do next?" Ding Bin asked. Although everyone had returned to normal, a significant number of people had been killed in the illusion. "You ask me, who should I ask?" Fan W grumbled inwardly. Although the Mingyuan Group was the first to discover this secret realm, their understanding of it wasn't much better than Ding Bin and the others. "By the way, have you guys found Su Chen and the others nearby?" Fan W hurriedly asked, remembering something. Everyone looked at each other, then shook their heads. "That's strange," Fan W said puzzledly. "We shouldn't have entered the secret realm much later than Su Chen and the others, so how could we not have found them? It's best if we didn't find them. Otherwise, we all be dead," Su Jiang interrupted. Fan W scratched his bald forehead and pondered. "Master Ding, how about we all look around and see if we can find anything?" Ding Bin didn't have any good ideas, so he nodded in agreement. The Leaders Alliance and the Mingyuan Group formed teams of two and began searching the dim underground cave. Before long, they actually discovered a pitch-black passage leading underground. After a brief discussion, Fan W and Ding Bin each sent a group of men to enter the passage first. The others followed closely behind. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they suddenly saw a vast cavern before them. Countless torches lit the cavern, illuminating it with an incomparable light. The entire cavern was completely empty. Only in the very center lay another passage leading underground. Ghoul statues lined the sides of the passage, and neat stone steps lined the interior. If Suchin were here, he would be surprised to find that this place was almost identical to the cavern they were in. Only the gargoyle statues had been replaced with ghouls. Such a bizarre scene surprised Fan W, Dingbin, and the others. In their minds, secret realms were simply naturally formed. But the things before them were clearly man-made, or perhaps crafted by intelligent creatures. Should we still go down? Dingbin looked at Fan W, feeling a little nervous. A creature capable of creating such an environment as the secret realm must be far more powerful than them. Since we're here, we have to go down, Fan W said helplessly. If we don't, we have no way out. Dingbin was somewhat reluctant, but he had no other choice. Biao, why don't we rest for a while? It's already night. Wait until tomorrow morning, when everyone's recovered, and then explore again? Although he was worried that Suchin and the others would clear the secret realm early and obtain the treasures within, Fan W understood that Dingbin had a point. Everyone was a little exhausted. Forcing their way into the passage below, even if they didn't encounter Suchin, encountering some powerful monster would still result in heavy losses for the team. So, like Suchin and his men, the members of the Chief Alliance and Mingyuan group temporarily rested in this cave. A silent night passed. The next morning, having rested, Fan W and the others were in high spirits. After a quick breakfast, they headed towards the underground passage between the ghoul statues. They descended the stone steps. Thankfully, they didn't walk too far before light appeared ahead. Fan W was slightly surprised when he emerged from the passage. Unlike the two levels above, the cave here was spacious and interconnected. The earthy yellow stone wall shone with light, appearing extremely bright. Just as the last person emerged from the passage, there was a loud bang, and a heavy stone slab crashed down, blocking their way back. Chapter 632. Seeing this, Fan W and the others felt a pang of fear in their hearts. If they had known this would happen, they should have left some men behind. Everyone, maintain formation. Don't get separated. Fan W called out to everyone and began to walk deeper into the cave. As they continued to go deeper, they could clearly see various pale skeletons scattered throughout the cave. These skeletons were quite strange. Not only did they resemble no creatures on Blue Planet, but some were extremely large. Even the mere presence of their bones was overwhelming, making everyone's scalps tingle. Swish, swish. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the front. Fan W was startled and looked up. He saw a dozen figures slowly approaching them. These figures resembled humans, but their appearance was haggard and their clothing was tattered. It looked more like a long-dried corpse, especially its eyes, which glowed an evil red. Ugh! Why are there zombies here? Su Jiang muttered. Just zombies, nothing to be afraid of. A fire-type psychic chuckled nonchalantly. Then he stepped forward and unleashed his powers on the zombies. Fireballs! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dozen small fireballs appeared out of thin air, blasting towards the zombies. Boom! Accompanied by a series of explosions, the zombies crawling towards Fan W, and the others were instantly engulfed in flames. I thought they were so impressive, but nothing special. The fire-type psychic curled his lips. Fan W remained silent, but his brow furrowed slightly. This place looked exceptionally dangerous. The zombies that could appear here were definitely extraordinary. How could they be dealt with so easily, as expected? After the smoke cleared, the zombies appeared before everyone, intact. Aside from their clothes being ignited by the flames, there wasn't a single scratch. How is this possible? The fire-type user's eyes widened, but just as he was stunned, the zombie in front suddenly lunged. The two sides were still about 10 or 20 steps apart, but the zombie instantly reached the fire-type user. Before he could react, the zombie's palm plunged into his chest. Amidst everyone's astonishment, the zombie ripped out his heart and stuffed it directly into its mouth. Looking at the zombie stained red with the blood of its companions, Fan W felt a chill in his heart. With a low growl, he drew his long sword and slashed at the zombie. Clang! A crisp clash startled Fan W and the others once again. You have to remember that Fan W's long sword was forged from exotic crystals. Not to mention that he himself was an evolved with F+ combat power. Almost all monsters couldn't withstand such a blow with their flesh. However, this zombie not only withstood it, but even the alien crystal slashed at it without so much as a scratch. Isn't this incredible? Everyone be careful, this isn't an ordinary zombie, Fan W exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie turned around and attacked Fan W again. Thankfully, Van de Beau reacted quickly and dodged to the side in time. Otherwise, he might have followed the fate of the fire-type psychic. At the same time, a dozen other zombies also rushed forward. Dingbin immediately commanded the members of the Leaders Alliance to engage the zombie horde. However, the situation was beyond their expectations. Neither the weapons made of the alien crystals nor their supernatural powers could harm the zombies at all. They charged recklessly like wolves among a flock of sheep. In a short while, more than a dozen people were dead at the hands of the zombies. Thankfully, at this moment, Dingbin discovered the zombies' weakness. Holy light judgment! Dingbin shouted, mobilizing his mental power. Suddenly, a dazzling white light burst forth from the air, condensing into a massive, tangible lightsaber. The three zombies, unable to dodge, were struck down by the lightsaber. They, previously invulnerable to weapons, were cleaved in two by the lightsaber. Seeing this, Dingbin's face lit up with delight. A Biao, light-based abilities can counter them. Van de Beau was both delighted and frustrated upon hearing this. The surprise was that there was a way to counter these zombies. The frustration was that light-based abilities were so rare, and Dingbin was the only one in the entire team. Thankfully, others soon discovered the zombies' weaknesses. When faced with lightning-based abilities, the zombies were practically defenseless. Even the most basic lightning abilities could inflict immense damage. Van de Beau and Dingbin's team still had 7 or 8 lightning-based abilities. So, they changed their strategy, having the other abilities use defensive abilities to keep the zombies at bay. With the help of Dingbin and other lightning-type users, they finally killed all the zombies after a fierce battle. Van de Beau breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward, retrieving an energy core from a zombie. The others also retrieved energy cores from zombies one after another. But no one dared to keep any for themselves, and they all handed them to Van de Beau. Before setting out, Van de Beau and Dingbin had established strict rules. All gains from the secret realm were to be given to them. After dividing them equally, they would then handle the contents. Anyone who took any for themselves and was caught would be executed on the spot. After counting, they had killed 16 zombies, meaning 16 energy cores. Van de Beau divided 8 and handed them to Dingbin. Master Ding, these are yours. Thank you, Ah Biao. You're welcome. This was what we agreed on beforehand. After receiving the energy cores, Dingbin, without a trace of concealment, absorbed them in front of everyone. As the 8 energy cores gradually lost their luster, Dingbin had completed his absorption. His eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance, and he raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of light towards the nearby stone wall. Boom! The bolt of light struck the stone wall, creating a violent explosion. Stones flew everywhere. When silence settled, everyone peered over and saw a deep dent in the stone wall. Ding! Master Ding, you advanced? Van de Beau asked in astonishment. Indeed. Dingbin's expression was filled with joy at the effect he had created. He had never imagined that, having just entered the underground cave, his combat power would have increased again. He had jumped directly from F+ to E-. If he stayed a few more days, wouldn't he have advanced to D rank? Van de Beau, standing by, was instantly filled with envy. He glanced at the energy core in his hand, his eyes filled with greed. If he absorbed all of this, even if he couldn't reach E rank, he'd probably be close. Chapter 633. But Van de Beau was different from Dingbin after all. Even if he had the intention, he couldn't absorb these energy cores in front of his men. Master Ding, it seems this underground cave is truly a great place to improve our combat power. Let's continue exploring and strive to raise everyone's strength to stage E. Van de Beau suggested. I think so. Dingbin nodded in agreement. If everyone's strength could be raised to stage E, then not only would it be possible to defeat Su Chen, but even annihilate the Watcher Alliance. After a brief rest, the group continued their journey deeper into the cave. When Su Chen regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he saw a vast expanse of white. From above to below, it was all white. Where was this? As if hearing his thoughts, Dingdi's voice suddenly rang out. Brother Chen, don't panic. I'm taking you into Commander Xiang's spiritual world. As soon as the words fell, the white in front of Su Chen suddenly rippled, and then a white door formed. Brother Chen, behind this door is Commander Xiang's spiritual world. From now on, it's all up to you. You have to understand, this is a spiritual world. Su Chen pushed the door open and walked in. His vision blurred, and he found an old residential building in front of him. Above him, blue sky and white clouds. Behind him, a street filled with cars and pedestrians. Looking at his surroundings, Su Chen felt a moment of daze. How long had it been since he had seen such a scene? It must have been several years since the apocalypse arrived, right? Just as he was stunned, a thin, but attractive young woman, carrying a little girl, walked downstairs to the apartment building. Although he had never seen Xiang Mingming as a child, Suchin knew at a glance that this little girl was Xiang Mingming as a child. It had to be said that Xiang Mingming was incredibly adorable as a child, delicate, not unlike a child star on TV. If his guess was correct, the young woman holding her was her mother. As for the apartment building before them, it must have been Xiang Mingming's childhood home. Xiang's mother glanced at Suchin with a somewhat puzzled expression. But she said nothing, simply carrying Xiang Mingming and heading upstairs. Suchin had originally thought he was merely a bystander. He hadn't expected Xiang's mother to see him. Dingdi's solution was to heal Xiang Mingming's trauma. But Suchin was still confused as to how to do it. He hesitated for a moment, then ultimately chose to follow Xiang's mother into the residential building. "Bitch, you dare hit me?" Suchin had just reached the second floor when he heard a man's curses coming from a nearby room. The screams and cries of a little girl followed. "Oh, what a sin! Old Xiang is beating his wife again. How could such a scumbag even get married?" The neighbors seemed accustomed to the noise. They came out to see what was going on, then shook their heads, sighed, and returned to their rooms. Before Suchin could even reach Xiang Mingming's house, a scoundrel-like man approached, cursing. He looked somewhat like Xiang Mingming, and it seemed he was her father. A seductively dressed woman was holding Xiang's father's arm. "Get out of the way!" Xiang's father glared at Suchin. Suchin frowned slightly, but said nothing, stepping out of the way. Xiang's father led the woman straight out of the building. Suchin walked towards Xiang Mingming's home. He stood at the door and looked inside. The room was in a mess. Xiang's mother had fallen to the floor, her cheeks swollen, sobbing non-stop. "Mom, don't cry." Xiang Mingming squatted there, tearing at her mother's clothes. Neither of them noticed Suchin outside the door. Xiang's mother quickly sat up and wiped her tears. Standing up, she busied herself around the house. In a short while, she had packed a suitcase. "Mingming, Mom's leaving. You must take good care of yourself from now on." Mother Xiang held Mingming in her arms, her voice weary but firm. "Mom, don't go." Before Mingming could finish her words, she was put down by her mother. Mother Xiang carried her suitcase and left the house, locking the door firmly behind her. Mom, I be good. Open the door." Hearing Mingming's shrill cries from inside, Mother Xiang burst into tears. But she didn't turn back. Instead, she gritted her teeth and wiped away her tears. Mother Xiang seemed to have made up her mind. She picked up her suitcase and left without looking back. Just then, she saw Suchin beside her. "Can you help me take care of the child?" Mother Xiang hesitated for a moment, then smiled wryly. "Her father will be back soon." "Okay, go ahead." Suchin nodded. Xiang's mother said nothing more and headed downstairs. Just as she was leaving the building, she turned her head and looked in the direction of Suchin and their home. Finally, she turned around and resolutely chose to leave. Suchin slowly approached the Xiang family's door. "Mom, are you back? Mom, open the door." Hearing Suchin's footsteps, Xiang Mingming thought it was Xiang's mother and banged on the door frantically. Suchin exerted a slight force and opened the door. Xiang Mingming looked up hopefully, but when she saw the unfamiliar Suchin, she instinctively took a few steps back. "You? Who are you? Where's my mom?" "Your mom left." "You're lying. How could she leave without me?" You lied to me." Xiang Mingming broke down in tears and slammed the door again. Listening to the sobbing coming from the room, Suchin sighed silently. He had heard Xiang Mingming talk about their childhood before, but she had downplayed it, and he hadn't taken it seriously. He hadn't expected the real situation to be this way. Suchin didn't rush into the room. He knew Xiang Mingming was in a state of intense emotion. If he had rushed in, he would have only made her more stressed. Suchin simply waited quietly outside the door. After a while, Xiang Mingming's sobs gradually faded. Suchin listened intently. She seemed to be asleep. Time passed. But even as night fell, Xiang's father still hadn't returned. What a jerk! Suchin couldn't help but shake his head and curse inwardly. Just then, movement was heard again in the room. Footsteps approached from afar, reaching the door. The door gently opened, and Xiang Mingming poked her head in, peering outside. When she saw Suchin outside, she was startled. "You? Why haven't you left yet?" Chapter 634. "When your mother passed away, she asked me to take good care of you." Suchin smiled and said softly. As if touched by his warm smile, the timid little Xiang Mingming relaxed her guard. Then come in." She made way for Suchin to enter the house. The room's decor and furniture were simple. The floor was still a mess, untidy. Just then, little Xiang Mingming's stomach growled. Are you hungry? Suchin asked with a smile. Yes. Little Xiang Mingming nodded sheepishly. Then I cook for you, okay? Sure. Suchin walked into the kitchen. Luckily, there were plenty of ingredients in the refrigerator, otherwise Suchin would have been left wanting. He lit the gas stove and expertly began to cook. Before long, a table full of delicious food appeared before little Xiang Mingming. Uncle, you're so amazing. Attracted by the delicious food, little Xiang Mingming couldn't help but swallow, momentarily forgetting the pain of her mother's departure. Call me brother, not uncle, Suchin said sternly. Little Xiang Mingming stuck out her tongue and said in a baby voice, Okay, brother. Alright, sit down and eat, Suchin said with a smile. Thank you, brother. Little Xiang Mingming quickly sat down at the table and began to devour her food. Watching her diligently eating, Suchin stroked his chin and thought. What he was doing now must be soothing her emotional trauma. But it didn't seem enough at the moment. Otherwise, Xiang Mingming would have woken up. At this moment, a flurry of footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Then the door was forcefully kicked open. A crooked figure staggered in. Who else could it be but Xiang Mingming's father? His eyes were hazy, and the reek of alcohol was evident. He'd clearly been drinking heavily. Upon seeing Suchin and little Xiang Mingming, he froze for a moment and stammered, Who are you? Where's that bitch? Little Xiang Mingming put down her chopsticks, a look of fear on her face. Don't be afraid, Mingming. I'm here. Suchin patted little Xiang Mingming's head and spoke softly. I'm talking to you. Xiang's father cursed. But Suchin still ignored him. Xiang's father was about to lose his temper, but after a moment's hesitation, he looked at the tall and burly Suchin and decided against it. He turned his gaze to little Xiang Mingming. You? Hurry. Get over here. Little Xiang Mingming's eyes were filled with fear. She clutched Suchin's clothes tightly, refusing to let go. Your mother is a bitch, and you're just a little bitch. Furious, Xiang's father stepped forward and tried to grab little Xiang Mingming. Suchin got there first and grabbed his claws. You're looking for death. This is me. Ah. Xiang's father felt as if Suchin was nearly breaking his wrist. The pain made him scream. Ah. Xiang's father took a few steps back with a thump. How could he let this go after suffering such a great loss? He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a fruit knife, and charged at Suchin. Suchin sneered, dodged Xiang's father's thrust, and counterattacked with his bare hands to snatch the knife away. Before Xiang's father could react, Suchin grabbed him by the collar and dragged him straight into the bathroom. Plop! Suchin threw Xiang's father into the corner, grabbed the faucet, and lunged at him. Xiang's father tried to fight back, but Suchin just kicked him. He clutched his stomach, curled up in the corner like a cooked lobster. If you dare to treat Mingming badly again, this will be your fate. Under Xiang's father's horrified gaze, Suchin twisted the fruit knife into a twisted knot. Whether it was the fright or the drenching water, Xiang's father sobered instantly. Okay. Okay. That's more like it. Wipe yourself dry and come out with me, Suchin said coldly. Drenched to the skin, Xiang's father quickly grabbed a towel, wiped himself briefly, and followed Suchin out of the bathroom. Little Xiang Mingming, outside, had no idea what had happened. Suchin walked over, leaned over, and touched her face. Mingming, don't worry. Your dad will never beat or scold you again. Really? Little Xiang Mingming looked a little unconvinced. Did you hear that? Suchin stood up and glanced at Xiang's father. Xiang's father shuddered with fear and hurried to little Xiang Mingming's side, saying sincerely, Mingming, it was Daddy's fault before. Daddy will never fool around again. I definitely take good care of you. Dad. Little Xiang Mingming hesitated for a moment, then finally reached out and hugged her father. I hope you're truly committed to reforming, and not just trying to fool me. Suchin said calmly, I keep an eye on you. If you dare hit or scold Mingming again, I won't let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, Suchin raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, instantly reducing a chair to charcoal. Such a horrifying sight truly stunned Xiang's father. I get it. Don't worry. Suchin ignored Xiang's father and looked gently at little Xiang Mingming. Mingming, I'm leaving now. You better behave yourself from now on. Okay, brother. Little Xiang Mingming nodded vigorously. Brother, who are you? Suchin smiled faintly. I was sent by your mother to take care of you. Can we meet again in the future? Of course. Suchin patted little Xiang Mingming's head again and walked outside. The moment he left the room, the surroundings began to shatter. Suchin breathed a sigh of relief. Had he healed Xiang Mingming's trauma? That was quite easy. Before Suchin could even pause in his joy, the shattered image suddenly began to merge again. When everything returned to normal, Suchin discovered that the surroundings had transformed from an old residential building into a school. Ding-ling-ling. As the school bell rang, high school students in uniforms emerged from the classroom one after another. Cheerful smiles graced their faces. It seemed this was Xiang Mingming's high school days. Suchin stood at the door, searching for Xiang Mingming among the passing crowd. A moment later, he spotted Xiang Mingming among the students. No other reason. It was simply that Xiang Mingming stood out from the crowd. Compared to the other boys and girls, she had grown into a graceful and elegant young lady. Chapter 635. Not only was her beauty outstanding, rivaling the campus beauties depicted in film and television, but her breasts, in particular, stretched her school uniform to a taut bulge. But what other women envied seemed a burden to Xiang Mingming. Xiang Mingming lowered her head and hunched her back, trying not to make her presence felt. You can tell she's a slut. That's right, she's definitely not a good person. Hee, I heard her mother cheated. As Xiang Mingming passed by, her classmates pointed and jeered at her, their words filled with humiliation and ridicule. Hearing their words, Xiang Mingming lowered her head even lower, her chin pressed against her chest. She said nothing, simply sauntering through the campus. Just as she was about to exit the school gate, a graceful figure blocked her path. Xiang Mingming. Hearing someone call her, Xiang Mingming took a few steps back like a startled rabbit. When she looked up and saw the person standing before her, she was slightly taken aback. Classmate Yi Lianchen? Yi Lianchen was Xiang Mingming's classmate. He was not only handsome, but also a basketball pro. He was a popular figure in the class, and many girls had a crush on him. Naturally, Xiang Mingming was among them. Are you free? I'd like to take a walk with you. Yi Lianchen smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth. Xiang Mingming felt a little dizzy for a moment. She hadn't expected Yi Lianchen to actually invite her. After a moment's hesitation, Xiang Mingming blushed and nodded in agreement. Then let's go. Yi Lianchen nodded to Mingming and led her toward a side alley. Suchin, standing nearby, witnessed the entire process. He narrowed his eyes, instinctively sensing something was amiss. He saw a hint of disdain in Yi Lianchen's eyes. Suchin quietly followed them. A short while later, Yi Lianchen led Xiang Mingming to a park. Mingming, I actually have a crush on you. I wonder if you feel the same way. Yi Lianchen suddenly stopped in a secluded spot, turned around, and spoke affectionately. I. Happiness came so suddenly that Xiang Mingming was a little slow to react. After a long pause, she shyly said, I like you too. If you don't mind, could you be my girlfriend? Yi Lianchen extended his invitation. Okay. Xiang Mingming nodded heavily. Great, Yi Lianchen said, stepping forward, seemingly intending to kiss Xiang Mingming. Faced with her secret crush's actions, Xiang Mingming felt a little nervous, but she didn't resist, instead closing her eyes. Seeing this, Yi Lianchen paused, a sneer playing on his face. Xiang Mingming waited for a moment, but didn't feel Yi Lianchen make any move. She opened her eyes, a look of confusion filling her. Hey, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You think you're worthy of me? A mocking smile suddenly appeared on Yi Lianchen's face. Xiang Mingming had never expected Yi Lianchen to suddenly turn hostile and humiliate her. Before she could react, a group of figures suddenly appeared, surrounding them. They were all wearing the same school uniform, clearly Xiang Mingming's classmates. It's just that they were all dressed so shabbily, no different from the punk girls. Xiang Mingming, you're such a slut. A girl with dyed blonde hair leaned on Yi Lianchen's shoulder, sizing her up. How dare you seduce my man? What's going on? Xiang Mingming was a bit bewildered, subconsciously glancing at Yi Lianchen. Do you really think I like you? Haha, you're so conceited. I'm just playing a trick on you with my wife. Yi Lianchen hugged the blonde girl beside him, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing this, Xiang Mingming's eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. No wonder she has such a big bang. She must have been born to seduce men. Seriously, take off her clothes, and see what kind of bang she has. If you ask me, let's just use cigarette butts to burn her bang, and see if she dares to act coquettishly again. All sorts of obscenities flew from the mouths of the surrounding classmates. Surrounded in the center, Xiang Mingming was like a timid rabbit, trying to escape, but several men and women swarmed over her, pinning her to the ground and starting to strip her clothes. Just when Xiang Mingming was completely desperate, a steady voice rang out, enough. Stop! Everyone in the room was stunned, and turned their gaze to the speaker. Yes, it was Su Chen. Looking at Xiang Mingming being bullied, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. When she was a child, her father beat and scolded her and her mother. When she grew up, the man she secretly loved joined forces with others to bully her. No wonder Xiang Mingming later developed a dislike for men whose zipper wasn't zipped up properly, revealing something like you. Yi Lianchen pulled a dagger from his pocket and threatened, "Get out of here, or I kill you. We're all minors. We won't go to jail if we kill you." Looking at these brazen teenagers, Su Chen frowned. He took a sudden step forward and, while Yi Lianchen wasn't paying attention, snatched the dagger from him. Before the others could react, Su Chen unleashed a few more punches, knocking Yi Lianchen and the other teenagers to the ground. "All of you, get out of here," Su Chen said coldly, looking at the remaining girls, including the blonde-haired girl. Startled, the girls quickly let go of Xiang Mingming and ran away. "Mingming, are you okay?" Su Chen walked over to Xiang Mingming, helped her up, and straightened her clothes. Xiang Mingming didn't resist, simply staring blankly at Su Chen. After a moment, she whispered, "You're my brother? You remember me?" Su Chen was slightly taken aback. "Yes, when we were little, you helped my mother take care of me." Xiang Mingming nodded vigorously. Her previously dim eyes instantly brightened upon seeing Su Chen. Su Chen hadn't expected Xiang Mingming to remember what happened before. "That's good. I always take care of you, and won't let anyone bully you again." Hearing this, Xiang Mingming's heart warmed, and her eyes welled up. "Brother. Okay, I take you away." Su Chen helped Xiang Mingming to her feet, and without even glancing at Yi Lianchen and the others on the ground, he prepared to leave. "Did I let you go?" A deep voice sounded from behind Su Chen. Su Chen's heart stirred, sensing something was amiss. He turned and glanced at Yi Lianchen and the others. Yi Lianchen and others had stopped wailing and crawled up from the ground. Chapter 636. "You think you can just leave like this? How naive." Yi Lianchen lowered his head, his voice becoming exceptionally low and eerie. It was completely different from his usual voice. Su Chen felt a heavy sense of pressure from him. "You're playing tricks on me. Who are you? You don't recognize me so quickly?" Yi Lianchen slowly raised his head. His expression was now extremely dull. His eyes, once black and white, had now turned a deep blue. The spirited young men with him were in a similar state. Su Chen sensed a familiar aura and was slightly startled. You're the illusion mushroom?" "Yes, it's me." "Didn't expect that?" Yi Lianchen, or the illusion mushroom, laughed wildly. "Flying grass." Su Chen's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. He never imagined that the illusionary mushroom, whom he had clearly killed, would actually appear in Xiang Mingming's spiritual world. "You destroyed my body. It's time for you to pay." The illusionary mushroom grinned sinisterly, and didn't waste any time on Su Chen. With a wave of his hand, the spirit boys around him rushed toward Su Chen like manipulated puppets. "Mingming, get behind me." Su Chen instinctively tried to withdraw his alien crystal sword and armor. But then he realized he was in Xiang Mingming's spiritual world. How could he possibly take them out? Even so, taking care of these spirit boys should be easy. Su Chen dodged one of the spirit boys' attack and grabbed his hair with his backhand, pulling hard. Su Chen dragged the spirited young man to the ground. Before the others could rush over, Su Chen punched him in the throat. Crunch, crunch. He didn't even utter a scream before Su Chen struck him dead. Su Chen lowered his head, dodging the two men's attacks. Then, bang, bang. Two more spirited young men were killed by Su Chen. The remaining men were no match for Su Chen and were instantly killed by him. "Your strength isn't that great." Su Chen dusted his hands and said calmly. "Oh, really? I love to attack those who think they're exceptionally capable." A sneer crossed the face of the illusion mushroom, and a strong blue light emanated from his body. In a moment, the park was filled with the sound of a dense, chaotic cacophony of footsteps. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to look. He saw a motley crowd pouring in from all directions. They all shared a common trait, a frenzied look and a blue glow in their eyes. It was obvious at first glance that they were puppets transformed into the illusion mushroom. Looking at these crazy people, Xiang Mingming's face was filled with fear, and she clung tightly to Su Chen's clothes brother. "Don't worry, I get you out of here." Su Chen shook Xiang Mingming's hand and said solemnly, "Haha, I'm an expert in mental attacks. In the spiritual world, I'm invincible." The illusion mushroom laughed arrogantly. "You want to leave here? Dream on. You two will be lost here forever." As soon as he finished speaking, the puppets swarmed over, bearing their fangs and claws at Su Chen and the other man. "Follow me, don't leave." Su Chen instructed Xiang Mingming, then snatched up a corpse from the ground and used it as a weapon. He swung the corpse in his hand, forming a massive windmill. Any puppet that approached was knocked back by the windmill. Su Chen escorted Xiang Mingming, advancing step by step. Despite the overwhelming advantage in numbers, the puppets were no match for Su Chen. Just like that, relying on the corpses in his hands, Su Chen forged a bloody path. As the space before him cleared, he dropped the corpse and hugged Xiang Mingming in his arms. Before the puppets could close in on him again, Su Chen rushed out. They were in a park, and outside was a busy street. Su Chen had thought that by rushing out, he would be far away from the illusion mushroom. However, reality was extremely cruel. Still wanting to escape? You're just wishful thinking. The lingering illusion mushroom, along with its puppets, chased out of the park. The blue light emanating from it shone brighter and brighter. Bang! 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 A series of car accidents suddenly occurred on the road. But no one stopped to watch. Because their eyes flashed blue, they all looked towards Su Chen. Brother. Xiang Mingming's face turned pale with fear, and she hugged Su Chen tightly. Even Su Chen, a strong man, felt a pang of fear. If this were the real world, he would definitely not take these people seriously. But the problem was, this was the spiritual world. No. Although it was a spiritual world, he had used his supernatural powers to threaten Xiang's father when Xiang Mingming was a child. With this thought in mind, Su Chen tried to use his supernatural power. Ziz! A chain of lightning shot out from his hand. The several puppets in the front were instantly electrocuted to charcoal. Thankfully, he could use his supernatural power. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and then cast the thunder curse. 2 massive bolts of lightning descended from the sky, churning the ground with fury. Before the overwhelming force of the lightning power, the puppets were completely annihilated. Su Chen had barely taken a breath when he heard the low, deep voice of the illusionary mushroom echoing around him. Is that all you can do? The entire sky suddenly turned a deep blue. Oh no! Su Chen's heart sank. This illusionary mushroom is truly perverted. Based on its performance, even humans like Ming Ming's spiritual world could be infected and turned into puppets, as expected. From all directions, a dense swarm of humans rushed toward Su Chen. The spectacular scene resembled a zombie siege from a movie or TV series. Su Chen didn't dare linger for long. He carried Xiang Mingming into a car parked on the side of the road. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped off like a mad beast. Thankfully, in the spiritual world, Su Chen didn't have to worry about traffic rules. He only had to worry about whether the puppets would block his way. As he drove, Su Chen frantically thought about how to escape. The problem was, before entering, Ding Di had only said that Xiang Mingming's psychological trauma could be healed, and then they could leave. He hadn't expected to encounter the illusion mushrooms here. Using his lightning power to clear the way, Su Chen quickly led Xiang Mingming out of the city. But just as the car reached a bridge, he realized something was wrong. The bridge was only halfway there. Su Chen quickly slammed on the brakes and pushed open the car door. All I could see was a bottomless abyss below, and a thick white mist ahead. Had I reached the edge of the map? Chapter 637. Brother, what should we do now? Xiang Mingming also came down, asking nervously. In her school uniform, she looked especially innocent and adorable. The fear on her pretty face made one feel pity for her. It's okay, let's turn back. Su Chen hadn't expected Xiang Mingming's spiritual world to have boundaries, just like the game. But it's no wonder. If there were no boundaries, wouldn't it be boundless? Just as he was about to get back into the car and turn away, countless footsteps echoed behind him. Countless puppets, infected by the mirage mushrooms, had already reached the bridge. They blocked the road completely. Even if Su Chen used his supernatural powers, he wouldn't be able to fight his way out, but these puppets didn't charge directly. Instead, they remained quietly, as if waiting for something. A moment later, the mirage mushrooms possessing Yi Liangchen flew over from the distant sky. It landed gently, looking at Su Chen and Xiang Mingming before it, grinning. I told you, I'm invincible in the spiritual world. A human like you can't possibly be my match. Su Chen's face was as gloomy as water, and he remained silent. But inwardly, he sighed silently. He realized that the illusion mushroom was right. He was indeed no match for it in the spiritual world. Since we're both going to die, I want to ask you a few questions before I do. Su Chen said calmly. Go ahead. The illusion mushroom nodded proudly. First, why are you in the secret realm? In response to Su Chen's question, the illusion mushroom shook its head. I don't know. Ever since I regained consciousness, I stayed in that underground cave. My duty was predetermined. Anyone who teleports through the light curtain will be attacked. I either make them kill each other or attack them mentally, causing them to become disoriented and die. Su Chen's face lit up with disappointment upon hearing this. He had originally wanted to find out who had designed the secret realm, but he hadn't expected the illusion mushroom to know either. Second question, why are you in her spiritual world? Su Chen pointed at the illusion mushroom. Of all of you, her spiritual world is the most fragile, so I easily breached it. Illusion mushroom explained, you can understand it this way. I planted a seed in her spiritual world. When you destroyed my physical body, I took advantage of the situation and hid in her spiritual world. So that's how it is. Su Chen suddenly understood. Any more questions? If not, then get ready to go. Illusion mushroom smiled grimly. Sorry, I'd rather die in battle than surrender. Su Chen sneered in response. You're asking for your own death. Illusion mushroom waved his hand, and the puppets behind him rushed towards Su Chen and Xiang Mingming like a torrent. Thankfully, there was only one way up the bridge, so Su Chen didn't have to worry about a surprise attack from behind. He shielded Xiang Mingming behind him and, facing the endless stream of puppets, unleashed his electric eye. The thick pillar of electricity struck the puppet in front, vaporizing it. Undeterred, it vaporized the following puppets. Zzz. Countless puppets perished under the electric eye one after another. Time passed by minute. Su Chen's formidable mental power, comparable to that of a psychic of his level, was gradually depleted. With his mental power depleted, his electric eyes finally stopped. Thankfully, Su Chen also destroyed most of the puppets belonging to the illusion mushroom. I underestimated you. The illusion mushroom raised an eyebrow. But it ends here. With his words, he suddenly grew in size and charged directly towards Su Chen. His speed was so fast that he even left an afterimage. Thankfully, Su Chen reacted quickly, shielding himself with his hands. Bang! The illusion mushroom punched Su Chen's arm. The immense force felt as if his arm had been broken. He was sent flying backwards, falling from the high bridge. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and grabbed the edge of the bridge. Whoosh! Su Chen exerted himself and rolled back onto the bridge. Brother, are you okay? Xiang Mingming hurried over, her eyes filled with concern and anxiety. It's fine for now. Su Chen rubbed his arm, his heart filled with shock. After being repeatedly strengthened by the system, his physical functions far surpassed those of an ordinary person. But even so, he couldn't withstand a punch from the illusion mushroom, let alone see through his movements. This illusion mushroom strength, isn't it too terrifying? As if seeing through Su Chen's thoughts, the illusion mushroom laughed again. Weakling, why fight? I told you, in the spiritual world, I'm invincible. Electric eyes. The illusion mushroom's eyes suddenly erupted with intense blue bolts of electricity. Su Chen was startled and quickly dodged to the side, hugging Xiang Mingming. But the blue electric pole followed Su Chen's movements, leaving deep dents in the ground wherever it went. Whether it was cars, nearby streetlights, or bridge railings, all were destroyed by the electric eye. Haha, how do you think my electric eye compares to yours? The illusion mushroom scoffed. Su Chen couldn't hide the surprise on his face at all. You're stronger and faster than me, that's all. You even plagiarized my supernatural powers? Are you suffering from a numbness? Facing such a formidable opponent, Su Chen felt despair for the first time. Is he really going to die here? Alright, just die quietly in the spirit world, a walking corpse. The illusion mushroom stepped towards Su Chen. Su Chen didn't resist, but in his heart, he was frantically thinking about how to defeat the illusion mushroom. The illusion mushroom specializes in psychic attacks. In the spiritual world, I can't possibly be its opponent. Wait, something seems off? Su Chen frowned, and quickly recalled everything he experienced since entering Xiang Mingming's spiritual world. Suddenly, he discovered a blind spot. Ever since meeting the illusion mushroom, it had been repeating that it was invincible in the spiritual world. At first glance, this statement seemed perfectly reasonable. But on closer inspection, it seemed like the illusion mushroom was hinting at him, brainwashing him. And before entering, Ding Di had also told him, you have to understand, this is the spiritual world. That wasn't right. If it were in the illusion mushroom's spiritual world, perhaps it would be invincible. But this was Xiang Mingming's spiritual world. How could it be invincible? Su Chen had seen many films and TV shows about consciousness. For example, the famous Inception. Chapter 638. The dream builder in Inception is practically omnipotent in his own mental world. He can freely construct the world he desires. In other words, everyone in their own mental world should be omnipotent and invincible. If Xiang Mingming wanted to, she could easily destroy the illusion mushrooms. But Xiang Mingming's mind has collapsed. Standing beside Suchin wasn't Xiang Mingming herself, but rather a memory from her school days. She believed that this was the real world, and that she couldn't possibly fight against the illusion mushrooms. Then the question arises, Xiang Mingming beside Suchin couldn't be invincible. How could the illusion mushrooms be invincible in Xiang Mingming's mental world? Just because they specialize in mental attacks? That doesn't make sense. Then there's only one possibility. Any creature that enters Xiang Mingming's mental world can become invincible, but only if you realize this. When fighting the illusion mushrooms, Suchin believed that the storage space couldn't be used there. As a result, he truly couldn't use it, but he had used his superpowers before, threatening Xiang's father, so he subconsciously used them. You have to remember, this is the spiritual world. If the storage space can't be used, then by the same token, superpowers shouldn't be usable either. Based on the above, Suchin came to a conclusion. One's beliefs determine one's abilities in Xiang Mingming's spiritual world. This is also why the illusion mushroom kept repeating that it was invincible in the spiritual world. It was hinting at Suchin, brainwashing him. Suchin believed it, and that's why he was beaten so badly. Just when the illusion mushroom was only a few steps away from Suchin, Suchin, having finally figured it out, suddenly raised his head and gazed at the illusion mushroom with clear eyes. The illusion mushroom's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. It raised its palm, and a blue light condensed into a dagger within its palm, which then fiercely stabbed at Suchin. But something surprising happened. Within half a meter of Suchin's reach, the dagger seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall of air, unable to move forward. You? The illusion mushroom's eyes widened. You almost fooled me. Suchin sneered, and waved his hand gently. Unable to react, the illusion mushroom flew forward, crashing into the nearby bridge railing. Suchin wrapped one arm around Xiang Mingming, and as if sprouting wings, he soared into the air. At that moment, he finally understood. In the spiritual world, one can do whatever one wants. Brother, you're awesome. Looking at the ground moving away from them, Xiang Mingming hugged Suchin tightly, her eyes filled with amazement. The phantom mushroom on the ground rose, and stomped its foot vigorously. It also flew into the air, facing Suchin. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so clever. The phantom mushroom's face was extremely gloomy. It was just a step away from killing Suchin and Xiang Mingming, and taking over Xiang Mingming's body. But at the last moment, Suchin figured out the key to this. Now, both of them are invincible, unable to do anything to each other. You're not even an animal, just a fungus, and you want to compete with me in brains? Suchin scoffed unceremoniously. You? The illusion mushroom flew into a rage, but after a moment, it calmed down and sneered. Even if you knew the truth, what would it matter? We're evenly matched. You can't defeat me, and I can't defeat you. Suchin nodded. You're right. We can't do anything to each other. But what about her? His gaze fell on Xiang Mingming. The illusion mushroom's expression changed slightly. She? Just a memory. Even if it's just a memory, don't forget that this place originally belonged to her. We're all just outsiders. Suchin laughed heartily, and looked down at Xiang Mingming in his arms. Mingming, do you believe me? Yes. When his parents were divorcing as a child, it was Suchin who stepped in and provided him with warmth and care. When he grew up, and was bullied by his classmates, it was Suchin who saved him again. At this moment, Xiang Mingming's heart held unconditional trust in Suchin. That's good. Suchin smiled and nodded. I want to tell you, you are now in your own spiritual world. Before he could finish his words, the illusionary mushroom across from him had already realized something was amiss. It roared, and a dazzling blue light erupted from its body. This blue light transformed into thousands of meteors, rapidly shooting towards Suchin, but Suchin didn't even bother to look. He raised his hand and shot out a beam of silver light. The silver light rapidly expanded, transforming into a silver shield that enveloped him and Xiang Mingming. The blue meteors collided with the silver shield without any reaction, dissipating into nothingness. Am I in the spiritual world? Xiang Mingming asked doubtfully. Yes, you can understand that you're dreaming. Everything here is an illusion, not real. What about you, brother? Are you also an illusion? Suchin was startled, then smiled. No, I'm real. The real you, for some reason, fell into a coma. I deliberately entered your spiritual world from the outside world to save you. That Yi Lianchen across the way is a villain. He wants to kill both of us. I need your help. Let's destroy him together. Hearing this, Xiang Mingming nodded without hesitation. Okay, how do you want me to help you? This is your spiritual world. As the spiritual host, your power far exceeds ours. Su Chen said patiently, you can destroy it at any time if you want. But how should I do it? Just believe that you can do it. Under Su Chen's encouraging gaze, Xiang Mingming's initially hesitant expression gradually became firm. She looked at the illusion mushroom across from her, her eyes narrowing slightly. Instantly, the blue light summoned by the illusion mushroom vanished without a trace. No. Impossible. Its eyes widened, and it was about to say something. But a tremendous force surged from all directions, squeezing and twisting its body. No. With the last word uttered, the illusion mushroom vanished into nothingness. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to land, he saw a faint blue light floating in the air. Su Chen's mind struck, and he flew over. Before he could get close, the blue light seemed to sense something and flew straight towards him. Before Su Chen could react, the blue light had penetrated his body. What the hell? Could it be the illusion mushroom's consciousness? Su Chen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly checked. But he felt nothing unusual about his body. Chapter 639. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. Let's get out of here first. Su Chen landed on the ground, hugging Xiang Mingming. Brother, if what you said is true, what should we do now? Xiang Mingming still held Su Chen, not letting go. Mingming, you only need to believe one thing. Su Chen looked at her and smiled softly. Even if the whole world betrays you, I will betray the whole world for you. Xiang Mingming was slightly stunned, a mist forming in her bright eyes. Brother. Su Chen hugged Xiang Mingming and smiled. Wake up soon. Fei and I are waiting for you outside. Okay, brother. Xiang Mingming hugged Su Chen tightly and nodded vigorously. In an instant, the world they were in suddenly began to crumble. As white light descended, Su Chen lost consciousness. Awesome. So awesome. Fan W wiped the blood off his weapon and couldn't help but grin. Around him, corpses lay scattered across the ground. A closer look revealed that each of these corpses was tall and sturdy, with red faces and fangs, remarkably resembling the legendary boar demon. Just now, the Mingyuan group and the Leader Alliance had encountered this wave of wild boar demons. Fan W, Ding Bin, and the others had joined forces to siege them, ultimately defeating them all. While his men were cleaning up the battlefield, White Jack approached Fan W and said in broken Mandarin, "Ah Biao, you secretly absorbed the energy cores. Aren't you afraid of the chairman's wrath when you return?" Indeed. During his break, while the others weren't paying attention, Fan W absorbed all the energy cores he had obtained from the zombies. Like Ding Bin, he had successfully broken through to stage E, his strength skyrocketing. I'm a general on the battlefield, so I'm not subject to military orders. Fan W smiled nonchalantly. If he were still at stage F, he'd definitely be afraid of Chairman Zhang Jingwei. But after reaching stage E, there was no need to fear him. If Zhang Jingwei wanted to challenge the Watcher Alliance and the Leader Alliance, wouldn't he have to curry favor with me? If he dared to take action, I had some close confidants within the Mingyuan group. If that didn't work, I could just fight them head-on and recruit a few people to go it alone. Just then, one of his men hurried over. Brother Biao, I found these two things on a wild boar demon. He held two fist-sized stones. At first glance, they looked similar to energy crystals and energy cores. But the difference was that they emitted a yellow glow. Fan W toyed with them for a moment, but before he could fully understand them, Ding Bin happened to walk over and took one look at the two yellow stones. Brother Biao, what is this? Master Ding, you're just in time. I just got it, and haven't figured it out yet. Fan Biao handed Ding Bin one, and the two began to study it together. I suspect it's something similar to an energy crystal, Ding Bin said, gripping the yellow stone tightly in his hand and beginning to absorb it. But after several attempts, he couldn't. Brother Biao, you try? Ding Bin frowned slightly. Okay, I give it a try. Fan Biao held his own stone and closed his eyes. Something astonished Ding Bin. As Fan Biao absorbed it, the yellow stone shattered into powder and vanished. After he opened his eyes, Ding Bin eagerly asked, Brother Biao, how are you feeling? I feel great. Fan Biao laughed heartily. Master Ding, this isn't an energy crystal or an energy core. It doesn't contain energy either. What is it? Ding Bin asked curiously. I can't really explain it. Just now, a sudden flood of memories flooded into my mind, and I mastered a skill. What skill? Fan Biao didn't answer Ding Bin's question. He then arrived at an open space. In front of him stood a thick stalactite dangling from the cave ceiling. Fan Biao took a deep breath, and his muscles suddenly tensed. Then, with lightning speed, he charged forward. The massive body gained incredible speed, its movement even more earth-shaking. In the blink of an eye, he collided with the stalactite. The stalactite was instantly shattered. What the hell is this? Ding Bin's eyes widened. Although Fan Debu's target was just an ordinary stalactite, he had no doubt that if other evolvers or psychics were hit, they would be in no better shape. This is a martial art called Savage Charge, contained in that yellow stone, Fan Debu explained. How can it be so? Then why can't I absorb it? I don't know, but I guess this kind of martial art can only be absorbed by evolvers. Hearing this, Ding Bin couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. He held up the yellow stone in his hand, feeling both reluctant and unwilling to part with it. How could he not use such a good thing? Hey, Master Ding, since you can't use it anyway, why not just give it to me? Fan Debu said shamelessly. How can that be? We still have quite a few members in the Leaders Alliance. Ding Bin said righteously. He had already figured out what to do with the yellow stone. Alright then. Fan Debu shrugged. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone rested for a while. Bai Qianqing wasn't familiar with the other members of the Leaders Alliance. And Uncle Yao hadn't come with him. So, she was sitting alone in the corner. Qianqing. Hearing someone calling her, Bai Qianqing looked up and saw Ding Bin approaching from a distance. Master Ding. Hey, no need to be so polite. Ding Bin smiled and waved his hand, then sat down next to Bai Qianqing. I called you here today to discuss the revenge for your father's murder. Master, please speak. Su Qin is your father's murderer, but he's extremely powerful, and he has the backing of the Watcher Alliance. With your strength alone, even with the help of the Leader Alliance and the Mingyuan group, it won't be easy to defeat him, Ding Bin said slowly. Bai Qianqing didn't interrupt him, but listened quietly. I have a treasure here. If you absorb it, it will greatly enhance your strength. Ding Bin told Bai Qianqing about the martial arts contained in the yellow stone. Bai Qianqing's eyes gleamed with excitement. If it was true as Ding Bin said, then her chances of defeating Su Qin would undoubtedly be much better. But she also understood that there's no such thing as a free lunch. I wonder what price I have to pay for this stone. Hey, Qianqing, that's being a bit too polite. Ding Bin chuckled. You're the saint of our god-worshipping cult. Chapter 640. But Bai Qianqing remained unmoved by Ding Bin's words. Her expression remained calm as she repeated, So, master, what's the price? Ding Bin's expression flickered with embarrassment, but it vanished in an instant. You are the saint of our god-worship cult. All you need to do is fulfill your duty. Bai Qianqing naturally understood that this duty meant the union of the master and the saint, and the birth of a son. She was the saint, and Ding Bin was the master. Unlike those brainwashed followers, Bai Qianqing didn't believe in the so-called god-worship cult. She knew full well that Ding Bin was simply after her body. Still, she didn't refuse. I can fulfill my duty, Bai Qianqing said calmly, but only after Su Qin dies. Once Su Qin dies, everything I own will belong to the master. Although I know your father's death was a huge blow to you, you must always look forward. Ding Bin tried to persuade Bai Qianqing. But Bai Qianqing was resolute. Excuse me, master, I have no other plans until I avenge my father's death. That's all I ask. Master, you've taken such good care of me, so you wouldn't refuse, right? Looking at Bai Qianqing's determined eyes, Ding Bin looked embarrassed. Since you said that, why would I force you? Well, let's talk about this after we kill Su Qin. He hesitated for a moment, then handed the yellow stone to Bai Qianqing. In any case, I give it to you first. Bai Qianqing, desperate to improve his strength, didn't bother with Ding Bin. He simply took the stone in his hand and absorbed it. But the stone lay unharmed in her palm, nothing amiss. What's going on? Bai Qianqing opened her eyes, a look of confusion on her face. Huh? Ding Bin was also slightly startled. Bai Qianqing couldn't absorb it? That shouldn't be the case. I saw with my own eyes Fan Debu absorb the yellow stone and gain martial arts skills. Does that mean it can only be absorbed after reaching stage E? Ding Bin pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. Very likely. Bai Qianqing sighed and handed the yellow stone back to Ding Bin. Thank you, master, for your kindness. But to her surprise, Ding Bin didn't take the stone. His expression shifted between gloom and brightness, but after a moment, he suddenly smiled and said, I leave this stone with you for now. As for your strength, don't worry. I advance you to stage E today. Hearing this, Bai Qianqing couldn't help but feel touched. Although Ding Bin was a little old and ugly, he was still very kind to her. It seems those rumors Uncle Yao heard earlier were all false. Whatever. If he truly avenged me, I obey him in everything. Thank you, master, Bai Qianqing said sincerely. Ding Bin heard the touch in her words, and breathed a sigh of relief. Everything he did was for Bai Qianqing's sake. The reason for his generosity was entirely due to the sunk cost effect. The so-called sunk cost effect is that after investing a large amount of time, money, and energy, people are often reluctant to give up or change their original decision. They worry that the initial investment will become useless, and that they will have to invest more. Dingbin had previously provided Bai Qianqing with a wealth of cultivation resources, but he had yet to win her over. Under the sunk cost effect, he would increase his investment. After speaking to Bai Qianqing for a few more words, Dingbin stood up and left. When he returned to his resting place, Huang Suisui approached him, her slender waist swaying like a beautiful snake. "Master, how is it? Did you win over that little girl?" Dingbin replied unhappily, "No." He briefly recounted his conversation with Bai Qianqing to Huang Suisui. Huang Suisui's eyes widened. "Master, you're being too good to her. She had slept with Dingbin so many times, and all she got in return was the god-worship cult's care for Baiwa Hall, and Dingbin's help in raising her combat power to F+. And now, Dingbin was so willing to sacrifice so much for Bai Qianqing, who he hadn't even won yet, not to mention that he had already helped Bai Qianqing advance from F- to F+. Now, he's even gifted her a martial arts stone, and promised to help her advance to stage E. This comparison left Huang Suisui feeling extremely unbalanced. Men are truly servile. The more proactive, the less sincere. The more they can't get what they want, the more they lick her like a slave. "Don't worry, I'm just trying to get her." Hearing the sourness in Huang Suisui's words, Dingbin quickly comforted her. "Once I tame her, you be the boss, and she be the underling. When we're doing it, let her wait on us like a concubine in ancient times." Hearing this, Huang Suisui's expression brightened a little. After a brief rest, the members of the Leader Alliance and the Mingyuan group continued their exploration deeper into the underground cave. It goes without saying that this underground cave is definitely a great place to level up. They hadn't gone far when they encountered another dense swarm of monsters ahead. These monsters resembled centipede monsters, each wielding a long sword. Without further ado, the humans and monsters engaged in renewed battle. After a grueling battle, Dingbin, Fan Debiao, and the others completely annihilated the monsters. Although they harvested a large number of energy cores, unfortunately, no more yellow stones were found. After splitting the proceeds 40:60 with Fan Debiao, while everyone was resting, Dingbin, like a dog, rushed to find Bai Qianqing again. The previous article was incorrect. The split between Mingyuan Group and the Leader Alliance should be 40:60, not 50:50. I correct this here. Qianqing, absorb all these energy cores. Bai Qianqing didn't refuse Dingbin's offer. Instead, she took the energy cores and began absorbing them. She absorbed each energy core one by one. Suddenly, Bai Qianqing's delicate body trembled slightly. Her skin suddenly turned crimson, and her body temperature rose sharply. Dingbin knew in his heart that Bai Qianqing was about to break through. Sure enough, after a while, Bai Qianqing gradually stabilized and slowly opened her eyes. A captivating brilliance flashed in her eyes. "Qianqing, you've broken through, haven't you? Thanks to the master's help, I was able to achieve this breakthrough." Bai Qianqing nodded gently, a smile spreading across her pretty face. "That's good. Strike while the iron is hot and absorb the yellow stone." Dingbin smiled. "Okay, master." Bai Qianqing took out the yellow stone again and held it in her palm. This time, she successfully absorbed it, and the yellow stone turned to powder and dissipated in the wind. "How is it, Qianqing? What martial arts did you acquire?" Dingbin couldn't help but ask. Chapter 641. This martial art is called Shadow Stealth. Bai Qianqing frowned slightly. Shadow Stealth? Dingbin was startled. Sounds like it's related to stealth? Yes, it can conceal my aura, allowing me to hide in the shadows, Bai Qianqing explained. Dingbin was slightly disappointed. Compared to Fan Debia's brutal charge, Shadow Stealth seemed more like a supporting martial art. But then he thought again. If I could hide in the shadows and remain undetected, wouldn't Bai Qianqing be able to assassinate at will? With this skill, I think you can easily eliminate Su Chen. Master, you're absolutely right. Bai Qianqing nodded slightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Su Chen, just wait. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by Wang Yan's enormous face. He was startled and slapped him. Slap. With the sound of a resounding slap, Wang Yan's face swelled up. He covered his cheek and cried, Brother Su, what are you doing? Nothing. Su Chen said unhappily. I was just concerned about you. Wang Yan said with a look of resentment. You can't blame me. It's your fault for getting too close to me. Su Chen shrugged. Anyone who had just woken up and saw a fat face approaching them would be tempted to slap it. Okay, It's my fault. Next time you're concerned about me, remember to keep your distance. As they were talking, Ding-Di heard the noise and hurried over. Brother Chun, you're finally awake. Suchin stretched his body and stretched his muscles. How long have I been asleep? Almost 12 hours. Suchin was a little surprised. He had entered Xiang Mingming's spirit world at midnight last night. If it had been 12 hours, it would be almost noon now. By the way, where's Xiang Mingming? How is she? She woke up a few hours before you and is fine. Suchin felt relieved. What about the others? Brother Chun, you're the commander-in-chief. No one dared to act without you until you woke up, Ding-Di explained. Suchin, you're awake. A charming voice suddenly rang out. Suchin looked up. It was Xiang Mingming approaching. I heard Ding-Di say. Thank you for saving me. Xiang Mingming's face was expressionless, but a hint of complexity lingered in her eyes. It's okay. It's what I should do. Suchin glanced at Xiang Mingming and found nothing unusual about her. He wondered to himself, could it be that she didn't know about his experience in her spirit world? That's normal. After all, she had already suffered a mental breakdown at the time, and what he encountered were only her memories. It's okay if she doesn't remember. I asked her to call me brother. Given her personality, she'd be furious if she knew. Ding-Di and Wang Yin, standing nearby, tactfully stood up and left, leaving the space for Suchin and Xiang Mingming. What did you see in my spiritual world? Xiang Mingming came over to Suchin and sat down next to him. Nothing. Suchin thought for a moment and decided to keep it secret. After all, his experiences were a painful memory for Xiang Mingming. Really? Xiang Mingming's beautiful eyes stared at Suchin, as if trying to see if he was lying again. What else? Suchin asked. Xiang Mingming pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, then whispered brother. Xiang Mingming's lips curled slightly, her eyes filled with a smile. Do you really think I don't remember? If you remember, then remember. I saved you anyway, Suchin shrugged. Since you remember, shouldn't you thank me properly? How do you want me to thank you? Xiang Mingming's breath was fragrant, and she moved closer. Suchin could clearly see his reflection in her eyes. How about I pledge myself to you, brother? Xiang Mingming asked in a sweet voice. Although she had a youthful appearance, her usual demeanor was carefree, very much like a tomboy. Suchin was a little overwhelmed by her sudden alluring presence. A slight stiffness, a sign of respect. Xiang Mingming, don't forget. When you wanted me to stay in the Overwatch League, you said you were willing to serve me alongside Tong Fei. How come you didn't mention it after I joined? Suchin said with a half-smile. Since returning to the Overwatch League, he hadn't been idle, constantly busy with matters. Today was a perfect opportunity to talk it over with Xiang Mingming. Xiang Mingming was speechless. Despite the promise she made, she still couldn't make up her mind after Suchin joined the Overwatch League. After all, she had always had a knot in her heart about men. Don't worry, I'm definitely not lying this time. How can I trust you? Because the knot in my heart was untied by you, brother. Xiang Mingming's eyes were filled with gratitude and affection for Suchin. She naturally remembered what Suchin had done in her spiritual world. Although those things were all fake and didn't really happen, you have to understand that the spiritual world can have a profound influence on people. For example, in Inception, the protagonist implants beliefs and consciousness into the person's dreams. This can have a profound impact on the person's behavior. Suchin's meticulous care and love for Xiang Mingming in her spiritual world had instilled a deep affection for him, so much so that she couldn't even harbor any male dislike for him. When we leave here, I'd be with Fei Fei, accompanying my brother. Xiang Mingming reached out her arms and hugged Suchin tightly. As a normal man, Suchin naturally accepted. Just as the two were being intimate, an untimely cough was heard nearby. Cough. Xiang Mingming quickly released her arms, like a startled rabbit. Suchin looked up and saw Zhao Man standing nearby, gazing at the cave overhead, which appeared to contain some exquisite murals. You two chat. Xiang Mingming's cheeks flushed, and she quickly stood up and left. After she left, Zhao Man couldn't help but give Suchin a thumbs up and explained, Brother Su, I truly admire you. You know, so many men in our Overwatch League want to pursue Mingming. It's a pity she's so cold to men, and has rejected countless of them. I never thought you snagged this military beauty today. Suchin smiled faintly, and waved his hand dismissively. Basic exercises, don't be silly. Brother Zhao, are you looking for me about the next move? Yes, we've been delayed here too long. Shouldn't we keep moving? Chapter 642. You're right. Suchin slapped his head. He was so caught up in his affections with Xiang Mingming that he'd forgotten about the important matter. Then let's pack up and get ready to go. Okay. Xiaoman nodded and turned to leave. Su Chen had just stood up when a system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Host absorbs the remaining spirit of the illusionary mushroom, gaining mental resistance. Su Chen was slightly startled, then remembered the blue light left behind by the illusionary mushroom after its death. It seemed that was its remaining spirit. I hadn't expected that absorbing it would have such benefits. After gaining toxin resistance, any poison-related abilities, or poisons, he encountered were basically harmless to Su Chen. Even if the opponent's mental power was too strong or the poison was too potent, with toxin resistance, he could withstand most of the effects. With this mental resistance, I won't be so easily affected by similar psychic abilities in the future. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this. After he had a quick meal, Xiaoman had already gathered the team. Let's go! With a wave of Su Chen's hand, everyone entered the underground passage one by one. Not long after, the view brightened, and a new underground cave appeared before them. Similar to what Fan Debut and his companions had encountered, after everyone emerged, a huge stone slab fell with a loud bang, completely blocking their way. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned nervous. It seems there's no turning back. If we want to get out, we must explore this secret realm. Su Chen smiled and reassured everyone, don't worry, everyone. As long as we unite as one, we will definitely get out. Hearing this, everyone's expressions softened considerably. Just then, Wang Yin suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, Brother Su, look. Following his direction, they spotted a group of zombies. Looks like zombies? Dingdi asked uncertainly. They don't look like zombies. They feel a bit more powerful than zombies. Luo Xiaotian frowned slightly. Whatever it is, it's here to provide us with energy. Su Chen smiled faintly, and used a scan on the zombies ahead. Zombies! Living in underground caves for years, their resentment, caused by their unresolved deaths, eventually formed into zombies. Invulnerable to weapons, immune to most physical and psychic attacks. Afraid of light and lightning powers. Combat rating, F+. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Who would have thought that these incredibly stiff, green-faced, fang-bearing zombies would actually be the legendary zombies? Sensing Su Chen's scanning detection, the zombies on the opposite side suddenly looked towards him. Roar! Accompanied by a low roar, all the zombies turned their gazes towards Su Chen and his group. If it were zombies, everyone would naturally not be afraid, but zombies were different. After all, everyone present was from Yin country, having grown up watching zombie movies. The fear of zombies was ingrained in them. Just then, the zombie horde rushed towards Su Chen and his group. Faced with the hordes of zombies, Su Chen showed no fear. He simply smiled coldly, and raised his hand to unleash a chain of lightning. Zzzz. A lightning dragon flew out from his palm, striking directly at the zombie in front. Normally, chain lightning isn't very powerful. Especially not against these zombies with F+ combat power. But after being struck, the zombie's skin and flesh were instantly charred and shattered, its entire body trembling violently, unable to move at all. The lightning dragon leaped and struck the zombies behind it. Like the zombies in front, they were also electrocuted and fell to the ground, unable to move, as expected. Zombies' weakness is lightning abilities. That's understandable. After all, zombies are evil, while lightning is the most powerful of Yang. Brother Su, awesome. Seeing Su Chen dispatch several zombies so effortlessly, everyone couldn't help but applaud. The slight fear they had of zombies instantly vanished. Don't be careless, these aren't ordinary zombies, they're zombies. Su Chen said solemnly, they're invulnerable to weapons, and ordinary superpowers can't harm them. But they're afraid of light and lightning powers. As he spoke, the zombies had already leaped up and down, arriving in front of the crowd. An F+ Evolver was still trying to challenge the zombies, but the zombies struck with lightning speed, grabbing his chest fiercely. He had no time to react. Thankfully, Du Cheng, standing nearby, reacted quickly, summoning a gust of wind that blew the zombie away. The crowd finally put aside their contempt. Although these zombies possessed the strength of F+, they had obvious flaws. After knowing their weaknesses, dealing with them was undoubtedly much easier. The others will be responsible for defense, while Su Chen, Zhang Boss Hen, and other lightning and light-type psychics will be responsible for attack. Before long, the entire horde of zombies was completely wiped out. Zhao Man instructed his men to extract the energy cores from the zombies. In accordance with the principle of fairness and justice, Su Chen divided the energy cores into 6 portions in front of everyone, distributing them to the 6 teams. After a brief rest, the group continued their journey deeper into the cave. As they walked, Su Chen observed the surroundings. The cave walls were riddled with traces of excavation, seemingly more man-made than natural formations. Su Chen frowned slightly. He grew increasingly curious about who had caused the apocalypse and created this secret realm. Just then Zhao Man, who was in charge of scouting, shouted, "Be careful, there's another horde of zombies ahead." Everyone immediately formed into battle formation, following their previous combat strategy. This time, the horde of zombies they encountered was even larger than the previous one. The dense swarm of zombies surrounded Su Chen and his group. Fortunately, various defensive abilities separated the humans from the zombies. The humans didn't have to worry about being harmed by the zombies. They just had to wait for Su Chen, Zhang Boss Hin, and the others to use their abilities and slowly kill the zombies. Just when everyone thought the battle would be as easy as the last time, something unexpected happened. Roar, roar, roar. A heavy and powerful roar suddenly rang out from the distance. At this roar, the swarm of zombies surrounding Su Chen and the others, like a shot of chicken blood, frantically attacked their defensive circle. Under the continuous onslaught of zombies, the defensive abilities were quickly broken. Though the psychics summoned new abilities in time, they were still a bit flustered for a moment. At the same time, the continuous roars grew closer and soon reached Su Chen and the others. A zombie, several times larger than the others, appeared before them. Chapter 643. It wasn't just its size that was larger. This zombie's eyes glowed red, and each hand held a heavy chain. The most striking thing about it was the black mist lingering around it. Su Chen used the scan without hesitation. Zombie King. Immensely powerful, invulnerable, with almost no weaknesses. Can attack enemies with its corpse chi. Combat power rating, E-. Su Chen's face darkened. It seemed he had encountered a boss. After being scanned, the already enraged Zombie King went into a frenzy. He charged straight towards the humans. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly used his lightning ability, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Crack! A thick bolt of lightning descended from the cave's ceiling, striking the Zombie King directly. Though its skin and flesh were torn apart, the Zombie King merely staggered and continued charging towards the humans. Su Chen was shocked. His own 9 Heavens Divine Thunder was already incredibly powerful. This Zombie King was actually able to hold his own. Truly impressive. After rushing close to the humans, facing their defensive abilities, the Zombie King raised his chains high and slammed them down. The chains, shrouded in black mist, directly shattered the psychic's wind barrier. Fire escape. The humans were horrified. Before they could react, the Zombie King had already charged into the crowd. Zhao Man understood perfectly well that he couldn't let him get close to the psychics. Xiao Luo. Ming Ming. Come with me. He gripped his crystal weapon tightly and, along with Luo Xiaotian, Ming Ming, and several other evolvers, charged towards the incoming Zombie King and the zombies. Zhao Man thought, after all, he was an E- evolver. Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Ming Ming, and the others were all F+. Even if he couldn't defeat the Zombie King, he could at least delay it, buying the psychic some time. But reality horrified him. The Zombie King swung the chain, and one evolver couldn't dodge, and was instantly reduced to a pile of bruised flesh. Without grieving for his companions, Zhao Man stabbed the Zombie King in the back from behind, but the always sharp crystalline weapon was blocked by the Zombie King's skin. Unable to advance even an inch, with a sudden wave of his hand, the Zombie King swatted Zhao Man away. Captain Zhao. Luo Xiaotian's expression changed. The Zombie King hurled another chain at him. Although Luo Xiaotian managed to block the blow with his psychic weapon, his knuckles exploded, blood gushing out. Is this the power of the Zombie King? It was truly too strong. Everyone's scalps tingled at the sight. After forcing back the surrounding evolvers, the Zombie King shook his body violently. The black mist surrounding him transformed into a black dragon, roaring and flying towards the nearby psychics. Be careful. Su Chen, constantly monitoring the battle, quickly warned, but it was too late. Xiang Ming Ming, who was closest to the Zombie King, was the first to be struck by the black dragon. There was no sound. The black dragon simply passed through Xiang Ming Ming. But Xiang Ming Ming's face turned pale, and she fell backwards. Su Chen, not bothering to deal with the surrounding zombies, immediately ran towards Xiang Ming Ming. Xiang Ming Ming's eyes were tightly closed, and her breathing had become extremely weak. Not only did her once fair face grow even paler, but a dark aura also permeated the air. This must be the Corpse King's corpse energy attack. Su Chen knew that if he didn't act now, Xiang Ming Ming would probably die. But the problem was, he didn't have any better solutions. Oh right, I do have the recovery reagent. Su Chen suddenly remembered the life factor reagent Niu Mingxian had created. Originally, there were only 2 recovery reagents, and Su Chen had used one. But later, Su Chen gave Niu Mingxian a few more energy fruits, and Yao Mingxian also created a few more recovery reagents. Su Chen took them out without hesitation and injected one directly into Xiang Mingming. As the silvery white liquid was injected into Xiang Mingming's body, her complexion and breathing gradually returned to normal. The dark energy on his face slowly dissipated. What happened to me? Xiang Mingming slowly opened her eyes. Already back to normal. Products made by Niu Gong are bound to be top-notch. Su Chen didn't have time to explain much to Xiang Mingming, as the battle situation had become extremely unfavorable. With the Zombie King leading the charge, the human defenses were shattered. Though they held on, they were already at a disadvantage. If Su Chen didn't take action, humanity would face only defeat. Brother Zhao Xiao Luo. Take these and inject them. They help you recover quickly. Su Chen produced 2 more recovery reagents and tossed them to Zhao Man and Luo Xiaotian. Without further words, the injured duo injected the silver potion into their bodies. They instantly recovered. I deal with the Zombie King. You reorganize your forces. Okay. The Zombie King had already rushed to the vicinity of the psychic, wreaking havoc. Those powerful psychics were no different from chickens waiting to be slaughtered before the Zombie King. Not only could their powers not harm the Zombie King, but the Zombie King only lashed out with a single blow, leaving them either dead or injured. Su Chen immediately rushed toward the Zombie King. When he was still a dozen steps away, he suddenly launched a punch through the air. Lingshu Fist. The invisible force of the fist swiftly struck the Zombie King. Though he sensed something, the Zombie King had no time to dodge. Even the Zombie King, despite his tough skin, was still vulnerable to Su Chen's full-strength attack. This Lingshu Fist also sent it flying. Seeing this, the psychics, as if saved, hurriedly distanced themselves from the Zombie King. Zhao Man, along with Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, and the others, reorganized the psychics and fought the zombie horde. As for the Zombie King, Su Chen was left to fight him one-on-one. Roar! The Zombie King slowly rose to his feet, his lifeless red eyes fixed on Su Chen. He, too, could sense the immense power Su Chen possessed. Roar, roar, roar! With another furious roar, the Zombie King gathered his corpse energy and attacked Su Chen again. Having just witnessed the power of corpse energy, Su Chen dared not be careless. Electric eyes. 2 bolts of electricity shot out from his eye sockets, colliding with the black dragon transformed from corpse energy. A surprising scene occurred to Su Chen. Although the corpse energy was constantly dissipating under the scorching rays of the electric eyes, the Zombie King's corpse energy seemed to be endless. The two remained locked in a stalemate in midair, showing no sign of retreat. An unknown amount of time passed, and just as Su Chen's mental strength neared exhaustion, the corpse aura emanating from the Zombie King noticeably dimmed. With perfect tacit understanding, the 2 men paused their attacks. Then, glancing at each other, they lunged at each other simultaneously. Swoosh! A thick, heavy iron chain slammed toward Su Chen's head. Su Chen dodged to the side, avoiding the blow. Chapter 644. But the Zombie King's attack wasn't limited to this. As Su Chen dodged, a second chain lashed out at him. Dang! Su Chen's long, crystal-like sword blocked the chain. Even so, his palms were numb from the shock. The Zombie King's power was truly not to be underestimated. Su Chen's heart trembled, but at the same time, he felt a subtle surge of excitement. After all, it had been ages since he faced an opponent of equal strength. Swoosh! The Zombie King swung its chain, striking Su Chen again. This time, Su Chen dodged the chain, grabbed hold, and yanked hard. The Zombie King was caught off guard and was dragged towards Su Chen. Thunder Shield. Su Chen's mind raced, and a 3-sided shield composed of lightning and thunder materialized beside him. The Zombie King collided head-on with a thunder shield, a crackling sound emanating from it. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chen swung his alien crystal blade, slashing powerfully at the Zombie King's head. Although the Zombie King was supposedly invulnerable, Zhao Man's earlier use of the alien crystal weapon had been unable to harm it. But Su Chen was different. His strength was far greater than Zhao Man's. With Su Chen's powerful swing, the alien crystal blade pierced the Zombie King's skin, slicing deeply into its shoulder. Roar! The Zombie King couldn't tell if he felt pain or anger. It was swirling with black mist, swirling violently. Under the onslaught of the corpse chi, the 3 lightning shields Su Chen had summoned shattered. Then, like a frantic man, it swung its 2 chains. Su Chen didn't dare to be careless, and quickly retreated a few steps, quickly escaping the Zombie King's attack range. The Zombie King didn't pursue Su Chen, but stood still. A black mist quickly enveloped its shoulders. When it dissipated, its shoulders had returned to normal. This beast truly possesses a wealth of tricks. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed he had to strike with all his might and finish it off immediately. If this were a protracted battle, who knows how long it would last. Suchin gripped his long sword tightly, leaped up, and charged directly at the Zombie King. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Zombie King's two chains, like two nimble snakes, swooped towards Suchin, but Suchin dodged nimbly, then, as if sprouting wings, soared into the air. The Zombie King hadn't anticipated Suchin's ability to fly. By the time it reacted, Suchin had already glided in front of it, slashing down with a strange crystal sword. Without time to retract the chains, the Zombie King. He quickly raised his arms. Swish! The exotic crystal blade cut deeply into the Zombie King's flesh, until it was blocked by bone. Suchin was about to pull the blade out, but the Zombie King grabbed it with his backhand. Even though he used all his strength, he couldn't wrest it from the Zombie King's grasp. Of course, the Zombie King couldn't take it away either. The two of them remained tugged at each other, a stalemate. A moment later, Suchin suddenly let go of the exotic crystal blade. Due to inertia, the Zombie King, caught off guard, fell backwards. Suchin seized this opportunity and unleashed his full chi. At close range, he unleashed a Lingshu fist. The powerful blow struck the Zombie King's head directly. Even with its thick skin and flesh, the blow instantly deformed its head. It then fell heavily to the ground, temporarily unable to move. The long, exotic crystal sword in its hand also fell to the side. Now was the perfect time to strike back. Suchin swiftly stepped forward, lifted the long, exotic crystal sword with his foot, and, grasping it in his hand, slashed down again. Crack! The sword struck the Zombie King's neck. Although it failed to sever its head, it had cut deeply into it. Suchin raised the sword again, striking once, twice. After several successive blows, even the Zombie King, despite its invulnerability, was decapitated. Huh? Suchin panted, feeling somewhat exhausted. But to his surprise, the Zombie King was not dead. Its body struggled on the ground, seemingly searching for its head. Its head roared, as if calling out to it. Seeing the two about to merge, Suchin rushed forward and kicked the Zombie King's head apart. After a brief rest, and once his strength had recovered somewhat, Suchin stepped forward again. He struck the Zombie King's chest with all his might. After several consecutive blows, Suchin had ripped it open, revealing its hideous heart. Crack! As the alien crystal blade pierced through, the once vibrant red, beating heart gradually lost its life force. Roar! The Zombie King's head beside him also gradually stopped roaring. Seeing it destroyed, Suchin breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the Zombie King's head and body suddenly transformed into a black mist, slowly disappearing into the air. What was going on? I hadn't even taken out its energy crystal core yet. Suchin was startled for a moment, then noticed two stone-like objects appear where the Zombie King's body had been. One was silvery white, clearly an energy core. The other was a khaki hue. Without time to think, Suchin casually put the two objects into his pocket and looked towards the other side of the battlefield. Without the Zombie King joining the fray, those ordinary zombies were clearly no match for humans. Although Zhao Man and the Watchers didn't completely wipe out the zombies, with their cooperation, they were still able to hold their own. Suchin seized the opportunity, rested for a moment, and then charged forward swiftly. With his presence in the fray, the zombie horde was completely routed. In a short while, the ground was covered with zombie corpses. After ensuring that no zombies were left alive, everyone sat down, breathing heavily. After the fierce battle just now, they were exhausted. Brother Su. Suchin heard someone calling him, and looked up to see Su Wenyua's face, a look of sorrow. A faint feeling of unease settled over him. Old Su, what happened? Sure, Jinyuan. He's dead. Suchin's heart sank, and he hurried over. As expected, Sure Jinyuan lay quietly on the ground, no longer breathing. His face was ashen, shrouded in a layer of black mist. During the previous battle, Sure Jinyuan had been infused with the Zombie King's aura. Unless he received a recovery potion immediately, he would be dead in a matter of seconds. Zheng Hui, Wang Yin, Wang Xinyu, Ding Di, and others stood beside Sure Jinyuan, their eyes filled with sorrow. Suchin sighed silently, feeling deeply distressed. Of all the people he brought to the Overwatch League, he and Sure Jinyuan had known each other longer. Of the Skywalker League back then, only Su Wenwei, Zheng Hui, Wang Xinyu, Sure Jinyuan, and Zhao Yu remained. Chapter 645. As everyone's combat power continued to rise, Sure Jinyuan, a telekinetic psychic, gradually began to struggle. After all, telekinesis isn't as effective as fire or lightning in terms of output, nor can it rival other psychic powers in terms of support. When leaving the microscopic base, Su Chen had originally thought sure Jin Yuan would choose to stay. Unexpectedly, he followed him unwaveringly to Rain City. He ultimately perished there. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang, Gao Fei, and the others were equally consumed by grief. The Transcendents formerly belonging to the Iron Legion, and the Gaoshan gang also suffered heavy casualties. The other 5 Transcendent brigades also suffered casualties. Su Chen sighed, his expression grim. It must be said that the rewards of exploring the secret realm are indeed extremely rich. But there are also enormous risks. Since the apocalypse, everyone has witnessed the separation of life and death. Although they felt a little sad, they soon regained their composure. Under Zhao Man's command, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Soon, all the energy cores were placed before Su Chen. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, a sullen-looking middle-aged man stepped forward. "Commander Su, where's the Zombie King's energy core? And that yellow stone? I'm keeping an eye on them." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere within the team suddenly became tense. The leaders of the 1st through 5th battalions were Li Kunlun, Wang Kai, Yang Xingdong, Zhu Dehai, and Jiao Tingfei, respectively. Naturally, these leaders would not personally undertake this expedition to the secret realm. Zhao Man was in charge of leading the 1st battalion. The captains of the 4th and 5th battalions were Wang Yong and Guo Wei. It was Wang Yong who spoke up at this moment. "Captain Xiang is right. We brothers have risked our lives, so we can't let certain individuals embezzle our wealth," Guo Wei said in a similarly sarcastic tone. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Chen with a slightly changed expression, their eyes filled with a hint of dissatisfaction. The rules of the Watcher Alliance are similar to those of other survivors. Whether searching for supplies, hunting monsters, or exploring secret realms, everything obtained must be distributed equally. For example, the treasures obtained from this exploration of the secret realm must be divided equally into 7 parts. In addition to the 6 battalions that had entered, Su Hong's logistics team, responsible for the support outside, also needed to take a share. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Before he could say anything, Zhao Man, standing by, spoke first. "Wang Yong, Guo Wei, watch yourselves. Who among you has the guts to utter the words life and death in front of Commander Su? If it weren't for Commander Su, I'm afraid we'd all be dead here." Zhao Man held a high reputation within the Watcher Alliance. Everyone's expression softened after he said this. It was just as he said. If Su Chen hadn't single-handedly taken down the Zombie King, I'm afraid everyone would be dead. Captain Zhao is right. If it were you, Commander Su should have the Zombie King's energy core. Luo Xiaotian nodded in agreement. But that's against the rules. Guo Wei said somewhat unwillingly, "We've lost a lot of men in the 3rd battalion." "You lost a lot of men, but didn't the 6th battalion suffer any casualties?" Xiang Mingming's face was as cold as ice, and she scolded him in a delicate voice. Wang Yong and Guo Wei were speechless. "Okay, stop arguing," Su Chen said calmly. "I plan to take the Zombie King's energy core and the yellow stone. Wang Yong, Guo Wei, if you're unhappy, you can ask me for it, or you can complain to the chief speaker after you return. The Zombie King's energy core undoubtedly contains a wealth of energy. As for the yellow stone, while its true nature remains unclear, Su Chen is certain it's a valuable asset. He must have been bored to bring these 2 things out." And just as Zhao Man had said, Su Chen had killed the Zombie King entirely single-handedly. If it had been Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, or anyone else, Su Chen might have offered some energy cores as compensation, but he didn't bother with Wang Yong and Guo Wei, who worked for Zhu Dehai and Jiao Tingfei. Hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Yong and Guo Wei's faces darkened. But they didn't dare say anything. After all, Su Chen's strength is clear. "All right, everyone go back and rest." Zhao Man waved his hand. After everyone dispersed, he distributed the energy cores evenly. Wang Yong and Guo Wei accepted the energy cores and left without a word, their faces sullen. What the hell? When the Zombie King charged just now, they were the ones who ran the fastest. And now they're still asking for something. Luo Xiaotian couldn't help but curse under his breath. After everyone went back to rest, Zhao Man smiled and said, "Brother Su, don't take it personally. Just treat them like barking dogs." Su Chen smiled and took out the yellow stone. "Here, this is the yellow stone Zhao Man mentioned. I got it from the Zombie King." Zhao Man's face flashed with curiosity. "What is it?" "I don't know. Let me research it." Su Chen shook his head. Zhao Man nodded. "Then, Brother Su, get some rest." Just then, Xiang Mingming had spread a carpet on the floor, prepared water and food, and beckoned Su Chen, "Come rest here." Su Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Under the envious gazes of the others, he swaggered over. You saved my life again today. I won't say anything polite. Xiang Mingming wrinkled her nose and said sweetly, anyway, I'd be relying on you from now on. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. How many men would dream of being relied on by Xiang Mingming? After taking a few sips of the water, he began to examine the yellow stone in his hand. At first glance, the stone seemed unremarkable. But a closer look revealed a faint luster beneath its rough surface. Scanning. Martial Arts Essence. Contains the essence of a yellow-level martial art. Upon absorption, the evolver gains a martial art. Martial Arts Essence? A gleam of brilliance flashed in Su Chen's eyes. It sounded impressive. Su Chen gripped the yellow stone and began to absorb it. He could clearly feel a strange sensation emanating from his palm. It coursed along his arm and headed straight to his brain. A moment later, the yellow stone crumbled into dust. Su Chen's mind then shone with a new martial art called Steel Flash. This martial art strengthens the user's weapon, increasing its power. Su Chen couldn't help but beam with joy. Although evolvers and psychics have always been referred to as transcendents, psychics often hold a higher status than evolvers. After all, evolvers, with only their fists and feet, even with their exotic crystal equipment, struggle to compete with psychics. Chapter 646. But with martial arts, even if evolvers were no match for the psychics, they wouldn't be completely suppressed like before. Luckily, I wasn't so generous as to give this thing to Wang Yong, Guo Wei, and the others. Such a good thing, naturally, should be kept all to myself. A satisfied smile played on Su Chen's lips. He thought for a moment, and opened his system panel. RV level, 10, energy points required for upgrade, 15,000, current energy points, 10,694. Vehicle durability, 100%. When durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhancement options. Protection function. Scan detection. Rune system. Secret skills. Qi condensation technique. Lingxu fist. Tianzong. Bodybuilding technique. Steel slash. Talents. Marksmanship. Self-regeneration. Ice and snow control. Electric eyes. Lightning control. Toxin resistance. Mental resistance. Combat power rating. E-. After advancing to the E stage, Su Chen didn't stop. He continued to hunt monsters and practice with the Qi gathering technique. After so long, he had accumulated over 10,000 energy points. He glanced at the martial arts manuals. To his surprise, Steel Flash was listed under the martial arts manuals, also with a proficiency level option. To upgrade Steel Flash to full proficiency, 10,000 energy points were also required. Su Chen thought about it, and, somewhat painfully, chose to increase his proficiency. As the 10,000 energy points were consumed, Steel Flash reached full proficiency. Everyone was resting, so it wasn't convenient for Su Chen to test Steel Flash. He planned to test the power of Steel Flash at full level the next time he encountered a powerful monster. After a short rest, the Watchers continued their journey deeper into the cave. They then encountered 2 more small waves of zombies. But none of these zombies contained a zombie king. So, without Su Chen's intervention, the Watchers dispatched the zombie hordes. After these 2 waves, Su Chen checked the time. It was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. After such a long battle, everyone was exhausted. Especially the psychics in the team, who continued to sleep to recover their mental strength. So Su Chen had his men find a cave-like recess in the rock wall and set it up as camp. Due to the sheer number of monsters, the group didn't dare to cook. They simply ate some dry food and laid down to rest. Exhausted by the intense daytime fighting, many laid down and fell fast asleep. Only the members of the 4th and 5th battalions remained awake, instead huddling together and whispering. "Old Wang, are we really going out in private?" Guo Wei asked nervously. "What else?" Wang Yong rolled his eyes and sneered. "If we keep following Su Chen, how many energy cores do you think we get? And if there's anything good, that bastard's got it all." The thought of that yellow stone made Wang Yong's teeth itch with hatred. Although he had no idea what it was, he was certain it was a truly remarkable treasure. But it's very dangerous here. If we encounter monsters, like the Zombie King again, we might not be able to return. Guo Wei was still filled with concerns. "Have you forgotten I used to sell fish? The stronger the waves, the more expensive the fish, understand? Besides, monsters, like the Zombie King, are rare bosses. How can you encounter them every day?" Seeing Guo Wei's continued indecision, Wang Yong grew impatient. "If you're scared, just stay in camp. I'd leave the others out." No, let's go together." Guo Wei sighed and nodded in agreement. Due to their apparent disharmony, the 4th and 5th battalions had been slacking off during the day's battle. They wouldn't fight unless absolutely necessary. Thus, the members of the 2 battalions still retained their fighting capacity. Seeing that everyone else had fallen into a deep sleep, Wang Yong and Guo Wei began their action. The members of the 4th battalion were on duty. After Wang Yong said hello to them, he and Guo Wei, along with a dozen other members, left the camp. Although everything happened silently, Su Chen saw it all. Su Chen didn't bother to stop them, simply rolling over. Feeling him behind him, he dazedly moved toward Ming Ming, but instead of moving away, he leaned closer. Wang Yong wasn't a fool. He understood that the underground caves were rife with monsters and teeming with danger. If anything went wrong, they might all die there. So he dispatched 2 agile evolvers to scout ahead. The 4th and 5th battalions would immediately avoid any large groups of monsters. Moments later, an evolver hurried over, his expression visibly excited. "Captain Wang, we spotted 3 monsters up ahead. They look like wild boar spirits." 3? A small number, easy to target, but Wang Yong didn't act rashly. He simply nodded and said, "Take me there." He followed the evolver, and soon arrived at the location they mentioned. Another evolver was hiding behind a pile of rubble. Seeing Wang Yong and the other 2 approach, he quickly greeted them. "Captain Wang, you're here. The wild boar spirits are over there." Wang Yong looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, 3 enormous, burly, and powerful monsters lay soundly asleep on the ground. They had pig snouts on their faces, and 2 sharp fangs protruded from the corners of their mouths. They looked extremely ugly and ferocious, exactly like the legendary wild boar spirits. "Are you sure there are only these 3? Wang Yong asked. "Sure, definitely," the 2 men vowed. "We searched a 1-kilometer radius, and there are only 3 of them." "That's good." Wang Yong nodded, excitement in his eyes. "Go get Captain Guo and the others." "Yes." Not long after, Guo Wei and the other members arrived. Wang Yong briefly discussed with him, formulated a plan, and began to act. First, the evolvers quietly approached the 3 wild boar spirits. Beside them lay 3 sturdy maces, presumably their weapons. If they could take their weapons, it would be easier to deal with the wild boar spirits. Although these wild boar spirits looked extremely formidable, their vigilance wasn't that strong. Several evolvers quickly reached them. Their mountain-like bodies emitted a thunderous roar. The first 2 maces, however, went quite smoothly. But when the people from the 4th and 5th battalions were about to take away the 3rd mace, something unexpected happened. Chapter 647. A boar demon, soundly asleep, suddenly turned over. As luck would have it, an evolved person was dragging its mace. Caught off guard, the boar demon crushed his leg. The boar demon must have weighed at least 1,000 pounds, and the evolved person's bones were instantly broken by it. Ah! The pain made him cry out involuntarily. The boar demons, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened their eyes. When they saw the humans before them, they froze in shock. Wang Yong was the first to react. "Attack!" With his command, the psychics of the 4th and 5th squadrons began unleashing their powerful powers, bombarding the 3 boar demons. Boom! A barrage of fireballs and wind blades rained down upon the boar demons. The boar demons were left disoriented and dazed. Fortunately, their skin was thick and their defenses were exceptionally high, otherwise, they would have perished instantly. Using this opportunity, the evolved ones quickly moved their maces and the wounded away from the wild boar monsters. After their companions were out of danger, the psychics showed no mercy, summoning all manner of powerful supernatural powers. Poor 3 wild boar monsters, unable to fight back, were instantly blasted to death by 1. The remaining 1 tried to resist, charging towards the psychics. But the humans mobilized their mental energy, summoning all sorts of defensive supernatural powers. Even if the wild boar monster shattered a wind shield, it would still have fire and ice shields. Finally, before it could even get close, it was struck by a massive fireball, instantly charring its exterior and tenderizing its interior. The last remaining wild boar monster saw the situation was dire. While its companions were engaged in a fierce battle with the humans, it took off running. "Chase! Don't let it get away!" Wang Yong shouted hurriedly. Led by him, the group immediately pursued the fleeing wild boar demon. Old Wang stopped chasing. As the saying goes, don't chase a desperate enemy. Guo Wei, fearing Wang Yong might be in danger, quickly intervened. But Wang Yong was already enraged, unwilling to let the wild boar demon escape, and he didn't hear Guo Wei's calls. Seeing that Wang Yong and his large group had already advanced several hundred meters, Guo Wei stamped his feet and reluctantly followed. The injured wild boar demon fled ahead. Wang Yong and his men followed behind. Guo Wei, accompanied by one of his men, followed behind them. After about 10 minutes of pursuit, the wild boar demon led Wang Yong and his group into a narrow passage. After passing through the passage, the surrounding space suddenly became wider. The wild boar demon finally stopped, panting heavily. "Run! Why aren't you running?" Wang Yong sneered. But just then, a nearby underling suddenly nudged Wang Yong and stammered, "Captain Wang You look." Wang Yong froze for a moment, then looked around. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't looked, but the sight of him nearly frightened him to death. Suddenly, a swarm of wild boar demons appeared, at least 20 of them. Carrying heavy maces, they surrounded Wang Yong and his companions. Hurrah, 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 hurrah! The injured wild boar demon, being chased by Wang Yong and his companions, called out to its companions, as if complaining. After hearing its words, all the wild boar demons present stared intently at the humans. Gudong. Wang Yong swallowed, his legs going weak. Guo Wei, who had chased in from behind, was also terrified at the sight. He hurriedly grabbed his men behind him, preventing them from entering. "Captain Guo, what should we do now?" "What could I do?" I was desperate too. Guo Wei felt like crying, but he couldn't. He had long since warned Guo Wei that this place was too dangerous, but Guo Wei wouldn't listen. Now, surrounded by so many wild boars, there was no way he could escape. Even if he went up, he would be sending himself to death. "Go back." Guo Wei gritted his teeth, asked Commander Su for help. These wild boars weren't particularly strong, but there were too many of them. If he could convince Su Chen to call the other 4 divisions, rescuing Wang Yong and the others and defeating the wild boars wouldn't be a big deal. In Guo Wei's opinion, Wang Yong and the others were members of the Overwatch Alliance, after all. As the overall commander of Operation Icebreaking, how could Su Chen stand by and watch someone die? Glancing at Wang Yong and the others already engaged in combat with the wild boar demons, Guo Wei immediately turned and, with his men, broke into a run. Compared to the time they arrived, Guo Wei's return journey took much less time, returning to camp in no time. He didn't look for Su Chen first, but instead went to wake Xiao Man. Xiao Man, sound asleep, was initially displeased at being woken. But upon hearing the reason, he was startled. "Guo Wei, are you crazy?" This was all Wang Yong's idea. "Let's not talk anymore. I'm afraid they're about to collapse," Guo Wei said with a wry smile. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Xiao Man quickly led Guo Wei to find Su Chen. Su Chen, despite being disturbed, didn't seem particularly upset. After hearing Xiao Man's words, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. "So Captain Guo wants me to gather the brothers and rescue Wang Yong?" "Yes, Commander Su, please hurry, I beg you." Guo Wei was sweating profusely. "Every minute of delay here means Wang Yong is in greater danger." "Why would I do this?" Su Chen asked. Guo Wei was stunned. "Wang Yong. He's a member of the Overwatch League." "You still know you're members of the Overwatch League?" Su Chen's face darkened, and he said coldly, "But you went out hunting monsters without my knowledge. When you were in danger, you thought of rescuing them?" "Commander Su, this is all our fault. Once this is over, you be free to deal with it. But for now, save Wang Yong and the others." Guo Wei pleaded bitterly. Seeing Su Chen still deliberating, he dropped to his knees with a plop. Xiao Man, standing by, whispered, "Brother Su, if we don't save Wang Yong and the others, we'd probably hurt everyone." Su Chen paused for a moment before nodding slightly. "All right then, Captain Zhao, go get everyone. But let me be frank. If the monsters are too numerous, or if saving Wang Yong requires the lives of others, don't blame me for not taking action." Yes, thank you, Commander Su." Guo Wei quickly agreed. Xiao Man quickly woke up the rest of the Watcher Alliance. They were shocked to learn that Wang Yong and the others were in trouble, but considering they were all friends, they didn't complain and immediately took action. It wasn't long before they found Wang Yong and the others. The 4th and 5th battalions were in far worse shape than Su Chen and Guo Wei had imagined. Of the nearly 20 men, 4 or 5 were already dead, and another 7 or 8 were injured. Chapter 648. A stout mace slammed into Wang Yong's back. But Wang Yong was locked in a head-on confrontation with another wild boar demon, completely unaware. At this crucial moment, Du Cheng decisively acted. Wind shield. An invisible wind wall instantly appeared behind Wang Yong, blocking the blow. At the same time, Su Wenwei and the others' abilities synergized. The wild boar demons were caught off guard, and several were instantly killed. The exhausted 4th and 5th battalions were instantly cheered up upon seeing reinforcements arrive. Commander Su, they're here." Su Chen wasted no time, gripping his crystal weapon tightly and charging towards the wild boar demons. Compared to the zombies, these wild boar demons were clearly much easier to deal with. Although each one was thick-skinned and strong, they weren't as agile, and their defenses were inferior to the zombies. Suchin didn't use steel flesh, simply using a normal attack to easily slice through their skin. However, after dispatching several wild boar demons, he decided to test the power of steel flesh. With a thought, the area surrounding the long crystal sword in Suchin's hand was enveloped by a invisible airflow. Dodging the heavy mace of a wild boar demon, Suchin swung back. He was astonished. The long crystal sword, imbued with steel flesh, effortlessly severed the wild boar demon's mace-gripping hand like a sharp blade cutting tofu. Hirolulu. The wild boar demon clutched its severed arm, letting out a pitiful, pig-like cry. Suchin was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the power of steel flesh to be so immense. If he were to face the zombie king again, it wouldn't be such a struggle to defeat him. A normal steel flesh only strengthens one attack. To use it again, he had to wait for the chi to circulate. It was a bit like a cooldown in online games. But after Suchin mastered it to its full proficiency, things were completely different. After activating steel flesh, all attacks for a period of time would have the same effect. Not only that, it could even create a sword beam at the top of the weapon. Suchin was secretly excited, and without hesitation, he continued charging towards the armless wild boar demon. Swish! Another slash of the sword struck, and the wild boar demon was unable to dodge, and was instantly ripped apart. Its internal organs and blood instantly splattered all over the ground. Under the combined attack of the 6 battalions, the wild boar demons quickly suffered heavy casualties. When only 4 or 5 were left, one of the wild boar demons suddenly pulled a drum from its back. Dong, dong, dong. It beat the drum vigorously, as if sending a signal. Quick, stop it! Suchin frowned, realizing something was amiss, and shouted. The group immediately turned, unleashing various powers at the drumming wild boar demon. But the remaining wild boar demons rushed forward, shielding their companions. The dull drumbeat echoed through the underground cave. Suchin, not wanting to delay, was about to charge forward, knife drawn, when he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake. Dong! 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 A heavy sound, as if a giant were approaching. Suchin and the others were startled, looking back and gasping. A wild boar demon, 3 times larger than the others, was approaching. It wielded a broadsword similar to the Azure Dragon Crescent blade and wore armor similar to that of Black Iron. Although he hadn't used a skin yet, Suchin was certain this was the wild boar demon's leader, as expected. The boar demon leader. The leader of the boar demon clan, formidable. Masters the power of the earth, roars savagely, charges furiously. Combat power rating, E. Wow, even E level. Suchin's heart sank, sensing the scan. The boar demon leader's huge, crimson eyes, like 2 burning flames, glowed even redder. It opened its bloody maw and roared with a deafening roar. The roar was so loud that rocks rained down from the ceiling of the underground cavern. The nearby members of the Watcher Alliance were also dizzy from the shock. Several weaker psychics were stunned unconscious, blood gushing from their mouths and noses. After unleashing a ferocious roar, the boar leader immediately lowered his head and launched a swift charge. Bang, bang, bang. Its speed was so fast that even awake humans couldn't dodge, let alone while dazed. In the blink of an eye, the boar leader was in front of the 2 evolvers. Swish! The 2 evolvers were pierced directly by the boar leader's tusks. Then, like tattered rag dolls, they flew high into the air and landed heavily on the ground. Neither of them even struggled, seemingly dead on the spot. The wild boar leader only stopped after crashing into the opposite stone wall, creating a deep crater. It shook itself, turned, and swung its broadsword at Zhao Man again. Zhao Man, just coming out of his dizziness, was startled by the blow. Unable to dodge, he raised his weapon to block the blow, but the reality was utterly cruel. Crack! Zhao Man's weapon was instantly cut in 2. The wild boar leader's broadsword, slowing slightly, landed heavily on Zhao Man's shoulder. Ah! As the captain of the extraordinary beings in the Watcher Alliance, Zhao Man possessed a protective armor made of exotic crystals. But it could only barely protect his vitals, and was extremely fragile. The boar leader's broadsword shattered his protective gear, and sank deep into Zhao Man's body. The blow nearly cut him in half. Zhao Man fainted from the pain, his life or death uncertain. Brother Zhao. Suchin, recovering from his feral roar, had a serious expression. He raised his hand, and unleashed a bolt of divine thunder from the 9 heavens. Sizzle! Lightning rained down from the sky, striking the boar leader. Despite his bulk, the boar leader was quite agile. It pounced, dodging the 9 heavens' divine thunder, Although it wasn't harmed, at least Xiao Man was saved. Ming Ming, find a chance to inject this reagent into Xiao Man. Su Chen handed one of the last 2 recovery reagents to Xiang Mingming. Xiang Mingming, knowing the urgency of the situation, took the reagent without a word. Xiao Luo, command everyone to delay this wild boar demon leader. I deal with him myself. Su Chen commanded in a deep voice. Okay. Luo Xiaotian nodded in agreement and shouted to the crowd, all evolvers retreat. Chapter 649. Psychics, use your powers to block the boar leader and create space for Commander Su. Under Luo Xiaotian's command, the evolvers retreated rapidly. The psychics then unleashed their various powers. Wind and water psychics granted Su Chen support. Fire and earth psychics summoned fire walls and earth dungeons to control the boar leader's range of movement. Su Chen took a deep breath, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Compared to the zombie king from the daytime, the boar leader before him was far more powerful, but also a more worthy foe to challenge his limits. He drew his exotic crystal long sword and used the steel flash attack, enveloping the blade in a surging aura. Su Chen's figure, like an arrow from a bow, suddenly rushed out. Faced with him, the boar leader let out a piggy cry. The broadsword swung towards Su Chen with the force of a 1,000-man army. Just before being struck by the broadsword, Su Chen, using the Tianzong technique, leaped up. He glided through the air for a moment, landing in front of the wild boar leader, the long, crystal-like sword in his hand already slashing down. The wild boar leader's size was evident. No matter how agile he was, he couldn't be faster than Su Chen. Steel slash instantly struck the wild boar leader. Dang! With a crisp thud, cracks appeared in the wild boar leader's black iron armor. The immense force forced him to retreat 2 steps. The boar leader, suffering a setback, swung his fist and unceremoniously attacked Su Chen. But Su Chen not only possessed the Tianzong technique, but also various supporting abilities granted by others. Light as a swallow, he easily dodged the boar leader's punches and circled behind him. The supernatural long sword in his hand, activating the steel flash, emitted a fluctuating aura. Su Chen aimed at the boar leader's towering hips and thrust with all his might. The aura split the solid black iron armor apart. The supernatural long sword smoothly stabbed into the boar leader's anus. It wasn't that Su Chen enjoyed anal sex, it was simply because the boar leader was so tall. Su Chen's anal sex was a breeze. Puff! Hurry! It must be said that the boar leader's vitality was truly tenacious. After suffering such a severe blow, it didn't collapse. Instead, it roared in anger and went into a rampage. It brandished its weapon, chasing Su Chen and smashing him. Unfortunately, Su Chen was too agile, and there were other transcendents interfering. The boar demon leader's flurry of attacks not only failed to harm Su Chen, but also exhausted him terribly. Su Chen took this opportunity to quickly recover his strength. After the previous exchange, he had already figured it out. Not to mention ordinary attacks, even the steel flash wouldn't be able to kill the boar demon leader. If he wanted to kill it, he could only rely on the steel flash's aura effect. But the steel flash's aura effect consumes too much energy, and can't be used for a long time. Su Chen only needed to wait for his strength to recover, then find the right opportunity to kill the boar demon leader in one fell swoop. But at this moment, the boar demon leader seemed to realize that continuing to pursue Su Chen was futile. It abruptly stopped, its flaming eyes gazing at the watchers, and their companions not far away. Su Chen's heart sank. The next moment, the wild boar leader suddenly ducked, slamming his massive head against the ground. While everyone was still wondering if this beast had gone mad, the ground, which had been relatively flat, suddenly flew up. Huge rocks flew like waves, hurtling towards Xiao Man and the others. Even though some psychics reacted quickly and used their defensive abilities, many more were struck by the rocks, suffering severe injuries on the spot. That wasn't the end of it. The wild boar leader raised his head, quickly jumped up, and landed heavily on the ground. Bang! With a powerful stomp, the area where Xiao Man and the others were standing sank nearly a meter, as if struck by an earthquake. Those who couldn't react were staggering. Su Chen's pupil shrank sharply. If I'm not mistaken, this is the so-called power of the earth. The wild boar leader seized this opportunity and unleashed another furious charge. It seemed as if an unstoppable, invincible chariot charged towards Xiao Man and the others. Su Chen was too far away to intervene. He gritted his teeth and activated his lightning eyes. 2 beams of lightning, packed with surging force, shot directly at the boar demon leader. The boar demon leader had barely knocked over 2 humans when he was struck by the lightning. Although protected by black iron armor, the force of the lightning still pushed him back. Xiao Man and the others finally had time to catch their breath and quickly retreat, By this time, Su Chen's strength had almost recovered. He used the Tian leap again, leaping in front of the boar demon leader. Absolute zero. The rapidly dropping temperature froze everything around him, and a faint white mist filled the air. Frost also appeared on the boar demon leader's body. The speed of his sword swinging slowed noticeably. Su Chen seized the opportunity and used steel flesh, striking the boar demon leader's chest with all his might. These strikes landed on the same spot. Although the boar demon leader's black iron armor offered incredible defensive power, it couldn't withstand the steel flash. With just a few strikes, the black iron armor on his chest was shattered. Su Chen's heart surged with joy, and he summoned another aura, stabbing fiercely at the exposed vitals of the wild boar leader. The wild boar leader also realized the impending danger. However, being within the absolute zero range, its movements were too slow. At this critical moment, it suddenly opened its bloody maw. Oh no! Su Chen couldn't help but panic. A feral roar. A resounding roar instantly enveloped Su Chen. Su Chen felt a ringing in his ears, and for a moment, he seemed to lose consciousness. The wild boar leader let out a sinister laugh, slashing at Su Chen with his broadsword. At the critical moment, Su Wenwei, who had regained his composure not far away, raised his hand and summoned a fire shield, blocking Su Chen. Although the fire shield shattered with one strike, it only slightly reduced the sword's power. Bang! The sword slammed into Su Chen's crystal armor. He felt a surge of power like a mountain, sending him flying backwards. When he came to his senses, he had already landed heavily on the ground. The excruciating pain in his chest darkened his vision, and he opened his mouth involuntarily. Wow! A startling mouthful of blood spurted onto the ground. Before he could even check his injuries, the wild boar leader charged again. Undeterred by the absolute zero, it had already regained its speed. Su Chen hadn't recovered yet, and he wouldn't be able to get up for a while. Thankfully, a sudden gust of wind blew over, blowing Su Chen several meters away. Chapter 650. It turned out that Jiang Yu, seeing the situation was not looking right, immediately used his wind-based abilities to save Su Chen. Luckily, Su Chen possessed a natural ability to regenerate himself, and within a short moment, although not completely healed, he was able to move. He struggled to his feet and glanced down at his crystal armor. The usually indestructible crystal armor, after enduring the wild boar leader's blow, was now cracked like a spiderweb. Su Chen could even feel a fracture in his sternum. However, due to the effects of self-regeneration, the injured area had begun to itch, clearly healing. In a few minutes at most, his injuries would be healed. But the wild boar leader wouldn't give Su Chen that time. It brandished its broadsword and continued to charge at Su Chen. Su Wenwei, Jiang Yu, and the others immediately used their abilities to delay it. Su Chen, suppressing his discomfort, retreated, taking out a recovery reagent. He thrust it fiercely into his arm. As the silvery white liquid was injected into his body, in a matter of moments, Su Chen felt the pain in his body vanish without a trace. Not only that, his depleted mental energy and even his exhausted body were restored. Su Chen clenched his fists, a satisfied smile on his face, but the wild boar demon leader was completely unaware. It believed Su Chen must have been seriously injured by the blow it had just taken. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Su Chen, its broadsword raised high. Su Chen sneered and activated Absolute Zero. The boar leader's movement slowed. Su Chen dodged the broadsword's blow, the long, crystalline blade in his hand already emitting a shimmering aura. As the boar leader's eyes widened, the blade fiercely pierced its unarmored chest. Swish! The shimmering long, crystalline blade was practically indestructible. It sliced through the boar leader's chest like a hot knife through butter, effortlessly piercing it. Roar! The boar leader's vitality was too strong. Even after taking such a blow to the heart, he didn't die instantly. It swung its fist and sent Su Chen flying. It then grabbed its broadsword, ready to chase him. But after running a few meters, its body began to stagger. Before it could even reach Su Chen, it collapsed headfirst to the ground, motionless again. Seeing this, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Aching all over, he simply lay there, quietly waiting for his body to heal. Su Chen, how are you? Are you alright? Xiang Mingming hurried over, her pretty face filled with worry and concern. I'm fine, let me lie down and rest for a while. Su Chen waved his hand. At the same time, the others gathered around, their eyes filled with awe and admiration for Su Chen. This wild boar demon leader was so powerful. And yet Su Chen was able to confront it head-on and kill it. Even with the assistance of others, it still proved just how formidable Su Chen was. Su Chen's injury this time wasn't that serious. After just a short rest, he was back to normal. He stood up and walked straight towards the long-dead wild boar demon leader. After extracting the strange crystal blade from the opponent's chest, Suchin searched for an energy core within it. It wasn't long before he found one. Next to it, there was a yellow stone. Suchin was startled for a moment, then his brows widened with joy. Who would have thought that killing the wild boar demon leader would yield a martial arts essence? He quickly took out the energy core and martial arts essence, wiped the blood off them, and slipped them into his pocket. No one dared to utter a word upon seeing this. Though somewhat envious, Wang Yong turned his head away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. "Pack up your things and return to camp," Suchin ordered. "Yes." Xiaoman waved his hand, ordering his men to clean up the battlefield. Suchin let them go first, and when he was alone, he collected the wild boar demon leader's body. After everyone returned to camp, they didn't go back to rest. As soon as Suchin returned, Xiaoman led them over. Commander Su, Wang Yong, and Guo Wei, leading the 4th and 5th battalions, acted without authorization and deserved serious action. Xiaoman said in a deep voice. The Watcher Alliance was the predecessor of the military, and in the military, the most taboo is disobeying military orders. Wang Yong and Guo Wei's actions are tantamount to committing a grave offense. Suchin narrowed his eyes and looked at the two men. Knowing they had made a grave mistake, they lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. "I let you go today. Once we're out, I hand you over to Speaker Li for handling," Suchin said calmly. It wasn't that he was particularly kind. It's just that after these few battles, the 4th and 5th battalions had suffered heavy casualties. The other battalions also suffered significant casualties. Dealing with Wang Yong, Guo Wei, and the 4th and 5th battalions they led now would be equivalent to weakening their own strength. Who knows what dangers await them next? "Thank you, Commander Su." Wang Yong and Guo Wei breathed a sigh of relief and immediately thanked Suchin. "Don't thank me yet." Suchin waved his hand and said coldly, "You may be spared the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. To save you, many of our brothers have sacrificed their lives. Give us all the energy cores you obtained since entering the secret realm." Wang Yong and Guo Wei were stunned. If they handed them over, how could Zhu Dahai and Jiao Tingfei let them go once they got out? But looking at Suchin's icy expression and the discontent and resentment on the faces of the others around him. After a moment's hesitation, the two men finally took out all the energy cores they'd been allocated today. Suchin didn't hold back, distributing them fairly and impartially. After everything was settled, everyone went back to rest. Suchin returned to his seat, but instead of rushing to rest, he began to examine his crystal armor. It must be said that the wild boar leader's power was truly terrifying. Although the crystal armor wasn't completely destroyed, its defense was significantly reduced. Most importantly, the runes on the crystal armor were also damaged. This meant that Suchin couldn't use the energy storage runes. He had to wait until he left the secret realm and found Sun Jiancheng, asking him to help rebuild the crystal armor. Then, Suchin could prepare the materials and recarve the runes. Only then could he use the energy storage runes again. In addition to the crystal armor, Suchin's recovery reagents were also completely consumed. Alas! I hope the wild boar leader won't disappoint me. Chapter 651. Suchin extracted the wild boar demon leader's energy crystal core and absorbed it. Ding! Successfully absorbed the high-level energy crystal core, gaining 7,070 energy points. Suchin released his palm, and white powder fell and dissipated into nothingness. While over 7,000 energy points is a significant number, it pales in comparison to the price paid. Suchin again extracted the martial arts essence and held it in his palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the yellow-level martial art, Wuji Sword Art. Wuji Sword Art. Mobilize all your energy, swing your weapon rapidly in a short period of time, and unleash 3 attacks. Each attack is more powerful than the last, and the final blow is astonishingly powerful. Suchin smiled with satisfaction. He suddenly gained 2 powerful martial arts, Steel Slash and Wuji Sword Art. His strength would likely be greatly enhanced. He took a look and saw that, like Steel Slash, Wuji Sword Art required energy to improve its proficiency. Suchin absorbed a few more energy crystal cores and plopped down the wild boar demon. After amassing 10,000 energy points, he unhesitatingly raised his Wuji Sword Art proficiency to the highest level. At the peak of his Wuji Sword Art, he could unleash 9 sword strikes in a split second. Excellent. Very good. Compared to the Wuji Sword Art, the price he paid today was worth it. After his excitement wore off, Suchin fell back into deep thought. The fact that those zombies and monsters had energy crystals and energy cores in their bodies made sense. But the martial arts essences were a bit more difficult to explain. Could it really be like in online games, where defeating monsters would yield equipment and techniques? It seemed his suspicions were spot on. The so-called secret realm was a man-made creation. Su Chen raised his head and surveyed the eerie underground cavern. A deep chill ran down his spine. What kind of being could have created such a secret realm? Su Chen lost consciousness for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it, I won't dwell on it anymore. Whether it was man-made or naturally formed, it didn't matter to me. What mattered was that I could live a peaceful and stable life in this apocalypse. The night passed in silence. The next morning, the Watchers, led by Su Chen, continued their exploration of this vast underground cavern. Although they had lost many men yesterday, they had also harvested a large number of energy cores. Several people had absorbed energy cores last night, achieving breakthroughs. With their combat experience, they wouldn't be so flustered when they encountered zombies, wild boar monsters, or even centipede monsters. After a day of wandering through the underground cavern, they had collected a large number of energy cores. During a break, Zhao Man approached Su Chen and beamed, "Brother Su, do we have a few more stage E transcendents joining our team?" "Oh, Du Cheng and the others, right?" Su Chen asked with a smile. "Yes." Zhao Man nodded. Unlike the other teams, the leader of the first team, Li Kunlin, was just an ordinary person. Zhao Man didn't have to hand in his energy cores. After receiving them, he distributed them among his subordinates. People like Du Cheng, Luo Xiaotian, and Xiang Mingming have all broken through to the East stage. The captains of the second and third teams have also broken through. Now, excluding Su Chen and Zhao Man, there are 11 stage E transcendents in the team. This secret realm is a great place. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. If it were outside, breaking through to the E stage, let alone E+ stage, would be extremely difficult. The energy cores of the monsters in this secret realm contain far more energy than those outside. But the problem is, we have to find a way out of here, Zhao Man whispered. They didn't bring much with them when they entered. If they couldn't find the exit, they might all die here. Su Chen frowned slightly and peered deep into the underground cave. But even if both of his eyes were 2.0, he still couldn't see the end of the cave. Compared to the level where the illusionary mushrooms were, this underground cave was even more vast and complex. Su Chen and the others walked in one direction for 2 days. Neither lost nor at the end of the road. Su Chen had used radar scanning, but it was still useless. "I know, but the problem is, I can't find it for a while." Su Chen sighed, his eyes fixed on a wild boar spirit not far away. "Why don't we eat its meat?" "Brother Su, are you sure?" Zhao Man's face looked a little strange. These wild boar spirits can walk upright, and even possess the ability to communicate verbally. Eating their meat would be a bit unpalatable. Just treat it like pork. Su Chen smiled nonchalantly. Unless he was desperate, he wouldn't take out the supplies from his storage space for nothing. As the two were talking, Du Cheng hurried over. "Commander Su, Captain Zhao, something's wrong." Seeing his nervous expression, Su Chen's face darkened. "What's wrong?" "One of the teams we sent out hasn't returned yet." At this moment, the Watchers had just defeated a group of centipede monsters and were resting. It was getting late, and everyone was a little tired. So, Su Chen had Zhao Man send out several teams to search the area for suitable camping spots. Each team consisted of only 2 or 3 members. The other teams gradually returned, but there was still no news from one team. "Did the returning teams find a suitable place to camp?" Su Chen asked. "We found one. Let's go there first and set up camp, then send people to search in the direction the team left." Su Chen thought for a moment and gave the order. With so many monsters in the underground caves, it was normal for the team to encounter danger. For the sake of the entire team, Su Chen decided to search for them after they had set up camp. There was no time to lose. Everyone immediately sprang into action, rushing to a suitable campsite. After the camp was set up, Zhao Man led a team of elite transcendents to search for the missing team. Su Chen, along with the main group, remained in the camp to rest. After a quick meal of dry rations, everyone except those on guard collapsed onto their blankets and fell into a deep sleep. Su Chen stretched, just as he was about to rest, when the hairs on his back suddenly stood on end. "No, something's wrong." He leaped to his feet, his hawk-like gaze darting around. But he was in the middle of the camp. All around him were members of the Watchers Alliance. There was nothing unusual. Su Chen's sudden action startled Xiang Mingming, who was standing nearby. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, patted her chest, and muttered, "Su Chen, what's wrong?" Chapter 652. Su Chen didn't answer Xiang Mingming. Instead, he glanced around the area. Noticing anything unusual, he shook his head and said, "Nothing." Xiang Mingming didn't think much of it, turned over, and went back to sleep. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Although he hadn't noticed anything, for some reason, the uneasiness within him lingered. Xiao Luo. Su Chen summoned Luo Xiaotian through his consciousness. To prevent any unforeseen events, when Zhao Man left, Su Chen had Ding Di use a mind chain. This connected their consciousnesses. Zhao Man was in charge of leading the search team, while Luo Xiaotian was in charge of guarding the camp. What's wrong, Commander Su? Luo Xiaotian replied through his mind. I sense something's amiss. Check the camp inside and out. Although a little strange, Luo Xiaotian didn't refuse. He immediately called a team of Transcendents to check the camp. But there was nothing unusual inside or outside. After hearing Luo Xiaotian's answer, Su Chen felt a little relieved. Was he being too sensitive? He glanced around again, then slowly laid down and closed his eyes. Just as Su Chen's breathing steadied, a beautiful figure emerged from the shadows in the corner. Who else could it be but Bai Qianqing? Seeing Su Chen lying on the ground, a flash of hatred flashed in her eyes. I hadn't expected this Ba ***** to be so vigilant. I was almost spotted even when I used shadow stealth. Luckily, I was more skilled. Bai Qianqing gripped the exotic crystal dagger tightly in her hand and approached Su Chen silently, like a ghost. Looking at Su Chen's handsome face, her murderous intent intensified. Bai Qianqing held the dagger high. A single strike would spell Su Chen's death. But at that moment, Su Chen, who had been soundly asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing Bai Qianqing's sudden appearance, he wasn't surprised. Instead, a mocking smile crossed his face. Not good. Bai Qianqing's heart sank, and she immediately thrust the exotic crystal dagger forward fiercely. Bang! An ice shield appeared on Su Chen's chest, directly blocking Bai Qianqing's thrust. After missing the first strike, Bai Qianqing raised the dagger again. But this time, Su Chen didn't give her a chance. He leaped to his feet and launched a punch straight at Bai Qianqing. What a swift movement! Bai Qianqing's pupil shrank slightly. As she retracted her dagger, she twisted her body to avoid Su Chen's fist. Interesting. Su Chen sneered, then stepped forward again, not intending to let Bai Qianqing go. His fist roared again, swinging towards Bai Qianqing. Bai Qianqing's pretty face paled slightly. What was going on? She was already at E- power, so why did she feel Su Chen was stronger than her? Facing the aggressive Su Chen, Bai Qianqing gritted her teeth. She advanced instead of retreating. Even if she took Su Chen's punch, she would plunge the dagger into Su Chen's heart. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What was the grudge between him and this woman? She was actually risking her life to kill him. Su Chen didn't bother to trade blows, so he retracted his fist and dodged Bai Qianqing's thrust. Bai Qianqing gritted his teeth, refusing to let Su Chen go. He turned and charged again. You're sick. Su Chen spat out those two words and unleashed a powerful punch. The punch was so fast and powerful, and the close proximity between them meant Bai Qianqing had no time to react, and was sent flying. As she landed on the ground, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her expression becoming somewhat dejected. This was because Su Chen was holding back. Otherwise, if he had used all his strength, Bai Qianqing would have been crippled, if not dead. At the same time, Luo Xiaotian and the others, having received the news, rushed over. In an instant, Bai Qianqing was surrounded by the crowd. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the resentful Bai Qianqing before him, frowning. Who are you? Despite being surrounded, Bai Qianqing showed no signs of nervousness. She simply sneered. I'm here to kill you. You think you can kill me? Su Chen's face was filled with disdain. Bai Qianqing didn't waste any more words with Su Chen. She took a few steps back, retreating into the shadows. Then, her eyes fixed, and before everyone's astonishment, her figure grew ethereal and vanished. Holy crap, is it haunted? Wang Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Not haunted? This must be a martial art, Su Chen said gravely. Just now, after noticing something was amiss, he didn't take it lightly. After all, his sixth sense was more accurate than a woman's. After searching fruitlessly, Su Chen checked his radar. It showed a new, non-existent bright spot near him. Radar couldn't be wrong. There was only one possibility. The other party had some form of invisibility, so Su Chen pretended to be asleep, luring the other party out. Seeing Bai Qianqing suddenly disappear, everyone became nervous. Su Chen remained calm and composed. He secretly observed the radar and noticed that, besides the people present, there was another bright spot. This must be the woman who came to assassinate him. She shouldn't be far away. Recalling Bai Qianqing's appearance and disappearance, Su Chen's mind flashed. Shadow. She must be able to sneak in the shadows. Zhang Boss Hen. Hearing Su Chen call him, Zhang Boss Hen froze for a moment. Here. Aren't you a light-powered person? Use your powers to illuminate all nearby shadows. Zhang Boss Hen came to his senses, thought briefly, and raised his hand to summon several balls of light. These balls of light floated in the air and quickly dispersed. The bright white light they emitted instantly illuminated the surroundings. The original shadow also vanished. Just as the shadow vanished, Bai Qianqing's figure appeared in the corner of the wall not far away. "Hey, where are you escaping to?" Wang Yan let out a strange laugh and surrounded Bai Qianqing again with his men. This time, Bai Qianqing could no longer maintain her composure. A hint of panic crossed her pale face. She hadn't expected Su Chen to react so quickly, to immediately come up with a plan. "Will you surrender and confess, or wait for me to do it?" Su Chen asked calmly, his tone thick with threats. "What do you want me to confess, you bastard?" Bai Qianqing, trapped in danger, glared coldly at Su Chen. "My goodness, why do I feel like Brother Su slept with her and then walked away?" Wang Yan whispered to Ding Di beside him. "Yeah, that's possible." Ding Di nodded in agreement. Hearing the two's discussion, Su Chen was both angry and amused. He glared at Wang and Ding before slowly saying, "Why are you trying to kill me? How have I ever offended you? You killed my father. Do you dare to admit it?" Bai Qianqing said coldly. Chapter 653. "Who is your father?" Su Chen asked curiously. "He's killed so many people. I don't even know if Bai Qianqing has a father." Bai Jianbua. The name Bai Qianqing uttered made Su Chen startled. "A member of the Leaders' Alliance? Do you remember now?" Bai Qianqing glared at Su Chen, gritting her teeth. "The hatred for killing your father is irreconcilable." Su Chen rubbed his forehead helplessly. "I only met your father a few times. Why would I kill your father? You're a hypocrite. You dare to do it but not admit it." Bai Qianqing didn't believe Su Chen's lies, and could only sneer. "Miss Bai, can you please listen to me?" Just then Gao Fei suddenly stood up. "Who are you?" Bai Qianqing looked at Gao Fei, her brows furrowed slightly. "Not long ago, your father saved my life." Gao Fei explained to Bai Qianqing the attack on the Gaoshan gang by the Chief's alliance. Bai Qianqing looked surprised. "You mean, my father let you go? What else?" Gao Fei asked curiously. "But Ding Bin and the others said you killed my father in order to escape." Hearing this, Su Chen immediately understood. There must be something fishy going on. "Miss Bai, this is all Ding Bin's nonsense." Gao Fei said angrily, "Your father saved me. How could I possibly harm him? Maybe Ding Bin killed your father and is framing us." Bai Qianqing suddenly remembered that Uncle Yao had heard a rumor that Ding Bin had murdered his father, Bai Jianbua. Had she truly wronged Su Chen? A look of hesitation crossed her face. Seeing this, Gao Fei persuaded, "Miss Bai, you must have heard from your father about Boss Su saving his life, right?" Bai Qianqing nodded. Of course, she had heard her father mention Su Chen saving everyone during Operation Cold War. This incident is enough to prove that Boss Su is trustworthy. Although we don't have evidence right now, Miss Bai, you can't just accept Ding Bin's one-sided story. Isn't that the truth? Under Gao Fei's persuasion, Bai Qianqing hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, "You're right." Gao Fei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Su Chen. "Boss Su, Miss Bai was also deceived by that Ding Bin. Don't blame her, right? After all, if Bai Jianbua hadn't let Gao Fei go to pass on the message, maybe he really been ambushed by the Leaders' Alliance." Thinking of this, Su Chen decided to let Bai Qianqing go for Bai Jianbua's sake. "Miss Bai, I don't blame you, but you have to answer me a question. Did anyone from the Leaders' Alliance show up here as well?" Su Chen asked gravely. "Yes, just after you entered the secret realm, Ding Bin and the Mingyuan group also entered." Bai Qianqing didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected the Leaders' Alliance to be colluding with the Mingyuan group. Luckily, I met Bai Qianqing today and learned this from her. "So where are they now?" Su Chen asked again. Bai Qianqing pursed her lips. "While I think what you say makes sense, I can't fully trust you without confirmation." Su Chen smiled. "Okay then. By the way, one of our teams has disappeared. Was it the work of the Chief's Alliance?" "Yes," Bai Qianqing agreed readily. "They were spotted by Ding Bin's men. Ding Bin captured them, tortured them, and learned your location. Ding Bin was debating whether to send troops to attack you, and I couldn't wait, so I came here alone." So that's what happened. Su Chen suddenly understood. Seeing that he had asked almost all the questions, he waved his hand. "Let her go." Wang Yan and the others stepped aside, making way for Bai Qianqing. Bai Qianqing glanced at Su Chen, his emotions mixed. "I'd get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. If you killed my father, I hunt you down for the rest of my life. If it wasn't you, I come and offer you a sincere apology. Su Chen simply smiled frankly. He hadn't done any of these things, so naturally, he felt no burden. Bai Qianqing said nothing more and left without looking back. After she left, Su Chen immediately called out to Zhao Man through his consciousness, Brother Zhao. Here, what's wrong? Bring your men back first. The team's disappearance is related to the Leader Alliance and the Mingyuan group. What? Okay, I'll be right back. Zhao Man responded immediately. Not long after, Zhao Man hurried back with his men. Brother Su, what do you mean by it's related to the Leader Alliance and the Mingyuan group? Su Chen told Zhao Man about Bai Qianqing's assassination attempt. Zhao Man was shocked. Not only was he surprised that Ding Bin had let Su Chen take the blame, but he was even more astonished that the Chieftain Alliance and the Mingyuan group had colluded and followed him into the secret realm. The secret realm was already fraught with danger. Now there were even more enemies lurking in the shadows. The Chieftain Alliance and the Mingyuan group. This was a bit tricky and troublesome. Brother Su, what should we do now? Zhao Man asked in a low voice. Right now, we're in the open, and the enemy is in the dark. The situation is extremely unfavorable for us. Su Chen stroked his chin and pondered. We must find their location before Ding Bin and his men attack, and then launch a counterattack. But the underground cave is so large, finding their hiding place might not be that easy. Zhao Man shook his head. No, we can basically determine their location. Su Chen smiled. Zhao Man was stunned for a moment, then realized, I understand. The missing team had been captured by Ding Bin and his men. That means the Leader Alliance and Mingyuan group are in the direction the team was exploring. You stay in the camp for a while. I go find them on my own. As long as he knows the approximate location of Ding Bin and the others, Su Chen will be able to find them sooner or later with the help of the radar system. Okay, thank you, Brother Su. Zhao Man nodded. There was no time to lose. Su Chen left the camp without further delay. He moved quickly in the direction the team was exploring, monitoring the radar. In the Leader Alliance and Mingyuan group camp. Bai Qianqing had just entered when she was stopped by Ding Bin and his men. Saintus, where were you just now? I went out for a walk. Is there anything wrong? Bai Qianqing asked coldly. After learning that Ding Bin might be the real murderer of her father, she couldn't help but feel an intense dislike for him. Chapter 654. After helping Bai Qianqing advance to Stage E and granting her a martial arts essence, Bai Qianqing's attitude toward Ding Bin had originally become much kinder. Seeing her suddenly become so cold again, Ding Bin was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Bai Qianqing, you are the saint of the worshipping god cult. How dare you be so rude to the holy master? Huang Cuizui, standing nearby, immediately shouted in disapproval. Bai Qianqing finally realized what was happening and quickly pretended to apologize. Sorry, master, I was rude. It's okay, we're family. Ding Bin waved his hand generously and said with a smile, this underground cave is full of dangers, and I'm concerned for the saint's safety. If you're okay, go and rest. I'll obey master's orders. Bai Qianqing nodded and turned to leave. Watching her leave, Ding Bin's face darkened. Master, this little bitch is so ungrateful. You've been so kind to her, and yet she's giving you a cold shoulder. Huang Cuizui fanned the flames. Ding Bin's expression darkened, and he said coldly, her giving me a cold shoulder isn't a big deal, but I'm worried she might know something. Huang Cuizui was stunned. What do you mean, master? This little bitch was present during the interrogation of the Watchers. Not long after she learned Su Chen's location, she disappeared. What if she was going to assassinate him? Ding Bin hesitated, but Huang Cuizui understood his meaning. Once Bai Qianqing met Su Chen, Ding Bin's lies would be exposed. So what should we do now? Or should we just? Huang Cuizui made a beheading gesture. Don't worry, we can't confirm it yet. Ding Bin shook his head and said seriously, the most urgent thing is to decide what to do next. Cuizui, keep an eye on Bai Qianqing. If she makes any unusual movements, arrest her. Yes, master. After giving Huang Cuizui his instructions, Ding Bin quickly walked to the other side of the camp. Fan Debiao, Jack, and the others were sitting cross-legged, apparently waiting for him. Master Ding, you're finally here. We've been waiting until the flowers have wilted. Jack said impatiently, speaking Yanghua, Chinese, a language he spoke with reasonable comprehension. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Ding Bin sat down beside them, and said in a deep voice, Biao, do you think we should stay here or go to the next level? That's right. Not long ago, after exploring the underground caverns for so long, the members of the Mingyuan group and the Leader Alliance discovered the entrance to the next level. But they didn't rush in, because no one knew what awaited them below. With their current strength, staying on the second floor wasn't dangerous at all. On the contrary, they could continue hunting monsters and thus improve their own strength. While Ding Bin and Fan W were hesitating, their men discovered the team sent by the Watchers. After interrogation, they learned from those men that Su Chen and his men were not far away. This made Ding Bin and Fan W nervous. If we continue here, we might have to go to war with Su Chen. Fan W let out a sinister smile. But even if a war breaks out, we don't have to fear him. He doesn't know we entered yet, nor does he know our location. We can definitely catch him off guard. After we're done with him, whether we want to stay or move on to the next level is entirely up to us. Fan Debia's proposal perfectly suited Ding Bin's thinking. During the few days spent in the secret realm, the strength of both the Mingyuan group and the Leader Alliance had greatly increased. This gave them a much better chance of dealing with Su Chen. Besides, they entered the secret realm not only for the lucrative rewards, but also to eliminate Su Chen and eliminate the Watcher Alliance. Okay, let's do as you say, Biao. Ding Bin nodded heavily. There's no time to lose. We must seize the moment and take action against Su Chen. Although Su Chen was unaware of the presence of Ding Bin, Fan Debiao, and the others, if time dragged on, and he discovered them, we lose the initiative. Fan Debiao checked his watch. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Let's do it tonight. After agreeing on a specific time for the operation, the two departed. Before long, both groups had assembled. Looking at the heroic and high-spirited transcendents, Ding Bin smiled with satisfaction. Biao, shall we set off? Let's go! With a wave of his hand, Fan Debiao and his two groups quickly left the camp and headed towards the Watcher Alliance. Bai Qianqing, who was following the group, felt a tinge of worry. Should Su Chen be on guard? Why does the saint look a little off? Are you worried about Su Chen? Huang Suizui, who was following Bai Qianqing, glanced at her and chuckled. Why should I worry about my father's murderer? Bai Qianqing asked coldly. Are you worried he's too strong, and you can't defeat him? No matter how strong he is, I kill him, even if it costs my life. Despite saying this, Bai Qianqing couldn't help but feel a pang of fear when he recalled the strength Su Chen had displayed during their recent clash. Even if he risked his life, he wouldn't be able to even injure Su Chen, let alone kill him. After leaving the camp, Su Chen began searching in the direction where the exploration team disappeared. Hard work pays off. After searching for nearly 2 hours, he actually spotted a large number of bright spots on his radar. Su Chen quickly approached the bright spots and discovered they were the camps of the Mingyuan group and the Leader Alliance. Eyeing the Transcendents on sentry duty nearby, he didn't rush in. Just as Su Chen noted the location and prepared to evacuate, a noise suddenly emanated from the enemy camp. Following closely behind, a large group of troops hurriedly left the camp. Among them, Su Chen spotted not only Bai Qianqing, but also Ding Bin, Fan Debiao, and the others. What were they planning to do? Su Chen frowned slightly, looking at the direction Ding Bin and the others were heading. He instantly understood. They were going to attack their camp. Brother Zhao, Brother Zhao. Thankfully, the effect of the mind chain hadn't worn off yet. Su Chen immediately summoned Zhao Man through his consciousness. Brother Su, I'm here. Have you discovered the enemy's position? Zhao Man replied. I have, but they already gathered their forces and are heading towards the camp. Zhao Man was startled by Su Chen's words, but he quickly calmed down. Brother Su, don't worry. I organize our forces and prepare to resist them. No, don't resist them. Huh? Not resist them? Zhao Man was stunned. Chapter 655. That's right, they attacked us, so why can't we counterattack? Su Chen's face sneered. It's nearly an hour's journey from their camp to ours. Brother Zhao, organize your forces, find a suitable location, and ambush them. Zhao Man's eyes lit up, and he practically clapped his hands in admiration. Brother Su, you're truly clever. I do as you say. After severing contact with Zhao Man, Su Chen watched the retreating enemy and immediately followed silently. Ding Bin, Fan Debiao, and the others were completely unaware that they had gone from hunter to prey. They were still enthusiastically discussing how to attack the Watcher Alliance after eliminating Su Chen and his men. Those sent to explore the secret realm are the Watcher's elite. Once we eliminate them all, the Watcher Alliance will be powerless, and we can easily manipulate them. Ding Bin laughed. Master Deng is absolutely right. After we destroy the Watcher Alliance, the Chief's Alliance will dominate Zhongji Province. Master Deng, please take good care of us then. Fan W complimented. Ding Bin's heart skipped a beat, sensing the hidden meaning in his words. He tentatively said, Haha, Biao, you're the chairman's right-hand man. How can I possibly take care of you? Ah, water flows to the lowest places, and people strive for the highest places. That's an eternal truth. Van de smiled. It seems this kid is quite ambitious, unwilling to remain subordinate to Zhang Jinghui. But ambition is a good thing. It can be used to his advantage. Dingbin narrowed his eyes and smiled. You're absolutely right. If we have the chance, we must cooperate more. The two exchanged a smile, their words speaking volumes. Just as they were about to reach the Watcher Alliance base, something unexpected happened. Boom! Crack! Countless supernatural powers suddenly descended from all sides, showering down on Dingbin, Van de Biao, and the others. Caught off guard, the Mingyuan group and the Leader Alliance suffered numerous casualties in an instant. Oh no! We've been ambushed! Dingbin's face drastically changed, and he quickly mobilized his mental energy. A pinprick of light emerged from him, rapidly expanding from the size of a grain of rice to a light shield tens of meters in diameter, enveloping most of his team. The incoming supernatural powers landed on the shield, creating only tiny ripples, unable to penetrate at all. Van de finally calmed down and took a closer look. A large number of Watcher Alliance members had appeared all around him. What's going on? How did they know we were coming? Never mind, Ah Biao. Quickly organize a counterattack. Dingbin said in a deep voice. The move he used, called the Holy Light Barrier, separated the inside and outside of the barrier. Those outside the barrier could not attack those inside. But those inside could harm those outside. While this ability was powerful, it also had significant drawbacks. It was extremely draining of mental energy, and Dingbin needed to continuously cast spells. Okay. Van de hurriedly called out to his psychics, telling them to use their powers to counterattack the Watchers outside. For a moment, the underground cave was filled with all kinds of superpowers. It's impossible to break through. Dingdi couldn't help but curse. The Holy Light Barrier separated the inside and outside. Not only could ordinary superpowers, but even Dingdi's psychic powers were ineffective against those inside. Meanwhile, the members of the Mingyuan group and the Leader Alliance were free to use their superpowers to counterattack. This put the Watcher Alliance completely on the defensive. This barrier can't last indefinitely. As long as we're powerful enough, we'd definitely be able to break it. Su Yingwe summoned a massive meteorite shrouded in flames, and slammed it into the Holy Light Barrier. Fire powers are undoubtedly among the most powerful. The Holy Light Barrier visibly shook at the impact, and even Dingbin, who continued to cast spells, paled, but even so, the Holy Light Barrier persisted. Brother Zhao, find a way to attract their attention. Su Chen's voice echoed through Zhao Man's consciousness. His spirits perked up, instantly realizing Su Chen was about to strike. Ice and fire psychics will be the water vapor, and wind psychics will obscure the enemy's vision. Zhao Man had an idea. Under his command, the ice and fire psychics unleashed their respective powers. The ice and fire psychics collided, quickly sending up a vast cloud of white mist. The wind psychics seized the opportunity to blow the mist with fierce winds, enveloping the Holy Light Barrier. Now, those within the barrier were completely blinded, completely unable to see what was happening outside. Master Deng, this is not good. Van de gripped his weapon tightly, and whispered nervously. Dingbin was also terrified. They had originally planned to launch a surprise attack on the Watchers, but it had turned into an ambush. And up until now, Su Chen hadn't made a move. Speak of the devil, and here comes the devil, as Dingbin, Van de Biao, and the others gazed anxiously outside the barrier. Suddenly, a figure swiftly approached them. Van de Biao was startled and looked closely. Who else could it be but Su Chen? Su Chen raised his long, exotic crystal sword and slashed down at the Holy Light Barrier with all his might. How naive. Seeing this, Dingbin's face lit up with a mocking smile. Even with supernatural power bombardment, the Holy Light Barrier could last for a long time. Su Chen thought he could break the Holy Light Barrier with just ordinary attacks? What a pipe dream. But the next second, Dingbin was slapped in the face. Su Chen slashed at the Holy Light Barrier, sending violent ripples rippling through it, but that wasn't the end. Su Chen slashed several more times. Each strike was more powerful and imposing than the last. When the eighth strike was swung, even within the barrier, Dingbin could feel the terrifying force. This was the martial art Su Chen had just mastered, the infinite sword art. Crack! The Holy Light Barrier couldn't even withstand the eighth strike, emitting a sound like shattering glass before dissipating into nothingness. Dingbin, responsible for maintaining the barrier, felt as if struck in the chest by a sledgehammer, spurting out a pool of blood. Not good. Van de Biao and the others were horrified. Seeing the barrier shatter, the Watchers outside cheered and continued their attack. Using the cover of the fog, Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, and other evolvers charged in. The two sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Cui Cui, escort me away. The wounded Ding Bin was no longer able to fight. He leaned weakly on Huang Suecui's shoulder. Okay, master. Huang Suecui hurriedly supported Ding Bin, called out to her men, and prepared to leave the battlefield. But Su Chen's eyes remained fixed on Ding Bin. Want to escape? Not so easy. He rushed towards Ding Bin and Huang Suecui like an arrow. Chapter 656. Stop him! Ding Bin shouted, panicking. Several evolvers from the worship cult quickly rushed forward, blocking Su Chen's path. Looking for death. Su Chen sneered, slashing forward with a long, exotic crystal sword in his hand. Although Su Chen's combat power was E-, he had system enhancements and physical fitness techniques. His true strength was comparable to that of an E-class fighter. Most of the evolvers from the worship cult were F+, with only 1 or 2 at E-. They were no match for Su Chen. Su Chen didn't even need his skills, like Steel Flash or Infinite Swordsmanship. He simply wielded his sword and slaughtered them all. Seeing this, Ding Bin and Huang Suecui had only one thought in mind. There's no technique. What a fucking weird stat line. If Su Chen isn't worth it, who else can? Seeing Su Chen less than 10 meters away, Huang Suecui gritted her teeth and activated her own psychic ability. Like Ding Di, she's a psychic. Charm. Huang Suecui smiled sweetly. It must be said, she's quite pretty. That smile had a certain alluring charm to it. Several members of the Watchers Alliance, watching from the sidelines, were momentarily stunned by Huang Suecui's smile. They felt as if they were in an empty room, surrounded by a group of attractive women. These women, with charming smiles, approached and surrounded them. They felt their blood boiling, their saliva streaming, but to outsiders, it looked as if they were inexplicably frozen in place, even beginning to take off their clothes. Su Chen was no exception. His steps faltered slightly, and his eyes became vacant. Humph, even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink my bath water. Huang Suecui smirked. You guys, go and kill him. She chose not to advance to finish off Su Chen, but instead supported Ding Bin and quickly retreated. Little did she know that this action would save her life. The 200 Flowers Hall evolvers immediately charged at Su Chen. In their opinion, Su Chen had been bewitched. One strike of his sword and his head would fall to the ground, but they had barely taken a step when they saw a glint flash in Su Chen's eyes. His previously vacant eyes had now become gleaming with brilliance. Before the 200 Flowers Hall members could react, he raised his hand and struck twice. Swish. Swish. Their heads flew high into the air before falling to the ground. Although they were fleeing, Ding Bin and Huang Suecui kept a close eye on the situation behind them. When they saw Su Chen dispatch the two, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. While others might not know, how could Ding Bin and Huang Suecui not know the power of charm? Even Transcendence with E-level combat power reduction couldn't regain consciousness after being charmed. The members of the Watchers not far away were a prime example. No matter how their companions shook them, shouted, or even slapped them, they couldn't wake up. But how had Su Chen managed to regain consciousness after only a few seconds of charm? Little did they know that Su Chen had absorbed the remaining spirit of the illusion mushrooms, gaining mental resistance. But a few seconds of delay bought Ding Bin and Huang Suecui enough time. They were already at least 10 meters away from Su Chen. Adding to the swirling mist, the surroundings were shrouded in fog. For a moment, Su Chen couldn't even see Ding Bin and Huang Suecui. They lowered their heads and quickly fled into the distance. Without the holy light barrier, and with Su Chen charging into the crowd, the Mingyuan group and the Leaders Alliance were instantly thrown into chaos. Hold on, hold on! Fan W roared. But now, the defeat was overwhelming, the ranks in disarray, and some were already fleeing behind Ding Bin and Huang Suecui. Just as Fan W was about to reorganize his troops, he saw Su Chen charging towards them like a murderous god. He was instantly startled. After a moment's hesitation, he finally gave up the idea. Jack, let's retreat too. Fan W called out to the white man Jack, and took advantage of the chaos on the battlefield to sneak away. With the two leaders fleeing, how could the remaining men possibly continue fighting? They too gave up resistance and fled in the direction they came from. But how could the Watcher Alliance let them escape? Zhao Man and his men pursued them from behind. The evolvers from the two groups were fine, they were strong and agile. But this was a tough situation for the psychics. Their physical fitness was far inferior to that of the evolvers. They were left far behind by the evolvers, and were quickly caught up by Zhao Man and his men. Anyone who resisted was killed. Those who knelt and begged for mercy were spared. As the first to escape, Ding Bin, carried by several of his evolvers, returned to the camp first. Huang Suecui and Su Jiang also followed him. Huff, huff, huff. Everyone plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily. A moment later, another flurry of footsteps arrived. Ding Bin and the others' hearts tightened, and they looked up. Only when they saw Fan Debut, Jack, and the others did they breathe a sigh of relief. Biao, how did Su Chen know we were planning a surprise attack? Ding Bin demanded angrily. Fan Debut had also licked blood on the edge of a knife and devoured human flesh. Hearing Ding Bin's blunt questioning, he felt like he was putting the blame on himself. He was stunned at first, then flew into a rage. Ding Bin, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm in cahoots with Su Chen to sell you out? Ding Bin was speechless for a moment. Not to mention that Fan Debut and Su Chen also had a grudge against each other. The heavy losses Mingyuan Group suffered today alone were enough to prove Fan Debut wouldn't betray us. Brother Biao, calm down. The leader didn't mean that. Huang Suisui, standing by, quickly tried to smooth things over. Yes, Biao, don't be angry. Ding Bin dropped his pride and forced a smile. What I meant was, we got a mole. At this, everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. Their eyes were filled with suspicion. Oh, I said the wrong thing again. Looking at the panicked troops, Ding Bin cursed himself inwardly and quickly said, maybe I was wrong. Let's not speculate. He paused, then asked, did Su Chen's men catch up? I don't know. Biao shook his head and looked out of the camp. By now, the troops on both sides had mostly fled back. Outside the camp, there was practically no one in sight. What should we do next, Master Deng? Biao said with a wry smile. Staying here is like waiting for death. Chapter 657. In the previous battle, both sides lost nearly half their men. Of the remaining members, many were wounded and incapacitated. If they stayed here and waited for the Watchers to arrive, they would be doomed. Why don't we just go down to the third level? Deng Bin gritted his teeth. Fan Debut was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Ding Bin to have such a plan. But on second thought, this seemed to be the only solution. Otherwise, if they stayed on the second level, Su Chen would sooner or later discover them. Why not go straight to the third level and see if we can escape? After all, Zhang Jinghui and the rest of the Mingyuan group are waiting outside the secret realm. Alright, let's go straight to the third level. Fan Debut nodded heavily. There was no time to lose. Everyone sprang into action, packed their belongings, and left the camp. Since Ding Bin was injured, Huang Suisui was supporting him, so they had no time to monitor Bai Qianqing. Bai Qianqing followed silently at the back of the group. She shoved her hand into her pocket, and when she pulled it out, it was filled with a handful of black powder. While the people ahead weren't paying attention, Bai Qianqing sprinkled the black powder behind her. Although she hadn't yet ascertained the truth of the matter, Bai Qianqing didn't quite trust Ding Bin's character. In contrast, Su Chen's attitude was firm and straightforward, so Bai Qianqing was inclined to believe Su Chen's words. Thus, during the previous battle, Bai Qianqing had been paddling the entire time. Even when the Watchers approached her, she tried her best to avoid action. She had deliberately left a trail of black powder behind her, intending it to serve as a mark for Su Chen. Not long after, the group turned into a passage. The passage wasn't long. Once inside, one could see a bare stone wall at the very back, seemingly a dead end. Fan Debut walked forward, his eyes settling on a small protruding rock on the wall. He reached out and pressed down hard. Rumble, rumble. The sound of a mechanism operating could be heard from behind the wall, and then the wall parted in two, revealing a dark cave entrance. Ding Bin, Fan Debut, and the others, while hunting monsters on the second floor, were also searching for the exit. But like Su Chen, they found nothing. Not long ago, while chasing a centipede demon, Fan Debut had accidentally triggered this mechanism and discovered this passage. To him and Ding Bin, this must be the entrance to the next level. Shall we go in? Fan Debut looked at Ding Bin. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Fan Debut, commanding Jack, led the evolvers into the passageway first. Ding Bin and the others followed closely behind. After everyone entered, Fan Debut glanced behind him, making sure no one had followed before pressing the trigger again. Before the stone wall closed, he slipped into the passageway. But Fan Debut didn't notice a speck of black powder on the ground not far away. After repelling the Leader Alliance and Mingyuan Group, Su Chen chose not to pursue. After a day of fighting, everyone was exhausted. Especially the psychics, whose mental energy had been almost completely depleted. Before they had time to rest, they engaged in another bloody battle with Ding Bin, Fan Debut, and the others. Although they had won a great victory, their last bit of energy had been exhausted. A rash pursuit might result in further losses. The Leaders Alliance and the Mingyuan Group had already suffered heavy casualties. We could wait until we had some rest before slowly dealing with them. After cleaning up the battlefield and distributing the energy crystals, the exhausted men fell into a deep sleep. Even Suchin closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. A silent night. The next morning, Suchin awoke refreshed. Zhao Man, Su Wenwei, and the others had also recovered their spirits. Brother Zhao, gather the troops and attack Ding Bin and the others. Suchin ordered solemnly, taking a bite of bread. Okay. Zhao Man stuffed the entire piece of bread into his mouth, then stood up and went to gather his men. In a short while, the Overwatch Alliance team had assembled. Suchin waved his hand without further ado. Let's go. Everyone followed him, quickly moving out. But just as Suchin approached Ding Bin, Fan Debiao, and their camp, he detected through radar that it was completely deserted. They're running pretty fast. Wang Yan couldn't help but curse. They can't get far. Suchin glanced at the scattered supplies in the camp and said calmly, Xiao Luo, take some people and search for the enemy. Old Ding, use the telepathic link. If anything happens, report back. Okay. Luo Xiaoyan nodded. After the telepathic link connected him to Suchin and several others, he led his men away. The others were also busy, gathering up the supplies left behind by the Leader Alliance and Mingyuan group. However, after an entire morning, the dozen or so teams led by Luo Xiaoyan had failed to locate Ding Bin and Fan Debiao. Remember, their search area extended over 50 kilometers. Forget finding them, there wasn't even a trace. It was as if the Leader Alliance and Mingyuan group had simply vanished into thin air. That's a bit strange. Did Ding Bin and the others escape extremely far? Zhao Man asked uncertainly. Even if they fled far, there should be traces left behind. Suchin shook his head. The underground caverns were teeming with monsters. Even if Ding Bin and his team didn't actively hunt the monsters, they would have attacked. Any battle inevitably leaves traces. But Luo Xiaoyan and his team found no traces of a fight. This is puzzling. Boss Su, is it possible they simply left here? Su Wenwei speculated. That's a possibility. If that's the case, then the exit is nearby. Suchin's eyes lit up, and he said to Luo Xiaoyan, Xiao Luo, continue searching the area this afternoon. The search area doesn't need to be particularly extensive this time. But you must be thorough, and don't miss any clues. Luo Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. After lunch and a short rest, Suchin escorted Luo Xiaoyan and the others out of camp. Watching them disappear into the depths of the cave, he was about to return to camp when his eyes stumbled onto the ground and froze. He noticed that there seemed to be a lot of black powder on the ground. Although mixed with the soil, the black color is still very conspicuous. Chapter 658. Suchin squatted down, picked up a pinch of powder, sniffed it, and then tasted it with his tongue. Brother Su, why are you eating dirt? Wang Yan asked foolishly. You're the one eating dirt, idiot. Ding Di rolled his eyes at Wang Yan and pointed at the black powder on the ground. The cave is all white rock. The appearance of this black powder is really strange. Old Ding is right. Suchin patted the powder on his hand and gave him an admiring look. These aren't ordinary soil. They're iron filings. Iron filings? Wang Yan, Ding Di, and the others looked at each other. If I'm not mistaken, someone must have left them here on purpose as a clue. Hearing Suchin's words, Ding Di looked puzzled. Who could it be? Could it be? He glanced at Suchin subconsciously. Suchin seemed to remember something at this moment. The two of them said in unison, by Qianqing. Whether it was Mingyuan Group or the Leader Alliance. Suchin and they all had a deep hatred. There was no need for their people to deliberately leave these iron filings as clues. So, Bai Qianqing left the iron filings to tell us where they were going, Ding Di speculated. That's definitely the case. Suchin nodded heavily and began to examine the ground nearby. Sure enough. Not long after, he spotted black iron filings again not far away. However, Suchin did not rush in pursuit. Instead, he used a telepathic link to call Zhao Man, Luo Xiaoyan, and the others and told them what had happened. Not long after, Luo Xiaoyan and his men returned. Suchin led them, following the direction of the iron filings. Soon, the group arrived at the passage where Ding Bin, Fan Debiao, and the others had disappeared. The black iron filings left by Bai Qianqing had also vanished here. If my guess is correct, the members of the Leader Alliance and Mingyuan Group should be nearby, Zhao Man said gravely. Yes, Xiao Luo, lead your men in a thorough search of the area. Be extremely cautious? Suchin instructed. Yes. Luo Xiaoyan called out to his men and began searching the area. But after searching for miles, they found no trace of the enemy. That's strange. Where are they? Su Wenwei asked, puzzled. Could it be that the black iron filings weren't left by Bai Qianqing, but were instead intended by someone else to mislead us? Zhao Man looked at Su Chen. I don't think that's likely. Su Chen shook his head. Ding Bin and Fan Debu didn't even have time to escape, so how could they still be bothering with this trap? I think they should still be around here. Su Chen's eyes swept around the area. But we dug deep and found no trace. Luo Xiaotian said with a wry smile. Maybe our method is wrong. Su Chen's gaze fell on the nearby passage. Brother Su, we checked several times, and it's a dead end. Noticing Su Chen's gaze, Wang Yin spoke. Apart from this place, it's unlikely they could be anywhere else. Su Chen spoke as he entered the passage. He surveyed the passage, observing its conditions. Just like the underground cave outside, the stone here was rough. At the end of the passageway was a bare stone wall. Nothing seemed out of place. Su Chen and his companions had encountered many dead-end passages like this before. Wait, something seems off. Su Chen was about to turn and leave, when he suddenly realized something and quickly walked over to the stone wall. Generally speaking, the stone walls of underground caves are rough. But this one was unusually smooth. Su Chen stood in front of the stone wall and examined it carefully. Soon, he discovered a small, slightly raised stone. Su Chen reached out and gently pressed it. Boom! As the mechanism behind the stone wall activated, it slowly parted, revealing the cave entrance behind. Seeing this, everyone behind Su Chen was shocked. Oh my god, Brother Su is really amazing. Wang Yin couldn't help but praise. This place is too hidden. If Bai Qianqing hadn't deliberately left traces, I probably wouldn't have found it. Su Chen shook his head. Brother Su, should we go in now? Zhao Man asked quietly, staring at the dark cave entrance before him. We don't know what's going on down there. What if Ding Bin, Fan Debiao, and the others set a trap down there, waiting for us to enter? Why don't we wait on this floor? Firstly, for safety reasons, and secondly, we can use this opportunity to improve everyone's strength. Su Chen thought for a moment, and decided not to go in. Okay, let's do as you say, Brother Su. Zhao Man nodded. Su Chen pressed the button again tentatively. The stone wall rumbled again, then returned to its original state. Su Chen assigned Wang Yin and several others to take turns guarding the passageway to prevent Ding Bin, Fan Debiao, and the others from returning to this level through the hidden passage. He, Zhao Man, and the others continued to hunt the monsters in the underground caves. They had already killed a large number of monsters over the past 2 days, not to mention many members of the Mingyuan group and the Leader Alliance. The members of the Watchers had obtained a large number of energy crystals and energy cores. Currently, the majority of the team consisted of F+ Transcendents. There were nearly 20 Transcendents who had reached the E stage, compared to, when they first encountered the monsters, hunting monsters for the Watchers was undoubtedly much easier. They stayed for another 2 days, and almost all the team members had broken through to the E stage. Plus, the team supplies were not particularly plentiful. Su Chen discussed it with Zhao Man and ultimately decided to head to the next level. When the Watchers entered, there were 70 or 80 of them. But after battling monsters and enemies, only 60 remained. Su Chen led them back to the stone wall. When the mechanism was activated, the stone wall parted, revealing a cave entrance behind. Su Chen took a deep breath, prepared for battle, and was the first to step into the cave. The others followed him, entering in turn. Su Chen raised his flashlight, trying to illuminate the path ahead. But the passage was incredibly dark. It was like a black hole swallowing up all light. Su Chen could only rely on his senses, and continued forward. Suddenly, his feet gave way, and he fell uncontrollably, despite desperately trying to steady himself. The passage below seemed to be a vertical passage. With a dizzying swirl, Su Chen fell heavily to the ground. When he regained consciousness, he looked up and found himself in an empty hall. Chapter 659. This hall was extremely spacious, supported by only 4 round pillars at its 4 corners. But it had no walls, and the outermost part was endless darkness. In the very center of the hall, a barrier emitting a faint silvery white light divided the hall in two. Just as Su Chen was about to walk over to see what was happening on the other side, he heard a sudden noise overhead. Zhao Man, Wang Yin, Gao Fei, Ding Di, and the others fell from above one after another, landing heavily on the ground just like Su Chen. Ouch! I'm almost dead! The stumbling crowd complained as they climbed to their feet. Brother Chen, what's going on? Ding Di rubbed his butt, grinning. I only got down a few seconds before you. I have no idea what's going on. Su Chen shrugged. Everyone looked around the hall, a look of surprise on their faces. Just then, A sudden movement came from the other side of the light curtain. "Hey, Suchin!" Hearing someone calling him, Suchin was slightly startled and looked up. On the other side of the light curtain, Dingbin was waving at him. Huang Suizui, Fan Debiao, Su Jiang, Bai Qianqing, and others were all following behind him. Seeing this, everyone immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They all assumed fighting stances. Su Wingwa raised his hand and summoned a massive fireball, which flew straight towards Dingbin. But surprisingly, Dingbin and the others didn't even bother to dodge the incoming fireball. As Su Qin and the others watched in astonishment, the fireball slammed heavily into the light curtain. Without even a ripple, it dissipated into nothingness. What was going on? Su Qin and his group were shocked. This light curtain is effectively isolating the two sides. Nothing can fly through. Su Qin, don't waste your time. Dingbin waved his hand. If that were the case, he couldn't harm Dingbin, and Dingbin and his men probably couldn't attack him either. But even so, Su Qin didn't let his guard down. Master Ding, where are we now? This is the third level of the secret realm. Thank goodness you finally arrived, Dingbin said with a look of relief. If you hadn't come, we'd probably be trapped to death. Su Qin frowned. What do you mean by that? You find out in a moment. As soon as Dingbin finished speaking, a black vortex suddenly appeared above the hall. A silver-white figure slowly emerged from the vortex. The members of the Overwatch League were filled with astonishment as they watched this figure. Even Su Qin's pupils narrowed, his mouth slightly open, because this silver-white figure, strictly speaking, was not human. It looked no different from the common robots in movies and TV series. And its body was extremely ethereal, as if composed of light and shadow. It seems your people have arrived. The robot Light and Shadow said in a stiff tone, then, from now on, you will begin a game of chess. Anyone who loses will be eliminated. Only the victor may leave this secret realm. You will now have 1 hour to prepare. After the time is up, the game officially begins. After the Light and Shadow finished speaking, it extended its palm. 2 balls of light flew out from its palm, landing on either side of the light curtain. It all happened so suddenly that it took a long time for Su Qin and the others to react. Su Qin, wake up! Dingbin, standing across from him, waved at Su Qin. What's going on? Su Qin couldn't help but ask again. I don't know much. Dingbin spread his hands. We suspect this Light and Shadow is the guardian of this secret realm. The members of the Mingyuan group and the Leader Alliance encountered the guardian upon entering the 3rd level. According to the guardian, there's no need for combat in the 3rd level. All that's needed is for 2 parties to engage in a chess match. The victor can leave the secret realm. However, inside the secret realm, besides Dingbin, Fan Debiao, and the others, there's only the Watcher Alliance. To begin the match, they have to wait for Su Qin and the others to arrive. Dingbin was filled with regret. If I had known, I should have told Su Qin directly about the passage to the 3rd floor. If Su Qin couldn't find it, wouldn't they have been trapped here to death? Luckily, just as their supplies ran out, Su Qin appeared on the 3rd floor with the others. I see. No wonder Dingbin was so excited when he saw me. Su Qin suddenly realized it and felt quite relieved. Luckily, Bai Qianqing had left a mark, and I had arrived at the 3rd floor in time. Otherwise, Dingbin and the others would have been trapped to death, and I and the others would have been unable to leave either. Let's not talk too much anymore. Let's get ready for the game. Su Qin walked to where the ball of light had landed. Inside the ball of light was something resembling a token. He reached out and grasped the token. Followed by a stream of information, it immediately flooded his mind. After a brief moment of distraction, Su Qin suddenly understood the rules of the game. This game was Yin Country chess. The person holding the token would serve as the general and commander of the opposing team. They had to choose other people to serve as the pieces on the board. Su Qin shared the details of the game with everyone. Who among you knows how to play chess? Does teamfight tactics count as chess? Get lost. I can't. I can't either. I know how to play, but my skills are terrible. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions somewhat helpless. Before the apocalypse, technology was so advanced that people had countless entertainment options. Usually, only retired old men enjoyed playing chess. Because of this, few of the Overwatch League members present even knew the rules of chess, let alone chess masters. I'd be in charge of the chess game later. Just as everyone was getting anxious, Su Qin suddenly smiled and spoke. Commander Su, do you play chess? Luo Xiaoyan exclaimed in amazement. I'm probably better than everyone here. Su Qin's words were pure modesty. After the apocalypse, unable to leave the house, he could only stay at his RV. He spent his days playing games or watching movies. This included playing chess on the computer. Originally a complete novice at chess, after a period of practice, he could now defeat the insane computer. So, Su Chen was the undisputed chess player. Seeing his confidence, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Time passed. Soon an hour was up. The floating guardian suddenly waved. Su Chen, Dingbin and the others only felt a flash before their eyes, and the original hall was actually split into two. Chapter 660. The hall split in two, separated by a light curtain, rapidly widening the distance. Followed by countless silver lights, they emerged and, in the void between the two halls, condensed into a chessboard. On the square chessboard, horizontal and vertical lines intersected. In the very center, four imposing characters appeared, Chu River and Han River. But what was puzzling was that the entire chessboard was bare, devoid of any chess pieces. As if sensing the crowd's confusion, the guardian spoke in an emotionless voice, "You must select 16 individuals to serve as chess pieces on the board." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They all hesitated. No one knew if serving as chess pieces would be dangerous. "Commander Su, why don't we draw lots?" Seeing the hesitation, Zhao Man offered. At this moment, there was no better solution than drawing lots. So everyone nodded in agreement. Zhao Man quickly prepared dozens of slips of paper, most of which were blank. There were only 15 slips of paper, with words like pawn, chariot, horse, and cannon written on them. As for the commander-in-chief, of course, it was Su Chen. Everyone stepped forward one by one, taking the slips from Zhao Man's hand. Those who drew blank slips were naturally overjoyed. Those who drew slips with words on them were somewhat disheartened. Soon, the 15 players responsible for the chess pieces were chosen. Su Chen gripped the token tightly in his hand, and, leading the others behind him, walked straight through the light curtain and stood at the chessboard, the person playing. Opposite him was not Dingbin or Fan W, but a young man with a nervous expression. Despite his youth, he came from a family of chess players. His father was a professional chess player, and his mother was a master of Go. He himself was the ultimate champion of the Golden Spatula in teamfight tactics. While his chess skills might not be exceptional, he was undoubtedly the most qualified player in the Mingyuan group and the Leaders Alliance. After everyone had taken their positions, the chessboard suddenly shifted. A silvery white light swirled, transforming above everyone's heads into the word soldier, pawn, chariot, cannon. And beneath the feet of Su Chen and the young man opposite him, two chariots materialized. Game. Begin. With the Guardian's command, the match officially began. As per convention, the red piece went first, so the black piece's board was dim. Su Chen's board, on the other hand, was gleaming brightly. Yin country chess wasn't as complex as Go. After so many years of development, it had become a well-defined pattern. Without hesitation, Su Chen chose the simplest move. Ah Yin, lead the charge. Wang Yan, one of the two red cannons, immediately and obediently moved toward the center. The young veteran on the opposite side chose a common countermeasure. Horse jump. Su Chen took a few more steps, and saw that his opponent handled the situation with ease. He knew in his heart that the opponent was no rookie. So, Su Chen made adjustments and deployed his troops, first establishing his own defense. The veteran on the other side also refrained from a rash attack. After all, this battle depended on whether they could escape the secret realm. No one knew what the outcome would be after defeat, but no matter how much they tried to avoid fighting, both sides would eventually attack. The young man, unable to contain himself, launched the attack first. Horse moves, a member of the Mingyuan group, playing as the Dark Horse, under the command of the chess player, invaded the red chessboard. The person being attacked was Guo Wei, playing as the red pawn. Both he and Wang Yong had bad luck, especially him. Wang Yong drew the rook, while Guo Wei drew the red pawn. Everyone knows that the rook is one of the most powerful pieces in chess. The pawn seemed insignificant and could be sacrificed at will. When the opponent's black horse stood in front of Guo Wei, the horse symbol above its head suddenly changed rapidly, condensing into a silver-white horse. The horse's hoof lifted high and kicked directly at Guo Wei. Guo Wei had no chance of resistance and was kicked off the chessboard by the horse's hoof. He did not land back at Zhao Man and the others watching outside, but instead fell straight off the chessboard into the bottomless darkness beyond. Everyone was shocked by this scene. No one could have imagined that a defeated chess piece would end up like this. Although it was unclear what lay beyond the endless darkness on the chessboard, one thing was certain: falling there would be almost certain death. For a moment, including Su Chen and the young man, everyone was stunned. A gloom fell over everyone on the chessboard. As Guo Wei left the board, the battle between the red and black sides erupted completely. Su Chen and the young man continuously maneuvered their pieces, attacking each other. Bang! The cannons were firing. Boom! The chariots were charging. The battle between the two sides quickly reached a fever pitch. Pieces were constantly falling from the board into the abyss beside them. Captain Zhao, don't you understand chess? Do you think Su Chen can win? Xiang Mingming whispered. She clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. If Su Chen loses, he'd likely be cast into the endless abyss like the other pieces. I understand, but I'm no expert. Zhao Men said with a wry smile, but I can be sure that Brother Su isn't at a disadvantage. That's good. Xiang Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. But I heard there's a draw in chess. Luo Xiaotian interrupted. What if they end up in a draw? That? I don't know, but I have a feeling they have to restart the game? Zhao Man speculated uncertainly. Everyone glanced at each other, their hearts pounding with anxiety. If the game restarted, those who were knocked down would definitely not be able to return. Then the rest would have to continue standing on the chessboard, acting as pieces. As they talked, Su Chen was rapidly pondering what to do next. It must be said that the young man chosen by Deng Bin was a formidable chess player. Even with all his might, Su Chen couldn't gain the upper hand, and the two sides remained locked in a stalemate. The game was now transitioning from the middle stage to the endgame. If the situation continued like this, a draw was very likely. Su Chen, like Zhao Man and the others, was worried about needing more pawns if the game resumed. Finally, after careful consideration, Su Chen decided to exploit a vulnerability. Wang Yong, move forward 3 steps and prepare for check. Su Chen pointed his token at Wang Yong. However, Wang Yong's expression changed slightly after taking a quick look at the situation. He didn't move immediately, but stood there motionless. Wang Yong, what are you doing? Su Chen's face darkened, and he shouted in a low voice. Commander Su, you're sending me to my death. Wang Yong's eyes flickered, his tone filled with dissatisfaction.